The boy awakened an SS-level talent, the pinnacle of all gifts, yet a strange fate destined him to remain at level 1, forcing him to survive in a combat-driven world by relying on the secondary profession of blacksmith. The instant he set foot on the god-bestowed continent, the dizzy spell that had overwhelmed him finally ebbed away, and a landscape that was both familiar and foreign took shape before his eyes. He looked up at the massive, translucent wheel hovering in the sky, a tangle of emotions surging within him. Memories of his previous life echoed in his mind, triumphs and regrets, glory and loss all flooding back at once. He had finally returned. Every adventurer who arrived here had to choose their destiny through the wheel of talent. The grading system was merciless. From the common level all the way to the mythical SS level, the gap was immeasurable. According to his past life memories, S-level talents were as rare as phoenix feathers. In the entire Huaxia region, there were only a few dozen. As for the ultimate SS level, over 10 years, merely 11 people were ever granted it across the whole continent, and just one appeared in Huaxia during the first year after launch. Yi drew a deep breath and strode toward the ethereal wheel. Before he could react, a thunderous voice rang beside his ear. Congratulations, you have obtained an SS-level talent, Axis of Benediction. Heart pounding, Yi hurriedly opened the talent panel. Axis of Benediction grade, SSS. Unique effect 1. Provides profession-specific bonuses to the blacksmith subclass depending on the chosen main class. Unique effect 2. Forging requires no time, blueprints, or materials. Results are random. Daily forge attempts increase with blacksmith rank. Unique effect 3. Any piece of gear can be reforged an unlimited number of times. Unique effect 4. Generates one perfect forging scroll each day, granting the best possible random forge result within the current rank. Unique effect 5. All experience gained is converted 100 into blacksmith proficiency until the rank of Hand of God is reached. Each successful trade of an item forged by this talent awards free attribute points. Unique effect 6. While forging, there is a 50 chance to add 1 extra stat line, 30 chance to add 2, and 20 chance to add 3. Yi was left speechless. The talent was far beyond anything he had imagined. On the god-bestowed continent, blacksmiths were notorious for their astronomical costs. Ordinary players could never afford the materials. Yet now he could craft equipment out of thin air, an ability worth its weight in gold. His initial shock faded, and calm reasoning took over. Because he could never gain levels, all experience would flow straight into his blacksmith proficiency, locking his main class forever at level 1. Still, if he could reach the Hand of God rank, even an ordinary starter bow, reforged countless times, could rival an artifact. Moreover, every forged item he sold would grant free attribute points, allowing his stats to skyrocket far faster than typical players. Though he would remain limited in main class skills, the raw attributes could make up the gap. Yi had already made his decision. The continent's future would see nation-scale wars. A lone wolf would never succeed. He would need a trustworthy team. By equipping allies with his top-tier gear, their growth would mirror his own. This was the safest path to power. Talent awakening complete. Yi drifted downward toward the land below, and the system spoke again. Please enter your character name. 1 leaf, he replied. Name confirmed. Please choose a main class. 5 translucent silhouettes appeared. Warrior, assassin, archer, mage, and priest. Under each silhouette hovered a bonus linked to Axis of Benediction. Perfect Strength Warrior, boosts base stats on forged gear. Sleight of Hand Assassin, adds extra attack speed, crit rate, movement speed, cast speed, or cooldown reduction. Rhythm Master Archer, grants an additional skill-related stat line. Fountain of Insight Mage, adds elemental mastery. Devotion Priest, adds class-exclusive stats. Yi skimmed the options and understood instantly. Because he could never level up, an extra skill stat line in the early game offered the greatest value. Without hesitation, he chose Archer. Main class Archer confirmed. Please select a subclass. Blacksmith was the only path he would ever take. Subclass Blacksmith confirmed. Current rank, Novice. A wave of vertigo washed over him, and then he found himself in the starter village. Towering ancient trees, dense forests, crude wooden huts, and busy yet silent NPCs greeted him just as he remembered. He went straight to the Archer mentor, Kakarot, to claim his starter kit. Despite his youthful looks, Kakarot had been alive for over a millennium. Yi calmly accepted the beginner's longbow, wooden quiver, and a handful of copper coins. Opening the skill panel, he saw that level 1 archers began with only 3 skills. Impact Arrow, which slowed enemies. Crimson Arrow, which inflicted damage over time. And Eagle's Might, which increased damage and movement speed. Given his limitations, Yi chose the most broadly useful and longest-lasting skill, Eagle's Might. It offered room for error. Strike swiftly, retreat faster. You have learned Eagle's Might. He chuckled at himself, knowing this might be the only archer skill he could ever learn actively. Yet he remained unfazed. The continent was vast, and rare skills dropped from bosses by the thousands. With the right weapon in hand, Even an archer could wield spells or sword techniques. One day, his skill bar would brim with legendary abilities. He opened the equipment panel, reflecting on the link between item tiers and smithing ranks. Gear ranged from common to god bestowed across 11 grades, and blacksmith skill moved from novice to hand of god in the same 11 steps. The higher the rank, the greater the chance to forge rarities. Moments later, a system prompt sounded. Beginner's longbow and quiver detected. Axis of benediction ready to reforge. Reforge now? A chime echoed in his mind. Of course. A gleam flashed in Yi's eyes as he nodded. For an archer, the longbow and the quiver are the core of any Loduta top-tier bow lets you farm above your level, and an element-imbued quiver spawns countless playstyles. Please select a forging mode. 1. Standard Forge, random stats and grade. 2. Perfect Forge. With subprofession rank novice, the reforged item is guaranteed rare and gains 3 extra attributes. Note: Perfect Forge scroll 1 in inventory. 2 pale gold options floated above the starter longbow and quiver. After a moment's thought, Yi locked onto the quiver first. Standard Forge on the quiver. He activated the divine Spindling Apprentice Smith can perform 2 cost-free reforges a day, and these were his last 2 chances. Quiver Pour. 1 agility. 1 ranged attack. Holds 1,000 wooden arrows. Tip: the general store sells all kinds of arrows. Nothing special. Standard Forging Progress. 5-10-100. Reforge complete. Fake forging needs furnaces, ore, blueprints, stamina, and luck. Real forging takes a thought, a loading bar, and a 100 success rate utter bliss. With equal parts nerves, excitement, and anticipation, Yi opened the equipment panel. Wind Sprite Quiver Fine. 5 agility. 10 ranged attack. 5 movement speed. 5 movement speed divine spindle bonus. Gale Arrows. Condenses wind element into arrows on demand, no storage required. Wind Sprite's Blessing. Each Gale arrow fired grants 2 movement speed, stacking up to 20. Tempo Master Gale Force. While moving, ranged damage 10. Yi's pupils tightened. Anyone who has played a competitive game knows what movement speed means to an archer unless kiting and Atandran tactics live and die by it. His very first reforge had already bumped the quiver to fine, and the 2 divine bonuses could add up to another 30 move speed. Stack that with the 10 from Eagle's Might, and he would be a whirlwind on the battlefield. A bigger plan formed in his mind. After leaving the starter village, every player must challenge the Tower of Nations. Reaching floor 90 unlocks an additional main class. Archer and Assassin both scale with agility and wear leather. Once he picks up Assassin, he'll gain dexterous hands, letting him add attack speed and move speed to reforged gear. With speed piled on every slot, he believes no one except perhaps the guy in the Lighthouse District with the infinite blink talent will ever catch him. For now, though, the most exciting prospect is reforging the starter longbow, a rare grade primary weapon that already makes his blood race just thinking about it. Starter longbow. 2 agility. 2 ranged attack. Next perfect reforge. The starter longbow's stats are about to undergo a complete transformation. The ornate bow of the Wind Dancer is a rare weapon that grants 15 agility, 30 ranged attack, 10 faster attack speed, and an extra 10 meters of range. With a divine shaft embedded, the bow gains another 20 meters of reach and an additional 20 attack speed. Its Gale Dance passive boosts ranged accuracy and critical chance by 10 each. Skyborn Surge lets the archer ride the wind god's power, instantly adding 50 meters of range and increasing damage by 20. The cost is clear. While airborne, both physical and magical defenses drop to 0, so every hit lands for full damage, though the user can still move freely. The Divine Shaft Rhythm Master. Downwind arrow adds 20 meters more to every bow or crossbow skill. A flawless forging can tack on up to another 100 meters. A rookie archer normally fires a meager 20 meters. With this longbow, the distance jumps 6-fold, making decapitations from 100 meters no myth at all. Combine that with kiting and terrain control, and not a single monster can so much as touch the hem of Yi's coat. After leaving Kakarot Fortress, Yi headed straight for Trainee Plaza. It is the widest part of the novice village and the core grinding spot for every newcomer. Legend says the ancient god of space performed a miracle here, splitting the central square into 3 huge zones riddled with spatial pockets that can host tens of thousands of players at once. Because of that, the entire Divine Demon continent has only one novice village, and every player eventually gathers in this single place. From left to right and top to bottom, the 3 zones are meant for levels 13, 46, and 710. Yi stepped into the dark crypt of the 13 zone. The random distribution system scattered players into different instances, and the pocket he landed in held only a few hundred people. Around the square, small groups shouted while hunting for teammates with strong talents. Rank talent rock solid. 30 damage reduction, 20 HP, best tank around. Need a crank or better mage, for 1. Crank talent Springtide Melody, heals for days. Looking for a lady to team up, warmest healer ever. Frank nobody here, does anyone want me? Teehee, they'll cheer you handsome guys on. The lively recruiting made Yi feel a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had loved this bustle, but when the age of darkness spilled into reality and the gods fell, he learned the hard truth. To protect any warmth, he had to grow strong enough to rely on no one. Now he had no time for sentiment, and he had yet to meet anyone worth the effort of friendship. Hi. A clear voice snapped him out of his thoughts. A girl who barely reached his chest hurried over, an innocent smile on her face. Big brother, want to farm the dark crypt together? I've got amazing buffs. Training dungeons offer solo and party modes, with a maximum of 5 players per party. Her arrival instantly set off whispers all around. Whoa, isn't that the S-rank healer? She just turned down every invitation. Who's the guy? What's his talent? No clue, but he's insanely handsome. Seriously? She's a sucker for looks? When will us ugly dudes ever catch a break? The chatter swelled in waves. No one had expected the legendary S-rank healer, hailed as the nation's future hope in large-scale wars, to invite a seemingly ordinary newbie in public, even if the pretty boy really was absurdly good-looking. Oh, sorry. My talent is in the life skills category. Although he was surprised that Tanxiao Lulu, once ranked among the top 10 healers in the Huaxia region, had invited him to team up, Yi shook his head without hesitation and declined on the spot. Tanxiao Lulu was unquestionably powerful, but her support mechanics were wicked. The harder her teammates were hit, the stronger her buffs became. Because ordinary players would only end up as punching bags for dungeon monsters, she seldom partied with strangers. Let's add each other as friends first. We can run something together when the time is right. Yi spoke calmly, sending her a friend request. Startled glances shot over from the surrounding players, yet he ignored them and stepped directly into the teleport array. You are now teleporting to the Dark Corpse Denver. Mode, 5-player party. Difficulty, highest. Warning, you are the only member of your current party. Proceed with caution. The scarlet warning flashed across his vision. Yi dismissed it and insisted on soloing at maximum difficulty. There were 2 ways to leave the novice village: reach level 10, or push any base attribute past 100. From past experience, he knew the second path was his only choice. Let's check the stats first. Name, Yi. Race, human. Level 1. Talent, Axis of the Divine. Stamina 3. Strength 1. Agility 520. Intelligence 1. Ranged damage 70. Range 70. Attack speed 1.4. HP 60. MP 20. Exclusive stat, Killing Intent unlocks primary attribute mastery 1 at level 10. Skill, Power of the Eagle. Equipment, Gorgeous Bow of the Wind Dancer, Quiver of the Wind Sprite. Note, with 1 point of primary attribute mastery, 1 agility, 1 range damage. Even without the equipment bonuses, these numbers still fit a standard rookie template. A flash of light faded, and his surroundings fell into gloom. On a somber mountainside, blighted grass lay scorched brown while packs of decaying corpses prowled. The system prompt reappeared. You have entered the Dark Corpse Den 5-player difficulty. Pushing off with his toes, he vaulted over a patch of brush and raced toward a broad hilltop ahead. At the same time, his passive talent Rhythm Master, Gale Force, triggered automatically, granting a temporary 10% boost to ranged damage. Memories from his previous life surfaced. Every dungeon reserved an NPC quest point. The reward was usually experience and gear, with a small chance for a skill book drop. The hiss of wind slicing past his armor echoed in his ears as he moved like a storm, quickly spotting his Targeta bandaged leg Auntie, who served as the Dark Corpse Den NPC. He closed the distance in a few strides and initiated dialogue. Auntie, you must be Sushan? Kind challenger, you're finally here. Auntie Sushan drawled, her voice brimming with excitement. Do you know how long I've been waiting? I need you to clear out the corpses nearby. Will you take the commission? I promise the reward will be amazing. Sure. Yi nodded, unmoved by her enthusiasm. Quest accepted. Purge the corpse den. Objective, kill 100 monsters. Reward, report back to Auntie Sushan for generous compensation. It was a classic rookie grinding quest, simple and brutal. After accepting, Yi didn't rush away. According to the guide, Auntie Sushan also held a hidden quest. Auntie, your leg's injured. Is it serious? He asked with concern. As expected, Auntie Sushan sighed. Ah, I was bitten while fighting those corpses. I'm afraid this old life of mine might end here. But it's fine, there are still plenty of fresh young bodies, young people like you. Shinsi continent still has a future. Yi's eyes were resolute. They'll help Aunt Sushan get out of here. Whatever you need, just say the word. Sushan hesitated. Really? Aren't you afraid of dying? Not at all. Yi shook his head. He knew this was the trigger for a hidden quest. Very well. He'll leave this old lady in your hands. Sushan immediately issued the quest, rattling off every detail. Hidden quest, Corruptor's Cavern. Objective, slay the corrupt corpse king in Corruptor's Cavern and bring back its bile. Hint, the cavern's coordinates will be revealed after you have killed 300 monsters in total. Reward, fine quality chest 1. The corrupt corpse king is a level 3 lord monster. Monster tiers, from lowest to highest, are common, elite, lord, Grand Lord, Cataclysm, Inferno, Demon God. Higher tiers are more dangerous, but their first kill rewards are also richer. The first player to land the killing blow receives regional honor points and an exclusive title. The terms were irresistible, and Yi accepted without a second thought. With no time to lose, he bade Sushan farewell and headed for a nearby hill. He had barely taken 2 steps when 5 staggering corpses lurched toward him. Monster data: LV1 corpse. Melee attack: 4. HP: 80. Description: a frail undead lurking deep in the decaying forest. Its bite inflicts poison. Perfect for a warm-up, Yi muttered. He wanted to dive straight into the cavern, but the kill quota had to be met first. A pair of translucent wind wings burst from his back, lifting him into the air. A second set of eagle wings spread wide, each feather like a blade aimed at the sky. System notification: you have activated Power of the Eagle and Power of Ascension. Ranged attack: 70 buffed by Gale Force and Ascension. 70 attack 1 arrow each. Yi raised his bow, drew back the string, and took aim at the corpses' heads from 100 meters away. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 91, 91. Every arrow found its mark. 5 shafts pierced 5 skulls, and the bodies toppled together. System notification: you have slain LV1 Corpse 1, EXP 1. 5-man party difficulty bonus 100, additional EXP 1. Divine Axis effect activated. 100 of gained EXP has been converted to blacksmith proficiency. Current blacksmith proficiency: Novice 2100. Arrows flew without pause. From his aerial vantage, Yi rained down headshots, turning the skirmish into a mowing session. Level 1 fodder had a low drop rate, but in 5-man mode monster density was 5 times higher, so quantity made up for quality. Scattered copper coins glinted in the grass, and his blacksmith proficiency climbed steadily. On Shinsi continent, blacksmith proficiency requirements rose exponentially. Advancing from novice to beginner needed only 100 points, but moving on to apprentice demanded a hefty 1,000. Most players specializing in life professions had little combat power. Grinding proficiency alone devoured all their time, leaving no room for leveling. Yi, however, was clearly an exception. Time crept by. Alone with a bow and a basket of arrows, Yi carved a path of carnage from south to north, then swept from west to east. A ludicrous 120-meter range and whirlwind speed kept every monster outside 100-meter shambling corpses, level 2 crawlers, level 3 poison ghouls, all blasted into chunks. Black blood sprayed along the route. Yet after butchering countless mobs, he still hadn't seen a single decent drop. At least the grind wasn't pointless. His forging profession had finally reached novice. Yi gripped his longbow and sighed. The loot rate on God-bestowed continent makes you want to smash your keyboard. Farming a full set of gear feels harder than scaling the sky. The evidence was obvious. Most players left the starter village wearing nothing but the beginner's weapon, a look mockingly dubbed the ultimate bad luck skin. The core issue was poverty. True powerhouses maintained full forging teams, crafting for themselves and selling the rest. Early stage smithing burns money to the bone. Ordinary players can't foot the bill. But once a smith breaks through the bottleneck, everyone else looks up. Then the sky split open, and a pillar of gold thundered down. You have slain 300 monsters. Coordinates for the Corruptor's cavern revealed. In the center of the dark crypt, a cave icon slowly emerged on his map. Instead of rushing the boss, Yi swung back to Aunt Susan's campfire. Corpse pit cleanup, quest complete. Reward: poor quality chest 1. He grabbed the chest and sprinted toward the Corruptor's cavern. Midway, he popped it open. White light burst out, and a ring floated into view. No way did I really pull a ring. Yi's pupils tightened. The prompt flashed. Congratulations. You obtained Iron Ring, poor stamina 1, strength 1, agility 1, intelligence 1. Unimpressive, but in a smith's hands, anything is possible. As a novice, he had 4 reforges per day, 2 still unused. Yi chose standard reforge without hesitation. Reforge progress, 520100. Reforge successful. Blue light erupted. Congratulations. You obtained Lantion Jade Ring Rare. A novice smith only has a 5% shot at rare, far less for epic. Yet Yi wasn't excited. The name screamed caster gear. He opened the stat panel. Lantion Jade Ring Rare. 20 spell damage. 10 maximum mana. Restores 1 maximum mana per second. God bestowed Axis extra attribute I. Source rewind. Restores 1 maximum mana per kill. Creates a magic circle beneath you for 30 seconds. Mana regen inside is increased by 100. Cooldown 3 minutes. God bestowed Axis extra attribute 2. Rhythm Master Arcane Pulse. Sends out a wave that knocks back one enemy. Deals 150 spell damage, and restores 50 of that damage as mana. Cooldown 20 seconds. Holy crap, a top-tier caster ring, Yi blurted. Everyone knows a mage's strength is measured by his wallet before his talent. No one doubts a mage's firepower, but only if he's got the mana to burn. A mage without mana is useless, and a mage without money is a disaster waiting to happen. If you can't afford mana potions, you're just background scenery. But the Lantian Jade Ring in Yi's hand ties everything to pure arcane power. It offers limitless reserves, never falters, and is practically a god-tier relic for spellcasters. Even at level 1000 it would stay relevant. Yi decided on the Spoth would never dump it on the market. He needed a reliable mage in his party and would keep the ring in-house. Decision made. Yi tossed the ring into his pack and headed straight for the Cave of Decay. The tunnels were cold and twisting. He sprinted for 10 minutes, casually blowing apart nearly a dozen level 3 toxic ghouls, foul blood splattering across the stone walls. Deeper in, an ugly corpse more than 2 meters tall, covered in oozing purple blisters, lay snoring in a cesspool. Lord-class boss, the rotting Corpse King. Madame Susan's poison could only be cured with the Corpse King's gallbladder, so this fight was unavoidable. The system panel popped up. LV.3 Rotting Corpse King Lord. Melee attack, 50. HP, 10,000. Skills. 1. Decay rush charges violently, dealing physical damage and stunning the target for 1.5 seconds. 2. Corpse Venom spits toxic bile at all targets within 50 meters, dealing magic damage and inflicting poison. 3. Corrosive Toxin and Hit. Reduces the target's movement and attack speed and cuts healing received by 50. It hit hard, had a massive health pool, came with AoE debuffs, and even a gap closer on direct hit would send Yi straight back to the login screen. He had to kite. Fortunately, the cave branched in every direction, cramped but perfect for guerrilla tactics. As long as he stayed beyond the boss' 50-meter range, he could chip away at its health. Yi picked a side tunnel with decent sight lines and lay in ambush. Eagle's Might was still on cooldown, so he squatted there for 10 minutes. When the timer hit 0, spectral wings flared behind him. He raised his bow, left hand steady, right hand drawing, the arrow turning into a streak of cold light and let it fly. Critical hit. The arrow pierced the Corpse King's forehead, a crimson 164 flashing above its head. Perfect opener. Groaning, the monster lurched upright from the sludge, rotten flesh sloughing off as the stench spread through the tunnel. But Yi was a full 120 meters away. The boss couldn't even acquire his position. Over here. Yi taunted from afar, sidestepped for a better angle, and kept sniping. Whoosh. 82. Whoosh. 82. The Lord's innate damage reduction left each normal arrow at only 82 points, but erosion is still damage. Every so often another 164 crit popped up, driving the already enraged Corpse King into a frenzy. It charged blindly, spraying black venom across the walls, but couldn't even graze Yi. With superior speed and range, he orbited the boss and focused on headshots. Reeking, dark sludge slowly flooded the floor. The Corpse King's belly was caved in from the hail of arrows, and it was still helpless. Yi became a cold, unfeeling headshot machine. 82. 82. 164. Round and round he went. Time lost all meaning. At last, with a shrill wail, the rotting Corpse King's HP bar hit 0. Its skull exploded, rotten flesh scattering everywhere. A pillar of golden light crashed from above, and system announcements flooded the screen. You have completed the hidden quest Cave of Decay. World notice. Huaxia region player EE, LV.1, has slain the Dark Crypt boss Rotting Corpse King, LV.3 Lord. Huaxia region glory 100. World notice. Cross-region glory leaderboard activated. Congratulations to the Huaxia region for claiming first place. All Huaxia players gain 1 to all attributes. World notice. Congratulations to player EE, LV.1, for the first kill of the Dark Crypt boss. Rewards. Rare Skill 1, Metal Trailblazer. He had just earned a rare skill book along with the unique Pioneer Medal. A pretty decent haul. The system broadcast scrolled across the screen, slipped through countless dimensional layers, and in an instant reached every battle zone on the planet. The entire virtual continent erupted like a powder keg. What the hell? A level 1 solo kill on a Lord grade boss. There's a freak like that in the Huaxia Warzone. And he even got a stat bonus? This Yi is insane. The chat channels exploded. Some players dug through data, others searched the ID. Soon someone added, I saw him at Trainee Plaza. He's a life skills player and ridiculously good looking. Yeah, the guy who turned down a party invite from Insteer Healer. A rare skill, just thinking about it makes me drool. Time to put our zone on the map. Huaxia brothers, hold the line, don't let anyone take first place from us. Voices overlapped everywhere until there was hardly a quiet corner left. When the news spread overseas, other nations immediately flagged Yi as a potential threat, and their intel departments started gathering every scrap of information they could find. Deep inside the Dark Crypt, a girl no taller than an adult's knee held up a silver-white staff and stomped in anger. Humph. Yi, I won't forget this. Her ID was Tanxiao Lulu. In front of her, 4 warriors were being pummeled senseless by a monster, groaning on the ground. Every time their health bars dropped, Tanxiao Lulu's heel crit, a gentle white light lifting them back up while the reflected damage slammed into the monster. That was her steer talent. Her teammates take the hardest hits, she squeezes out the richest heals, and the monster eats the most humiliating backlash. Unfortunately, These losers can't even bring out my true strength. She curled her lip and glanced at them, disappointment written all over her face. Elsewhere, congratulations, you have acquired the rare skill, Entangling Shot. A golden glow gathered in Yi's palm and solidified into a skill book. On God's gift continent, rare skills were divided into 4 tiers: silver, gold, diamond, and mythic. Even a silver skill was enough to make guilds kill each other, and the one he had just received was gold. Entangling Shot rare, gold, passive. 1. Imbues an arrow with shadow energy, entangling up to agility 10 enemies and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 2 seconds. 2. When it hits, the slow duration on all entangled targets is immediately refreshed. 3. Targets other than the primary enemy take only 50 of the damage. It was an area control skill with a hefty slow, and because the cap scaled with agility, the number of targets was theoretically unlimited. A scene flashed through Yi's mind. On the battlefield of a national war, he loosed a single arrow. Thousands of enemies were shackled by dark chains, and a high agility burst wiped them out in droves. The thought alone felt exhilarating. If I want to stack that entangle count, I have to raise my agility first. Yi made the decision instantly. Time to put those pieces of gear on the market. Other players could grind to level 10 and still not see a single blue item. He had picked up 2 high-grade pieces on day 1 and even pulled a rare gold skill book. Same game, but the gulf between them was astronomical. And now, the Pioneer Medal. The Vanguard Medal is premium gear awarded to the first player who clears the Dark Crypt boss, granting 5 stamina, 5 strength, 5 agility, and 5 intelligence. Every 100 enemy kills add 1 point to all attributes, up to 20 points. Once fully charged, the medal grants an extra 25 points to every stat. For most players, that equals the free attributes earned from 6.5 levels, delivered in a single shot. 100 total points, the reward of level 25. But for Yi, who possessed the Axis of Divinity, the boost barely moved the needle. A medal this special deserves a flawless reforging, he thought. Tomorrow, maybe he'll roll something amazing. He pinned the Vanguard to the socket on his right pauldron, then turned to the boss corpse. Inside were a single silver coin, a fine-grade staff, and a mud-smeared gallbladder. He tossed them into his pack, exited the Corruptor's Grotto, and headed for Aunt Susan's camp to turn in the quest. Corruptor's Grotto quest complete. Reward: fine-grade chest 1, 100 XP. 5-man bonus, 100 XP, total 200 XP. Axis of Divinity effect. All XP converted to blacksmith proficiency. Congratulations. Blacksmith promoted to apprentice. Apprentice, 6 free reforges per day, 36 remaining today. Proficiency, 10810,000. Aunt Susan swallowed the gallbladder in one gulp. The corpse poison inside her was suppressed at once. Quest done. Yi crouched and cracked open the fine-grade chest. A pale blue burst of light revealed a razor-edged dagger. The assassin, main weapon crimson jade blade. Fine. System. Item can be reforged. Proceed? No, Yi answered instantly. Crimson jade blade. Fine. 15 agility. 10 melee attack. 20 backstab damage. 10 armor penetration. Active skill Crimson Gleam. A surprise strike that locks the target's ranged abilities for 3 seconds and deals 200 melee physical damage. From behind, it triggers an extra strike of equal power. Armor pen, melee damage, backstab, agility 4 of the assassin's 6 core stats, lacking only stealth and crit. Add ranged lock, and archers, healers, and mages are toast. Yi kept it for himself. Once he cleared the nation's tower and unlocked a second class, head perfector forge it, and max the numbers. His blacksmith was barely apprentice, and he needed 10,000 proficiency to reach journeyman. Even grinding high-tier trials all day would barely move the bar. First, I'll sell my spare gear for free attributes, he plotted, then tackle the level 4 to 6 trials for first clear rewards. Normal mobs were trivial now, but hidden bosses had thick armor. Without enough agility, he'd still face a grind. Thinking of that, he tightened his grip on the newly acquired Lantian jade ring. With the ring, he could probably lure that woman in, build a steady party, add a mage, and first kills would be easy. Although it's only the first day since the servers opened, players are already flooding the land of divinity, and nearly all of them are grinding in the Dark Crypt. After clearing the instance, Yi brushed the dust from his cloak, stepped out of the damp, chilly tunnel, and returned to the trial plaza. Compared with the earlier bustle, the plaza now felt deserted. Only a few assassin players were scattered across the stone slabs. Their talent panels were pitiful fragile bodies with no crit or stealth, and no one in the party channel would touch them, so they wandered around looking for party signs. I'd better try people I know first, Yi thought. He opened the interface, but his friend list was empty except for the default NPC contacts. The leaderboard's top players had clearly done what he had, blocking private messages and friend requests. If he couldn't find anyone soon, he'd have to spend a few copper shouting in world chat. After a moment of thought, he entered Meiqian Maliu Gun in the search bar and hit send. He expected a red rejection notice, yet the screen immediately showed, "The other player has accepted your friend request." Seriously? Yi raised an eyebrow. He knew Meiqian Muliu Gun's name well, crude, loud, and famously money-hungry. The guy was a chatterbox who loved to show off and added only female players, probably to flirt. Yi skipped the small talk and sent his real pitch. I'm about to take on the desert camp's hidden boss and need a mage. You know Beishuang, right? First kills on the line. Interested? Seconds later, Meiqian Muliu Gun replied, I'm in for Beishuang. Got any good loot, bro? Plenty, Yi said. That's what I like to hear. Everyone knew how awful the drop rates were. Anyone offering gear had to be strong. Meiqian Muliu Gun typed at lightning speed. Meet at Trial Plaza and form the party. Works for me. How long will you be? 10 minutes. We're finishing the Dark Crypt quest. With the plan set, Yi closed the interface and surveyed the sparse plaza. He reviewed what he knew about the siblings Meiqian Muliu Gun and Beishuang. In his previous life, they'd been solo players. The brother, with austere trading talent, had single-handedly stayed in Waxia's top 5 richest list and was called the legendary merchant god. The sister, Beishuang, was one of the 5 archmages, her ice magic so fierce that enemies trembled at her name. First, pull Beishuang into a fixed team and build rapport. Once top players click, cooperation comes easy, Yi calculated. More importantly, Meiqian Muliu Gun's combat skills were hopeless, but he was rich and generous. If Yi clung to that golden thigh, had never worry about funding or selling his crafted gear. A moment later, a new message flashed. Bro, how'd you snag that hidden boss first kill? Any tips? This rotten corpse king keeps poisoning us. Clearly unwilling to let the chat die, Meiqian Muliu Gun fired off questions nonstop. Yi rubbed his temples and replied, Beishuang's a mage, right? Kite it. And you, warrior, stay back and watch, don't rush in and mess things up. Man, you're a pro. Nailed the problem in one go. Meiqian Muliu Gun laughed. But seriously, champ, how many people are you bringing for the level 4 to 6 trial dungeon boss? In the game channel, their teammates started rambling again. 2. Yi replied without even looking up. 2. The other player's voice cracked. But it's you, Beishuang. And Medhat's 3, you're not ditching me, are you? You're really not taking me? You're a life skills player. What business do you have in a dungeon? Go run your trade routes. Yi showed no mercy. A third will had no place in his 2-person world with the icy beauty. Why? That means I won't get the world announcement, and the girls will be disappointed in me. The private channel kept scrolling, and the other guy made one last plea. Champ, share your gear. Let me take a peek. Yi closed the chat window without hesitation, opened his friends list, and typed Beishuang. System prompt. You have added Beishuang as a friend. Trial Plaza, spatial pocket number 0156, coordinates 15, 965. Okay, he replied with a single word. Putting away the social panel, Yi looked at the forge. 3 attempts left. Use them all. First attempt. You perform a normal forge random forge successful obtained silk belt superior. Second attempt. You perform a normal forge random forge successful obtained jade fused bracers rare. Third attempt. You perform a normal forge random forge successful obtained berserker plate superior. Progress bar complete forge successful. Counting the Lantian jade ring he was already wearing, Yi now had 2 rare pieces and 2 superior pieces. Silk belt superior. 10 armor, 10 constitution, 5 strength, 5 block chance. Divine axis extra lines. 1. 10 maximum health. 2. Brutal physique when you take damage, 20 chance to reduce it by 30. Rhythm master boiling blood, your blood surges, restoring 6 HP per second in combat for 30 minutes. Berserker plate superior. 10 strength, 10 constitution, 20 armor, 20 thorns damage. Divine axis extra lines. 1. Thorns field, your thorns damage now hits all enemies within 5 meters. 2. Fighting spirit, after you damage an enemy, damage taken is reduced by 20 for 10 seconds. Rhythm master rending sweepan arcing slash that makes all enemies within 10 meters bleed, dealing 300 melee physical damage over 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Jade fused bracers rare. 20 intellect, 10 constitution, 5 spell crit, 10 spell crit damage. Divine axis extra lines. 1. Arcane Jadea jade barrier surrounds you, increasing spell effectiveness by 20. 2. Jade crystal ring, each spell critical hit increases spell power by 20 for 10 seconds. Rhythm master jade strike, whirling jade periodically deals magic damage equal to 100 spell power to a nearby enemy. Yi's eyes went wide as saucers and his breathing quickened. He had actually rolled the shield warrior's core stat, thorns damage. Put the silk belt and the berserker plate on the same warrior, and you'd have the ultimate. The more you get hit, the stronger you become. Build a straight up exploit. If Tanxiao Lulu next door saw it, she'd probably drool herself dry. The jade fused bracers, meanwhile, screamed pure burst damage. Paired with his Lantian jade ring, the synergy was terrifying. After reviewing the stats, Yi was sure the title of number 1 female mage in the Huaxia region would probably go to Beishuang, and it would be his handiwork that put her there. This was the true power of a blacksmith. At that moment, a man and a woman appeared on the distant main road, walking side by side. The woman was a mage. Her robe outlined a slender figure, and even the casual swish of her cloak felt weightless. Her pale, striking face could stop traffic. The man, however, was a complete contrast, tall and burly, but with a vaguely lecherous glint in his eyes. The two of them together looked wildly mismatched. Yi stood by the roadside, a faint smile playing at his lips as he took in that familiar yet breathtaking face. Bei Shuang's outfit today is quite a sight. Bei Shuang approached, cast Yi a blank glance, then stepped aside. She merely nodded, saying nothing. Meeting the legend in the flesh. You've got real presence. Man handsome enough to make me feel inadequate. The male warrior, Mei Qian Lu Gun, bounded up and practically stuck his face in front of Yi's, eyes sparkling as if he meant to inspect him from head to toe. How much gold do you have? Yi asked without preamble. A straight to business, huh? I've scraped together 5 gold coins, Mei Qian Lu Gun said, scratching his head half modest, half proud. It was only the first day of the server. After all, even big guilds would struggle to gather 5 gold. His strength trading talent really paid off. Yi invited the two of them into a party and skipped the small talk. Raising his hand, he projected the prices. Silk belt, 50 gold. Berserker plate, 80. What? That's steep? What tier are they? No gear costs that much. Mei Qian Lu Gun shot Yi a dubious look. Both are superior grade items, Yi replied coolly. That's daylight robbery. A superior main weapon barely fetches 20 gold. You want 130 for a belt and chest plate? Come on. Mei Qian Lu Gun's smile froze. Gear was scarce, but at most you paid a bit above list price. A standard belt or plate was hardly worth 10 gold unless it had god-tier stats, and who would ever sell that? Even with his money-making tricks, he wasn't swimming in gold. Paying several times the going rate still stung. Seeing his hesitation, Yi added lazily, too pricey? If I put the silk belt on the market, I start the bidding at 100. The berserker plate? Don't even open negotiations below 150. Come on, we all know the numbers. Ordinary superior gear runs 10 gold tops. Check the party chat. Bei Shuang finally spoke. Huh? Why? Mei Qian Lu Gun blinked. Look at the stats, Bei Shuang said evenly. Yi smiled like an elder teaching a junior. Kid, details matter. Trying to haggle without reading the properties won't get you far. A moment later. Helen away. You're telling me this is only superior grade? Mei Qian Lu Gun's eyes went wide. So, does the price feel fair now? Yi asked. Fair. It's more than fair. Mei Qian Lu Gun was practically incoherent. On paper they were merely superior items, yet the belt added block chance, max HP, and thorns damage. Even crazier, normal superior gear never came with skills, but these two not only had them, every single one was premium. Calling them rare would be an insult. Superior? Give me a break. Speechless, Mei Qian Lu Gun gripped his iron sword, unable to find words big enough for his feelings. Brotherno boss. You're my boss from now on. Yi only smiled and posted the stats for the Jade Form wrist guards and the Lantian Jade ring in the party channel. A heartbeat later, Mei Qian Lu Gun froze, mouth wide enough for an apple, eyes blank. Even the usually cool Bei Shuang gasped at the sight of those panels. The gear looked as if it had been custom-made for her. Now she understood how Yi had soloed a Lord-level boss in the starter zone. His equipment alone could flatten any party. Mei Qian Lu Gun stammered. Boss, are you selling these two pieces as well? Yi nodded. Yes. I don't use magic, so they'll only lose value with me. Right now, gear and rare skills hold their price, but even god-tier items eventually get outclassed. Mei Qian Lu Gun snapped to attention. Name your price. They'll buy them for Bei Shuang, even if it drains me dry. Yi chuckled. Trading is the most profitable life profession, so it shouldn't be hard for you. The going ceiling for rare grade gear is 200 gold, though no one's actually forked that over. The Lantian Jade ring is god tier for Mage Zone 1000 gold. The Jade Form wrist guards, friend's price, 600. The rates were fair, but after patting every pocket, Mei Qian Lu Gun still came up short. He laughed awkwardly. Boss, could you give me a little time? Yi lifted a hand. Sure. Sign a trade contract, and all 4 pieces are yours. Once the system flags the deal, you can pay in installments. For pieces? Mei Qian Lu Gun blinked. You're selling the silk belt and berserker plate too? Yi nodded. Settle it all at once. Mei Qian Lu Gun drafted a 12 installment contract, 1 payment per day. System alerts immediately rolled in. Trade completed. Silk belt, rating 51. Free attribute 1. Trade completed. Berserker plate, rating 70. Free attribute 1. Trade completed. Jade Form wrist guards, rating 201. Free attribute 1. Trade completed. Lantian Jade ring, rating 359. Free attribute 1. You have signed a trade contract with player Mei Qian Lu Gun. Gold will be credited in 12 equal installments. Rule: 1 free attribute point per 1000 rating, rounded up. For items meant 4 points, and Yi dropped them all into agility. When Mei Qian Lu Gun saw the transaction notice, he leaped up as if shot full of adrenaline. He shoved the wrist guards and ring into Bei Shuang's hands, slapped his long sword onto his back, and yelled, Boss, you two grab the first kill. I'm off to trade. Yi nodded and said no more. Just as Mei Qianma Lu Gun stepped into the trading hall, a private message popped up from Yi. Move plenty of stock. I might have an excellent grade item tomorrow. If you can't afford it, I'm tossing it on the auction house. Thud. Mei Qianma Lu Gun nearly face-planted on the floorboards. Excellent grade gear on demand? That would go for tens of thousands of gold. Had never scraped that together, even running himself ragged. His mind raced, then a wild idea sparked. What if he set up his sister with the boss? Once they were family, could a brother-in-law really charge full price? At worst, he'd get a discount, right? He fired back instantly. Don't worry, boss. I'll buy whatever you've got, and I'm counting on you to take care of my sister. She's cold on the outside, but really kind. Talk to her a bit, and who knows? Yi replied with a single that shot an arrow straight into Bei Shuang's cheeks, turning them scarlet. You couldn't PM that? Why dump it in party chat? She hammered out one word. Scram. This time from Mei Qianma Lu Gun. Ding. You have been kicked from the party by Yi. In the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, yellow sand blanketed the land, and a cracked, bone-dry riverbed cut across the barren vista. Among the gravel, hordes of yellow-skinned, menacing desert scorpions scuttled. LV.4 Desert Scorpion. Melee attack 12. HP 150. Lightning fast. Tails dripping with venom. SSS-level. Sensing intruders, the sand rippled like rolling waves. Tails arched high, and the swarm surged forward. They were pack predators, perfectly camouflaged beneath the dunes. Once surrounded, escape was all but impossible. Perfect. Try my entangling shot. As the scorpions closed in, Yi raised his bow. A translucent arrow wrapped in dark energy coalesced on the string. The bowstring twanged. A whistle split the air. The brilliant arrow trailed a blazing tail, shadows swirling in its wake, a gale brushing past. It pierced the first scorpion, and 7 dark chains erupted, locking the nearby targets in place. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Scorpions froze mid-charge, their movements slowing to a crawl. 89, 49, 89. Critical, 51. Grid exploded outward, damage numbers flashing in a tight column. 8 hits from a single arrow, everyone on target. With base agility, gear, and allocated stats, Yi's ranged attack had climbed to 77. Add the triple buffs: power of the eagle, power of the leap, and power of the gale, and 2 arrows were all it took to drop the first target. The health bars of the scorpions caught in entangling shot evaporated, damage figures raining down like confetti. Monstrous. AoE really is king. He grinned, pleased by the surge in grinding speed. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi glanced over at Bei Shuang, who was still rooted to the spot. What's wrong? He asked, feigning innocence. And nothing, she stammered, though in her mind she screamed. That damage leaves mages in the dust. And an archer can shoot from 100 meters. A mage tops out at 20. I can't even reach the mobs. The hidden boss ahead has thick armor, Yi said lightly. You'll handle the main DPS. He'll clear the trash. How do you even know the boss is a pain? Bei Shuang tried to sound calm. Just a hunch. Yi's lips curled into a confident smirk. Yeah, right. On the sandy plain, Yi advanced like a whirlwind. In moments, he had wiped out 300 desert scorpions, completing the prerequisite for the level 46 trial dungeon's hidden quest, Scorpion King Extermination. Now he faced the secret boss LV.6 Sand Scorpion King. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Warzone, the top-ranked player God's Left Hand and his 5-man squad had just reached the 100 scorpion mark when someone noticed a blip on the leaderboard. Boss, check the rankings. A Huaxiao mage just shot up the board. Bei Shuang. Doesn't ring a bell. She was level 3 and 35th a moment ago. Now she's already 4th. The speed's insane, boss. The team buzzed with disbelief. Shangdi's Huaxiao was clearly stunned by Bei Shuang's meteoric rise in level. Stay sharp, secure the first kill on the desert camp, boss. We can't lose the top spot, he ordered in the guild channel. As the guild master determined to build the world's #1 guild, he viewed that ranking as priceless publicity. Hold the line, don't slip. Go, go, go. Clear the ads, then rush the boss. At the center of the dry riverbed, half of the Sand Scorpion King lay buried beneath yellow dunes. Nearly as tall as a person, its hulking body radiated menace, and the massive stinger glinting behind it looked like a reaper's scythe poised to strike. LV.6 Sand Scorpion King Lord. Attack, 40 HP, 40,000 armor, 200. Minor damage mitigation, 20 damage from every hit. Desert burrow dives through the sand at high speed, erupting beneath a target to poison and stun them. Body of sand when hit by physical attacks, 20 chance to ignore the damage and heal 1 of max HP. Deadly stinger pierces the target, causing stagger and 30 extra damage taken for 10s. They had beaten the corrupted Corpse King yesterday without entangling shot. Now, with his agility about to top 100 and a coordinated party beside him, Yi felt sure they could drop a level 6 lord. The boss has high armor, cuts 40% of physical damage but 0 magic resist. Your movement is slow, so avoid aggro. Stay at the 20-meter limit. Even if it burrows, you'll have time to dodge, Yi said briskly. Understood, Bei Shuang nodded. She knew her real strength was magic, and the Lanteon Jade Ring's unlimited mana meant her DPS wouldn't lag too far behind, yet she doubted she could outdamage Yi. His ranged attack sat at 67, while her spell power barely hit 50, and an archer's fire rate crushed a caster's chance and cooldowns. Fireball. Chain Fireball. Boom. 64. Then 33. 35. 67. Critical. The first fireball applied burned to the boss. Bei Shuang's Scrayed Talent Re-Energizer instantly copied and upgraded the skill, and the chain fireballs hammered the Scorpion King like artillery shells. Crimson flashes lighting up the field. Every cast automatically added an empowered shot, raw destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. 72. 64. Quicker than the Corpse King, the Scorpion King darted in the sand, yet Yi struck. Power of the Eagle. Rhythm Master, Gale Force. Skybound Leap. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows tore through the air like a storm. 34. 67. Critical. 33. 20 arrows landed in a heartbeat, maxing his wind sprite stacks and sending Yi's speed soaring. He ghosted around the Scorpion's blind spot behind its tail, locking aggro tight. Even when the boss used Desert Burrow, Skybound Leap, and his outrageous range let him dodge with ease. Across the field, Bei Shuang rode the Lanteon Jade Ring's relentless mana regen fireballs, and ice arrows never stopped flying. With every chant, 2 bursts of elemental wrath crashed down from the sky. The fight was downright brutal. That desert body buff is a real headache. The longbow twanged, and an arrow sank into the Sand Scorpion King's carapace. Sand swirled around the boss as Desert Body triggered again, instantly restoring 400 HP. A fight that should have ended in a few minutes had dragged on for more than 2 hours thanks to that constant self-heal. If Yi stopped attacking, the aggro jumped to Bei Shuang with her movement speed. One slip would mean a deadly stab from the scorpion tail. So, even knowing each arrow helped the boss regenerate, Yi had to keep the hate on himself and grind away its health. At last, with a muffled boom, the Sand Scorpion King's final sliver of HP vanished, and its massive body crashed into the dune. World announcement: Huaxiao players LV.1 and Bei Shuang LV.5 have slain the Desert Camp boss and Scorpion King LV.6 Lord. Huaxiao Warzone Honor 100. World announcement: Huaxiao Warzone Honor has reached 200, maintaining first place. Warzone reward updated. All attributes to Huaxiao players only. World announcement: congratulations to LV.1 and Bei Shuang LV.5 on the first kill of the Desert Camp boss. Each player receives Rare Skill 1 and the Pioneer Medal. World announcement: congratulations to Bei Shuang LV.5 for reaching the top of the world level rankings. In seconds, world chat exploded. A level 1 crafter just took down 2 hidden bosses in a row. Another first kill? Are hidden bosses really that easy? A level 1 can handle them. Wait, he was level 1 when he beat the Putrid Corpse King, and he's still level 1? That's crazy. Awesome. Huaxiao for the win. Even the top of the level rankings is ours. A rare skill, so jealous. Meanwhile, on another dune, God's left hand was still locked in battle with the Sand Scorpion King. The announcement made his casting rhythm stutter. The boss seized the opening, dove into the sand, then burst out beneath him. Its thick tail speared up through his chest, swinging the level 5 mage around like a kebab as his HP melted. System: you were slain by the Sand Scorpion King. Death below level 10 does not cause express loss. System: you have been returned to the Novice Village respawn point. Better luck next time. The screen flashed. God's left hand stood at the Novice Village revival spot, still dazed. I'm a level 5 mage with an SS steer talent, and I lost to a level 1 crafter? What is this world coming to? Elsewhere, the loot hit the sand. System: you have slain the Sand Scorpion King. EXP 500. System: 5-man party difficulty bonus 100. Additional EXP 500. System: you received 20 silver coins. System: you received Shoulders of the Sand Devotee Fine, Storm Shield Rare, and 1 Mystery Enchantment Scroll. Yi and Bei Shuang quickly tallied the haul. 20 silver translated to roughly 2,000 renminbi at the current exchange rate. At that pace, hordes of school kids would be scrambling to join God-given continent just to earn pocket money. Still, they both knew the rate would drop as the total player coin supply rose. Currency is scarce now, so it's pricey. Once everyone starts hoarding coins and the main cities open, the exchange will probably settle around 1 gold to 1 RMB. It's the same principle as gear depreciation. Early on, a fine-grade item can sell for dozens of gold, but later nobody will glance at it for a single silver. Yi has done the math. Flipping equipment is the best money maker right now, and with his built-in cheat, no one can keep up. This run, they pulled 2 drops in total. Yi held up a hand. Let me keep the gear first. I'm a smith, so I can add extra stats. Bei Shuang didn't argue. She produced a parchment glowing pale violet. Then give me that mysterious enchant scroll. It has a 50% shot at adding a base stat, preferably on the blue jade ring. Yi nodded, stuffed the gear into his bag, and passed her the scroll. With that sorted, they hurried back to the quest NPC. A system notice flashed. Scorpion King extermination complete. Reward: 1 fine-grade chest. Much better than the rotten corpse, king chest quality had jumped from common to fine. The system also hinted that the hidden boss quest in the level 710 dungeon Duskwane Plain would pay out a rare grade chest. Time to open the skill book, Yi said, hitting use. Congratulations. You've obtained the rare skill Vengeance, Diamond tier. His eyes lit up. In his previous life, had played 10 years, reached level 1000, and only ever seen one Diamond tier rare skill. Landing one on day 1 proved just how generous first kill bosses were. Vengeance, Diamond tier rare skill. Cooldown, 120s. 1. Manifestation. Become an avatar of vengeance for 20s. 2. Repeater shot. Basic attacks fire 4 extra piercing bolts, each dealing 30 ranged physical damage and passing through every target in a line. 3. Homing arrows. Basic attacks also release 2 tracking arrows that autolock, each dealing 80 ranged physical damage. 4. Vengeful boost. All damage dealt 20. Repeater shot offers AoE burst. Homing arrows add sustained DPS, and both trigger passively. The faster your attack speed and the longer your range, the crazier the payoff. Tack on a flat 20% damage boost, and short-term burst jumps a whole tier. Diamond tier rare skills are unique and irreplaceable. Yi hit learn without hesitation. You have learned the rare skill Vengeance Diamond. Remaining skill slots, 2730. Next he checked the other reward. Pioneer's Metal Fine Special Gear. Exclusive to the Desert Camp, first kill. Stats. Move speed 5, attack speed 5, cast speed 5, cooldown reduction 5. Move speed, attack speed, and cooldown reduction all mattered to Yi. The numbers weren't crazy, but the stat spread was sharp enough to justify a perfect reforging later. Duskwane Plain is an entry-level National War dungeon. Finishing it in 2 days is considered fast. Yi would have to grind forging XP to unlock the Tower of Nations afterward. His agility sat at 92. Selling one more fine item would let him leave the starter village, but he was still nowhere near ready for the tower. He opened the fine chest first. You have obtained storm leather armor fine. Then he opened the hidden quest chest, and a leather cuirass for assassins or archers drifted into view. Good luck. It filled his empty chest slot, and Yi actually smiled. That wrapped up their second training dungeon, leaving less than 6 hours before day 1 ended. Most players were still probing the dark crypt. Only a handful had reached the desert camp, and nobody had touched Duskwane Plain. As the starter zone's final instance, each shard of Duskwane Plain can hold 1,000 players from every region, and a massive free-for-all will erupt there, killing players from other regions. Awards Warzone Honor, the first national war currency. Yi figured no one would clear the desert camp in the time left, and the fewer people in Duskwane Plain, the easier it would be to farm honor. Let's rest for a few hours and dive in right after midnight, he suggested. Good idea, Beishuang agreed. He'll grab a break too once the clock strikes 0, well rack up honor points. Everyone knew the top 5 on the Duskwane Plain honor board would pocket truly lavish rewards. They couldn't wait. A new day dawns, and the divine axis effect has been reset. You received a perfect forging scroll 1. At midnight on the second day, Yi logged in right after a short rest, and the system popped up the same notice: a second perfect forging scroll had landed in his inventory. For a rookie blacksmith, this scroll was basically a free piece of epic gear. With the battle at Dark Glow Plains about to begin, every bit of power mattered. He didn't wait to hit journeyman rank. He slammed the scroll straight onto the Pathfinder medallion. The forging interface flashed before his eyes. Perfect reforge in progress, 1050100. Reforge complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Pathfinder medallion epic. Item details. Pathfinder epic special gear exclusive to first kill of Dark Crypt boss. 40 stamina, 40 strength, 40 agility, 40 intelligence. Innate skills. 1. Light of the Pathfinder. For every 100 enemies you kill, gain an additional 5 to all stats, stacking up to 100. 2. Journey of Pursuit. Each time any base stat increases by 100, that stat gains an extra 1. 3. Money Hoarder. For every 100,000 gold coins saved, gain 1 to all stats. Divine Axis bonus. 4. Wealth Accumulator. For every 1 million gold coins saved, gain 1 to all stats. Divine Axis bonus. 5. King of Fortune. For every 10 million gold coins saved, damage dealt increases by 1. Divine Axis bonus. 6. Master of Rhythm Power through wealth. The more gold you hold, the higher your charisma, making it easier to earn NPC favor. Yi pinched his chin, the corners of his mouth lifting. Now we're talking. The more cash he had, the stronger he became. Trillionaire. Once his net worth broke 100 million, he pictured himself standing in the Huaxia capital square while NPCs dropped to their knees in waves. Money talks, everyone obeys. Power and swagger in one package, what's not to love? The only catch was that the more gold he hoarded, the less he could spend, or his stats would dip, forcing him into the role of miser. Luckily, he had already set his sights on Meiqian Malugan. From now on, your gold is my gold, and my gold is still my gold. Perfect. Yi decided he had to keep Meiqian Malugun bound to his Sidean strength trading talent made to serve him. First, he'll wait for Beishuang at the Dark Glow Plains entrance. Yi slung his quiver, grabbed his longbow, activated Leap Force, and shot toward the trial plaza like a whirlwind. Over the next 6 hours, most players cleared the Dark Crypt, reached level 3, and earned the right to challenge the Desert Camp. Quite a few elite players finally took down the Sand Scorpion King after a grinding fight, and they too converged on the Dark Glow Plains entrance. Everyone knew how deadly Dark Glow Plains would bite was the first national war zone. No one dared rush in alone, so players formed parties on their own, planning to enter with the main force. As he drew closer to the portal, Yi met players coming the other way. Most stared at him with admiration and awe, laced with a hint of greed admiration because he had taken both first kill titles at level 1. Greed because they coveted his gear. On the Divine Endowment continent, gear drop rates are so abysmal that anyone who manages to down a boss above their level is guaranteed to be packing serious firepower, and that kind of loot is simply irresistible. After level 10, murder and robbery out in the wild become routine. The system, however, forbids any fighting in the starter villages. If you want to shed blood, you have to head for the Anhui Plain. Moments later, Beishuang and Meiqian Ma Lu Gun walked up beside Yi. Yi raised his hand, pulled them into the party, and immediately submitted the request to enter the Anhui Plain. He brought Meiqian Ma Lu Gun along because a highly lucrative trade run route sits at the center of the plane. One extra runner can multiply the final payout several times over. Boom. Black pillars of light plummeted from the sky, the air quaking as if struck by a massive hammer. In the next instant, daylight vanished, swallowed by threads of ghostly radiance. A huge rift yawned open at the entrance to the Anhui Plain like an abyssal maw. World announcement. The number of applicants for the Anhui Plain has reached 1,000. Spatial Layer 001 is about to open. All applicants, please stand by. The announcement had barely ended when Trial Plaza exploded with excitement. A human tide surged toward the light-devouring fissure. Plenty of players even rushed Yi's way, hoping to hitch a ride in his party, but he ignored them all. The trio stepped into the Anhui Plain. From above, the Anhui Plain is a perfect circle with a radius of about 5 kilometers. Every player is dropped on the outer ring. 197 war zones stretch edge to edge, each occupying 1.82 degrees of the circle allocation, so precise it borders on obsessive. After landing, Yi opened the real-time scoreboard. The first tab was the war zone ranking, listing each zone's starting count, current count, and accumulated honor. Huaxia Zone Start 19, current 19, honor 200. Lighthouse Zone Start 18, current 18, honor 0. The second tab was the individual ranking, which showed only the top 100 kill counts and personal honor scores. Yi scanned the list and quietly exhaled in relief. The same nations led the pack as in his previous life, meaning the big picture hadn't shifted much beyond his own appearance. Boss, the zones on both sides of us are Great Han and Great Hua. Want to hit them first? Meiqian Ma Lu Gun rubbed his hands together, eyes sparkling. Definitely, but the outer ring is too open and the targets are scattered. Head for the center first. While speaking, Yi's gaze lingered on Meiqian Ma Lu Gun's equipment slots. The silk belt and berserker plate were still vacant, clearly reserved for a high-price sale. Yi didn't mind. First, neither item was top tier, so in someone else's hands they posed no threat. Second, the auction house locks listings for 48 hours, and he couldn't wait that long. Third, the more gold Meiqian Ma Lu Gun earned, the bigger the profit from the trade route would be, letting the snowball keep rolling until he had enough cash to buy gear from Yi outright. He couldn't stay on installment plans forever. Boss, what now? Meiqian Ma Lu Gun pressed. 3 objectives. Take the first kill on the central boss, wipe out every non-Huaxiao player, and finish that trade run. With that, Yi sprinted toward the center. Meiqian Ma Lu Gun and Beishuang traded stunned looks. This plan, no wonder he snagged the first kills on the last 2 dungeon bosses. What a bold ambition. Thrilling. Listen up, everyone. We have to claim the first kill of the Dark Glow Plains boss and get back to the top of both the global rankings and the regional honor board. Outside Lighthouse City, every member of the Army of God Guild had assembled. Players packed the open field so tightly that not even a breeze could slip through. Shangdi's Ocean number 1 in the Lighthouse region looked around. The talent badges hovering over each teammate were either A or S, proof of just how stacked this lineup was. Backed by the Federation, the Army of God had quietly gathered almost all of Lighthouse's elite combat power. Follow the guild leader's orders. Lighthouse for the win, God for the win. With the boss here, let's see how the Huaxiao region can still act tough this time. Well, wipe them out. The deafening shouts rolled like molten lava ready to erupt. Shangdi's Wushou nodded in satisfaction, but still raised a hand to calm them. Don't get cocky. Yi and Beishuang from Huaxiao managed to beat us to the Sand Scorpion King once. They're no pushovers. Everyone acts on my command, got it? On the far side of Dark Glow Plains, Yi, Beishuang, and Meiqian Ma Lu Gun kept to the tree shadows, moving fast until they reached the midpoint of the map. Giant trees towered like anchor points, and from gaps in the branches they could see their own Huaxiao players pushing the front line. Farther out, tight formations of Yamato and Han players inched forward with extreme caution. "Follow me," Yi said, heading straight toward the Yamato side. When the distance had closed to about 120 meters, he raised a hand for them to stop. "Boss, why are we stopping?" Meiqian Malu Gun scratched his head, puzzled. "We strike here," Yi answered quietly, leaving no room for debate. "Walla, we're over 100 meters out. An archer's base range is only 20. Bei Shuang glanced sideways, her cold face sharp under the shadows. "Step back and keep clear of Yi's line of sight. You'll understand in a second." Meiqian Malu Gun almost logged out on the spot. His sister's sudden siding with an outsider felt like betrayal at the speed of light. The next second, Yi drew the splendid bow of the wind dancer. The string grew taut. Surrounding wind elements were ripped away, condensing into a semi-transparent arrow shrouded in dark energy. Whoosh! The arrow sliced the air. 226. Critical hit. A level 5 priest collapsed 120 meters away. System message. You have slain Yamato region player LV.5 Inoue Jizanro. Gained 20 EXP. Divine Axis effect activated. 100 of EXP converted to blacksmith proficiency. Current proficiency, Apprentice 3, 89410000. Personal Honor 1. Huaxiao Regional Honor 1. Before Inoue Jizanro's body even hit the ground, 8 black chains burst from the lingering energy of the arrow, lashing out at 8 nearby Yamato players. 56, 68, 59. Scarlet damage numbers exploded above their heads. The sudden strike threw the Yamato squad into chaos. They spun in all directions like headless chickens, yet saw no enemies within view. LV.6 Ishikawa Keiko's face darkened. She opened team chat at once. "E from Huaxia is sniping from cover, stay sharp." She stared at the damage readout, weighing the choice, fight or retreat. Was it worth tangling with a legend? Indecision barely lasted a heartbeat before 2 more arrows tore through the air. System message. Your teammate LV.5 Sister Yui was killed by Huaxia region player Yi. Your teammate, LV.5 Shanai Dalao, has been killed by the Huaxiao player Yi. 8 fragile ranged fighters were still pinned by entangling shot when the first arrow shredded their health to a sliver of red. Before the priest could raise a hand to heal, the second and third arrows whistled in 3 consecutive critical hits that erased the health bars of 3 Yamato players on the spot. Rage ignited in Ishikawa Yoshiko's chest. She snorted. Do they really think Yamato is a pushover? Brothers, charge the Huaxia zone. With a crash, the remaining 6 triggered their movement skills at once, rushing toward the source of the arrows. They were sure of one thing. No matter how strong Iya was, he couldn't face hundreds of elites alone. After all, none of the first explorers of the Dark Glow Plains were weak. Ishikawa's sneer widened as the Yamato players around her pictured themselves celebrating over Yai's corpse, dragging Huaxia down from its pedestal. Despair arrived faster than anyone imagined. What the hell, where is Iya? Doesn't an archer have only a 20-meter range? We tore this place apart, and it's empty. Sneaky, despicable, shameless. Come out and fight us, Hedon. If this drags on, we'll be wiped. How far can he shoot? High above the jungle canopy, wind god wings beat softly. Iya hugged the thin layer of air between treetops and shrubs, constantly shifting angles to stay in every blind spot. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he drew his longbow to full, then loosed. Black shafts streaked through the night, trailing dark energy gale arrow, entangling shot. The arrowhead punched through a skull, blood and brains burst together, and chains of darkness snapped outward to seek the next target. Whiz, whiz, whiz. With each arrow the air itself seemed to tick faster, like a horror game's death countdown. Yamato players dove and rolled, but the arrows might as well have had eyes. Whether they crawled into grass or slipped behind trees, every hiding place was perfectly tracked. In half a breath the ground became a mound of corpses. 242. Critical 105. 101. The bonus damage from entangling shot kept flickering above the fallen. Most targets died instantly. The rare survivor clung to a thread of life. Soon only Ishikawa Yoshiko remained. Her uncanny perception and rank assassin skills let her weave through the arrow storm. Yet even she was nearing her limit. A moment later, Ia unfurled his wings from behind a thick trunk and rose into the air. Looking down at her, he spoke evenly. You're strong. Heh, who'd have thought the top Yamato assassin would be driven this far by an archer? Ishikawa laughed coldly, eyes locked on him. Are you an SS rank talent? She searched his gaze for an answer and found only a pitiless abyss as if a creator were judging an ant. Putting on a show, are we? Her figure dissolved, slipping into the shadows. Rank talent, phantom, activated. Silent in the darkness, she closed in, ready to take the head that made the entire battlefield tremble. In this zone, you have nowhere to hide. Yai's voice was calm. As the words fell, darkness surged. The night fiend descended. Sinister runes crawled across his body while savage, violent power roared outward. Vengeance. An arrow appeared out of thin air. The instant the bowstring twanged, two pitch-black, tracking arrows hissed through the air like vipers, streaking toward a patch of weeds 80 meters away. Whoosh! Yi-Yi's eyes narrowed. Before the trackers hit the ground, instinct had already locked onto Ishikawa Yoshiko's hiding spot. The bowstring sang again, and a predictive shot flew forth. 156. 312. Critical. Ishikawa Yoshiko was yanked out of stealth, both black arrows drilling straight between her brows as blood geysered out. 198. 107. 121. 79. For crossbow bolts landed with the tracking arrows, and 7 damage numbers popped above her head in rapid succession. The refusal and disbelief in her eyes faded, her body lost all strength, and she collapsed into the grass, dead before she could blink. Farther off, Huaxia region players Tan Xiao Lulu, Bei Shuang, Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun, and the rest stared wide-eyed, as though witnessing a miracle. 2 arrows to end the fight, textbook perfection. Shock mingled with awe and a hint of worship, as if they were greeting the birth of a new god. Ants are still ants, no matter how many there are. Yi-I landed lightly and walked to Ishikawa Yoshiko's corpse. The Yamato region's top assassin lay limp in the weeds, her face frozen in unwilling confusion. Yi-I ignored her, bent down, and picked up a ring she had dropped. Work complete. You have obtained Shadow Slayer ring rare. The matte black band rested in his palm, light, yet exceedingly rare. On the continent of divine grace, there are only 3 kinds of jewelry. For rings, 2 earrings, and 1 necklace. Every piece is precious, and anything above common grade always carries bonus attributes. Shadow Slayer ring rare. 150 stealth effectiveness. 2-5 agility. 3-10 movement speed. Skill Shadow Slip. Enter stealth. Attacking or being attacked breaks the effect. 60-second cooldown. Skill Swift Shade. While stealth, movement speed is increased by an additional 20. Stats and skills in one Packagian absolute gem. Stealth can save your life or set up an ambush, and the percentage boosts to agility and speed are priceless. Yi-I grinned inwardly. Give a long-range archer stealth, and he becomes deadlier than any assassin. An assassin has to get in close, where priests or archers can counter with reveal skills, but an archer can stay at range, well beyond those counters. Had the ring stayed with an assassin, it would be even nastier. The class-exclusive trait Forbearance grants 1 extra point every 100 agility, further enhancing stealth and critical damage. Other classes can learn stealth, but without Forbearance it is never the same. No wonder the top assassin of the Yamato region had snagged a rare ring on day 2 of launch, but now it's mine. Stepping over the body, Yi-I kept looting. You have obtained copper 20. You have obtained copper 87. The scattered coins added up to 1 gold and 12 silver, a tidy sum. As for gear, aside from the Shadow Slayer ring, she carried only 3 pieces of junk equipment, pathetic, though 1 pair of boots did add a bit of agility. Boots poor. 1 agility. 5 base movement speed. On the continent of divine grace, mages and priests start at 80 movement speed, archers at 90, warriors at 95, and assassins at 100. For every class, boots are the key to speed, and Yi was still barefoot, desperate for a decent pair. The forge emitted a soft glow. These short boots couldn't have appeared at a better moment. He silently congratulated himself on today's incredible luck. Standard Forge Initiate Reforge Progress 208-0100. Reforge complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Silken Wrapped Hardened Boots rare. Silken Wrapped Hardened Boots rare. 20 agility. 30 base movement speed. 10 movement speed. 20 attack speed. Divine Spindle extra attribute, Featherlight. While moving, gain an additional 20 base movement speed. Divine Spindle extra attribute, Silken Caltrops. Scatters silken caltrops on the ground, triggered when stepped on. On trigger, all enemies within 5m are slowed by 30 for 3s. Stores 1 caltrop every 20s, up to 5 charges. Divine Spindle extra attribute, Master of Rhythm 100 pace pierce. Critical chance increases by 5 every second. 1 second after landing a critical hit, the bonus resets and begins stacking again. A rare grade item indeed. Yi took a step and his base movement speed jumped straight to 140. The higher the base value, the wilder the percentage boosts. Current percentage-based movement speed bonuses. Quiver of the Wind Sprite, 10. Blessing of the Wind Sprite, full stack, 20. Power of the Eagle, 10. Pioneer's Medal, 5. Silken Wrapped Hardened Boots, 10. Total, 55. Converted, Yi's top movement speed now hit an astonishing 217. If word got out, even S and SS tier assassins would be shaken. His offensive outlook was just as thrilling. The Winder's gorgeous bow provided a 10 crit rate through Gale Dance. Paired with 100 pace pierce, even with the worst luck headland a crit every 18s. Raise his base crit a little further, and the burst would turn outrageous. As for Silken Caltrops, it was lethal for both ambushes and positional fights, practically impossible to counter. Staring at his stat panel, Yi grinned in satisfaction. Today's luck was off the charts. Yamato, inside a lavish villa. Ishikawa Keiko climbed out of her gaming pod, pulled up the combat replay, and watched her death on loop. On screen, Yi-Yi's revenge-charged arrow shook her to the core. When he looted the Shadow Kill Oath, Yamato's top assassin snapped. Yi-Yi, you'd better pray we never meet again, or I've got 10,000 ways to make you die. Ishikawa Keiko snarled, eyes rimmed red. As the princess of a Zaibatsu, she had bullied others all her life. Being crushed with no chance to fight back was an intolerable disgrace. Sadly, after the rookie battlefield on Dark Glow Plains, the next national war, the Tower of Nations, was still a long way off. Face darkening, she pressed the button for her secretary. What can I do for you, miss? The male secretary, dressed in a sailor's suit, bowed 90 degrees, eyes suggestive. Upload this video to every international forum, Ishikawa Keiko ordered, a calculating gleam in her gaze. To the public? He glanced at the clip, hesitating. Miss, this could hurt your reputation and Yamato's image. It's humiliating. Should we really show it to players from other countries? I don't care. Do it. And make sure you mention Yi-Yi's carrying a rare grade item. He also stole my rare grade ring. Her voice was ice cold. Understood. The secretary copied the video, bowed again, and left the room. It didn't take long before a new clip from the Dark Glow Plains went viral on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and every other major platform. As the first battleground of the global war event, the Dark Glow Plains had already captured everyone's attention. Players from each region were edging toward the center with great caution. Large-scale fighting hadn't broken out yet, but scouting streams were everywhere. Then this freshly uploaded video sent the hype into overdrive. The footage shows a level 1 player weaving through the air 100 meters up, a shadow-like wraith against the night. Each time his bowstring thrums, arrows streak away in dark light, auto-locking onto their targets. On impact they coil and spread, binding victims in an instant. In just a few minutes he wipes out more than 100 Yamato players, one by one, before any of them can even get close. Viewers hold their breath, the comment feed explodes, and the clip blows up across the internet. EFIT, familiar ID once again shakes the global gaming community. Some joke that he's a level 1 final boss straight out of a novel. Others, in awe, hail him as the world's greatest archer. A few sour voices insist he must have stumbled onto outrageous loot to pull this off. Keiko Ishikawa saw it coming. It was almost annoying hand-delivering her opponent to the altar, but she didn't care. She knew the moment this video spread, those self-proclaimed West First white pigs would mark Yi as their top threat. The lure of rare gear would only make it worse. The Huaxia region was about to face an international onslaught, and she was pleased with herself. A perfect case of killing with a borrowed knife. Soon after, Meichien Malugun got word and hurried to pass the news to Yi. Boss, you've gone viral. What happened? The clip of you soloing the Yamato players is everywhere. Rumor says you've got at least a dozen rare pieces on you. That's insane. Why so calm, boss? You all know what Keiko Ishikawa's like. She's pulled stunts like this in every other game we've played. Surprised? Yi replied coolly. Well, she is petty and loves stabbing people in the back, Meichien Malugun muttered, scratching his head. Players from a bunch of regions are already heading for Huaxia, clearly after your rare gear. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight them all. Beishuang's damage is high, but she's a glass cannon and doesn't have your insane range. One volley of area spells, and she's done. Skill and game sense can't cover that gap. This looks bad. He hesitated, then asked carefully, Boss, do you really have 10 plus rare items? He was already tallying the potential loss. Yi rolled his eyes. What? You think rare gear grows on trees? Phew, that's a relief. Meichien Malugun exhaled, a grin just starting until Yi added, but I do have one epic grade piece. Thud. Meichien Malugun's jaw practically hit the floor. One epic was scarier than a dozen rares. Seeing their shock, Yi's tone stayed calm. Beishuang, Meichien, head back to the main force. No way. Boss, I'm not leaving you. If we go down, we go down together. Meichien Malugun thumped his chest. Beishuang, expressionless, nodded in agreement. Yi chuckled. I'm not walking to my death. Then what are you? Hunting every enemy. With that, he shot skyward. Arrows whistled as he streaked toward the depths of the forest. Before he vanished, he glanced back at the stunned Meichien Malugun and called, they'll be waiting in the center. A three-dimensional semi-virtual map unfolded, dotted with countless points of light. Players from the same war zone appear in green, while those from other zones show up in red. On the Huaxiao regional map, a lone green that was gliding in a straight line toward a dense cluster of red. At the same time, Huaxia's main force had withdrawn to the outer defenses, everyone holding their breath. Is this that Iya? No waste charging in alone against nearly 10,000 players? The only thing that makes sense is he plans to sacrifice himself, so Huaxiao has a chance to survive. The chatter rose and fell, heads nodding in agreement, but only Beishuang and Meichien Malugun knew the truth. Iya wasn't going to die. His goal was to wipe out every non-Huaxiao player. They stood silently in the crowd, eyes fixed on the notice board. Only hard numbers would silence the doubters. Whoosh! A sharp crack tore through the air, cutting off the commotion. 100 meters above the Korean vanguard, Iya materialized without warning. 1 man versus 100. dark energy wrapped around him, black mist billowing like a night demon's cloak. Whoa, that skill looks amazing. That's no standard archer move. A rare skill? Gold grade? Damn, the arrows are homing and piercing. Look, half the Korean players are slowed. Everyone knew an archer's basic attack could hit only one target until now. In his revenge state, every one of Yai's shots spawned 2 homing arrows and 4 bolts that spanned 100 meters, then spread like a virus to nearby enemies. Mages don't even have that kind of range. Since when can an archer put out that much AoE? No wonder he solo killed the hidden boss. This transformation must be diamond grade. On the Divine Gift Continent forum, silver grade skills were rare and gold grade skills rarer still, yet compared with revenge they all looked unfinished. The spectators forgot their fallen comrades. Every eye was glued to Yai's longbow. In less than 2 seconds, 3 arrows were already airborne. Attack speed over 1.5, and he's still level 1? 100 Korean players? They're no match at all. For the first time, Waxia's players felt the full weight of Yai's power. Awe and anticipation spread through their ranks. In the distance, he gripped his bow with both hands, wind godwings beating, changing angles as he loosed arrow after arrow. Each vibration of the bowstring made his night demon form growl, an oppressive aura rolling out. Regional notice. Congratulations to Huaxia player Yi for killing 1 Korean player. Gained 20 XP, 1 personal honor point, and 1 Huaxia Warzone honor point. Regional notice. Congratulations to Huaxia player Yi for killing 15 Korean players. Gained 300 XP, 15 personal honor points, and 15 Huaxia Warzone honor points. World notice. Latest update. All Korean players have been eliminated and have exited the Dark Glow Plains dungeon. Wholly less than 20 seconds to wipe out an entire Warzone. 1 versus 159. The shock was indescribable, though some players focused on the numbers hidden behind the feat. Warzone Honor Board Rewards. 1. From 100 to 1,000 points. Every additional 100 points grants all players in the Zone 1 to every stat. 2. From 1,000 to 10,000 points. Every additional 1,000 points grants every player in the Zone 1 movement speed, attack speed, cooldown reduction, and casting speed. With 2 dungeon boss first kills and the annihilation of both Yamato and Korean players, Waxia's honor had already surpassed 230 points, while the mighty Lighthouse Nation was still below 20. What does an extra 2 points to every stat in the novice phase mean? Anyone with a brain could see it. Huaxia had taken a decisive lead. The advantage would taper off as levels rose, but in the starter villages it was enough to break the balance. Vengeance mode ended. Yi glanced at his status panel. 40 seconds of Shadow Step remained, and Vengeance was on cooldown. It was too risky to start another hunt right away. He descended onto the dusty ground, gathered the scattered copper coins one by one, and dumped 3 junk-grade items into his backpack. Compared with the earlier purge of the Yamato zone, wiping out the Korean players was far easier. It wasn't because Korea lacked experts back in his previous life. Their top 10 included 1 SS Steer prodigy, and the rest were all Steer. That SSS player simply hadn't logged in yet. His rise was still months away. Yi even spotted 3 familiar Steer faces on today's battlefield. Unfortunately, they had missed the first kill rewards, had no powerful gear, and had failed to place on the regional honor board, so their talents were still dormant, and they were barely stronger than ordinary players. After looting the final corpse, Yi opened the Dark Glow Plains map. So, the rats are already running. He sneered at the hologram. Some parties were edging away from the Huaxia zone. News of the Korean wipe had spread, and the tiny nation's hopes collapsed at once. Yi, however, wasn't about to spare anyone. The instant Shadow Step came off cooldown, he faded from sight. Prompt, Shadow Dash activated. Movement speed 20 while stealthed. Seconds later, he was 100 meters from the Indian main force. Night demon form erupted, black mist swirling around him like a living shroud. The first arrow sliced through the air, trailing splinters of darkness. 4 bolts followed like lightning, drawing for lethal lines. 2 homing arrows then locked onto fleeing targets. None missed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures fell like wheat beneath a scythe. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia player Yi for eliminating 16 Korean players. Rewards. 320 XP, 16 personal honor, 16 Huaxia honor. Arrows kept screaming, wails echoed across the plains. In 2 hours, squad after squad from every region had been wiped out, and more than 300 souls had fallen to his bow. Yi pushed steadily toward the map's center. Speed wins wars. If 2 arrows couldn't finish a target, he loosed a third. Usually 2 cleared a cluster. Any stragglers were claimed by homing shafts. System prompt. Your blacksmith rank has risen to journeyman. Current forge probabilities. Common 20, fine 70, rare 9, epic 0.9, perfect 0.1. Divine spindle forging charges 1. Total stored, 8. The flood of experience from the kills had pushed his smithing rank up. If he kept this pace until dawn, he could craft his first perfect grade item. 7 ordinary forge attempts remained today, but Yi wasn't in a hurry to use them. Even if he managed to craft new gear, His current funds were nowhere near enough to sign another trade contract. The system ran a strict credit check on installment plans. Only after he escorted the shipment in the middle of the map and built up enough credit would he be allowed to swallow another batch of equipment. Yi paid no attention to the corpses strewn at his feet. He relaxed the bowstring and swept along the outer edge of dark glow plains. Players from every war zone had already been driven into a panic, scrambling for the borders only to be dropped by 2 or 3 of his arrows. Because they scattered in every direction, however, his farming efficiency inevitably fell. Damn, you can fight like that? How many has he killed already? No idea, but the red dots on the map keep thinning out. How big is the gap between us and EE? Even a bulldozer isn't this fast. He can fly, go invisible, shoot 120 meters, and his attack stat breaks 1.5 million. This is an archer? Kill announcements flashed non-stop, leaving the crowd too numb to do anything but sigh. Yi's silhouette flickered across the plains, and every patch of ground he passed turned into a wasteland. One man suppressed a multi-zone siege. More people? Dead. He hovered near the center of the map on purpose. Anyone who dared approach dropped on the spot, and he carved out a kilometer-wide vacuum around himself. Players on the rim saw the circle shrinking and thought they might have a chance, yet they couldn't even glimpse his shadow. Dragging in a world-class boss wouldn't have given them this much of a headache. Just when they watched the red dots being herded to the edge and felt relieved to see Yi's marker nailed to the center, it happened. Buzz. A pillar of golden light shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds. A regional announcement slammed down. Huaxiao player EE has accepted and shrank caravan quest. The cargo will be delivered to its destination in 12 hours. The flash was blinding. The notice too abrupt, and the whole field erupted. And shrank caravan hidden in the middle of dark glow plains? Shrank. In the newbie village, and Frank Run only paid 10 copper an hour. F to S spanned 5 full tiers. Every player turned toward the center. Beneath the golden beam, the quest panel hovered in plain sight. Dark Glow Plains S-rank caravan quest. Current holder, E. Huaxia. Completion, 0. Location, 12.7. Reward, 100,000 gold, 20,000 XP, 500 Warzone honor, 500 personal honor. Notes. 1. If the holder is killed, all rights and rewards transfer to the killer. 2. If the holder moves more than 100 meters from the golden carriage, the quest is forfeited and becomes unclaimed. On Divine Gift Continent, caravan quests outside newbie villages were always taken by force. Normally only big guilds and major powers could afford them, fielding 100+ escorts. Solo players could barely dream of it. Later in the game, world-level caravans spawned on the open sea, sparking massive naval battles and sending the price of ships and blacksmiths through the roof. Today's Strank Run might be small change in late-game terms, but 2 days after launch, a bounty of 100,000 gold was irresistible. So, even though the player base had been scared out of its wits and wanted nothing more than to stay away from Yi, he remained perfectly calm. He knew no one could turn down in Strank Caravan. All he had to do was follow the route, and his enemies would walk right up to him. Standing atop the gold-plated merchant wagon reserved for Shrank trade runs, Yi scanned the surroundings. Figures shifted in the thick, shadowy forest, dozens of hungry, wolf-like eyes fixed on him. Everyone stayed at least 150 meters away. They had obviously calculated his maximum firing range. The front line wasn't made up of warriors, but of assassins who had already learned Gale Step, a starting skill that boosts movement speed by 20% and grants an extra 20 agility for a few seconds. Using that speed, they were the first to close in on the golden wagon. But the moment they spotted Yi's obsidian longbow, they all hit the brakes. No one wanted to lose their head to a single arrow. Yi raised his bow, swept his gaze across the players from every battle zone, and tilted his head with a grin. Hello there. Then he glanced at the tactical minimap. 2 blue dots were racing toward the wagon. On the map, red marked enemies, green indicated local allies, and blue stood for party members. The approaching pair were Bei Shuang and Meiqian Maliugan. The moment they heard Yi had accepted and Shrank trade mission, they had rushed over to rendezvous with him. Meiqian Maliugan typed in the party channel, "Boss, I checked the route you shared. It's all wide open plains. This fight won't be easy." Yi replied quickly, "There'll be challenges for sure. With the battlefield so exposed, we have almost no margin for error. If they surround us, we're done. Any ideas?" Meiqian answered, "I get what you're thinking. For my Shrank talent courier's gamble to shine, I'd have to be the mission holder, and the quest can't be paused or handed over. But that's too risky. I'm nowhere near as strong as you. In a brawl, you'd have to babysit me, and we'd be on the back foot. You should stay the holder. Even if we're ambushed, you can vanish and reset the fight. Let them kill each other, and we sweep up the leftovers. Worst case, we lose a bit of reward." Yi pondered the message. Courier's gamble was broken. Depending on the mission tier, it multiplied rewards by 5 to 20 and cut escort time by 50 to 90%, but only if Meiqian stayed the mission holder the entire time without any interruption. If Yi kept the contract himself, he still had stealth, leap, and other escapes even when surrounded. With a maximum range of 120 meters, he could hold his own even if the fight shrank to a 100-meter circle, racking up kills and honor. A few times more regional honor would give the Huaxia battle zone an early stat lead and a huge advantage in future nation wars. As for personal honor, once he reached 2,000 points, he could trade them for a war wagon blueprint in a level 3 capital. In the early game of the Divine Continent, even a low-tier war wagon was comparable to a piece of top-tier gear. After weighing everything, Yi made a snap decision. Mei Qian, Bei Shuang, get over here. Mei Qian takes the mission. Bei Shuang and I will guard him, he typed in the party channel. If that's your call, we're in. Bei Shuang replied without hesitation. Got it. Mei Qian and Bei Shuang both confirmed. Moments later, on the eastern flank of the central zone where the Huaxia contingent stood, Mei Qian Maligun and Bei Shuang began moving toward the golden coach. Players from every region crowded around them, eyes gleaming like wolves ready to pounce. Whoosh! A streak of icy light dropped from the sky and nailed the nearest German player between the eyes. 376. Critical hit. Regional notice: Huaxia player ELV.1 has slain German player can high LV.1. Everyone looked up to see ES figure materialize in midair, an invisible barricade behind Mei Qian Malugun and Bei Shuang as he surveyed the field from above. Anyone who moves dies. The threat pressed down like a physical weight, and no one answered. Heh, thanks boss. Mei Qian Malugun forced a sycophantic grin. Enough. Get to the coach. I'm transferring the ownership to you. Yi snapped. My life and fortune are in your hands now. Mei Qian Malugun burst forward, skimming the ground on his way to the golden coach. Yi stayed close, a war god shielding the pair. Those still alive were no fools. None wanted to be the first target and be sent off the dark low plains by a single arrow. In the empire where the sun never sets, inside an ancient, sacred castle, Admiral Lanze stepped out of his gaming pod, teacup in hand, while several core officers of the First Admiral Guild reported. Guildmaster Shangdi Zuosho says he's willing to form an alliance. France is on board as well. Italy has only 3 players left. The rest were killed by Yi. They're lying in ambush 150 meters from the golden coach. Lanze listened expressionlessly, silent for more than 10 seconds before asking, how many in total? After exchanging glances, the officers replied, around 400. If we attack together, we should be able to take the golden coach. Bang! The teacup hit the table, water splashing. Lanze's gaze swept the room, ice cold. Seize the coach? Even if we get it, what then? If Yi isn't killed first, who can guarantee well escorted to the finish? If he gets away, none of us leave alive. He brushed a finger along the empty rim of the cup, a chilling smile on his lips. Yi hands off the ownership and roams outside the 100-meter limit. He can kill at will or vanish at will. Typical strategy from the country that wrote the art of war, cunning and clever. Tell every player willing to ally, stand down. We don't fight for the coach, we kill Yi first. I need time to charge up. When I'm ready, victory will be certain. System message. You have transferred the ownership of the S-rank trade caravan quest to your teammate, Mei Qian Malugun. Talent 2 Ma Chi Xing activated. 1. If ownership never changes again, trade rewards 5. 2. Trade duration reduced from 12 hours to 4 hours. 3 consecutive notifications flashed by, and the golden coach finally began to move, crawling north across the dark low plains at a snail's pace. Simultaneously, a golden route lit up on the map. Suspended high above, Yi scanned the predatory enemies below, his heart sinking slightly. They're falling back? The ambush he had expected never materialized, and the situation was veering into uncharted territory. Yi's favored stealth hunt tactic was ill-suited to a merchant run from the start. Now, unable to stray far from the golden carriage, he was forced into the open and had become the prey. He stood on the carriage roof, scanning the horizon with wary eyes while ticking off the few players who could truly threaten him. There weren't many. Ishikawa Keiko's nearly unbeatable Divine Vanisher had already fallen by his own hand. Bei Ming Xianren from the Huaxia server, though no gentleman, had a sense of the bigger picture and was unlikely to strike for now, yet still worth watching. That left 3 players with SS-grade talents, Shangdi Zuosho, Shangjiang Lanze, and Zeladati. With that in mind, he peered into the depths of the plain, frowning. A heartbeat later he activated Shadow Slip, dissolving into a streak of darkness that slid silently across the ground. Shangdi Zuosho could blink without limit. Ordinary arrows were useless, and even homing arrows stood little chance. In a straight fight, yes, odds were grim. The real threat was Shangjiang Lanze's charged magic. Every second he spent charging widened the kill zone, and a full charge would turn everything within 100 meters into a death trap. Yi guessed Lanze had quietly urged the other players to hold their fire while he himself retreated, building power for a decisive strike. Yi slipped through the darkness again and again, trying to pin Lanze down, but found nothing. Worse, the event map always revealed every player's rough location. Whenever the others saw yes red dot move, they fell back and vanished. He couldn't stray far from the carriage. The stalemate dragged on. Tricky, he murmured, eyes narrowing. If Lan Ze finished charging, he would be the one trapped. And Lan Ze's target was probably more than the golden carriage. In his previous life notes, Lan Ze was called ruthless, treacherous, and devilishly shrewd. Yes, lips curved into a cold smiley already had a plan. He glided back above the golden carriage, still cloaked, and opened the chat window. Dark Glow Plane offered 3 channels: Party, Warzone, and Global. He jumped into Warzone. Yi, Ben Gong Chaoming, you there? The normally quiet Huaxiao Warzone channel exploded. Tan Xiao Lulu, what? Yi, you finally spoke. I've waited forever. I spammed you with DMs, and you never answered. Yi, didn't see them. Tan Xiao Lulu, humph. Did you block me? Yi, seems that way. Tan Xiao Lulu. How could you do that? Crying face. Bei Ming Xianren. Got yourself in a jam? Dai Sai Wan Xinqing, well? Master Bei Ming. Didn't expect to meet you here. What class are you on Divine Gift Continent? Starting a guild? I'm at your service. Bei Ming Xianren. Still as eager as ever, little brother. Am playing an archer, same as Yi. Dai Sai Wan Xinqing, damn. 2 archers? I don't even know which one to stand, this is torture. Lai Ji Xinqing Duran I. TSK. One remark from Yi and a whole crowd of familiar faces pops up. Tan Xiao Lulu. Huh. Isn't this the ape who can only spew toxic heals? Why are you everywhere? Lai Ji Xinqing Duran I. My poison might be nasty, but at least I don't drain my teammates' blood to boost my heals, do I? Yi. Ben Gong Chaoming, are you there? Tan Xiao Lulu. Yi. Why must it be Chaoming? What's wrong with picking me? Humph. You already rejected me once. Yi. Ben Gong Chaoming, are you there? Bai Ming Xianren. Looks like Yi has eyes only for Ben Gong Chaoming. Guess the rest of us are out of luck. Messages kept popping like popcorn in the chat. Yi rubbed his temple and sighed. What a troublesome bunch. Yet the one he needed most, Ben Gong Chaoming, was still nowhere to be seen, and that felt wrong. With her talent, she should have been among the first into the Dark Glow Plains, but the channel was silent. Yi pondered, then a thought struck him. Was she setting something big in motion? A second later, the system exploded with notifications. Regional announcement: congratulations to Huaxia player Ben Gong Chaoming for killing 18 Lighthouse players, gaining 240 EXP, 12 personal honor, 12 Huaxia battle honor. World announcement: congratulations to Huaxia player Ben Gong Chaoming for breaking 1000 DPS. The DPS leaderboard is now active. World announcement: congratulations to Huaxia player Ben Gong Chaoming for reaching 1372 DPS and taking first place on the leaderboard. World announcement: latest battlefield update. Lighthouse players wiped out and have exited the Dark Glow Plains instance. The channel fell silent, everyone was stunned. Over 1000 DPS? Solo wiped Lighthouse. Ben Gong Chaoming. Who the heck is that? Even the seasoned Yi raised an eyebrow. No wonder she wasn't answering. She was ganking people inside a domain barrier. Short of a domain, nothing can pin down the left hand of God. A major threat had been removed, saving him a lot of trouble. Minutes later, a familiar ID lit up in the war chat. Ben Gong Chaoming. You were looking for me? Yi. Need one more for the party. Interested? Tan Xiao Lulu. I need one more too. I'm interested. Ben Gong Chaoming. That makes no sense. With your strength, you could wipe everyone in Dark Glow Plains. Why share rewards? Yi. I've got a tricky enemy lined up. I need your help, Your Highness. Ben Gong Chaoming. Oh, Your Highness, nice ring to it. But I still want my share of the trade run rewards. How are we splitting? Yi. 4-way split. Sound fair? Ben Gong Chaoming. Works for me. Be there soon. Tan Xiao Lulu. Yi. Are you even reading my messages? I'm furious. Yi. Our party is full of glass cannon ranged. You wouldn't add much. Lai Ji Xinqing Dai and I. Glass cannons don't have enough blood for you to siphon. Go find some muscle heads. Tan Xiao Lulu. You all. Yi. Add me as a friend. We'll team up next time. Tan Xiao Lulu. Fine. I'll let you off this once. After closing the channel, Yi opened his friend requests. A dozen notifications from Huaxia's legendary players flashed. He accepted them all, shut the panel, and looked up just as a figure skipped toward the wagon. Hello, everyone. I'm Ben Gong Chaoming. You can call me Your Highness or Chaoming. The girl lifted her skirt in a lively curtsy, her voice bright. Bei Shuang nodded coolly. Hello. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun's eyes went wide with excitement. Wow. One of Huaxia's top 10 players, Ben Gong Chaoming. She's adorable. Too cute to be legal. Ben Gong Chaoming giggled. Sister Bei Shuang is top 10 to an ice gold beauty, and 2 ranks higher than me. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun jerked a thumb at Bei Shuang and laughed awkwardly. Her? She's an ice block. Getting a word out of her is a miracle. Chaoming glanced around, brows knitting. Where's Yi? Is he hiding? Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun pointed to the roof and whispered, up there, in stealth. You can't see him till you're in the party. He'll add you now. With that, Ben Gong Chaoming joined the team. Yi gave Ben Gong Chaoming a friendly wave and smiled. Welcome aboard. Ben Gong Chaoming walked up, scrutinizing Yi from head to toe. Sometimes she nodded. Sometimes she shook her head. You look pretty good, but an archer who can turn invisible? How is that fair? Yi chuckled. Says the girl who wiped out every player in the Lighthouse District and took down God's left hand, an SS steer talent holder. Fair, really? She planted her hands on her hips and snorted. Please. That giant mud eel could only flail around. I locked him in my domain, and he was done. I struck first SSS tier or not, he still died. Point taken. Yi nodded. Anyone who cracked the top 3 of the Huaxiao mage ranking on day 2 and orchestrated the kill of an SS tier mage clearly had nothing to prove. On the official Celestial Gift Forum, Huaxiao section, the 5 class leaderboards had just been posted. 1. Mage ranking. Number 1. Devil Woman of the 7th time, Zone Mastered a Forbidden Spell at level 1. Number 2. Bei Shuang. Number 3. Ben Gong Xiaoming. Ben Gong Xiaoming sits at number 3 only because her domain barrier must be preset, and its PvP effectiveness varies. In siege battles, her steer domain actually outclasses God's left hand and is SS steer talent. It combines burst, dot, buffs, debuffs, and crowd control truly all-purpose. 2. Priest ranking. Number 1. Nanshan Yuming Guild leader of Huaxia's second largest guild, Nanshan Nan. Number 2. Lai Ji Xingxing Duranai. Number 3. Tanxiao Lulu. 3. Archer ranking. Number 1. Yi. Number 2. Biming Xianren. Number 3. Lai Tianxiao. 4. Assassin ranking. Number 1. Fourth Night Mood. Number 2. Yu Yu. Number 3. Ing. Among them, only Fourth Night Mood has reached the Dusklight Plains. 5. Warrior ranking. Number 1. Shirlai Huaxia's perennial number 1 war goddess. Her SS steer talent, Fortress of Unity, is hailed as the strongest defense. In another timeline, she solo tanked more than 10 million Lighthouse players for an entire day and night, earning the title Shield of Huaxia. Her guild Chrono Imperial City currently ranks 3rd in Huaxia. The remaining top warriors, the 4th place mage, 5th place archer, and 4th place assassin all belong to Mountain Soul. With its army of elites, tangled backers, and close ties to the devs, Mountain Soul is the undisputed top guild in Huaxia. Yi's squad now had 3 players ranked in the top 3 of their respective Classiza lineup no one could dismiss. Ben Gong Xiaoming hopped onto the roof of the golden carriage, grinning. Name the domain you want. An anti-magic field. Think you can manage that? Yi climbed up beside her. Anti-magic? She raised a brow. How wide? Just big enough to cover the 4 of us and the carriage. That edges into forbidden spell territory. Even at minimum range, ITLL only lasts a second. 1 second's enough. Yi narrowed his eyes. When they unleash their super move, pop the field and block it. She nodded, interest gleaming in her eyes. Deal who can hit you from that far out anyway? Someone from the Empire of the Sun. He can charge his skills to boost both range and power. Yi shrugged. The guy's slippery. I can't stray too far, so I still haven't pinned him down. We can only wait for him to cast, expose his position, and then rush over to finish him off. Ben Gong Xiaoming can drop her barrier at any moment, and the glowing runes beneath her feet are already weaving in silence, waiting for the command. Her anti-magic field may be small and brief because of its rare attribute, but it can still shut down General Lan Ze's ultimate spell perfectly. Once he saw she was ready, he dismissed his stealth, appeared in midair with his arms spread wide, and let his voice roll across the dark glow plains. Hey, everyone. What's going on? So quiet it's spooky. Every stealth player scattered across the field jolted, flashes of steel flickering behind grass and rubble. In one corner, General Lan Ze opened his eyes, glanced at the massive fireball compressing above him, and smirked. Figured something was off, did you? Not completely clueless. Then, he gave a short laugh, closed his eyes again, and kept charging. Players from every zone couldn't hold back and began to taunt. Well, if it isn't Yi from the China server, the guy who thinks he's untouchable. Scared now? They'll give you $5 million for one of your rare items, how about it? Look at all the people here. The 4 of you want to hog an entire steer trade route. A bit much, no? I'm weak, man. Hand over a rare drop, and I'll back off right now. Deal? The taunts kept coming, yet the true mastermind, Lan Ze, stayed silent. Yi's lips curled as his voice rang out. Don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about you. Zeladati, the top French warrior, snorted. Cut the crap. If you've got moves, show them. Stop trying to mess with us. Yi spread his hands and shook his head, as if pitying them. Kindness taken for garbage. Emperor, you're a veteran of plenty of games, and you've fought China often enough. Ever heard one of our sayings? Zeladati frowned. What's that got to do with me? Never heard it. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Yi looked up slowly. So, Emperor, are you the mantis, the cicada, or the oriole? What do you mean? Zeladati's heart skipped, anger surging. Just then Meiqian Maliu gun burst into wild laughter. He means you're dumb. You're getting sold, and you're still counting the money for the seller. You all want to gang up on our boss, and in the end you won't even know why you died. The laughter died abruptly. It felt as if the air had been sucked away, leaving the plain in dead silence. After a long moment, General Lan Ze finally spoke. Yi, what are you talking about? Yi narrowed his eyes and took 2 steps toward the voice. You're hiding in a corner, charging a spell you think will one-shot me. Am I wrong? No one answered. At the center of the circle, Lanze stopped casting, leapt to his feet, and swept a vicious gaze over his teammates. Who is it? Who leaked my plan? Everyone looked at one another, but no one replied. General Lanze clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. Well played, Yi, he snarled. You actually reached right under my nose. Impressive. Before the echo faded, Yi's calm, mocking voice drifted down from above. Let me guess. You've already told the other war zones to hold back so they can strike all at once, right? Smart move. Surrounded on every side. Even my range can't clear the field in an instant. And your spell, fully charged, covers 100 meters. More than enough to one-shot me. If you cast the moment they rush, I'm dead for sure. But what about everyone else? The voice stopped. A deathly silence swallowed the plain. No one spoke, yet the air felt frozen solid. General Lanze trembled, eyes darting among his teammates, suspicion and rage plain on his face. Don't let me find you, he growled. Someone give me an explanation. A faint sound came from behind. A figure stepped forward. Players from the Eversun war zone raised their weapons at once, shielding Lanze. He drew a deep breath, forcing down his fury. Brother Zella, you're here. Skip the pleasantries, said Emperor Zella, his tone icy. One question. Is your talent exactly what he claimed? Lanze's face went rigid. After a long pause, he managed a stiff nod. Yes, but I would never ambush. Silence. Steel flashed as Emperor Zella drew a dagger, eyes sharp as the blade. You? Not ambush. What a joke. You want ES rare gear and that golden carriage, sure, but you want our hundreds of lives even more. Kill us, and every reward is yours. Top of the Warzone rankings, top of the individual rankings. You'd crush the entire Huaxia zone beneath your feet. Nice scheme. With that he blurred back into the shadows. As the server's only SS-grade assassin, his stealth was death itself. No one expected to survive, least of all the squishy Mage General Lanze. Cold sweat slid down Lanze's cheek. Panic coiled tight in his chest. Brother Zella, wait, he blurted. If you kill me in one strike, my charged spell detonates. We both die, no one gains anything. The threat still hung in the air. He gritted his teeth and sweetened the pot. Finish the trading run, and all the quest gold and everything EE drops are yours. It was like someone flipped off an alarm. The pressure of death vanished. Emperor Zella reappeared half a meter from Lanze, dagger tip an inch from his throat. Fine, he said coolly. We sign a divine oath. A divine oath standard binding contract in the land of grace. Break it and you're forced offline for 3 to 10 days. Then eat a 50% experience penalty for 30 more. Lanze felt as if his organs would burst. A plan head crafted with care was wrecked by a few casual words from Yi. His trump card was public, future ambushes nearly impossible, and even the steer trading reward now uncertain. But with a dagger kissing his carotid, he had no choice. Deal. High above the battlefield, Yi beat his wings and climbed, surveying the scene below. Under a drab sky, the tide of players at the edge of the plain kept surging, forced to shift positions again and again. Boss, you're incredible. 3 sentences, and those idiots are in complete disarray. Mei Qianma Lu Gun's ecstatic voice boomed through the team channel. Yi glanced down at the chaos, speaking evenly. Their conspiracy's been exposed. With everyone scheming against each other, they can't threaten us anymore. The players retreated in the direction opposite the golden carriage, stopping only once they were 300 meters away. No one dared charge again. The sly veterans from the Empire of the Setting Sun Guild lurked nearby, and a careless move could mean an instant wipe. Everyone knew they were unlikely to become the one who escorted the golden carriage, yet none wanted to be someone else's stepping stone. Just as the crowd thought they could relax after unmasking General Lanze's plot, a black meteor tore through the clouds, blazing toward the earth. Tanchao Lulu Yi. Look up. DC-1 Xingqing. Careful, man. Biming Xianren, it's too late. The meteor had stayed invisible until the last moment. Only as it neared impact did a gargantuan magic array materialize, dark runes boiling across a 200-meter radius. Heat washed over them, and the air rippled. Feeling the pressure, Yi looked up and did the last thing anyone expected. He lifted his left hand to shade his forehead, as if blocking the sun. Boss, run. Covering your forehead? You think that's sunlight? What kind of move is that? The meteor's massive, no one can dodge that. Not even him. Boom. The impact struck Yi dead center. A furious shockwave ripped across the plain. 1,549. 1,408. Players at the edge of the blast were hurled away and died instantly, setting a new burst damage record. A huge crater yawned where flat ground had been. That spell, there's no way Yi survived, right? Not a chance. That damage was insane. He's too fragile. Rest in peace, Yi. Anyone know which novice village respawn point he'll pop at? I want a front row look. We're finished. Bei Shuang and Ben Gong Xiaoming went down too. The golden carriage is lost. Relax. We still have Di Chi Shi Chu and Biming Xianren. When the dust finally settled, everyone stared in shock. Yi, Mei Qianma Lu Gun, Bei Shuang, and Ben Gong Xiaoming stood and scathed at the crater's heart. as if that earth-shattering strike had never happened. A domain-level anti-magic barrier had completely nullified the spell. Shattered magic particles drifted in the air. Ben Gong Xiaoming, her face ashen, leaned on Bei Shuang for support. Maintaining a near-forbidden barrier had drained every drop of her mana, leaving her weaker than an ant. The chorus of sighs reached Yi, who frowned in puzzlement. Why were they lamenting? Hadn't the forums already revealed Ben Gong Xiaoming's talent? Only then did the onlookers smack their foreheads in sudden realization. Oh, right, Ben Gong Xiaoming has a domain barrier. Damn, did it have to be that intense? I nearly had a heart attack. The exclamation had barely left his lips when everyone craned their necks, searching for proof that the falling meteor was really Marshal Zealand's handiwork. In the next instant, Yi's figure dissolved in midair like smoke scattered by the wind, leaving only roiling waves of heat. Following the current, the crowd finally caught sight of a human-shaped distortion racing south, nothing more than the afterimage of him riding the airflow at breakneck speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a heartbeat of silence, the sky split with sharp sonic cracks. Ahead, a man wreathed in black mist materialized, wings flaring from his back like a demon clawing up from the abyss. Bow steady in his left hand, he drew with his right. Arrows poured down like a sudden storm, mercilessly peppering the ground. Zone announcement. Huaxiao player 1 Leaf has slain never-setting sun player Marshal Zealand. Eyes shut, Yi invoked his talent, high-altitude vision, surveying everything within 120 meters. Nothing could hide. A sinister shadow skimmed the ground, closing in fast. It halted abruptly, raising its bow to the sky. Swoosh. A streak of light ripped through the heat haze, piercing an apparently empty patch of air. 367. 270. Yi spoke calmly. Emperor Zella, want you show yourself? An SS steer talent really is impressive, taking a hit and still staying hidden. A faint grin tugged at his lips. Suddenly the air around him thickened, danger crawling up his spine. In that split second, he bent his bow again and fired behind him. The massive recoil hurled him sideways just as an icy dagger sliced through the space where his throat had been a heartbeat earlier. Silken bramble triggered. The moment the dagger swung, a bloom of black barbs exploded beneath Emperor Zella's feet. A murky snare climbed from his ankles upward. Damn, a trap. Panic flared. Both silken bramble and entangling shot had stacked, his legs leaden. Whoosh. The first arrow tore through the air. 2 tracking shafts and 4 crossbow bolts followed from different angles, homing in with lethal precision. Ding, passive skill, Rhythm Master. 100 pace bullseye activated. This attack is a guaranteed critical hit. 492. 291. 187. 7 crimson numbers blossomed overhead. The stealth field shattered. Emperor Zella spiraled out of control, eyes wide with disbelief, plummeting toward the ground. Boom. Zone announcement. Huaxiao player 1 Leaf has slain French player Emperor Zella. Beiming Xianren's jaw nearly hit the floor, stunned all over again. This time it wasn't the flashy skills, the outrageous damage, the stealth, or even Yi's quick thinking that shook him, but the archer's instinctive, bone-deep understanding of his craft. Everyone knows an elite archer lives and dies by accuracy, range, wind, draw strength, each detail measured to a hair's breadth. Beiming Xianren had always considered himself second to none, at worst Yi's equal. Yet in that duel he witnessed a style utterly unlike the textbook approach. Instead of canceling recoil, Yi exploited it for instant repositioning, even daring to keep firing at point-blank range when an assassin closed in. Such a method demands not just nerve, but uncanny anticipation and absolute command of one's own movements. One misstep means death. But master the kickback, and even in melee an archer is no victim. At 0 distance, every arrow becomes inescapable. Beiming Xianren drew a long breath, and his impulse to race for the golden carriage quietly faded. Let's head back. He glanced at his teammates, and their figures blurred, leaving the dusklight plains behind. After taking out Emperor Zella and General Lanze, the 2 biggest threats, Yi finally exhaled. The first Dark Glow Plains dungeon was indeed full of hidden experts, but it was settled at last. Had that lunatic from the 7th time zone shown up with a forbidden spell, the trouble would have been endless. Now the reward for this Shrank merchant run would go straight into his pocket. He glanced at the scattered dots of players in the distance. He wasn't looking down on the remaining regions, but their talent simply couldn't stir up real waves. If they had truly united and launched a joint assault on the golden carriage, he might have been forced onto the back foot. Yet after Lanze's death, they were too busy guarding against each other. The fact they hadn't started killing one another was a miracle. All he had to do was stay on the carriage, and they would eventually show up on their own. After all, even if they chose not to fight for the carriage, once the quest settled, he would hunt them down one by one. Of course, there was another option: leave Dark Glow Plains voluntarily like the Morning Immortal had done. But the beauty of the 3 newbie village dungeons lay in this. Death costs no experience, and gear rarely drops. Why quit early when you can gamble for a bigger payoff? Every player dreams of turning a bicycle into a motorbike with one lucky roll. The gilded coach rolled across the grass-covered plain, most of the journey already behind it, yet no one dared approach. Inside, Mikey and Mulligan checked the party panel and spoke with delight. Boss, I'm seeing a lot of players leave the instance. They're from the smaller nations. One or two of them think they deserve a piece of the pie, Yi replied with a faint smile. Once they realize there's no chance, they'd better bail before I come knocking. While they spoke, a shrill roar split the air like a caged beast breaking loose. 11 players from the Deutsches sector charged under their national banner, their boots kicking up clouds of dust. Finally ran out of patience. Yi's mouth curved upward as he vaulted off the carriage. He seemed to pitch forward head first, but at the last instant he snapped his waist and loosed an arrow. The massive recoil thrust him upward like a shield warrior's charge, jolting him half a step to the left. For crossbow beams corrected their aim too late, ripping through the front line of 3 enemies in a spray of blood. Our boss is insane, turning a squishy ranged class into a frontline brawler, Mikey and Mulligan shouted from the driver's box. That recoil trick is Shield Warrior Grandmaster level. Before the words died, Yi twisted in midair and fired 3 arrows in rapid succession, pinning the forward trio of warriors to the ground. Riding the backlash, he seemed hurled by an invisible hand straight into the flank of another readying group. You handle the southeast. We'll take the rest, Bei Shuang said coolly from atop the golden carriage. A magic circle bloomed beneath her feet, violet-silver lines pulsing as arcane particles converged. Got it. I'm not worried with you on it, Yi called back. I've recovered some mana too. I can drop a slowing field, Binging Chaming offered, face pale but hand raised. Mikey and Mulligan leaped to follow Yi, only to be kicked back onto the roof by Bei Shuang. You're too weak, don't slow us down. Is that any way to talk to your big brother? He whined. Too weak, Bei Shuang repeated without a flicker of expression. Below, Yi had already cleared the 2 flanks. Coins and gear littered the blood-soaked grass. He swept the loot into his pack and sprinted for the northwest, flicking a handful of barbed caltrops behind him. Silver wires crisscrossed, instantly sealing off the charge path. No need to tire yourself out. Bei Shuang's mouth twitched, but she only reinforced her spell circle and answered stiffly. Just keep your side under control. I can handle them. With the Lantian Jade Ring feeding her mana endlessly, Bei Shuang had become an tireless spellcasting machine. Fireball, Rapid Fireball, Frost Arrow, Ice Crystal Storm, Chain Lightning, Thunderclap. One dazzling barrage after another turned the sky above the Anhui plains into a whirlwind of color. Even the steer experts in the enemy ranks were rooted to the spot. Bingong Kaoming's slowing field stacked with tangling caltrops left them helpless, and the ceaseless magic reduced their formation to charred earth. Arrows whistled in from the southeast, sorcery rained down from the northwest, and regional as well as world announcements flashed non-stop across every screen. By now, players worldwide were numb to the carnage on the Anhui plains. It was the Huaxiao region's showtime. Every other region was only a stepping stone, nothing more. Withdrawal notices from the other battle zones scrolled for an hour before the feed finally quieted. Just as everyone exhaled and their dulled nerves began to revive, 2 blinding lines of golden text thundered across the world channel. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxiao player Mei Qian-Ma Lu Gun for completing the Anhui Plains Steer Unique Trade Run Quest. Team reward, 500,000 gold, 500,000 EXP, 2,500 zone honor, 2,500 personal honor. World announcement. Huaxia Zone honor updated to 3,216, maintaining first place on the stability leaderboard. Reward for Huaxiao players only. All attributes 10, attack speed 3, movement speed 3, cast speed 3, cooldown reduction 3. The world chat exploded. What the hell? Why did the trade run reward get multiplied by 5? Huaxiao players just got 10 to every stat? Is that a joke? 5 times the payout is broken. How are the rest of us supposed to keep up? I thought the run took 12 hours, showed they finish in 3? Damn it, what even happened? I'm completely lost. A tidal wave of complaints crashed into the official Shinsi Continent forum, but Huaxia gamers had never been afraid of a keyboard war. The first battle for the Anhui Plains had barely ended when a globe-spanning flame war ignited. Huaxiao players traded barbs with effortless zeal, driving the others back post after post. If not for intervention from Huaxia's top brass, players from every nation would have booked flights just to throw hands in person. Even so, whenever a Huaxiao player ran into someone from another region in a starting village, they'd glare and trade insults before moving on. The scene replayed everywhere, while the 4 instigators Yi and his friends remained blissfully unaware. Boss, we finally pulled it off. Mei Qian-Ma Lu Gun rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. That fight was brutal, Yi said with a faint smile. Heh, so time to split the loot? Mei Qian-Ma Lu Gun's eyes gleamed. Trade run rewards could be handled 2 ways. 1. The wagon owner keeps everything common in collateral runs, where the initiator invests his own gold and later pays the guards a separate cut. 2. Even split among the party standard for regional and world-level runs, since the system hands out the reward and ownership isn't a factor. Option 2 was the obvious choice this time. Right. We split the gold, EXP, and personal honor 4 ways. Zone honor goes straight to the nation, Yi decided. The moment he spoke, 4 pillars of gold light wrapped around them in turn. You received 125,000 gold, 125,000 EXP, and 125 personal honor. The talent effect of the Divine Endowment Scroll has triggered. All EXP has been converted into blacksmith proficiency. Congratulations. Your blacksmith rank has advanced to professional artisan. Current forging success rates. Common gear 0, fine gear 40, rare gear 50, excellent gear 9, perfect gear 1. You now have 10 remaining forge attempts with the Divine Endowment Scroll. In a single day, Yi's blacksmith rank rocketed from apprentice to professional adept, jumping 2 tiers at Onsia's speed unheard of, faster than a smith strapped to a rocket. The promotion chime had barely faded when he dumped the bulging loot bags at his feet and began tallying the day's spoils. First to catch his eye was a glittering heap of gear, 24 poor grade items, 3 fine grade, and 1 rare. Their stats were nothing special, none of them sparked the slightest excitement, yet the pile itself was half a small mountain. He then added the quest payout, and his total assets shot up to 125,214 gold coins. The stray silver and copper weren't even worth counting. The battle had claimed 654 player lives, and together with the monster's head cleared in the dark crypt and the desert camp, his total kills officially broke the 2,000 mark. As the system chimed, the panel for the Trailblazer medal refreshed. Trailblazer exquisite special equipment. Base stats: 40 stamina, 40 strength, 40 agility, 40 intelligence. Light of the Trail. Every 100 enemies killed grants 5 to all stats, up to 100 currently maxed, 100 to all stats. Journey of Discovery. For every 100 points gained in any base stat, that stat increases by 1 currently intelligence 1, stamina 1, strength 1, agility 3. Hoarder. For every 100,000 gold collected, 1 to all stats currently 1 to all stats. God bestowed scroll additional attributes. Great Wealth. For every 1 million gold collected, all stats 1 currently 0. King of Fortune. For every 10 million gold collected, damage dealt 1 currently 0. Tempo Master Power of Wealth. The more gold you hold, the higher your charisma and the easier it is to gain NPC favor. That one-time surge of 100 points to every primary attribute sent EE's attack and HP soaring, leaving ordinary warriors far behind. But this was just the appetizer. The real payoff would come from forging and selling weapons. Now at the professional tier, his daily forging limit had risen to 10. He had already used 1 perfect forge today, leaving 9 attempts. Yi opened his backpack, swept a glance inside, and laid 9 pieces of gear at his feet. 1. 1 poor grade necklace with an agility bonus. 2. 4 staffs. 3. 2 longswords. 4. 2 scepters. They were all primary weapons for various classes, but unfortunately every one of them was stamped poor quality. Boss, what are you doing with those weapons? They're only poor grade. I don't want them. Meiqian Malugun squatted nearby, brows knotted in disdain. Yi raised an eyebrow. You're sure you don't want them? Don't come crying later. No. Poor weapons aren't worth a thing. You'd be better off dumping them at an NPC shop, he said in a fatherly tone that barely hid his laziness. Yi merely chuckled, unwilling to expose the man's aversion to hassle. Placing one hand on the god-bestowed scroll, he activated the forge. The next instant, the forging interface materialized in midair. Normal forge. Reforge progress. 208-0100. Reforge successful. Congratulations. You've obtained the Twin Serpent Staff, rare. Congratulations. You've obtained the Arcane Staff, rare. Congratulations. You've obtained the Conqueror's Staff, superior. Congratulations. You've obtained the Petrification Staff, epic. Congratulations. You've obtained the Giant's Blade, rare, and the Plundering Greatsword, epic. Congratulations. You've obtained the Guru's Staff, rare, and the Benediction Scepter, superior. Congratulations. You've obtained the Moonlight Amulet, perfect. 9 brilliant shafts of golden light wrapped around the gear. Moments later, the 10 items materialized before the 4 players. At first glance, only the new engravings and the warmer metallic sheen hinted at any change. Yet that was enough to make the other 3 break out in goosebumps. What just happened? Boss, what did you do? These look like they've been rebuilt from the ground up. Meiqian Ma Lu Gun swallowed hard, but still leaned closer. Back off. Didn't you say a minute ago you didn't want any of it? A gentleman keeps his word, Yi joked. Come on, boss, I was just mouthing off. Acting tough, Meiqian Ma Lu Gun snatched up the Conqueror's staff and started to tease. Let me see what. Holy crap. Holy crap. He suddenly roared, making Ben Gong, Chao Meng jump. It's upgraded to superior? 6 stats. Quit screaming. You scared me half to death. Ben Gong Chao Meng shot him a glare. Meiqian Ma Lu Gun shoved the staff under her nose, his voice trembling. Look, superior grade. Ben Gong Chao Meng took it, unimpressed. So what? My staff's rare. She opened her panel mid-sentence and shrieked. Ah? Superior? It's better than my rare one. Eyes wide. She had a sudden inspiration, grabbed Yi's hand, and blurted, will you sell it? He'll pay 3 no, 5,000 gold. 7,000 if you want. Yi shook off her clammy grip with a sigh. I was going to sell them anyway, but... The moment he said but, Ben Gong Chao Ming cut him off in panic. No buts. He'll pay 10,000. The Conqueror's staff is the lowest tier of the 4. Are you sure that's all you want? Yi folded his arms and smiled, then shared the stats of the Twin Serpent staff, the Arcane staff, and the Petrification staff in the party channel. The air froze. Bei Shuang and Ben Gong Chao Ming held their breath. Yi could practically hear their hearts pounding from a few steps away. Any mage under level 10 would lose their mind over these 4 weapons, each one a full tier higher than normal. The Petrification staff was especially insane. A 10-second single-target petrify, a game-changer in PvP. After a long silence, Ben Gong Chao Ming hurried over to Bei Shuang, took a deep breath, and asked, Sis, which staff do you want? Bei Shuang paused, pointed at the Twin Serpent staff, and said, I like this one. It can summon 2 flame serpents at once, and with my arcane blink talent, I can pull out an extra flame serpent lord the moment they appear. Ben Gong Chao Ming frowned in concern. Shouldn't you take the Petrification staff, sis? Don't give it to me on purpose. Bei Shuang actually smiled, her voice gentle but firm. I'm not humoring you. I'm after pure burst damage. The Petrification staff has plenty of stats, but most of them are control-oriented and don't fit my style. You need time to set up domain barriers. With that staff, your margin for error is much bigger, so it's a perfect match for you. But Ben Gong Chao Ming was still torn, her gaze flicking between the 2 staffs. Yi raised a hand to cut her off. Bei Shuang is right, the Petrification staff suits you better. Then I'll take it. Ben Gong Chao Ming finally broke into a smile. Yi handed over the Petrification staff and added, this thing is already beyond excellent grade and can almost go head-to-head with perfect grade gear. He'll give you a discount 120,000 gold. Ben Gong Chao Ming's eyes reddened. Seriously? I just made a big score and you're already taking the money back? Humph, consider it your bargain. She sent the trade request, the amount clearly filled in, 120,000. She might grumble, but she knew the staff would fetch at least 200,000 at the auction house. Her bark was worse than her bite. Yi knew her temperament and didn't bat an eye, placing the Petrification staff in the window and hitting confirm. System message, trade successful Petrification staff, overall rating 7,824. You have gained 8 free attribute points. You have received 120,000 gold. Your Pathfinder medal has been updated. The moment the 8 free points landed, Yi was over the moon. If an excellent grade item is worth this much, how many points will I get once I'm a divine smith selling artifacts? Good thing I ditched the level up grind. Max level only gives 4,000 points. One artifact might beat that. As for the Twin Serpent staff, that'll be 20,000 gold. Yi passed it to Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang nodded calmly and initiated the trade. System message, trade successful Twin Serpent staff. Overall rating 4,125. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have received 20,000 gold. With both staffs traded, Yi pulled out the Moonlight Amulet and dumped the rest of the gear into Mei Qian Malu Gun's arms. All yours, give me your own valuation. Rare, excellent, Mei Qian Malu Gun muttered, eyes glued to the glowing stat screens. Yi gave him a helpless shove. Focus, man. Once we're done here, we still have to head back to the hub and kill the boss. Right. Mei Qian Malu Gun snapped back to reality, waving his hands. These items are insane. I was stunned. He skimmed the stats at high speed and sent over a trade request. Boss, let me settle yesterday's gold first, then we'll use the rest for today's contract. Sounds good. Yi agreed. Yesterday's amount was small, so clearing it first was simple. Juggling too many staggered contracts later would be a pino different from real-world loans. After successfully trading the Mystic Staff, overall rating 3,516, you gain 4 free attribute points. After successfully trading the Plundering Greatsword, overall rating 8,920, you gain 9 free attribute points. With those 2 items out of the way, Yi signed another deal with the player, Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun, 240,000 gold in total, paid over 12 daily installments. He received the first payment of 20,000 gold on the spot. That wrapped up the current round of trades, netting him 29 free attribute points, all of which he dumped into agility without hesitation. He pulled out the Moonlight Amulet, his heart skipping a beat. This was the first perfect grade item he had ever owned. Yi immediately brought up the stat screen. Moonlight Amulet perfect. Base stats, 60 agility, 20 attack speed, 10 critical chance, 20 attack range, 30 critical damage. Divine Axis additional effects. 1. Moonlight Protector passive. When a single hit would deal more than 30 of your maximum health, the damage is forced down to 30. Does not block instant death effects. 2. Summon Moon Sprites active. Summon 4 Moon Sprites to assist in battle. The sprites inherit your full attack range, attack speed, critical chance, and critical damage, plus 40 of your ranged attack power. All their damage becomes light element magic. Duration agility 50 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. 3. Moonshift. While the moon sprites are active, you can swap positions with any sprite. Cooldown 5 seconds. 4. Rhythm Master Moonfrost Armor passive. Lowers the air temperature within 10 meters, reducing enemy movement, attack, and casting speed by 50. Although the amulet's base stats lean toward offense, 3 of its 4 special effects are lifesavers. With Moonlight Protector, nothing short of an outright death check can one-shot EE anymore. His survivability just skyrocketed. Summon Moon Sprites is particularly clever. The number of sprites scales with agility, so once his agility breaks 3,000 the ability can stay up permanently. The sprites orbit EE at the limit of his range, and with the amulet equipped their operating radius can reach 140 yards. Yi himself can blink to any sprite's location, making escape, ambush, or pursuit a breeze. As for Moonfrost armor, it is the bane of melee assassins and warriors. Once Yi switches to the assassin class, the effect will turn ranged casters, healers, and archers into sitting ducks. The Moonlight amulet couldn't have arrived at a better time. Looks like I won't be stuck in the starter village for long, Yi decided after reviewing the stats. By coincidence, his teammates Mei Qianma Lu Gun, Bei Shuang, and Ben Gong Chao Ming had just consumed their courier reward XP packs, and all dinged level 10 as well. Once we finish off the boss and leave the Dusklight Plains, let's head to the Tier 3 capital, Yi said, looking up. Wherever the boss goes, I'm right behind him. Mei Qianma Lu Gun declared immediately. Fine, Bei Shuang agreed with a nod. Ben Gong Chao Ming thought for a moment, then chimed in, sounds good. Grinding alone is boring. If we stick together we can chat and level faster. Seeing no objections, Yi led the trio toward the heart of the Dusklight Plains. As they chatted on the road, Yi opened his personal panel to inspect his newly refreshed stats. Name, Yi. Race, human. Level, 1. Talent, God-bestowed axis. Stamina 153, Strength 151, Agility 331, Intelligence 151. Ranged attack 371, Range 90, Attack speed 1.87, HP 3060, MP 3020. Exclusive attribute, Killing Intent raised to 10, unlocking core stat mastery. Skill 1, Power of the Eagle. Equipment, Magnificent Bow of the Wind Dancer, Wind Sprite Quiver, Shadow Slayer Ring, Silk-bound hard leather boots, Moonlight Amulet, Pathfinder Medal, Pioneer Medal. The panel snapped shut, and he looked around. Evening should have filled the sky with gentle reds, yet the heavens were dark as forged iron, weighing on the vast plain like a giant anvil. The four pushed on toward the plain's center. Suddenly, tongues of flame-tinted cloud ripped across the somber vault. Masses of vapor converged from every direction, stacking into a colossal curtain that smothered the sun. The cloud sea deepened from leaden gray to navy, then to ink black. Within seconds the world went pitch dark. You couldn't see your own hand, only the wind howling past, flinging dust into their ears. Holy crap, Mei Qianma clenched his iron sword, knuckles white, the blade squealing against his gauntlet. The crushing darkness squeezed his chest. For someone with claustrophobia, it was agony. Boss, can you hold my hand? I can't see a thing. I'm terrified. He tugged at Yi's sleeve. Cut it out. Yi shook off the sweaty hand. I'm serious. I've been scared of the dark since I was a kid. What is this place? Why did it change so fast? Mei Qianma kept at it. Yi didn't answer. Instead he muttered, the boss is here. Anything that can alter the environment is probably a cataclysm tier boss with a blinding field. As he spoke, he moved between Bei Shuang and Ben Gong Chao Ming to keep their formation from being scattered by a surprise attack. On the continent of divine grace, monsters fall into 7 tiers. 1. Common and elite basic mobs. With decent skills a party can clear them, and good gear lets you solo. 2. Lord and Grand Lord lower tier bosses. A well-built, welled team handles them easily. Top players can solo too. 3. Cataclysm and Infernuper tier bosses. Huge health, brutal damage, and complex mechanics demand Zerg tactics. Even elite players have limited impact. 4. Demon Gota class of its own. An entire war zone can still get wiped out. In EES' previous decade of life, war zones challenged demon god bosses hundreds of times and succeeded only once. The Western Alliance of 12 top zones, all 4 SS strength talent champions, and nearly 1 billion players fought for almost a month to take one down. E knew the Dark Glow plain boss inside out, which was why the sky's upheaval didn't rattle him. But for Mei Qianma, Bei Shuang, and Ben Gong Chao Ming, this was their first mechanics-heavy boss. With no knowledge of its tricks, their odds of dying to a sudden gimmick were high. If Mei Qianma died, Yi could shrug it off. If Bei Shuang and Ben Gong Chao Ming fell here too, he wouldn't be getting out alive either. A catastrophe-class boss just spawned. Ben Gong Chao Ming's voice trembled with excitement. If it's really catastrophe class, it has to drop perfect grade gear, right? Can we actually take it down? Bei Shuang asked, worried. Let's look at its stats first, Yi said. He already knew the boss' skills and attributes, but he kept that to himself. There was no way to explain how he had that information. They walked a bit farther. Up ahead, a glowing giant almost 10 meters tall was snoring, and an oppressive aura spread through the air. The pressure came not only from its massive body. In this endless darkness, the boss itself was the only source of light. What a monster! Meiqian Malugun muttered, clearly unnerved. A few more steps put the four of them roughly 500 meters from the boss. Any closer would draw its aggro, but from here they could examine its profile. Iron-blooded troll. Level 10 catastrophe class boss. Health, 1,000,000 1,000,000. Melee attack, 400. Abilities. Iron curtain. Once the iron-blooded troll enters combat, a shrinking barrier closes into a minimum radius of 50 meters. Players outside the curtain cannot affect the troll, and players inside cannot escape. Anyone imprisoned inside is blinded. Crimson Stomp. Releases a crushing roar that panics players for 7 seconds, reducing movement speed by 40 and damage dealt by 20. Boiling Blood. The troll's blood seethes, restoring 0.1 of its maximum health each second during combat. Troll's Hammer. Summons a war hammer that slams the target area, dealing physical damage within a 10-meter radius. Players hit directly are knocked prone for 5 seconds. Ironstone Golem. Each time the troll loses 5 of its maximum health, it summons a level 10 elite Ironstone Golem with a movement speed of 150. After reading the boss stats, Bei Shuang and Ben Gong Xiaoming fell silent for a long time. Get ready to fight. Yi Yi's voice was calm, but left no room for argument. Fight boss, are you sure we can even try? Meiqian Ma Lu Gun shrank his neck and probed. Of course we can. Yi Yi answered coolly. But it's got 1,000,000 HP and heals 1,000 every second. How do we beat that? Meiqian Ma Lu Gun's voice grew shaky. The regen isn't the problem. As long as our DPS is high enough, it won't matter. Yi Yi's eyes stayed on the panel. The real issue is the iron curtain. Once we draw aggro, the curtain starts shrinking from the outer rim of dark glow planes. The longer the fight drags on, the smaller our space becomes. When the diameter drops to 50 meters, Scarlet Stomp and the Ironstone Golems will finish us. Ben Gong Xiaoming jumped in, speaking fast. So we have to end it quickly. Meiqian Ma Lu Gun finally grasped the problem. Damn, that hard? Why bother at all? Ignoring his grumbling, Yi Yi outlined the plan. He'll hold aggro and use speed and airborne moves to dodge the main strikes. The troll will keep summoning little golems. They're slow, but if we ignore them, once the curtain reaches the center, we'll be boxed in, so they can't pile up. Bei Shuang caught on immediately. How do you want to handle them? You kite the ads, line them up with the boss, and he'll blast the lot with my repeating crossbow. Any free window, help me burn the boss. We have to drop it before the curtain closes in. Can you manage? Count on it. Bei Shuang nodded crisply. Yi Yi turned to the mage. Ben Gong Xiaoming, put up a light domain barrier and clear Bei Shuang's blinds. If you've got mana left, add DPS. If not, don't push it. Relax, I'm solid. Ben Gong Xiaoming twirled her petrification staff. The boss is nearly immune to control, but the petrify mark sticks. That bonus damage will help you kill faster. Pulling now. Yi Yi drew his longbow and stepped into the troll's aggro range. Boom. A guttural roar shook the cavern, loose rocks tumbling from the walls as the iron blood troll awoke. Spread out. Yi Yi barked. Meiqian Ma Lu Gun rolled left, while Bei Shuang and Ben Gong Xiaoming fell back 10 meters, shoulder to shoulder. A heartbeat later, a colossal warhammer dropped from the sky, wind and thunder howling as it crashed toward Yi. He stood tall, hands flashing as skill after skill fired off. Eagle's Might activated, range damage 10 and movement speed 10 for 10 minutes. You are moving. Gale Force triggered, additional range damage 10. Levitation activated. His ranged attacks gain an extra 50 meters of reach, deal 20% more damage, and ignore both physical and magical defense. A new status feed popped up on Yi Yi's HUD. He was still moving, Feather Step had triggered, and his base speed rose by another 20%. At the same time, 100 pace Sharpshot hit its maximum stacks. The next arrow was guaranteed to crit. Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Xiaoming, fall back. I'm testing Crimson Stomp's cooldown first. Yi Yi gave a low shout, pushed off the ground, and sprang skyward, slipping past the arc of the troll's warhammer. The moment he landed, he slid forward, hugging the terrain. Activating Vengeance, his outline turned pitch black and melded with the night. In a breath, he cleared the boulder field, angled through the air, and came to a stop a full 140 meters behind the boss. While still midair, he flicked out a basic attack. 1,267. Critical 391. Critical 283. Critical 491. Critical. Scarlet numbers burst across the iron blood troll's massive back. A flurry of bolts chased one another through the sky, and the opening salvo shaved more than 2,000 health. The system instantly logged his DPS. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia player E for reaching 2106 peak DPS, now ranked first on the DPS leaderboard. Yi pulled the board open. N.0.1 Yi, Huaxia, LV 12106. N.0.2D Chi Shichu, Huaxia, LV 102009. N.0.3 Bin Gong Chaoming, Huaxia, LV 102001. N.0.4 Shang Jiang Lanze, never set, LV 91887. N.0.5 Shang Dizwa Show, Lighthouse, LV 91764. N.0.10 Zella Da D, Francie, LV 101196. Peak DPS is not the total damage in 1 second, but the single highest burst dealt to one target. Huaxia locks down the top 3 largely thanks to the 10-point all-stat bonus from the Warzone honor board. Even so, other regions packed with SS tier prodigies are hot on their heels, proof of their frightening depth. Dichi Shichu made the list too. Looks like other Dark Low Plane instances have opened. Yi's thoughts raced. With that madwoman around, they'll probably grab the first kill even faster. The rules say every time 1,000 players queue for Dark Low Plane, the system spins up a separate instance. Almost 10 hours had passed since the first one opened. By now there were surely several running in parallel. Yet the single steer trade quest only goes to the first kill party. Iron Blood trolls may spawn everywhere, but only the inaugural kill guarantees the Hope Bearer's Metal Yi's real target. He shelved the thought and refocused on damage. Rararg. A thunderous roar ripped through the night, its shockwave whipping the air. Yi recognized it instantly. Crimson Stomp, the boss AoE. Retreat another 100 meters. He shouted. The bowstring thrummed as a few hurried arrows drew the troll's aggro farther away. Fortunately, Crimson Stomp spread slowly. Keeping to maximum range, Yi spotted the first ripple of red energy and broke into a sprint. After his skill whiffed, Yi spun around and knocked another arrow, loosing bolts and tracking shots as if ammunition cost nothing. With an attack speed of 1.87, he could pour out 18 basic shots in 10 seconds, his firepower falling like a torrential downpour. 5 minutes later, he yelled to Bei Shuang and Ben Gong, Chao Ming in the distance, fall back. The two turned on their heels without hesitation and retreated a full 100 meters. Boom. With a deafening roar, Scarlet Stomp slammed into the ground again. Damn, boss, how did you know the cooldown on Scarlet Stomp? Mei Qianma Lu Gun's eyes went wide. I guessed, Yi replied calmly. Seriously? I don't buy it. Mei Qianma Lu Gun gave him a skeptical look. Yi rolled his eyes, spread his wings, and launched himself 140 yards above the Iron Blood troll. 5-minute cooldown. Learn the rhythm. Before he finished speaking, the moonlight amulet at his neck flared, and a pale blue magic circle 10 meters wide appeared in the sky. Moon Sprite Summon. For fist-sized, translucent sprites drifted from the circle, taking the 4 cardinal points and hovering 140 yards from the boss. Swish, 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 swish. For moonlight, arrows flew. 116, 116, 298. Critical 116. Boss, those sprites hit harder than I do. Mei Qianma Lu Gun slapped his thigh in excitement. Yi ignored him. The sprites inherited 40% of his ranged attack, 148 points. For most archers with under 50 ranged attack, or warriors with even less, that number was astronomical. The combined volley of the 4 sprites even outdamaged Yi himself when revenge was inactive. Arrow after arrow landed, and the Iron Blood troll's health plummeted. Meanwhile, the number of Ironstone golems climbed 1, 2, 3 up to 7. Bei Shuang, get ready to take out the little golems, Yi warned. Bei Shuang blinked among the 7 golems, dropping precise magic orbs and luring them into a straight line. Half a minute later, another golem spawned, bringing the total to 8. Yi now stood at the front of the line, eyes on the boss that had also been dragged into position. Boss in place. He grinned. Revenge. Bolt shot. Every arrow struck true. Even the Ironstone golems with 50,000 hit points crumpled in a chain of explosions. In just 20 seconds, all 8 golems were gone, leaving only the Iron Blood troll. Keep it up. Yi fired while reminding his teammates. He knew this mechanical loop could lull anyone into autopilot. 1 lapse could wipe the party. Bei Shuang and Ben Gong Chao Ming tracked every move the boss and the fresh golems made, not daring to relax. They understood Yi was under even more pressure and could not afford the slightest mistake. 20 more minutes passed, and the Iron Blood troll was whittled down to 20% health. By now the black iron curtain had shrunk to within 300 meters of the center. The roofless, pitch-black barrier pressed inward like a giant cage, its speed chilling to the bone. Yi's room to maneuver was shrinking fast. He was still safe for the moment, but he knew that once the curtain closed to within 100 meters, Scarlet Stomp would become unavoidable and then things would get ugly. The iron curtain is closing insta-sharp. Yi warned in the party channel while falling back. What if it shrinks to 100 meters? Ben Gong Xiaoming kept her eyes on the fight, her voice strangely elated. She knew that gray-black barrier was impassable, yet she craved one last slaughter before they were sealed in. Then we drop the boss before it does. Yi's tone was absolute. A thrill lit Ben Gong Xiaoming's face. She clenched her staff. I haven't cut loose in ages. If I'm going out, I want an epic brawl. I have a rare skill, Bei Shuang said suddenly. What skill? Yi asked at once. He knew Shed earned a rare diamond skill scroll for first killing the desert camp boss, but Shed never cast it. Had assumed the conditions were brutal. A notification flashed in the party window. Yi opened it. Sky-rending thundercloud rare diamond active. Summons a thundercloud, consuming 10 max mana per second. Each second the cloud strikes the highest HP enemy within 50-50 m, dealing 500 magic attack as lightning damage. Cooldown, 60 minutes. The cloud dissipates when mana is depleted. That mana drain, how long can you keep it up? Yi asked while firing. 15 seconds, tops, Bei Shuang replied. With the Lantian Jade Ring feeding her Regen, that was her ceiling. If she added her lightning talent, the damage would spike, but the duration would nosedive. And with the talent? 3 seconds. Bei Shuang looked up. Only 3. Yi blurted. The advanced form of Sky-rending Thundercloud is a lightning forbidden spell that burns 30 max mana per second. Cast together, I can carve off 10% of the boss HP in 3 seconds. Imin. Ben Gong Kaming's eyes gleamed. Sis Bei Shuang nukes 10%, I drop a 50 damage boost field, then stack the Petrify marks extra 30. 3 seconds is plenty to delete it. She caught Bei Shuang's hand and withdrew her original light domain. Good. Give me 20 seconds, me vengeance and moon sprite summon come off cooldown. Then we hard kill. Yi made the call. 20 seconds flew by. Yi, Ben Gong Xiaoming, and Bei Shuang stood shoulder to shoulder. Ben Gong Kaming's chant snapped shut. A translucent cubic barrier hummed outward, enveloping the trio. System, you are under teammate Ben Gong Kaming's damage boost field. Damage 80. She lifted her petrify staff, and a tide of gray mist rolled toward the charging Iron Blood Troll. The troll halted mid-stride, skin cracking to ash. System, Iron Blood Troll petrified. Cataclysm grade bosses resist control. Petrify duration reduced to 2s. System, Petrify mark triggered. Iron Blood Troll takes 30 damage for 10s. At the same moment, Bei Shuang formed seals. A large and a small thundercloud roared together above the troll's head. Crack, crack. 8,263. 31,426. Twin bolts slashed through the gloom like blades of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under vengeance, Yi and 4 moon sprites drew and loosed. 11 arrows screamed forward in pale blue arcs. 2,682. Crit 2,542. Crit 946. 821. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia player Bei Shuang for reaching 39,689 DPS and taking the top spot on the damage per second leaderboard. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia player E for reaching 20,097 DPS and claiming second place on the leaderboard. The moment the news broke, the entire game blew up. What the? Nearly 40,000 DPS on the second day of the server. How is that even possible? Holy crap, that scared me senseless. Those numbers are insane. What skill can put out damage like that? I can't even break 100 DPS, yet guess ill, just kneel before the gods. Someone try to stay calm. Bei Shuang is well known, and everyone's familiar with her talent. If she upgraded an already high-tier skill, this kind of damage is feasible. But what about Yi? He's only a level 1 archer. Does he have 1,000% crit damage or something? Another player chimed in. Are you forgetting Ben Gong Xiaoming? If her domain barrier is up, it's not surprising they can both hit those numbers. True with those 3 together, TSK, let's have a moment of silence for the other regions. Huaxia FTW. Meanwhile, on the other side of Dusklight Plains, the mage 7th time zone, locked in a solo fight with the Cataclysm class boss Iron Blood Troll, glanced at the pop-up announcement, stopped her chant, and chuckled. Interesting. If Bei Shuang uses her talent properly, it might rival my forbidden spell. Top of the DPS chart, huh? Let me give it a try. As she spoke, a crimson magic circle a kilometer wide flared beneath her, ripples of space rolling outward. Hundreds of spatial nodes appeared within the array. 7th time zone blinked from node to node at the limits of teleportation, nimbly dodging the troll's massive fists. She resumed her chant. Flames gathered in her palm until the air warped from the heat. A huge dark red sigil formed above the troll's head. As her mana drained in an instant, every spatial node winked out. Boom. More than 100 magma bombs shrieked downward. Forbidden spell, Divine Fire Descent. By her estimate, this strike would wipe out the troll's remaining 30% HP in a heartbeat. 7th time zone smiled, certain of victory. Then, in the very next second, her smile froze. A new world announcement popped up. World announcement. Huaxia players LV.1, Bei Shuang LV.10, Ben Gong Xiaoming LV.10, and Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun LV.10 have slain Dusklight Plains boss Iron Blood Troll LV.10, Cataclysm class. Huaxia region honor 1000. World announcement. Huaxia region honor is now 4,691, securing first place on the regional stability leaderboard. Reward. 10 to all attributes and 4 attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, and cooldown reduction Huaxia players only. World announcement. Congratulations to ES Party for scoring the first kill of the Dusklight Plains boss. Reward. 4 rare skills and 4 Bringer of Hope medals. Immediately afterward, the still active magma bombs crashed home, turning the plains into a sea of fire. What was left of the troll exploded again, littering the ground with iron shards. 759. 759. 759. A dense cloud of damage numbers floated up, and yet another world announcement echoed across the server. Global announcement. Congratulations to player 7th time zone from the Huaxia region for reaching 75,900 DPS and taking the top spot on the damage per second leaderboard. 7th time zone stood frozen amid the carnage for several seconds before snapping back to reality. He had just claimed all 3 first kills in the dungeon, which he found rather amusing. Narrowing his eyes at the world announcement hanging in the air, he strolled toward the massive corpse of the Iron Blood Troll at his feet. 1 hour after the first kill of the Dark Glow Plains boss, every major region went into overdrive. Global announcements refreshed every few seconds, each proclaiming another player breaking into the DPS rankings. Before long, even 7th time zone's top spot was seized by Lighthouse region's God's left hand. The DPS chart shifted by the minute, but the regional honor board stayed rock solid. Huaxia still led by a huge margin. Even so, news that the DPS crown had changed hands cracked the myth of Huaxia's invincibility. Top-tier players sprouted like bamboo after the rain, and on the official Divine Continent forum, every superstar's name was followed by a dense list of achievements, gear, and commentator notes. The hype around the newbie battlefield of Dark Glow Plains prompted the official forum to launch a talk show titled Elite Player Summit. The very first episode set the media ablaze. Live broadcast. Commentator Xiao Shuang. Hello everyone, and welcome to the very first Elite Player Summit. The Soul Steer Trading Quest and the series of first kills in the Dark Glow Plains instance have now appeared, and every region is racing to clear it. Today we're spotlighting the players who have risen above the rest. Commentator Xiao Yun. We'll be looking at combat records, regional rankings, and DPS statistics to build our list. Xiao Shuang flipped a page. The fight for number 1 mage is the most contentious. Our 4 candidates are Lighthouse's God's left hand, Neverset's Admiral Lanze, and Huaxia's 7th time zone in Beishuang. Xiao Yun added, although God's left hand currently tops the DPS chart, he once lost to the Huaxiao mage Ben Gong Chao Meng, so his rating is slightly lower. Without that defeat, he'd be the clear favorite. Xiao Shuang went on. Top assassin goes to Francis Emperor Zella. Anyone who's watched his 0-damage solo kill of the Iron Blood Troll would hardly object. Changing the topic, Xiao Yun announced, the number 1 archer is Huaxia's Yi. He secured the first kills of all 3 starter village bosses and single-handedly escorted the only steer trade quest, leaving him miles ahead on the personal honor board. Sharing the same era with him is a blessing for Huaxia players and a nightmare for every archer. Many of you have seen the videos of him soloing Admiral Lanze and Emperor Zilla. He's the pioneer of the melee archer build. Xiao Shuang gave a knowing smile. Yi is still stuck at level 1, and no one knows why he can't level up. One thing's certain, he's loaded with high-grade gear and rare skills. By the way, Xiao Yun, you're from Huaxia. Any thoughts on Yi? Xiao Yun's expression turned solemn. I'm ready to be a lifetime stan. Xiao Shuang burst into laughter. Huh, looks like our Xiao Yun is a fanboy after all. The 2 commentators then unveiled the global rankings for each class, repeatedly stressing that the list was only provisional. Xiao Yun concluded, once more players clear Dark Glow Plains and hit level 10, they'll head to the Tier 3 main city. The World Battle Tower is about to open. Who will reach the summit and claim the title of global number 1 for all classes? Stay tuned. Commentator Xiao Shuang. See you next time. Novice Village, Trial Plaza. Yi, Beishuang, Ben Gong Chaoming, and Mei Qianma Lu Gun formed a circle, spreading the loot from their freshly cleared Dark Glow Plains instance across the stone slabs, and checking every item one by one. Yi opened his personal panel. Buried in the flood of kill logs and experience prompts, 2 system announcements shone like beacons. 1. Congratulations on the first kill of the Dark Glow Plains boss. Reward, Random Rare Skill 1, Hope Seeker Medal 1. 2. You have collected the Forerunner, Pioneer, and Hope Seeker medals. Reward, Unique Medal Lay Down Arms. The entire party had received the same Random Rare Skill and Hope Seeker medal. Yi took out his Hope Seeker medal and pinned it to his right shoulder beside the Forerunner and Pioneer medals. The 3 medal badges caught the sunlight like a champion's decorations, radiating prestige. Hope Seeker Rare Special Equipment. Effect, deals 10 extra damage to players in PvP and reduces damage taken from players by 10. Note, shows great potential on national war battlefields and can be reforged for stronger attributes. 10% more damage and 10% mitigation in PV Tats Deadly, Yi calculated. They'll have to reforge it, along with the Crimson Jade Blade, and these 3 medals. The War of Nations Tower would take ages to finish. Plenty of time to reforge every item and stock up on set bonuses. He then drew the additional reward from his inventory. Lay down arms excellent unique special equipment. Source: complete set of Forerunner, Pioneer, and Hope Seeker medals. 1. When damaging a player, 1 chance to trigger disarm. Randomly seals 1 equipment slot on the target, preventing any item from being equipped there for 10 minutes. 2. When damaging a monster, 1 chance to trigger back to the fields. Inflicts frustrated status for 3 seconds, disabling all skills. 3. Against Lord level or higher monsters, trigger chance drops to 0.1 and duration to 1 second. What can seal an equipment slot? That's insane, Yi muttered. On the Divine Gift continent, negative status effects are everywhere, and Yi yarned with memories of his previous playthrough knew just how terrifying they could be. Generic seal equipment skills were already classified as forbidden. Seal equipment slot was even nastier. If your main weapon slot got sealed, a backpack full of god-tier weapons wouldn't help, you simply couldn't equip them. He understood exactly what that meant. In the late game, raw levels don't carry a character, primary attribute mastery does. An average player might hit level 1000 and still have a pathetic 5 points of mastery, so even with 5000 agility they'd only manage 25,000 ranged attack. Top-tier players stack mastery to 20 points or more through full sets of god-grade gear, turning the same 5000 agility into a 100,000 point nuke. Primary attribute mastery is the chasm between ordinary players and the elite, and only immortal, relic, or divine equipment can grant it. A 1% proc chance might sound tiny, but once your attack speed breaks 10 attacks per second in the late game, it will fire almost non-stop. This new medal will make Yi the bane of every top-tier player. What a haul. I never imagined it came with a bonus like this. Fastening the lay down arms medal to his left shoulder, Yi cried out in excitement. What kind of bonus? Do I get in on it? Mei Qianma Lu Gun crowded over. None of your business. Get to the Tier 3 capital and run your trade routes. Every player who enters that city will be storming the Tower of Nations, so rake in some extra gold while they're busy. Then you won't keep chasing me to co-sign installment plans. Come on, boss, you're underestimating me. I may be weak in a fight, but I'm a master at making money. Just watch, within a day, I'll have 50,000 gold, Mei Qianma Lu Gun vowed. Aren't you going to? Ben Gong Xiaoming asked. The Tower of Nations is solo only, no parties allowed. Floor 80 is the first checkpoint. It's the only public zone. Once you reach it, you have to stay 72 hours, and only those who survive can continue. I have a few things to handle first. You two go ahead. With your gear, you should clear the first 70 floors easily. Wait for me on floor 70, and I'll forge you some upgrades, Yi said. The group knew exactly how good Yi was at the forge. Even without seeing the divine scroll, they could tell from the gear he bought. Then we'll count on you. I have some gold, but your gear is brutal and pricey, so we'll keep grinding, Ben Gong Xiaoming said excitedly. They'll see you on floor 100, Bei Shuang added. Yi almost laughed, but managed to hold it in. Floor 100, even in his previous life, no one had managed that. Only 3 players worldwide had ever reached the 90s, and in Huaxia, only 7th time zone made it that far. The 4 of them choosing Yu City as their destination and split up. After leaving the trial plaza, Yi approached the archer mentor, Kakarot. You actually collected 4 medals? Kakarot's eyes swept from left to right, fixed on the set. Just lucky, Yi replied modestly. Luck can't explain this. It's been years since the 4 medals were reunited. Child, after you leave the novice village, which nation will you go to? I'm from Huaxia. Huaxia very well. With those guardians, the medals may avoid falling into the abyss, Kakarot said, his face tinged with nostalgia. Legend says the novice village is a relic left by the god of space, riddled with spatial pockets. Every mentor here is a level 1000 Demongid class boss. They stand guard not only to guide adventurers, but also to uphold a promise linked to the Forerunner, Pioneer, and Hope Bearer medals. In Yi's previous life, anyone who held those 3 could trigger a chain hidden quest from a mentor. Now that he carried all 4, the quest would surely change. After you leave the village, you'll enter Huaxia's Tier 3 capital. The god of war left a battle tower there. Every adventurer must face its trial. Since you've united the 4 medals, this fate belongs to you, Kakarot said solemnly. A system prompt appeared. Kakarot offers you the unique hidden quest Warlord's Last Wish. Do you accept? Warlord's Last Wish. Unique chain hidden quest step 1. Clear all 100 floors of the Tower of Nations. Rewards: Rare Diamond Skill 1, Heraldric Cube Fragment. It is an honor. After accepting the quest, Yi bowed to his mentor, back held perfectly straight. The system interface unfolded before his eyes. The mission had indeed changed. In his previous life, the 3 top-tier players only had to reach the 90th floor of the Tower of Nations to receive a rare skill and a random epic-grade primary weapon. Now, the epic weapon had been replaced by a shard of the Heraldric Cube. Yi's gaze sharpened. The Heraldric Cube was an exceptionally rare piece of special equipment whose effect varied with its owner. In a weakling's hands, it was almost worthless. In his, it could unleash power far beyond god-tier gear. In his past life, People even joked that it was the strangest relic grade item. Who could have guessed that Kakero's soul hidden quest would place a cube shard right in the rewards list, like lighting a fire before Yi and igniting his determination to clear the Tower of Nations. The Horadric cube shard is mine, no matter what. He tightened his fist. Go. When you finish the challenge, I'll come to Huaxiao myself. Kakero waved dismissively, as though brushing away dust. Yi turned and strode off, his boots tapping against the flagstones as he headed for the novice village's teleport pad. Hey, isn't that Waxia's superstar Yi? Never thought we'd end up in the same pocket dimension. Amid the clamor, a yellow-skinned warrior approached with several followers. Yi glanced up the leader's tag, read Jingchuanjia, to Xiaopenghu, a nobody from the Japan region. On Shinsi continent, the built-in translator erased all language barriers. Yi halted, expression cool. What do you want? Want? How could I want anything? Xiaopenghu shrugged, circling Yi with a mocking grin. Our big sister's been thinking about you a lot. TSK, sklook at that loadout, first-rate gear, huh? Longbow, quiver, top quality. And that ring, I know it. Shadow Slayer's ring, right? Had it long enough, don't you think? Yi. It didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He walked on. Left behind, Xiaopeng's face darkened. He muttered through clenched teeth, too bad you can't fight in a novice village. Every time I see you Huaxia people, my teeth itch. He hurried after Yi, still provoking him. Our big sister says if you know what's good for you, hand over the Shadow Slayer's ring. Once the National War battleground opens, we'll drop the matter. Otherwise what? Yi paused, voice icy. Heh, nothing much. Xiaopeng's tone softened, but menace lurked beneath it. God's left hand, Admiral Lanza, Emperor Zirathir, all very interested in you. Funny thing, our big sister's gotten real chummy with them lately. Keep acting tough, and when the National War begins, the 4 major war zones will gang up on you. You'll end up the traitor who doomed Huaxia. Oh, interesting. A faint smile curved Yi's lips as he turned to meet Xiaopeng's eyes. Tell Ishikawa Keiko she doesn't have to wait for the National War. In a few days, I'll come to Yamato myself. You. Xiaopenghu choked on his words. Ignoring the Yamato player's angry shouts, Yi stepped onto the teleport array and set his destination to Huaxiangyu City. Light flared, and he vanished. What? When her subordinates hurriedly reported back, Ishikawa Keiko's knuckles cracked from the force of her grip. Earlier, she had posted a video of Yi single-handedly killing a Yamato player and claimed he was hoarding piles of high-level gear, hoping someone else would take revenge for her. No one had expected it, but Yi emerged without a scratch, slaughtered players from every region, took the strength trade quest, and scored the first boss kill. And her? She lost her ring and was called useless by players from her own zone. Hearing Yi's sneers yet again, the young lady who had always looked down on everyone finally exploded. Good. Very good. Yi, you've got nerve. Shichikawa Keiko lowered her voice, practically grinding her teeth. The cross-server war hasn't even started. What's he going to do? Swim over here? Someone tried to console her, though his tone wavered. Little fat tiger from the Ikawa clan forced a smile. Miss, he's just mouthing off. Don't let it hurt your health. Mouthing off? Keiko slammed the table, making the teacups rattle. When did I fall so low that anyone can mock me at will? Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Little fat tiger slapped his own cheeks, the crisp smacks echoing in the room. Keiko drew a deep breath and pointed at the door. Out. Keep slapping. Don't block my sight. The door had barely closed when a male secretary in a sailor uniform slipped in. Miss, the priority is still to push the Tower of Nations, he murmured respectfully. Hold first place on the Yamato assassin chart to limit the fallout. Climb to floor 80, join forces with those 3, and taking down EU will be a walk in the park. Keiko's expression softened. She beckoned him closer, her voice teasing. So why are you here? The chairman paid a fortune for an excellent grade dagger from a player and asked me to deliver it to you, the secretary replied, his hand wandering around her waist. Behave yourself, Keiko scolded lightly, grabbing his collar. Log in first and trade me the dagger. Slack off, and I'll deal with you when we're out. Ingyu City is surrounded by sea on 3 sides. On the horizon, emerald water meets blue sky in a razor-sharp line. Even in the heart of the city, you can still hear the thunder of the surf. Several rivers backflow from the ocean, linking up with a dense network of canals, and classical garden-style buildings line every street. The same holds true for all 12 Tier 3 main cities of Huaxiangyu: Shuhu, Xiongqi, Tianguo, Bifang, Shengyu, Fei, Hujiao, Huafu, Bash, Yingwu, and Shuziak, named after a creature from the classic of mountains and seas, and each flaunting its own regional flavor. Yingyu's guardian beast is the coastal Yingyu, and its guardian artifact, Dewangxian, is an immortal-grade staff ranked 6th among Huaxiao priest weapons. Every war zone designs its capital around its own history and culture, and that variety is the allure of the god-granted continent. The streets were nearly empty. Now and then an NPC passed by, offering Yi a friendly glance, but no conversation in effect of the Pathfinder medal's cash for power trait. The more gold he carried, the higher his charisma and the more goodwill he earned from NPCs. Yi answered each look with a smile, then made for the towering spire that pierced the clouds at the city's center. That was the Tower of Nations, and it held the key to his second class. The Tower of Nations has 100 floors, each harder than the last. All rewards are settled at once when a player either clears the tower or dies inside. Two hard rules govern entry. You must register within 24 hours of leaving the novice village or lose the right automatically, and any character above level 11 is disqualified. In other words, you can't power level first and attempt the tower later. It was only the second day after the server launched 8 more hours and day 3 would begin, yet he had no intention of entering right now. He skirted the bustling crowd of players, stopped beneath the gray-white wall of the Tower of Nations, and lifted a hand to open his inventory. At the very top lay an unidentified rare skill scroll. Since arriving in the Divine Gift continent, his luck had been outrageous. The last 2 scrolls he revealed were gold and diamond quality. His rising blacksmith rank might one day let gear skills rival rare skills, but no one turns down an extra ability. Open. The scroll burst into a soft glow. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare diamond skill, multi-shot. A chime rang out, and Yi-Yi's fingers froze for a beat. One of the widest area and most complex archer skills had just landed in his lap. He spared no time to celebrate. He crushed the tome and absorbed it. You have learned the rare diamond skill, multi-shot. Your agility meets the requirement. Multi-shot I has gained the free fire effect. Your movement speed meets the requirement. Multi-shot I has gained the gale freeze effect. Your attack speed meets the requirement. Multi-shot I has gained the full volley effect. Your range meets the requirement. Multi-shot I has gained the saturated fire effect. Multi-shot rare, diamond. Cost, 50 mana. Effect, release a volley of arrows that deals 150 of ranged attack as physical damage to all enemies within a 30-degree cone in front of you. Can replace normal attacks. Free fire. Mana cost reduced to 20. Damage type converted to light physical damage. Unlocks, 500 agility for level I, 1000 for level 2. Gale freeze I. Targets hit become chilled, suffering 10 critical chance taken for 3 seconds. Unlocks, 150 base movement speed for level I, 500 for level 2. Full volley I. Attack arc widened from 30 to 45. Damage bonus increased to 180. Unlocks, 1.8 attack speed for level I, 3.0 for level 2. Saturated fire I. Each shot also launches 3 missiles at nearby enemies, each dealing 100 of ranged attack as fire physical damage. Unlocks, 100 range for level I, 300 for level 2. As one of the game's most intricate skills, multi-shot had staggering growth potential. Its 4 special effects stacked along 4 axes: elemental conversion, vulnerability, coverage and damage, and extra homing fire. If his agility, movement speed, attack speed, and range kept climbing, every line would scale with them. The best part was can replace normal attacks, which meant 0 cooldown. The faster his attack speed, the denser the rain of arrows. The Tower of Nations was famous for drowning players and monsters, and multi-shot was tailor-made for wiping them out. A 140-yard range over a 45-degree cone, 1.87 volleys per second, plus aerial bursts and high-speed charges. Who could survive that carnage? Add the 150 bonus intelligence from his Pathfinder medal and regional honor leaderboard, and his mana pool had soared to 3,000, giving him plenty of fuel to let loose. With multi-shot in hand, Yi felt that conquering the Tower of Nations had just become a whole lot easier. For the first 80 floors, multi-shot is enough to mow everything down, and the mana pool easily keeps up. After wiping out a floor, he simply sits in place, meditates until his mana is full, and then steps into the next level. As for floor 80, Yi knows the score. If everyone minds their own business, he is happy to farm separately and climb together. If someone starts trouble, he has no problem collecting a few extra experience bars along the way. With that thought, he closed the skill screen and logged off on the spot. The pod lid rose slowly. Yi propped himself on the rim and sat up, a blast of cold air making him shiver. He stretched, rolled his shoulders, and twisted his hips to loosen the muscles that had stayed stiff since his rebirth. I've been back in this life for a while, and still haven't really stepped outside, he mused. Those 2 little ones should be behaving themselves. He opened his bedroom door and headed straight for the kitchen. The fridge held half a bunch of greens. He washed, chopped, and stir-fried them in no time. After eating, he wiped his mouth and grabbed his jacket. Time to get out for a bit. 10 minutes later, he reached the Yunxia Internet Cafe at the end of his street. Outside, yellow leaves and scraps of paper whirled in the wind, the pavement speckled and long neglected. The moment he pushed the door open, damp air mixed with the smell of disinfectant rushed over him. Playing again? Useless at everything except fooling around. Get upstairs and finish your homework, always making me angry. The shrill voice came from the second floor. Wooden steps creaked as a woman in her 40s descended, a rag in one hand and the banister in the other, muttering, "How is an internet cafe supposed to survive these days? Ever since Divine Continent launched, I haven't had a single customer. Keep this up and it'll be living on air." "What's got you frowning like that, Andy?" Yi leaned against the glass door. Sunlight fell across his shoulder. Light and shadow split the doorway into two different worlds. Yezi, you're here. The woman Gui Yunxia brightened at once and hurried over. She seized his hands, looking him up and down. You've lost weight again. Don't tell me you're hooked on that divine continent too? Gui Yunxia had been his mother's best friend. After his parents died, she dropped by every few days to teach him how to cook. In his previous life, when he was so broke he even lost his apartment, she took him into the cafe storeroom and gave him a place to stay. But when Divine Continent swept the globe and game pods replaced old-style PCs, the cafe shut down. Forced back to her rural hometown, she was beaten to death by her drunken ex-husband. By the time the news reached Yi, he was powerless to help, and the regret haunted him for the rest of his life. Now that he had another chance, he refused to let the tragedy repeat, whether it was the twins' future, the fate of this cafe, or the well-meaning Aunt Gui standing before him. Yi sensed Gui Yunxia's concern and answered with a gentle smile, "Don't worry, Auntie. I'll take care of myself. Give me the rag, let me do the cleaning. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu are still little. It's only natural they want to play. Please don't be upset with them." Before his words had faded, he was already wiping the thick dust from an old computer. A clean streak appeared on the screen, and fine motes drifted through the sunlight. Gui Yunxia watched his back, her hands trembling and her eyes growing misty. "Yi, you don't blame me for bringing Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu home, do you? Those two have had such hard lives. Children their age should be at their parents' knees, not abandoned on a busy street. I can't stand to see kids suffer. They're good children apart from being a bit playful." Yi put down the cloth and met her gaze. "Auntie, I came this time for the three of you." "What?" Gui Yunxia froze. "I'm going to sell the house my parents left me and move in here." "Nonsense. That house is the last keepsake from your parents, you can't sell it," she snapped, as though scolding her own son. Yi stepped closer, gently took her hand, and lowered his voice. "Yunxia Internet Cafe won't survive for long. Ever since Divine Continent launched, cyber cafes are headed for extinction. It's inevitable. But what does selling your house have to do with that? If you want to chase success in the game, go ahead, but leave the house alone." Her confusion was plain. "I can't achieve anything on my own. I want to build a small studio. Auntie, I need you, Xiaofeng, and Xiaoyu. We'll use the cafe as our base and later bring reliable teammates from the game here. Join the game? I'm far too old to be swinging swords and slaying monsters. People will laugh at me. If you need the cafe as a studio, take it. You don't have to sell your house. As for Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu, they can help you in the game, but their studies mustn't suffer." Two small heads peeked around the stairwell. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu were holding their breath, eavesdropping. Yi knew Gui Yunxia was traditional and stubborn. She would never let the kids drop out of school. Yet 10 years from now the game would merge with reality, abyssal creatures would invade, and money and status would crumble to ash. Only by entering Divine Continent would they have a chance to change their fate. "Auntie, that's a separate issue. Yunxia Internet Cafe is the work of your life. I won't take it from you. My house should bring in 600,000 or 700,000. Half can cover rent. The rest can refurbish the place." Yi paused, then coaxed. "You should enter the game too. You don't have to fight. Didn't you always say you wanted to see the ocean? Once the studio is running, we'll take on sea quests all the time. You could train as a shipyard engineer when we sail. We'll need you at the helm." Gui Yunxia wavered, then finally sighed. "You never stop dreaming up wild ideas, do you, kid?" "They'll say this up front," Anigu warned. "If the studio can't keep the lights on one day, you're going to find a real job. A college graduate shouldn't be thinking about games all day." "Got it, Andy. They'll do whatever you say." Yi chuckled. The moment Gui Yunxia nodded, the weight on his chest disappeared. He waved toward the second floor. "Still eavesdropping up there? Come on down. Your big brother's taking you to buy gaming pods." Footsteps pattered down the stairs. Two kids, 7 or 8 years old, bounded over and latched onto Yi's legs. "Brother Yi, you promised to play with us, no backing out." The older boy, Gu Feng, said in a clear, ringing voice. "You're the best." Gu Yu squeaked, wrapping her small hands around Yi's. Her bright eyes brimmed with excitement. "Auntie, they'll take them to pick out the pods first. They'll leave the house sale to you." Yi clasped the children's hands and pointed to the spacious internet cafe. "We'll put all these PCs and desks up as secondhand. I'm hiring a designer to redo the studio layout. The parts can be packed up today, but selling the building will take at least 3 days, Gu Yunxia replied. Seeing Yi's mind was made up, she quickly shifted gears and began mapping out the next steps. With 3 days left before the servers open, Yi bought 3 brand new gaming pods for Gu Feng and Gu Yu, then hauled his own old pod from home to the cafe. Aside from a few personal keepsakes, everything he owned went straight onto the secondhand market. By the time they returned, every computer on both floors had been cleared out. The total space, about 1,200 square meters, was now earmarked as follows. First floor, gaming pods and a separate meeting room. Second floor, dormitory and cafeteria. Yi had no plans to build a massive guild, but a stable, well-rounded squad was essential for surviving a nationwide server. A complete squad: 5 combat cores, logistics crew, auxiliary crew. Logistics crew. 1. Blacksmith Yi himself, the best in the field. 2. Alchemist brews health and mana potions, antidotes, and high-tier attribute tonics. 3. Enchanter crafts enchantment orbs for gear, vehicles, shipyards, and airships. 4. Trader primary income source, handled by no money no talk. 5. Architect late game favorite, builds castles, captures resources, and holds key points in the open world. Auxiliary crew, tank engineer, shipyard engineer, and airship engineer pilots of large-scale vehicles. Apart from 3 main dungeons, the starter village held no great fortunes, but the capital cities did, each packed with hidden quests and secrets. Using his memories from a previous life to train his teammates and forge a squad feared across every battlefront was one of Yi Yi's goals. For now, the journey had only just begun. Once the renovation plans were settled, Gu Feng and Gu Yu dove into their pods, then popped the lids open again, gazing expectantly at Yi Yi. Listen to your brother once you're in game, alright? Auntie Gu reminded them. Oh, Gu Feng nodded hard. I will, I promise. Gu Yu chimed in. Pick any main class you like, Yi Yi said with a smile, but let me decide your side professions, okay? Okay. They answered in unison. Gu Yu, you're an alchemist. Gu Feng, you're an enchanter. Yi Yi turned to Gu Yunxia. Auntie, you take shipyard engineer. Grind your side profession skills in the starter village. If you need materials, tell me. They'll hold on to good gear for you. Once we've cleared the 3 big dungeons, meet me in Windfish City. He gave them his in-game ID, rattled off a few beginner tips, and finally settled into his own gaming pod. The moment he entered the game, Yi Yi toggled on friend requests, and 3 notifications popped up almost immediately. Player Fengguo Wuhan, LV, 1, wants to add you as a friend. Accept. Player Yu de Bajier, LV, 1, wants to add you as a friend. Accept. Player Yun Xia, LV, 1, wants to add you as a friend. Accept. Shenxi and Xiaoyu were both priests, while Xiaofeng was an assassin. While tapping accept, Yi skimmed their main classes and muttered, classes don't matter. Gear will push them into the top tier. Give them some practice on mechanics and awareness, and they might even reach pro level. He chatted idly with the 3 of them while he waited for the daily reset. As the 3rd night ticked over to midnight, the system message arrived right on cue. A new day has begun. Divine Axis effect refreshed. You've received Perfect Forging Scroll 1. At the foot of the Tower of Nations, a cool night wind blew. Yi Yi drew a deep breath and unclipped the Pioneer medal from his chest, excitement bubbling up. Perfect Forging in progress, 10/5100. Reforging complete. Congratulations, you've obtained Pioneer Medal Perfect. The stat window filled his vision. Pioneer Perfect Special Gear reward for the first kill of the Desert Camp boss. 40 movement speed, attack speed, cast speed, cooldown reduction. 20 critical chance, Divine Axis bonus. 30 critical damage, Divine Axis bonus. Passive Baptism of Evasion. When hit, leap to any spot within range. Crowd control effects don't stop movement. Cooldown, 2s. Passive Rhythm Master, Shadow Roll. After a ranged attack lands, roll 20m at high speed. Internal cooldown, 1s. A stats finished scrolling, and Yi Yi froze for a moment. Honestly, he wasn't sure he still counted as an archer. Lunar Shift already gave him a blink, and now the reforged metal added 2 more movement skills. Everyone knew assassins and warriors excelled at point-blank kills. Once they got in your face, squishies died in a heartbeat. Assassins were especially vicious stealth, burst, combos, control, the whole package. In the previous timeline, even Shangdi Zuosho, an SS Steer mage, had been ambushed and killed by assassins more than 10 times, let alone a mobility-starved archer. Yet Yi stayed calm. Lunar Shift let him swap places with his moon sprite, but against a chain-stunning, stealth assassin that wasn't foolproof once he was locked down, the swap failed. Baptism of Evasion was different. Once triggered, it launched him clear regardless of controls, breaking any assassin's combo. Shadow Roll, with a 1-second cooldown, was a godsend for both chase and retreat. Against agile bosses or players, that alone could swing a fight. The speed boosts, crit damage, and crit chance were just as juicy. Massive gains to movement, attack, and casting speed, plus 30 crit damage and 20 crit chance. Add 10 from the Wind Dancer's Splendid Bow and another 10 from the Moonlight Talisman, and his total crit rate hit a clean 50. But that's not the end of it. Gale Freeze from multi-shot boosts the enemy's chance of taking a critical hit by 10. With a base crit rate of 60, plus Sharpshooter's extra 5 per second, every arrow won't necessarily crit, but more than half of them will. Critical damage is up 60, and both movement and attack speed rise in tandem. Forget 9 rounds of regular reforging gold can wait. Today's objective is simple, reach floor 50. Yi Yi arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Nations, handed the gatekeeper NPC a silver coin, and received an entry scroll. Ding. Do you wish to challenge the Tower of Nations? Each player may enter only once. Entry is unavailable 24 hours after leaving the novice village or once you exceed level 10. Please choose carefully. Enter. The ancient stone archway creaked open. Yi Yi stepped through, and his view instantly shifted to floor 1 of the Tower of Nations. Ding. You have entered floor 1. Monsters remaining, 100,100. Monster level, LV, 10 normal. Clear condition, eliminate all enemies. With a whoosh, an arid mountain landscape emerged, and packs of creatures materialized 1 meter tall, crimson eyes, claws glinting with cold steel, growling in unison. Netherwolves. Level, 10. HP, 800,800. Melee attack, 45. Armor, 12. Base movement speed, 100. Skills, Nether Claw, Wolf Howl, Furious Strike. 6 netherwolves nearest to him locked on immediately, claws flashing as they pounced. Yi sidestepped and raised his longbow. Swish. A 45-degree cone erupted in a shower of arrows. 2,486. Critical. 986. 2,389. Critical. Gale Freeze triggered. Target crit chance 10. Entangling Shot triggered. 54 nearby netherwolf slowed. Wind Sprite's Blessing stacked. Movement speed 2. Gale Force triggered. Range damage 10 while moving. Lightfoot triggered. Base movement speed 20 while moving. When the first multi-shot volley ended, 42 netherwolves within 140 meters dropped dead. At the same time, multi-firepower activated. 3 missiles wreathed in flames screamed toward both flanks. Boom. 3 explosions erupted, shredding everything in their path. After clearing the first wave, Yi used Shadow Roll to vault forward 20 meters, landed, and drew again. Swish. The second multi-shot was loosed. You have slain a LV, 10 netherwolf. Gained 50 EXP. Divine Forge Scroll effect activated. 100 of EXP converted to blacksmith proficiency. Current proficiency, skilled blacksmith 94, 2931, 000. On a desolate ridge, arrows fanned out in rapid volleys, sweeping every direction. Yi sprang from one jagged rock to the next, longbow drawn to a full crescent as an almost unbroken rain of arrows poured down. Incandescent missiles streaked through the night, tails of flame erupting into thunderous blasts that swallowed each netherwolf in fire. The pack was spread too wide. Even at full power, it still took him 16 seconds to finish the fight. When the last arrows fell, Yi stood steady at the ridge's summit. The ground beneath his boots was soaked with scorched, black blood. Not one netherwolf survived. Ding. You have earned access to Tower of Nations, Floor 2. Congratulations. You cleared Floor 1 in 15 seconds, the fastest time on record. Your achievement will be permanently engraved on the Tower of Nations honor roll. As the system message faded, a slow-spinning black vortex formed before him. Yi lifted his bow and stepped inside. Meanwhile, in every war zone's Tier 3 main city, the liveliest building was the Tower of Nations. The plaza at its base roared with voices. Some players flexed for their climb, others muttered in frustration over poor times. Suddenly, golden light burst from the stone wall that marked Floor 1, a beam shooting skyward before exploding into 2 lines of radiant text. Tower of Nations Floor 1 best time, 15s. Holder, Yi Huaxia Zone. The dazzling effect hushed the plaza for a heartbeat, then set off waves of astonished shouts. Holy 15 seconds? Is that even human? The last record was 45 by Admiral Lan Zhe from the Sun Never Sets zone. He needed a huge area spell to wipe the floor. Yi's just an archer. How did he do it that fast? That ridge is huge. How could he clear every monster in 15 seconds? Anyone got footage? I want to see it if we could learn his trick. You think you can copy Yi? Dream on. Too bad only Floor 80 is public. The rest are solo instant Cessno recordings. News of Yi's 15-second run became the hot topic across every war zone. At that moment, Dichi Shikaho had just cleared Floor 40, stood before the vortex to Floor 41. She didn't enter right away. Instead, she used the once Burton Floors option to leave the tower. As long as her accumulated time outside stayed under 24 hours offline time excluded, she wouldn't forfeit her progress. Exiting the tower, she looked up and saw the 2 golden lines hanging in the sky. 15 seconds on Floor 1. Interesting. Seems you've had your share of lucky breaks, she murmured. I hold the best times for Floors 20 and 30. Let's see if you can beat those 2. With that, Dichi Shirtsu opened the auction house, listed every blue potion from her pack, then sat cross-legged at the plaza's edge, gaze fixed on the shining record overhead. Right now, her greatest curiosity was how many more records Yi could shatter. The cooldown on forbidden spells was painfully long. She had mastered more than a dozen of them, but after hurling them at the tower one after another, her pack of mana potions was empty and every spell was on cooldown. With nothing else to do, she stopped outside, crossed her arms, and looked up at the golden beam that crowned the Tower of Nations, wondering how many unprecedented records Yi would set today. The first floor spawned 100 ghost wolves. Yi wiped them out in 15 seconds. When the leaderboard updated, 7th time zone frowned and calculated aloud. The second floor has 200 ghost wolves. If he's got enough area effect skills, he shouldn't need more than 20 seconds, right? He had barely finished speaking when another blinding pillar of light shot from the tower's summit and the system announcement rolled out. Tower of Nations, Floor 2 new record, 13 seconds. Holder, Yi, Huaxia region. 13 seconds. Seventh time zone sprang to his feet, stunned. The surrounding players all drew sharp breaths. Are you kidding me? He cleared the second floor in 13 seconds? Before Yi arrived, the 10th-floor record holder was General Lanze, who relied on charged spells to one-shot monsters, and even he needed 45 seconds. Now Yi had crushed that time down to 13, and everyone wondered if the archer would sweep every record from floors 1 through 10. Excited chatter broke out, and more players crowded around. Seeing the swelling audience, 7th time zone raised a hand, perfectly composed. There's obviously a faster strategy. Whoa, it's 7th time zone himself. He's in Xingyu City too? I'm standing right next to him. Please, tell Usho, is Yi pulling this off? Under their eager stares, 7th time zone explained unhurriedly. I've watched Yi's trade escort runs on the Anhui plains. His movement speed and attack speed are outrageous, and even his basic attacks have splash damage. But that alone isn't enough to clear 200 ghost wolves in 13 seconds. So I see two possibilities. One, he picked up a huge area-wide skill that blankets the whole mountain. Its damage is average, but the cooldown is short, so he can spam it for the finish. 2. He has something as broken as Lighthouse District's God's Left Handan, almost unlimited teleport talent. Combine that with high attack speed and splash damage, and 13 seconds becomes possible. The analysis made sense, and the onlookers nodded, praising 7th time zone's insight. Most of them favored the first theory after all. An unlimited teleport on an archer sounded absurd. In truth, he was only half right. Yi not only wielded a massive AoE skill, he also possessed a near-limitless mobility technique. Starting on the second floor, he summoned 4 moon sprites, then used Shadow Wheel Flip, Skybound Power, and his full movement buffs to leap straight to the mountain's peak. A few rapid-fire multi-shots felled most of the ghost wolves. Next came Moonlight Shift, teleporting him to the farthest sprite's position. 2 more jumps later, the remaining wolves were gone. Total time, 13 seconds. Every floor up to 10 featured ghost wolves, with counts rising from 100 to 1,000, and the terrain identical a barren mountain. For Yi, the difficulty barely changed. Once Moon Sprite summoned and Vengeance came off cooldown, he repeated the same routine and kept blazing ahead. I've already taken the first floor record, he thought calmly. Might as well rewrite all 100. With that, Yi stepped onto floor 11, completely unhurried and ready to keep breaking history. Dawn had only just broken. Few finally made it to the 50th floor. The lid of the gaming pod rose slowly. Yi braced himself on the edge, climbed out, and before he could steady his feet, spotted 2 small heads gazing up at him with near religious awe. Brother, you're amazing. Guofeng lunged forward and clamped onto Yi's arm, his voice an octave higher from excitement. What are you two doing here so early? Your faces are filthy, wash up first. Yi gently pried away their hands and steered the siblings toward the bathroom. Obviously, the pair had just seen the dazzling string of achievements had racked up in the game. Water splashed into the sink. After they finished washing, Yi crouched and set a hand on each child's head. Look at those dark circles. Pulled another all-nighter, didn't you? You can't keep that up. But the game is too much fun, Guoyu whined, stretching out the last word. You're incredible, brother. Tons of new players already look up to you. Yi tweaked her nose, then turned to her brother. You'll both be great someday. Until then, remember 2 things. First, never give out real-world info in the game. Second, don't borrow my name to stir up trouble. If someone really bullies you, tell me, okay? I hear you, brother. Guoyu nodded obediently. He'll protect sis and auntie. I'm a great hero. Guofeng thumped his chest, his voice suddenly deeper. All right, great hero, back to bed. They'll call you when breakfast's ready. Yi tapped him on the nose. Once their door shut, the house fell silent. Yi sat on the edge of his bed. The lights were off, and a dim gray filtered through the curtains. He lit a cigarette, smoked it down to the filter, stubbed it out, and stepped into the hallway. 3 bedrooms lined the second floor, all with open doors. The left-hand room belonged to the twins. The middle was Guoyangxia's. The internet cafe had once employed several workers, but since Shinxi Continent launched, they'd all been let go, leaving her to run the place alone. Yi washed up quickly, checked his watch 6:30. His stomach was empty after a night of gaming. Time to find breakfast. Had barely set foot on the stairs when he caught the buzz of voices. The first floor PCs had been sold off long ago, so it should have been dead quiet. Curious, he eased down the steps. The farther he went, the louder the chatter grew. The floor below was still dark. Even the lights were off. What's going on? He muttered. Stepping into the main hall, he found more than 20 young people crammed into the gloom. A 500-inch screen hung on the east wall. The projector was running, its beams slicing through the darkness, the audio echoing around the vacant cafe. Some viewers stood, others sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes glued to the screen, as if they'd forgotten the place was supposed to be closed. Yi recognized 2 familiar names looping in the commentary, Xiao Shuang and Xiao Yun. The projection was streaming the second episode of the Top Players Summit, a live breakdown of Battle Tower clear records and elite player statistics. The two casters narrated each floor's best run with breathless enthusiasm. From the first to the 50th floor, every record belonged to a single player. Fastest clear, 11 seconds. Slowest, 12 minutes. The name E was fixed at the very top of the screen. Everyone, let's relive E's flawless climb from floors 1 through 50. Commentator Xiao Shuang shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. As soon as he finished, the projection flared to life. Every second of ES assault on the Tower of Nations flowed past in a torrent of light and shadow. With each floor he cleared, a blinding golden flash burst above the third-tier main city in his battle zone, a miracle that made every gamer's blood race. But the internet cafe was silent enough to hear a pin drop. No cheers, no doubts. Everyone simply stared at the screen. They all knew that in the 200 years since online games had existed, no one had ever swept every record. Every flagship MMO produced its share of legends. Yet in Divine Continent, every leaderboard now bore a single name: EE. History had never seen its like. I'm honored to witness this moment. Commentator Xiao Yun's voice was hoarse. He rose slowly, gazing past the lights at the crowd. As a professional caster for the official Divine Continent forum, I'm supposed to stay neutral. But before I was a commentator, I was a son of Huaxiao first. He paused, words low but ringing. EE has dominated an entire era. It may feel like a dream, but, my friends, the new age has truly arrived. The silence shattered. Some clenched their fists through tears, some threw back their heads and roared, others babbled in excitement. For decades, even as Huaxiao rose, the West controlled the narrative, its prejudice bleeding into every game as naked exploitation and suppression. Whenever a nation war MMO launched, the Western powers, together with Yamato and Han, closed ranks to besiege Huaxia. They had succeeded before. In title after title, Huaxia players fought to survive in the cracks, while formerly friendly states stayed neutral before the Western coalition. Year after year, the games changed, the oppression did not. Anger and humiliation only grew. Now, ES' record-shattering run to the 50th floor had set the community ablaze. Maybe he could do it. Maybe he could lead Huaxia's players in a counterattack against the West and collect every debt with interest. Scrolling captions beneath the projection pounded like war drums. Comrades, while we celebrate, remember our humiliation. History will repeat itself, but this time we fight to the end. I believe EE will lead us. The text cut off as Xiao Yun, in tears, was helped off camera by staff. The crowd erupted, yet deep inside, Yi felt a quiet tremor. He knew Xiao Yun's words would cost him his spot on the top forums, perhaps saddle him with a massive fine, yet the man had spoken anyway. The show's orchestrated fervor had many viewers weeping, but when it came to humiliation and hate, who could compare with a man who had already died once? In the previous timeline, 3 years after Divine Continent launched, a 30-nation coalition invaded Huaxia. 4 of 12 main cities fell, and 300 million players were cut back to level 10. None retreated. They turned each resurrection into a wall of flesh and blood. In year 7, the West formed a 6 billion-strong army, slew the three-legged golden crow that guarded Huaxia's second-tier main city Fusang, and the city was lost. In year 10, the abyss descended and game fused with reality. The lighthouse, Yamato, Han, and others conspired with abyssal monsters and released them into the East Sea. 300 million Huaxia citizens were cast into the abyss, never to respawn. In that war the land cracked, mountains heaved, lives were snuffed out. Yi fell in battle, then woke again. Yi shouldered his way through the crowd and slipped out of the internet cafe. Outside the door he let out a long breath, clamped a cigarette between his lips, and fell into silence. Then the sound of quiet sobs reached him. When he turned, he saw Guiyunxia hiding by the entrance, her eyes shining with tears. Their eyes met. Pretending not to notice was impossible. Yi spoke first. "Auntie, have you been crying? You've grown up, and I'm proud of you," Guiyunxia said, wiping her eyes with a smile that was equal parts relief and sorrow. "So you already know, Auntie? Yezi, give it your all, and bring glory to our country. He'll stand by you, and help you together well make the nation proud." She brushed away her tears with the back of her hand, laughing and crying at the same time. Her few words instantly steadied Yi's frayed nerves. Inside the cafe, sobs rose and fell, all of them young voices. Yi bit down hard, but the ache in his chest still flared. He knew exactly why they were crying. Thinking of Huaxia's every inch of land, his fists clenched on their own. This time, not 1 inch would be lost. After a while Guiyunxia finished cooking. Yi called out to Guofeng and Guayu, then ducked into his own room and collapsed into bed. Time in Divine Gift Continent ran in sync with the real world. You could sleep in-game, but only if you bought a house in the main city for an outrageous price, which no one could afford yet. Go too long without sleep and your stats nosedived, reflexes dulled, awareness blurred, and in extreme cases you could even die. So after clearing the 50th floor of the Tower of 10,000 Nations, Yi had logged off to catch up on sleep. He slept like the dead and woke to find night had fallen again. Who would guess that someone whose eyes had just been red-rimmed could sleep so soundly? He got up, stretched, lit a cigarette, washed up, and slid into the gaming pod in one fluid motion. The instant he logged in, a wall of unread messages hit him, most of them yelling, "If you're broke, beat it. Boss, why aren't you online yet? Did players from another country camp you? Boss, I've saved 300,000 gold just waiting for you to come back. Watching the clouds rise and fall, your little brother is still waiting." In the last hour, 39,638 players from Inu City entered the tower, and your record still stands. Boss, love you, please log in already. Yi swiped once. Every line was the same chatter. He replied with a single line, "Meet me at the tower entrance." The response was instant. "Holy crap, boss, you're alive. They'll be done in 20 minutes. Okay," Yi answered with one word. Two more messages arrived from Ben Gong Xiaoming. "I've reached the 70th floor. The monsters here are brutal, and the next levels are insane. Got any good gear? Could really use Manerigen gear like the Lantian Jade ring Sister Beishuang wears. Urgent." The quiet girl had silently climbed to floor 70, and Yi couldn't help being impressed. Ben Gong Xiaoming's innate talent is downright broken. She can create all kinds of domain barriers that buff herself and cripple her enemies. Her gear and skills are mediocre at best, so she relies almost entirely on that talent to tank hits. The trouble is, every monster above floor 50 has close to 100,000 HP, and there are swarms of them. Whittling them down with a domain barrier would burn through mana at a terrifying rate. Once her mana runs dry, the barrier shatters instantly, and Ben Gong Xiaoming is torn apart in seconds with no chance to fight back. Standing at the makeshift camp, Yi opened his backpack and scanned every piece of equipment. He finally settled on 2 battered items with mana-related stats. 1. Leather tunic common. 50 mana, 1 max mana. 2. Spellbook fine. For mana regen sec, 100 mana, 2 max mana. All of these stats tie into mana. If I reforge them, they might flip my luck, Yi mused, deciding to use the pair as test subjects. He stepped up to the forge, chose basic reforging, and tapped the confirm button. The progress bar crawled upward, 1535-100. Reforge successful. The forge's glow faded, and 2 brand new epic items hovered in the air. Trinary Grimoire Epic Offhand, Mage. 20 mana regen sec, 1000 mana, 10 max mana. Extra stat, 15 max mana. God-given access additional effects. Siphon. Hitting an enemy restores 2 mana. Can trigger once per target per second. Heart of Trinity. Grants bonus mana equal to 100 of spell power. Increases spell power by 1 of max mana. Adds mana regen sec equal to 1 of max mana. Rhythm Master Spell Bulwark. Mana spent is converted into a shield that lasts 5 seconds. Astral Cuirass Epic Chest. 1000 mana, 10 max mana. Extra stat. Arcane Hunger. When mana drops below 50, mana regeneration gains a 50 boost. Extra stat. Arcane Flow. 1 of damage dealt is returned as mana. God-given access additional effect. Rhythm Master Efficiency Expert. Reduces mana costs by 20. After reading the stats, Yi clicked his tongue. Damn, I'm going to drown in mana with these. With them, Xiaoming pushing to floor 100 is totally doable. As long as her mana doesn't run dry, Ben Gong Xiaoming's domain barrier is solid as steel. As long as she doesn't go crazy with a forbidden level domain, hitting floor 100 and beyond is well within reach. Yi opened the friend chat, snapped screenshots of the 2 epic items, and sent them over. A few seconds later, a burst of excited text popped up. Ben Gong Xiaoming, wow, am I seeing this right? These pieces are better than the Lantian Jade ring. Yi, you're amazing. With this gear, we've got to hit floor 100. Yi put on a calm front. Humph, did you expect anything less? I've never been second to anyone. The summit is mine. Xiaoming, great, I'm outside the World Battle Tower. Come over and trade. Closing the chat window, Yi glanced at the bottom of his friends list. The newest message wasn't from Bei Shuang actually. Bei Shuang had never taken the initiative to contact him. That woman was colder than ice, but from the leader of China's second largest guild, ID Nanshan Yumeng. Nanshan Yumeng was the top priest in China and a strong contender for the global #1 spot. Why is she messaging me? Yi froze in confusion. Nanshan Yumeng was a priest, yet she was nothing like the pious clerics people pictured. She never bothered with her long hair, balanced her staff across her knees, and only perked up when a cup brushed her lips. Even so, she single-handedly kept Wuxia's second-largest guild, Nanshan Nan, on its feet. Because she disliked dealing with unfamiliar men, the guild held no male members except her younger brother. Yi had slipped onto her friends list only because they had casually added each other while farming on the Dark Glow Plains. Now he opened a private chat, and his heart skipped half a beat. Nanshan Yumeng had sent Yi hello. For simple words felt like a hidden blade. How did she know his real name? Was it a typo? Fighting down unease, he typed quickly. Quite an honor to be addressed by Wuxia's top priest, but I'm afraid you've got the name wrong. Yi. Seconds later, she replied. Sorry, didn't realize you weren't Yi. I'm on the 3rd floor fighting Monster Star Tricky, so I might answer slowly. Yi burst out laughing. The Tower of Nations was brutal for priests. In his past life, the best any priest had done was reach the 5th floor. Tan Xiao Lilu had clawed that far with a self-harm counterbuild. For a pure support like Nanshan Yumeng, wiping on the first floor would be normal. So the Yi really was a slip? Head just relaxed when another message popped up. There's a guy named Yi in Yunxia Internet Cafe, Beha County. Thought that was you. Got it wrong. Cold sweat trickled down Yi's back. Nanshan Yumeng was from Beha County too? Had she been among those watching his stream earlier? He replayed every face he'd seen in the cafe, but nerves made it impossible to match anyone. The next line nearly stopped his breathing. If I remember right, your class used to be assassin, with the great talent power shift. How are you an archer now? Yi stared at the text, ears ringing as if the sky were collapsing. Who are you? I'm Nanshan Yumeng. Assassin is main class in his previous life. Grade power shift, a secret only he had known. Since rebirth, he hadn't told a soul. How could she possibly know? He drew a long breath, forcing his racing heart to steady. Maybe she hadn't noticed had been reborn. Maybe she simply had access to some kind of intel. But what else could explain it? Memories of Nanshan Yumeng flooded back. In his previous timeline, she was always Waxia's top priest, and by the 7th year after launch, she ruled the global rankings. Her grade talent divine horn doubled a priest's potential. Ordinary players had 30 skill slots. She had 90. Under her buffs, average players fought like elites, and elites battled legends. In any national war, as long as Nanshan Yumeng lived, her guild, Nanshan Nan, never lost. Countless honors had been heaped upon her. During 10 long years in the previous game, players felt not only respect and admiration for Nanshan Yumeng, but genuine fear. In Yi's memory, she seemed able to see straight through people. More than a dozen times, she publicly exposed the Western Coalition's encirclement plans, forcing their armies to stand down. On the national war battlefield, the Nanshan Nan Guild never fell. No matter how grim the situation, she could always spot a weakness and end the fight in a single strike. Beyond number 1 priest, Chinese players gave her an even louder title, the Prophet, a tribute to her terrifying foresight and meticulous planning. Yi's heart suddenly tightened. A prophet? Foresight? If that ability came from real life, it would explain how she knew his former class and talent. But then, wouldn't the secret of his rebirth be exposed? Calming himself, Yi kept typing. I rolled an archer when I entered the game, and I've never heard of a talent called your loss, my gain. Really? Then I must have remembered wrong. You can forge gear, can't you? Nanshan Yumeng replied. Yi stared at the screen. She had to be drawn to his side. I can. Could you forge a few pieces of tower climbing gear for me? They'll pay top price. Why should I help you? If you craft equipment that gets me to floor 100, the Nanshan Nan Guild will owe you 3 favors. No questions asked. I don't need favors. Then name your price. Yi paused for a moment and typed. Why did you come to Divine Land? To defend Huaxia, expand our territory, and make a name for myself. Can the Nanshan Nan Guild deliver on that? Silence. Half a minute later she replied, making a name, yes. Yi pressed his advantage. My static party needs a priest. If you join us, he'll cover all your gear. You just pay the cost. The next silence lasted 10 full minutes. Yi was beginning to wonder when a light tap landed on his shoulder. He turned and froze. Nanshan Yumeng was standing behind him. Forcing himself to stay calm, he asked, who are you? She wore a faded teal priest's robe and lazily twirled a bamboo staff between her fingers. Though the hem was frayed, a wine gourd hung at her waist. Her face was bare, a drunken flush highlighting sword-straight brows and star-bright eyes. Nanshan Yumeng swept her gaze over him, frowned slightly, and took several deep swigs. Buying rice wine on the game's 3rd day, typical guild leader extravagance. You want me in your party? She asked, eyes hazy with drink. Yeah, I hate men. I'm not thrilled about them either. She hadn't expected that. Wine sprayed from her mouth as she doubled over laughing. Huh, interesting. Why insist on me? Yi leaned in and whispered, because we both have secrets. Secrets, she murmured, gourd hovering at her lips. Think it over? Another gulp vanished, and her eyes brightened. In the Nanshan Nan Guild's leader, grouping with a bunch of freelancer swats in it for me. A static party doesn't have to stick together every day, Yi said evenly. Just show up for dungeons, bosses, trade runs. Besides, you're drunk most of the time. Do you even manage the guild? You seem more like a hands-off boss. Hick nailed it. My brother's running things, she hiccuped, but his words tempted her. If that's the deal, a party might hick work. But first craft me a set that reaches floor 100 of the United War Tower. Once I clear it, I'll join. Deal. Start collecting priest gear with intellect or offensive skill, stats any grade, the more the better. I'll forge 3 pieces for you today. What? Only intellect and offensive skills? Is that really priest gear? Shouldn't cool down, cast time, and mana matter most? Don't worry about it. Just find the items and DM me. And keep my forging ability secret. As Nanshan Yumeng walked away, Yi drew a deep breath, certain everything would be fine. Forging a full priest set that could carry someone to the 100th floor of the Tower of Nations sounded like a joke to most people, but outsiders didn't know Nanshan Yumeng. With gear that combined sustained AoE and defensive spells then stacked with her insane buffs, the 100th floor was hardly a pipe dream. Once she was out of sight, Beishuang and Mei Qianma Lu Gun came charging over. Boss, I missed you like crazy. Mei Qianma Lu Gun lunged forward with his arms wide. Yi raised a foot and kicked him away. Quit it. Go chase your cute girls. Have bros before clothes. With you here, boss, who needs girls? Ma Lu Gun grinned and scooted back. Got any gear for me? I can spare only 4 pieces. Yi sent a trade request and dropped the freshly reforged items into the window. 1. Epic tier main weapon 2, class, warrior. 2. Rare tier main weapon 1, class, mage. 3. Rare tier main weapon 1, class, archer. Before confirming, Mei Qianma Lu Gun cleared yesterday's debt of 220,000 gold, then paid another 160,000 in one lump sum no IOU needed. In a blink, Yi's balance rose by 380,000 gold, and his stat panel flashed 21, putting him in a great mood. Ma Lu Gun stared at the less than 10,000 gold left in his bag and almost cried. Boss, you hiked the price just because I looked rich, didn't you? Stop acting broke. The first batch of gear at the auction house should be wrapping up. How much will it bring in? Yi asked. You're sharp as ever. I tossed everything into the auction house except the jade-polished bracers and the Lantian jade ring I saved for Beishuang. Should net around 10,000 gold. Buying for under 1,000 and flipping for 10,000 in 2 days was a windfall. The second and third batches still held epic items. Once they sold, the profit would be outrageous. Piling up cash and leveling Ma Lu Gun's trade run skill early was smart. The real money lay in the upcoming world-class merchant quests, and Yi was all for it. Deal done. Mei Qianma Lu Gun dashed off to run trade routes, while Beishuang stayed to keep climbing the tower. Which floor now? Yi asked. Just hit the 60th, Beishuang answered tersely. Think we can push for 80? Beishuang didn't reply aloud. Instead, she sent a private message with a skill description. Storm Cyclone. Rare gold. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cast time, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Summons a pristine cyclone for 20 seconds, dealing wind element magic damage equal to 800 of the caster's magic attack to every target it passes through. When 2 cyclones collide, they fuse into a single whirlwind, expanding its area of effect, refreshing its duration, dealing wind-type magic damage equal to 1,500 of the caster's spell power over 20 seconds, and dragging every target along its path toward the eye of the storm. After reading the skill description, Yi raised an eyebrow. So the storm cyclone had 2 forms. A lone cyclone dealt modest damage, offered no crowd control, and covered only a small area. But if you shave the cooldown below 20 seconds, summoned 2 cyclones back-to-back, and then merged them, the spell underwent a qualitative shift, damage skyrocketed, and every enemy hit would be sucked into the vortex's core. How much cooldown reduction do you have now? Yi asked. 35%, Beishuang replied coolly. Good. See you on floor 80. Yi nodded. With that, Beishuang stepped into the Tower of Nations without another word, coming and going like a silent winter wind. Outside the tower, Yi waited alone. Half an hour later, Nanshan Yuming arrived, dragging a longbow behind him. Your friend, Nanshan Yuming, requests a trade. Accept? The system prompted. Yi confirmed, and a dozen pieces of gear filled the trade window. Here junk a priest can't use. Anything with intelligence or damage skills is in there. Take your pick, Nanshan Yuming said, leaning against a stone pillar and taking a long pull from his flask, the scent of liquor spreading through the air. Yi swept every item into his bag, glanced at them, and froze. You call this garbage? He lifted an uncommon staff. Is it useful? Bonus spell power, and a fireball cast. What's a priest gonna do? Farm mobs? Nanshan Yuming scoffed. Yi chuckled and pulled out a breastplate. A shield skill counts as trash too? Of course, Nanshan Yuming said, brows raised in disdain. Shielding costs too much mana. A proper priest saves his blue bar for the team, not himself. But what if a monster one-shots you? Yi sighed. Please, what mob can even get that close? If something's in my face, that means I'm trash, Nanshan Yuming declared, patting his chest with absolute confidence. Yi shrugged. Fine. If you're that sure, I want reforged your defensive gear. Don't blame me if you get insta-killed. Nanshan Yuming hooked the flask back at his waist, twirled the staff with one hand, and grinned. Care to bet my buffed movement speed ends up faster than yours? The words made Yi's heart skip. This was a monster with 90 skill slots. Normal logic never applied to him. Yi said no more, picked out 3 priest items with intelligence and damage skills, and began a standard reforging. You selected standard reforging. Progress, 1535-100. Reforge complete. Congratulations, you obtained. Refractive Staff Epic, the Wizard's Round Mirror Epic, Trollkin Ring Epic. The 3 epic grade items lined up, shining brilliantly. At the current stage of the game, such quality was almost unattainable. Even Nanshan Yuming, guild master of a major order, were nothing higher than rare. Yi initiated a trade, slid all 3 epics into the window, and smiled. Since you don't want to join a fixed rate, these go at market price. No discounts. Huh. Nanshan Yuming laughed, hands on his hips as he looked down at the trade window. Who do you think you're underestimating? I'm the guild master of South Mountain Breeze. Keep your charity. Just tell me how much gold you want. Yi raised 3 fingers, his voice as crisp as a coin hitting the table. Staff of Refraction 100,000. Council Mirror 80,000. Ogre Ring 150,000. What? A second ago she was tipsy. Now Nanshan Yuming was stone sober, as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over her head. She stared hard at Yi. Are you out of your mind? What kind of gear costs that much? She flipped open the trade window, and the word epic beside each item stabbed at her eyes. You forged these yourself? And you already have 3 epic pieces? The shock lasted only a heartbeat before she shook her head. No way. Even epic gear tops out at 20,000. Your prices are insane. Players have barely left the starter village. Pulling a few rares off an Ironblood troll is considered lucky. Epic gear doesn't even have a market yet. She might ignore most guild chores, but she knew equipment prices inside and out. Yi shrugged. At least look at the stats first, will you? Only then did Nanshan Yuming open the details. Staff of Refraction Epic, Cleric main hand. Base, 60 magic attack, 10 magic attack, 10 damage dealt. Divine Shaft bonus, 80 magic attack. Passive Frost Ray. Each time you cast a skill, fire a freezing beam at the nearest target, dealing ice damage equal to 100 of your magic attack to enemies within 10 m and slowing them by 30. Passive Refracted Light. Each time you cast a skill, unleash a pure energy beam that ricochets to every enemy within 20 m, dealing light damage equal to 50 of your magic attack. Passive Rhythm Master, Refracted Charge. For every enemy hit by Frost Ray or Refracted Light, your magic attack increases by 2. This staff word stuck in Nanshan Yuming's throat. Built for Raw Burst, it triggered 2 AoE procs simply by casting a skill, and clerics had the shortest cooldowns in the game. She could hear her heart pounding, so she pinched her cheek. I'm awake. Not dreaming. It's real. She hurried to the second item. Council Mirror Epic, Cleric main hand. Base, 40 magic attack, 8 magic attack, 5 all-stat mastery. Divine Shaft bonus. Passive Wizard's Vow. For every active buff on you, gain an additional 5 magic attack. Active Sacred Mirror. Summon 2 illusory clones that taunt nearby enemies for 1s. Clones last 10s, inherit 50 of all stats, and can mimic your skills at 50 effectiveness. Cooldown, 60s. Passive Rhythm Master. Mirror Detonation. When a clone disappears, it deals damage equal to 100 of your magic attack to enemies within 10 m and has a 50 chance to stun them for 2s. Finally, the last piece. Ogre Ring Epic, Ring. Base, 100 magic attack. Active Ogre Summoning. Call 3 ogres from the abyss to fight for you. Each strike deals damage equal to 20 of your magic attack. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Passive Lifelink. The ogres inherit your threat against monsters and gain max HP equal to 200 of yours. Divine Shaft bonus Rhythm Master. Ogre Domain. Enemies that hit an ogre become chilled, reducing movement speed by 20 and taking 10 additional damage. After reading the message, Nanshan Yuming lapsed into a long silence. 3 pieces of gear, cold light glinting off their edges, hovered in the trade window. Lines of stats crowded the panel, sending her pulse racing. This wasn't merely excellent. It bordered on perfection, shattering everything she'd imagined that word could mean. Yi closed the window with a flick of his hand and said calmly, these 3 items will get you to the 80th floor. Meet me there or have to survive 72 hours before moving on. They're strong, but not enough for the top. They'll forge a few more for you in the next couple of days to make sure we reach floor 100. Yuming finally snapped out of her daze, fingertips trembling. Then she decisively hit decline. Your friend Nanshan Yuming has rejected the trade request. Yi stared at the pop-up for half a second. Rejected? Was she unhappy with them? Too expensive? Oh, wait for me, okay? I'm going to scrape together the gold. She wiped her face and bolted out the gate, leaving only the awkward silence behind. Standing on the flagstones, Yi chuckled. Interesting woman. Had heard she avoided men at all costs, but up close she felt more like a girl hiding in her own shadow, aloof on the surface, secrets underneath. Time could unlock that door, but another key would be needed. Half an hour later, footsteps and the scrape of metal came from the alley. Yuming dragged a tall man into the courtyard. Nanshan Wujian, her younger brother. In public, the guild's token deputy, in truth its real boss, privately dubbed the Sister Spoiler. Pleasure to meet you, Wujian began, voice edged with scrutiny. Pleasure, Yi replied with an unruffled smile. My sister asked me for 400,000 gold and refuses to say why. Wujian lifted his chin. Care to explain, master? You told me to keep quiet. Yuming hid behind a stone pillar, gulping from a wine jug. If my bratty brother won't pay up, I'm out of options. Yi cleared his throat, pinched the bridge of his nose, and chose honesty. She wants to clear all 100 floors of the Tower of Nations, and I need to forge a few items for her. That's what the money's for. Wujian's brows drew tight. He glanced at his bleary-eyed sister and pressed, "How many items?" "3," Yi answered. "3 pieces cost 400,000 gold." Wujian's voice leapt. "I never asked for 400, I'm charging 330. Ask your sister about the other 70, Yi said with a shrug. Wujian inhaled sharply, then turned to his sister. "Sis, well, Drunken Dreams Tavern just released a new liquor called Drunk on Dreams and Life. I wanted a bottle, okay? Just 70,000. With all those studios you run, buy your sister one." Under his frosty stare, her voice dwindled, and she clamped a hand over her mouth. "Not happening," Wujian said flatly. "Stupid brother." Yuming pouted, turning away. "But I'm buying those 3 items no matter what, or I'm quitting the guild." Wujian drew another deep breath, forced his voice steady, and said, "Let me see the gear." The moment he spoke, Yi received a friend request, accepted it, and shared the full stats of the 3 items. Wujian's eyes flew wide, a flash of shock glinting in their depths. He declared crisply, "Deal, my sister will take all 3 pieces." Before the words had faded, Nanshan Wujian couldn't be bothered to open a trade window. He stuffed 400,000 gold into a mail and fired it off to Yi, the indifference on his face flipping into a broad grin. "Meeting you today, I finally understand why you're hailed as the world's #1 archer. If these 3 items hit the auction house, they'd bring far more than 400,000. I don't want to shortchange you, but the guild is expanding and this is all we could scrape together. I hope you don't mind." Yi curled his lip. The extra 70,000 gold was clearly a goodwill gesture, and he was happy to accept one more friend is never a bad thing. Done. The 3 items landed in Nanshan Yuming's bag. Yi smiled. "Once your sister reaches floor 100 of the World Tower, I'll add her to the static group." Nanshan Yuming clapped, eyes sparkling. "Perfect. She never keeps a straight face anyway. Running with a celebrity team will skyrocket Nanshan Nan's popularity." Instead of taking offense, Nanshan Wujian threw his head back in laughter. "Huh. If you get any more good gear, don't forget your brother." Yi narrowed his eyes and answered lightly, "If you really need equipment, talk to No Money Get Lost. He handles that side of things." "Fine." Nanshan Wujian's mouth twitched. The thought of dealing with that notorious miser made his chest ache. Buying from him always meant losing a layer of skin. "All right, quit the bromance. Move aside, I'm hitting the tower." Nanshan Yuming, gear in hand, was already itching to go. "My sister's in your care, then." Nanshan Wujian leaned in and lowered his voice. "If you can forge items like these, keep your guard up. A man may be innocent, but possessing a treasure isn't. Huaxia has been under pressure from other regions for years. We look united, but for the right bait, we'll turn on each other in a heartbeat. There are plenty of lunatics in this game," Yi replied coolly. "If they snap, they'll cut them down. As long as you're prepared." Nanshan Wujian nodded, called to his sister, and walked away. The trade completed and a system message popped up, 26 free attribute points gained. Yi watched Nanshan Yuming step into the World Tower and was about to turn away when Princess Supercute came bouncing over. 150,000 gold, paid in 100 installments? Yi stared at her, stunned. What else could I do? Princess Supercute was on the verge of tears. "I had to borrow these 1,500 gold from No Money Get Lost. That skinflint only agreed after I begged forever." Yi rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Fine, here you go. 2 items, the Tri-Essence Grimoire and the Astral Breastplate transferred successfully." And another message flashed. 18 free attribute points gained. With that, all 10 forging attempts available on day 3 were exhausted, netting a total of 65 free attribute points. Yi dumped every point into agility, pushing the stat to 386. 5 hours left, plenty of time to reach floor 80. He stepped into the World Tower. The teleport glyph flared, its radiance swallowing him before fading from view. "You're about to enter floor 51. Good luck." Floor 51 is an eternally frozen mountain. Snowflakes as big as feathers blot out the sky, and the air is as sharp as a blade of ice. Snowfield great apes are scattered across the slopes, each of these hulking beasts born loners. Ding. System message. The alpine climate has afflicted you with cold movement speed reduced by 20, attack speed by 30. Snowflakes swirl on the wind and gather at Yi's feet, forming a translucent debuff circle that instantly bogs down his stride. Yi activates Skybound Force, raises his bow, and locks onto a snowfield great ape 50 meters ahead. Multi-shot. Whoosh, 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 arrows shriek out, and the moment they hit, Yi triggers Shadow Flip, vaulting high into the air and streaking toward another ape 200 meters away like a living arrow. The instant he lands, he keeps hammering the first ape while sprinting straight into the new target's territory. Floors 51 through 60 are all snow-covered peaks, populated solely by these level 20 snowfield great apes, each sporting a Grand Lord health bar with a hefty 400,000 HP. The mountain is vast, and because the apes are solitary, they are spaced hundreds of meters apart. Yi plans to keep proccing Shadow Flip through multi-shot, kite all 100 apes to a single spot, then pop Vengeance and Moon Elf Summon to wipe them out in one burst. The snow keeps falling in sheets. Yi traces graceful arcs through the air, leaping and gliding along the edges of each ape's domain. Howls of rage echo one after another. He glances back, admiring the wintry scenery while watching the apes thunder after him. Thick snow is pounded into craters under their massive hands and feet, making the mountain itself tremble. 10 minutes later, every snowfield great ape on the mountain has been herded into the same area. Yi stops midair, whirls around, and his silhouette darkens. Four moon elves burst from his body, taking up positions to the north, south, east, and west. Vengeance. Moon elf summon. Let's do this. As the words leave his lips, another multi-shot flies, a dense rain of arrows blanketing the snow 140 meters ahead. Yi fine-tunes his footing while hunting for the perfect angle to maximize his crossbow's piercing. Missiles and homing arrows streak through the snow-filled sky, bright tails blazing, before detonating in blinding flashes. Boom, boom, boom. 1,586. Crit 308. Crossbow shot crit 407. Homing arrow crit 686. Missile crit. Damage numbers pop up twice per second, the flood of red digits painting a spectacular tableau of firepower. With multi-shot replacing his basic attack, a single crit can push Yi's listed damage to 3,864. Unfortunately, the apes are Grandlordier bosses with brutal damage reduction, so each volley lands only about 1,500 real damage. He needs armor piercing or true damage gear, and soon. After 2 volleys of multi-shot, he backflips 20 meters to reopen the gap. At this pace, 2 more rotations of vengeance will finish the fight in under 4 minutes. Kiting took longer, but it was the only viable option. He muttered to himself while firing into the pack of snowfield giant apes, their health bars dropping at a steady rate. 20 seconds flew by. Vengeance buff vanished as the timer hit 0. Yi raised a hand, summoned a moon sprite, and planted it exactly 100 meters behind him on the snow. A heartbeat later, moonlight shift yanked him like a crescent's pull. He blinked across the field and reappeared beside the sprite without the slightest gap. He hadn't even found his balance before the bowstring thrummed again. Multi-shot fanned out in a fresh volley, arrows whistling through the wind and shredding the falling snow into dust. The numbers had dipped without vengeance, yet the damage was still enough to rip through the ape's shaggy hides. Chimes rang in his ears. Ensnaring shot triggered. Targets hit. 38. His soaring agility made every proc unervingly precise. The moment the volley landed, inky chains burst from beneath the first ape, struck and lashed outward, binding 37 of its kin. Their speed plummeted, more apes crashed into their backs, and fresh chains erupted again and again, sealing every escape route. Minutes passed. Even without Shadow Flip to kite, the giant apes couldn't close the distance by half a step. Gale Freeze procced, raising their kite received rate by 10%. Stacked with Bullseye, 8 of every 10 multi-shots were criticals. Yi's crit multiplier sat at 60%. Each crit splashed for a brutal 260% damage. System text streamed by. You have slain LV.20 Grand Lord Snowfield Giant Ape, EXP 200. The Divine Spindle flashed, converting all the EXP into smithing proficiency. Skilled Artisan, 427,526 1 million. Floor 100 clear time to rank up smithing. 2. Yi murmured with a smile. He glanced at the holographic panel and opened the World Tower of War leaderboard. Scrolling upward, his own ID filled every slot through floor 50. At floor 51, however, Biming Xianren, Huaxia, LV.19, time, 1905. That one's yours, Xianren. Sorry in advance. 2 minutes later, the last snowfield great ape crashed to the ground. Ding, you have earned the right to enter floor 52 of the Wanghua Battle Tower. Congratulations. You cleared floor 51 in 13 minutes 12 seconds, setting a new record. Your achievement will be permanently inscribed on the tower's Hall of Honor. As the system announcement faded, the flurrying snow vanished, and the chill clinging to Yi's body disappeared as if snuffed out by the wind. He raised his eyes and watched a black vortex slowly take shape before him, swirling like a dark tunnel to the next level. According to tower rules, every clear grants a 120-second respite. If you run over, the vortex drags you in whether you're ready or not. Yi stayed put, steadying his breathing while waiting for Moon Elf Summon and Vengeance to come off cooldown. With a little over 70 seconds left, a private chat window popped up. Biming Xianren, seeing the cinder, Yi's lips quirked. Biming Xianren, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Yi, do it on purpose? Biming Xianren, sneaking up from behind. Pretty kinky taste you've got. There was no voice chat, yet Yi could practically hear the man grinding his teeth. Biming had poured everything into grabbing the floor 51 speed record, only for Yi to smash it along with every record from floors 1 through 50 without ever charging in Hedon. Yi nearly laughed, but managed to keep a straight face. I suspect you're being dirty, he typed, but I have no proof. Biming replied with an ellipsis, then went on fighting at floor 72. A frosty arrow sent dozens of giant snakes flying, his rage gauge scattering with them. Figures, he thought. Anyone who runs with no money GTFO has to be weird. After a moment, he returned to business. Serious question. Planning to stay a lone wolf? Yeah, why? Biming. Interested in joining Shengxianju? Shengxianju, the third largest guild in Waxia Guild leader Dawei Tianlong, vice leader Biming Xianren. Yi wondered why one of the top archers would try to recruit a direct rival. Didn't he know two tigers can't share a mountain? Not interested, Yi replied. Biming hurried to sweeten the pot. Don't refuse so fast, check my offer. While hammering weak spots on the giant snakes, he opened the auction house and shared the highest priced item, a superior grade crossbow. Biming, well, superior gear is practically extinct, and with 2 extra skill slots it rivals a perfect grade weapon. Join Shengxianju, and it's yours. He waited, certain no archer could turn down such a main weapon, not even Yi. 3 seconds later, Yi sent a single ellipsis. Biming. What's that supposed to mean? If you like it, just say it. If you say the word, Shengxianju will scrape together every last coin to buy it for you. In the private channel, Biming Xianren was practically stamping his feet, wishing he could crawl through the screen, grab Yi's hand, and grill him face to face. Say something. He pressed again. Cough. Cough was all Yi typed. Cough my foot. Is it asthma or a cold? Go get treated. Are you embarrassed to accept a favor? You're a grown man, be realistic. Joining a guild isn't shameful, and this gear is insane, so just take it. Biming Xianren fired off the messages in one breath and slapped a guild invite into the chat. Come on. On the other end, Yi was clutching his stomach, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Never dreamed Biming Xianren would try to poach him with a splitting crossbow. That very splitting crossbow was a piece he had forged himself earlier today. The moment he sold it to No Money Get Lost, the guy tossed it straight into the auction house. In Divine Gift, archer primary weapons fall into 3 categories. 1. Bows, fastest attack speed, lowest range damage. 2. Hand crossbows, single-handed, very slow attack speed, very long range, high range damage. 3. Heavy crossbows, two-handed, no offhand allowed, even slower attack speed, highest damage, longest range, and the only weapons with built-in armor piercing and penetration effects. The splitting crossbow is a heavy crossbow, but it slashes attack speed by a whopping 90%, making it totally incompatible with Yi's usual multi-shot and ensnaring shot. He was better off with his current main and offhand setup. After he had laughed himself out, he declined the guild invitation and typed, "Great weapon, just not for me. If you really like it, go bid on it." He turned it down? Biming Xianren was stunned. Such good gear, and Yi didn't want it? Had another guild already recruited him? Name your terms. Whatever the others can give, we can match, and whatever they can't, well, still deliver. Yi replied offhandedly. I'm putting together my own fixed party, not joining any guild. He glanced at his skill panel. The cooldowns on Vengeance and Summon Moon Sprite had reset, then stepped into the teleport vortex. Destination, floor 52. This time, Biming Xianren let it drop. After this brief episode, Yi sensed a looming danger. The steady trickle of his equipment into the auction house would eventually draw every major guild's attention, and his identity as a master smith would be exposed. Most guilds in the Huaxiao region played fair, but once the news reached other regions, an uproar was inevitable. His gear was so overpowered it could upset the entire balance in Huaxia. When that happened, the region would become everyone's prime target. The tragedy from his previous life might repeat itself worse than before. A storm was brewing, and secrecy was his only shelter. Until the shipyard event appeared, large-scale nation wars were off the table, making this window his most precious time to grow. The moment he set foot on floor 52, icy winds carrying swirling snow slapped into him, and the weight on his shoulders felt even heavier. Ding! You have qualified to enter the War God's ruins on floor 80 of the Tower of Nations. Warning, 32 players remain alive in the battlefield of the War God. Current roster God's left hand, Lighthouse Zone, LV, 21. Survival time 1 hour 32 minutes and 24 seconds. 7th time zone, Huaxia, LV, 22. 1 hour 27 minutes and 59 seconds. Time Hunter, Huaxia, LV, 22. 1 hour 12 minutes and 27 seconds. Expand Collapse Admiral Lanze, Sun Never Sets Zone, LV, 20. 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Beishuang, Huaxia, LV, 22. 47s. Important notes. 1. Survive for 72 hours to earn passage to floor 81. 2. Coordinates are hidden. 3. Killing players from other battle zones grants enormous experience. 4. Every 72 hours, 20,000 LV, 20 Overlord-class monsters respawn. Defeating them yields generous experience. 5. After 60 seconds out of combat you may log out on the spot. The next login places you at a random location within the battlefield. After Yi cuts 16 minutes off the record on floor 79, an entrance to floor 80 materialized. Floor 80 is a massive 10-kilometer square map that merges desert, ocean, forest, mountain, and swamp biomes. Players are dropped into one of them at random. Unlike on dark glow planes, no coordinates are displayed, only the survival list updates. Anyone who reaches this floor is almost impossible for a level 20 overlord monster to kill. The true danger comes from other players. Only 32 people have entered so far, but once the novice village is empty, top players will flood in. Among the four main classes, priests, excluded, roughly 40% of steer talent holders can reach this stage. According to the Divine Gift Continent's official forum, in Yi's previous life, more than 3,000 players once made it to the battlefield of the war god, yet fewer than 100 walked out alive. Early arrivals die at the highest rate. After the beginner wave passes and many elite players have either fallen or cleared the area, later entrants actually survive more often. The stronger the participants, the fiercer the slaughter. PvP's rich experience and loot tempt everyone. Yi scanned the roster. Bei Shuang was inside, while Ben Gong Xiaoming and Nanshan Yumeng had yet to appear. He opened his friends list and sent a private message. I'm heading in. Bei Shuang replied almost at once with an ellipsis. I mean floor 80, Yi clarified. Where are you? Let's meet up. After a long pause she answered, I'm surrounded. Yi narrowed his eyes and stepped into the swirling portal. A moment later, a system announcement echoed overhead. Congratulations to Huaxiao player Yi for entering the battlefield. Is it bad? He asked while falling, sending Bei Shuang a party invite. She accepted instantly. She was roughly 3 kilometers away. Yi was in the forest, while Bei Shuang stood at the easternmost edge of the map, a barren desert with no cover and nowhere to hide. All clear for now. Ishikawa Keiko, Admiral Lanze, and Carlos are here with me, Bei Shuang reported crisply over the comms. Relieved, Yi exhaled and triggered his ascension force. Compressed air launched him skyward in a clean arc above the treetops toward the blazing dunes. The wings of the wind god snapped open, their feathers thrumming in the gale. Bow in his left hand, he drew with his right, unleashing volley after volley. With shadow wheel constantly refreshing its cooldown, he bounded forward as if spring-loaded, half leaping, half flying, and the distance to Bei Shuang's marker shrank at a blistering pace. Behind him, the rain of arrows snagged the monster's attention. Their roars overlapped as whole packs were lured toward the desert. Using the chaos, Yi sprinted on until a burst of fire erupted in the canopy ahead. The 7th time zone was clearing the area with a fire-based forbidden spell. Heat licked his hair. Yi glanced up and met the woman's emotionless stare. Hello? He gave a sheepish wave, then bolted. One forbidden spell from her could vaporize him. And until he had a solid escape plan, distance was his best defense. A cryptic rhythm flickered in the 7th time zone's eyes, and spatial arrays bloomed and faded under her feet. She blinked fluidly between nodes, evading the lunging creatures while never losing sight of Yi. At the tip of her staff, the forbidden spell God-slaying thunder core swirled into a vortex, hovered for several heartbeats, then dissipated. Fine. I won't kill you this time, she said, voice flat and cold. The ground suddenly rumbled. A forest wall collapsed beneath a tidal wave of monsters, hundreds charging straight for the 7th time zone. Realizing they weren't after her, she narrowed her eyes and scoffed. Dragging an entire horde, what are you up to? Before the words had faded, her spatial array flared westward, and she flickered out of their path. Thunder echoed as the horde, pulled by Yi's arrow storm, stampeded deeper into the desert, sweeping away the beasts that had been harassing her. When the dust finally settled, she blinked back to her original spot, watching the swarm vanish on the horizon. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, should have taken that menace out when I had the chance. The war god's ruins. The dunes rolled like storm-tossed waves. Keiko Ishikawa sprinted in front with Admiral Lanze and Carlos 100 meters behind her. The three shared the same objective, yet each kept part of their attention on the others. To prevent an ambush, Admiral Lanze periodically gathered mana and cast the rare gold tier spell Minor Ultrasonic Pulse, exposing every player or monster within 500 meters, invisible or not. After the 5th pulse he shouted, "E still hasn't shown up. What's there to fear?" Keiko's voice was razor-sharp. "Sakuraji Hui and the 8-headed pillar are headed this way. 3 assassins can't take down a single archer?" Carlos laughed loudly. "Well, look who's brimming with confidence. Finally out from under ES shadow, are you? Shut up. Who do you think you are, mocking me?" Keiko shot back. Carlos didn't flare up. His gaze slid over her curves, scornful and cutting. "Yeah, the boat is smoking hot, but I bet your male secretary's worn it out by now. The princess of the Yamato conglomerate fooling around with some pretty boy every datesk. TSK, can I comment?" Ice flashed in Keiko's eyes. "Looking to die? Heh. Been playing a warrior for years, first time an assassin's threatened me. Feeling bold today, huh?" Carlos shrugged. Tension crackled until Admiral Lanze spoke. "Is infighting really that entertaining? Fine, I'll zip it." Carlos spread his hands, then twisted the knife. "Just saying, she's a snake. Pulled plenty of dirty tricks in other games. Watch your back." The barb sprang from old grudges. Earlier clashes had left Carlos resentful of Yamato region players, and he never missed a chance to snipe at them. Admiral Lanze steered them back on track. "Has God's left hand arrived?" He's contacting the other players in the ruins, Carlos replied lightly. Didn't Yi enter too? He's cooking up something big, so I'll have to wait a bit. Then we take out Beishuang first, Lanze decided. She's on Yi's team. Kill her, then link up with God's left hand. No sooner had he finished than the horizon, where desert met forest, erupted in yellow dust, a sand-like wall hurtling toward them. Lanze frowned. Just a dungeon set piece, Carlos said dismissively. Something's off. Lanze stepped back. Keiko's voice was icy. Whoever shows up dies. The dust roared. The ground shook harder. Wait, that's no sandstorm. It's a monster tide. Lanze shouted. He triggered minor ultrasonic pulse for the 6th time. In the grayscale of the scan, a colossal horde blanketed the land. Above its head hovered a winged figure, bowstring thrumming without pause. Arrows, bolts, rockets, and tracking shafts interwove. Explosions hurling sand skyward and plunging everything into chaos. A quick sweep showed at least 1,000 jungle kings and desert whites locked onto her aggro. It's Yi. Run. He's too fast. Admiral Lanze gasped. Quit panicking. Sakaki High and the 8-headed pillar are on their way. He'll die by my hand this time. Ishikawa Yoshiko sneered, her figure dissolving into the air before she finished speaking. As she left, she cast a chilling glance at Carlos, then vanished completely. High above the battlefield, Yi suppressed his aura. His gaze skipped past the front lines and locked onto Beishuang in the distance. Once he confirmed she was safe for the moment, he finally relaxed. A gigantic spectral eye suddenly opened in the sky, its eerie iris flickering. In an instant it blanketed a 500-meter radius, the sense of being watched stabbing straight into the heart. Minor ultrasonic perception? Yi recognized the rare gold-tier skill instantly. It was supposed to scan only 100 meters, yet it covered 500, obviously magnified by Admiral Lanze's charge talent. So this was prepared for me. Yi smirked and added Admiral Lanze to his first kill list, then blurred out of sight. Shadow escape, you have entered stealth. Swift shadow activated, movement speed 20. Minor ultrasonic perception could reveal stealth, but it couldn't strip away the speed from swift shadow. As long as he didn't attack or take damage, the buff would last, perfect for travel. The boosts stacked madly. Blessing of the Wind sprites 20 speed. Lightfoot, 20 base speed. Eagle's Might, 10 speed. Wind sprite quiver, 5 speed. Twined hide boots, 30 base speed. Shadow Slayer's ring, 10 speed. Pioneer title, 40 speed. Yi glanced at the interface, current movement speed, 307. Like a streak of light loosed from a bow, he flashed through the air, a bright tail streaming behind him like an eagle diving for prey. This is the end, you're strong. Admiral Lanze had taken only 2 steps when Yi suddenly materialized before him, crossing the distance in a heartbeat. Lanze spoke softly, his expression still calm. The next instant, 3,862, critical. 1,064, crossbow critical. 1,496, homing arrow critical. 2,064, missile critical. A storm of arrows howled in, boring through his chest. 2 missiles detonated right after, followed by 4 quarrels and 2 homing arrows. Lanze's health bar emptied, and he crashed to the ground. Zone announcement: Yi Huaxiao region. LV.1 has slain Admiral Lanze Emperor Sun region. LV.20, gained 3,000 EXP. Current survivors in the relic of the war god 1. Heh. In the real world, Lanze chuckled as he climbed out of his gaming pod. Silver gray hair draped over his shoulders. He smoothed it back and stared into the boundless night sky, eyes as calm as a windless sea. Bang, his door flew open. Without turning, Lanze spoke as if he had been expecting the visitor. How did it go? Ishikawa Yoshiko and Carlos will die. Admiral Dos replied just as tersely. Pass the word. Our people stay out of the relic of the war god. Hold the last monster on every floor until Yi reaches floor 81. Admiral Lanze gathered his long hair into a loose tie, then turned to Duo C and absently straightened the man's collar. It was almost midnight, less than an hour remained before the 4th day of the server opened, yet the Ministry of War building of the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun blazed with light. Fluorescent glare spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, nailing their shadows to the carpet. Duo C clenched his fists. After a moment of silence, he frowned. If we do this, our people will lose 3 days. 3 days is better than losing the entire force. Lanze's voice almost blended with the whisper of the air conditioning. Is Yi Jinjin really that powerful? Duo C lowered his voice. Your mind is restless, Duo C. Lanze glanced at him and perched elegantly on the arm of the sofa opposite. Power has a price tag. Someone will pay it soon enough. We'll watch and see. The air tightened. The battle report head, just read, flashed back to Duo C, squeezing the breath out of him. But he killed you just now. Don't you want revenge? I do. Lanze looked up as if commenting on the weather. I'm not strong enough yet, so all I can do is let him bask in it. Duo C swallowed, his voice a growl. I don't understand you at all. If you could read me that easily, I wouldn't be in this seat. Lanze smiled, rose, and walked toward his personal gaming pod. the metal hull glinting coldly under the lights. With the hatch half closed, Duo C called after him. God's left hand is rallying elite players from every sector to ambush Yi. Should we tell him our squad won't enter war God's remnants for now? Are you two that close? He'll find out. Lanze's tone stayed light. Just before the lid shut, he braced it with one hand, as if struck by a more amusing thought. Push Ishikawa Yoshiko's death video to the media. Make it go viral. Duo C froze. Aren't we allies now? Of course we are. Lanze chuckled, eyes cold and clear. Drawing enemy fire is what allies are for. The theater's nearest Yamato, India, Vietnam, Korea already have old grudges. Let them soak up some hate. His voice turned grave. You're my successor. You still have a lot to learn. Remember, when the enemy is too strong, don't smash into them heathen. Disengage, cut your losses. They can call you a traitor all they want, the one who laughs last wins. This game has only just begun. With that, the hatch finally sealed. The words echoed in Duo Sis' ears, sending an icy chill through him. This man is terrifying. After finishing off General Lanze in a single stroke, Yi felt a surge of icy energy spread around him. A translucent shell of frost raced across his body, and pale chill seeped through every seam of the armor. Within 10 meters the sand froze solid, hoarfrost formed in midair, and the temperature plunged below zero. Glacial Aegis activated. Lowers ambient temperature within 10 meters. Enemies entering the zone are chilled movement, attack, and casting speed 50. The cold had barely settled when he caught the sharp whistle of wind. Startled, Yi fired a burst of multi-shot and triggered Shadow Flip, somersaulting in midair to land at an angle. 2 icy flashes skimmed his fading afterimage but missed entirely. Only then did the figures of Ingmu Hui and Baji Jiju appear overhead, daggers still gleaming as they plummeted like meteors. Still trying to ambush me? You never learn. Yi's words were as cold as the air while a second volley of multi-shot screamed forward. Just before the arrows struck, 2 pillars of pitch-black light erupted. Umbral Blink, rare gold skill, instant teleport 50m. In an instant the pair vanished and reappeared on open ground 50 meters away. Multi-shot hit nothing, but homing arrows and mini-missiles locked on relentlessly, arcing into their backs. 489. 865. Critical. Each health bar was left with a mere sliver of red. Yi chuckled. Decent damage reduction. He drew again, readying another multi-shot. The desert floor split apart. 2 massive hands burst from the sand, hurling grit and sword light. Carlos leapt from the fissure, a ribbon of sword energy slashing toward Yi. I was waiting for you, Yi muttered. Shadow Flip lifted him half a meter into the air, letting the blade miss by a hair. In the same breath he tossed 3 entangling caltrops. Entangling caltrops. Hit. Slow 30 for 3s. Slow icons appeared above Ingmu Hui, Baji Jiju, and Carlos simultaneously. Yi didn't pause. His fingers squeezed the trigger, and a third wave of multi-shots swept across the sand. 3,651. Critical. 3,548. Critical. The 2 assassins were shredded by the arrow storm and collapsed. Zone announcement. Yi Huaxiao Region LV.1 has slain Ingmu Hui Yamato Region LV.20, EXP 3000. Zone announcement. Yi Huaxiao Region LV.1 has slain Baji Zhu Yamato Region LV.20, EXP 3000. After claiming the 2 kills, Yi swung his bow toward Carlos and lunged. Arrows, missiles, and shards of ice poured down in a dense barrage. 854. Critical. 272. Critical. 172. Critical. And Glass Warrior, huh? 80% damage mitigation, Yi noted, watching Carlos' health fall only gradually. The man roared and tried over and over to close the distance. But Shadow Flip kept widening the gap, and the combined slows from Glacial Aegis and entangling caltrops left him wading through molasses. Every savage charge was either sidestepped or bogged down by debuffs. He couldn't even touch Yi's shadow. What are you so smug about? You just got lucky, think you're unbeatable? Carlos growled, glancing at the row of negative effects stacked on him. Ensnaring Shot, slow. Entangling caltrops, slow. Glacial Aegis, slow. Howling Freeze, increased crit taken. Debuff icons filled an entire row. On the brink of collapse, he still had to grit his teeth and endure. Howling Freeze, critical damage received increased. A jumble of debuffs chained Carlos to the spot, every scarlet icon on his status bar another shackle. He clenched the greatsword that towered half a head above him and roared inwardly. Alan, or die right here. With that, he threw his weight back and whipped the blade toward the sky. The sword burst into a silver flash, dissolving midair into a thick, glowing cable that shot across the field toward Yi 100 meters away grappling chain. It was the signature skill of his exceptional weapon, the Traction Greatsword, a drop from the Dark Glow Plains boss. Spend 20% of max HP to turn the sword into a chain, yank a distant enemy to melee range, and force a 4-second taunt that overrides all other aggro. Risky, but if he could drag Yi in, the fight would flip. The chain whistled through the air. Carlos tipped his head back, half euphoric, already hearing the crowd's cheers. Then a volley of multi-shot arrows blotted out the sky. 624. Crit 165. Crit. Scarlet numbers exploded across his vision. His heart hammered, yet he still barked. Two can hold. The next moment shattered that hope. Just as the grappling chain was about to cinch Yi's neck, it unraveled curl by curl and vanished without a sound. Carlos' eyes went wide, as if had seen a ghost. System, you were hit by player Yi. Passive skill laid down, arms activated. Main weapon slot sealed for 10 minutes. The main weapon slot can be sealed? What kind of skill is that? His brain short-circuited. Yi was just as surprised. Had been ready to disengage the instant he was dragged in, but a quick glance at his panel showed his passive, lay down arms, had sealed Carlos' weapon instead. Yi chuckled. Talk about bad luck. He drew back his longbow to claim the kill, then paused, gaze shifting past Carlos. A slim figure flickered behind Carlos. Cold steel flashed. A dagger slit his throat in one clean stroke. Zone announcement. Ishikawa Yoshiko, Yamato Zone, LV, 20, has slain Carlos. Lighthouse Zone, LV, 20. XP, 3000. His head hit the ground and rolled. Yoshiko stomped on it, voice like ice. Insult me all you want, but insult Alien? You're asking to die? She lifted her eyes to Yi hovering 50 meters above and smiled. We meet again. Yi hovered in the air, voice calm. That alliance of yours is awfully fragile. Alliance? Yoshiko's eyes narrowed in a smile. Just mutual convenience. I heard you plan to visit the Yamato Zone. I love cherry blossoms, so I'm thinking about it. Only to see cherry blossoms? You don't actually believe that, do you? The nation war isn't open yet. I can't exactly swim to Yamato, Yi shrugged. If it were anyone else, I'd agree. But you? You might just manage it. Ishikawa Keiko paused, lowered her voice, and said, You're too strong, I'm no match for you. I surrender. Kill me if you want, but promise you won't strike Yamato first. High in the air, Yi strolled along on the wind, as if taking a leisurely walk. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. That won't do. Surrender or not, your head is mine. Ishikawa Keiko's face darkened. Do you really want to fight to the death? A fight to the death? Yi gave a soft snort, his hawk-like gaze locking onto her. You're not worth it. Ishikawa Keiko's knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists. The Western war zones are already eyeing Huaxia. If you attack Yamato, you'll only help them. I'm just a lone player, you shouldn't be bringing strategic issues to me. Yi shook his head, voice flat. What is it I really want? He raised his longbow, its string humming under his fingertips, and tilted his head with a smile. Can a man simply love cherry blossoms? When the petals scatter and every tree withers, the scene will be beautiful. If every cherry blossom in Yamato falls, that would be truly spectacular. He released the bowstring, multiple arrows burst out at once. 3784. System critical hit messages flooded the screen. Regional announcement, Yi Huaxia Zone. LV.1 has slain Ishikawa Keiko Yamato Zone. LV.20, gaining 3000 EXP. Ishikawa Keiko's body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yi landed, his robes snapping in the wind, and swept up every piece of gear and every item the 5 enemies had dropped. Ishikawa Keiko had been ready to negotiate, but she underestimated Yi's hatred for the Yamato Zone. Among the 197 war zones on the God-bestowed continent, the one he loathed most was this two-faced, backstabbing faction. In his previous life, Western zones had used Yamato as a springboard to strike Huaxiao again and again, causing devastating losses. Working with such an untrustworthy zone only left you reeking of trouble. People like that could never be cowed by a beating or two. Only by uprooting them, entirely erasing their nation and their race, could the threat be eliminated for good. Yi still had a long road ahead before he could make that happen. The seemingly endless fight had actually lasted less than a minute. Dust billowed over the desert, reducing visibility to nearly zero. Suspended in midair, Yi unleashed a torrent of multi-shot arrows, holding the monster horde in check. Below him, more than 1,000 jungle colossi and desert whites crashed and howled, their massive bodies melding into a single wall that looked capable of grinding any player to powder, but that was only an illusion. Ready to go big? Yi stowed his bow and flashed over to the graceful figure nearby. Beishuang raised her twin serpent staff and tapped the air with a slender finger. Ripples of light spread like water, and 2 halos settled on the sand, expanding into enormous magic circles beneath her low chant. Bang! She slammed the staff into the ground, fully activating its power. The gem at its tip flared crimson, and 2 fire serpents as thick as houses spiraled up from the smaller circle. Flame Serpent. Overlord, LV, 22. Magic attack, 140. Cast range, 100 m. Skills, Flame Jet, Fire Domain. The twin serpent staff summoned scaled with Beishuang's level and intelligence. She was level 22, and so were the serpents. They had no HP bar. As long as she lived, they would remain for 10 minutes. Flame Jet pierced enemies in a straight line, while Fire Domain continuously burned anything within 100 meters. A party prompt flashed. Flame Serpent has triggered Arcane Transposition. Your teammate Beishuang is summoning Cataclysm Grade LV 22 Fire Serpent Lord. Fire Serpent Lord. Cataclysm LV 22. Magic Attack 240. Cast Range 200 m. Skills: Compressed Fireball, Inferno Singularity. In the center of the larger circle, a gate of pure fire swung silently open, its doors adorned with twin serpent-headed knockers radiating a sinister aura. Rumble. Flames from the sky converged on the portal, forming a blazing sphere 10 meters across. Under searing heat it shrank, its glow growing ever fiercer, its energy intensifying. The gaps between the flames vanished, warping the surrounding air. When the sphere compressed to barely a meter wide, the raging power broke free. The compressed fireball born of the wildest flames plummeted, a projectile of pure annihilation aimed straight at the monster tide. 8,752. 8,658. 8,254. Damage numbers burst into the air as the inferno poured down. The world seemed to crumble under the assault. There was nowhere to run and nothing that could withstand it. But that wasn't the end. As the compressed fireball crashed down, a massive flaming vortex erupted, engulfing 100 meters of jungle and dragging every jungle colossus and desert mummy into its center. 2,864. 2,840. Searing damage numbers popped up in a frenzy as the flames shredded their health every second. Seconds later, two flame serpents opened their maws and spewed thick jets of fire straight through the vortex, turning the already blazing inferno even hotter. 1,206. 1,386. Flame vortex lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 120, Beishuang reminded calmly, gripping her twin serpent staff. They can't break free during that time. They're sitting ducks. Yi understood at once. Black mist spread from his body, and Moon Elf split off. Vengeance. Moon Elf summon. The moment he drew his longbow, his back was straight as a spear looked like a war god. In the next instant, multi-shot exploded, and a rain of arrows poured onto the trapped horde. 3,897. Crit 1765. Crit. With solid crowd control. This is almost too easy, Yi chuckled. At his terrifying attack speed, arrows wove a curtain of death, while chains from entangling shot whipped through the monster pack. The Moon Elves mirrored his every move, piling on damage as their health bars melted away. 10 seconds passed, 20 more before the vortex faded. Beishuang lifted her staff again and began a low, solemn chant. A howling gale arose, and two cyclones, one large, one small, started to advance. 2,654. 2,496. When the vortex's flames finally died down, the monsters regained control and roared toward Yi. The lingering burns from the compressed fireball, flame serpents, and the fire serpent lord were brutal, but they still couldn't match Yi's relentless multi-shot. Aggro stayed locked on him, yet he didn't retreat an inch, continuing his on-the-spot barrage. Beishuang's chanting came to an end. Whoosh! A second set of cyclones formed and surged forward, merging with the first. Rampaging storm triggered. All enemies along its path are dragged into the cyclone's core for 20 seconds. After the merge, the timer refreshes. Two towering tornadoes ripped through the mob, yanking every creature into their centers. The control chain was seamless. What once looked like a terrifying tide of monsters now resembled toys. Yi stood calmly, mercilessly mowing down the immobilized level 20 overlords. 5 minutes later, over 1,000 monsters lay dead. The screen flooded with experience notifications. You have slain LV.20 Overlord Jungle Colossus. EXP 100. You have slain LV.20 Overlord Jungle Colossus. EXP 100. Party mode. EXP divided equally. Divine Scroll effect activated. 100 of gained EXP converted to blacksmith proficiency. Current blacksmith proficiency, skilled craftsman 583, 5791, 000. Awesome. Suddenly, Bengong Xiaoming popped up in front of them, squealing with excitement. Wow, that's the coolest way to farm XP I've ever seen. I absolutely love it. Her eyes sparkled, and she hopped across the gravel to snuggle up beside Beishuang, words flying like a machine gun. If I'd come a few minutes earlier, I could have been part of this miracle. This fight belongs in every Divine Continent PvE textbook. Infinite crowd control looks brain dead, but the timing and positioning are brutal. It really shows how sharp Beishuang's awareness and mechanics are. I'm speechless. Since I started playing, I never even imagined grinding could be this smooth. Yi rubbed his nose, tilted his head, and asked, "When did you get here?" "Just logged in. I spawned in the desert, and the moment I heard you were here, I sprinted over. You were so focused on the mobs, you probably missed the system notice." Xiaoming shook the staff in her hand. "You knew we were here?" Yi raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Your video has gone viral. You one-shotted General Lanze, took 0 damage while being ambushed by the assassin legends Ingmu Hui and the Pillar of Yaqi, and then made Ishikawa Keiko and Carlos turn on each other. The desert's basically off-limits to non-Huaxiao players, now no one dares come near. You're famous. Yi shrugged, looking a little helpless. The alliance between Ishikawa Keiko and Carlos was shaky to begin with. Once the video exploded online, blood was bound to spill. He knew someone had to be pulling strings these days. The real killing happened off the battlefield. Thinking of Ishikawa Keiko's ashen face, he sighed inwardly. He reached out and pulled Xiaoming into the party. Anything else we should know? Rumor is God's left hand is recruiting like crazy. Top players from every battle zone are power leveling, all hoping to claim your head. Xiaoming's eyes danced as she spoke. Not exactly a surprise. Yi spread his hands. So what's the plan? Massive brawl? Count me in. I've wanted to smack those guys for ages. Yi shot her a sideways glance, too lazy to comment on her enthusiasm. No rush. Well, settle everything once Nanshan Yumeng logs in. His tone was so certain it sounded as though the outcome was already scripted. Wait, you even roped her in? Color me impressed. She's way stronger than Charborough Lulu. Xiaoming gasped, then started calculating aloud. With her buffs, my domain barrier, Bei Shuangjiji's crowd control, and your long-range multi-shots, let's observe a 3-second moment of silence for God's left hand. Yi chuckled. Yuming needs a little more time. Meanwhile, let's clear the desert mobs. The XP here is great. We can squeeze out a few more levels. Deal. Xiaoming nodded vigorously. Yi sprinted across the dunes. His bowstring thrummed again and again, arrows trailing fiery tails through the haze, pulling every sand-withered corpse toward them. In minutes, nearly 2,000 undead were stampeding through the rippling sands, a wall of dust blotting out the setting sun. Xiaoming raised her staff first. A magic array spread like golden ripples, covering several hundred meters in an instant. A fierce wind tore through the domain barrier. Based on the level 20 mage skill gale force, the reworked spell bathes every enemy in the zone in steady wind damage until the barrier collapses. Roaring air currents churn through the desert, and the circle beneath Ben Gong Xiaoming's feet looks like an upside-down vortex. Sand whips through the whirlwind, slamming into the sand sea mummies. 821, 838, 876. Dense strings of damage numbers crackle like blue sparks. In her palm, the Sanyuan grimoire glows like a sapphire spotlight, siphoning ribbons of mana. Every hit restores 2 points. At the same time, starlight from the astral breastplate falls like a watery curtain, sealing her in crystalline blue light. Mana stream activates as well, converting 1% of her damage into mana. With both sources feeding her, her mana bar never dips below the cap. She sweeps the petrified staff high overhead. A scarlet domain barrier drops from the sky, trapping the monsters beneath a blood-red glass bell. Damage taken in the field rises by 40%. Thousands of mana points rush back every second as Xiaoming grits her teeth to maintain the second barrier. Without the grimoire and breastplate, she would be drained dry in an instant. But now consumption and recovery balance perfectly, letting the dual fields run indefinitely. Thinking of Nangong Yuming joining soon, she can't help getting excited. One more buff, and she might sustain 3 domains at once. Impressive. Yi chuckles, eyes full of approval. Bei Shuang merely nods and begins a low chant, calling forth a flame serpent and a flame serpent lord. A fiery black hole blooms open, dragging every sand sea mummy into its searing core. Yi then activates Ascension, turns into a dark avenger, summons a moon sprite, and draws his bow to full. Multi-shot pours down like a monsoon, arrow light blotting out the sky. 5,869. Crit 5,742. Crit 2 minutes later, every mummy crashes to the sand, leaving only copper coins and gear ringing on the ground. System messages pop up one after another. You have slain a LV.20 Grand Lord Sand Sea Mummy. EXP 67. You have slain a LV.20 Grand Lord Sand Sea Mummy. EXP 67. Party mode. EXP evenly distributed. Divine Spindle effect triggered. 100 of EXP converted to blacksmith proficiency. Current proficiency expert 704 7921 000 000. With the desert zone cleared, the team has nothing to do but wait idly for Nanshan Yumeng to log in. What floor is she on now? She's so slow. Ben Gong Xiaoming squats and idly stirs the sand. 79th. She's almost here, Yi replies. Wow. A priest reaching floor 79, even with your gear, is seriously impressive. Her admiration is genuine. Yet the thought of being stuck in Zhanshanidi for a full 72 hours makes Xiaoming increasingly irritable. The same handful of monsters keep respawning, and clearing them has lost all charm. Players from other war zones are equally wary. Some remain on lower floors to watch, some log off on the spot, preferring to waste a few days rather than hand easy kills to Yi. The rest, swayed by Shangdi Zuash's persuasion, are busily gathering a large force in secret, preparing for an all-out assault. The 4th day since the server went live slipped by in uneventful boredom. Some rejoiced, others worried. Yi stood guard beside the War God Ruins teleport array, waiting for Nanshan Yuming to log in while counting his loot. After 2 brutal battles, he had fished more than 30 fine and rare items out of the corpse piles, but they were all standard models with mediocre stats. Beishuang and Bingong Chaoming dismissed them and stuffed everything into Yi's pack. As for gold, the party had gathered nearly 1,000 coins and split them on the spot. Yi's personal balance thus broke the 1 million mark, causing the Pioneer medal in his status panel to flare. Pioneer Excellent Special Equipment First Kill Reward from the Dark Crypt Boss. Base Stats: 40 Stamina, 40 Strength, 40 Agility, 40 Intelligence. Light of Advancement: 100 to all attributes. Quest for Knowledge: 1 Stamina, 1 Strength, 1 Intelligence, 3 Agility. Hoarder: 11 to all attributes. Great Wealth: 1 to all attributes, automatically triggers when you hold at least 1 million gold. King of Fortune: unlocked after accumulating 10 million gold. Tempo Master Power of Money: the more gold you have, the higher your hidden charm, making it easier to gain NPC favor. Great Wealth had just lit up. 1% might not sound like much, but on nearly 400 agility, it equaled the free attribute points an ordinary player earned from an entire level. Meanwhile, the medal's hidden charm coefficient was inching upward. He would have to leave the Tower of Nations and interact with NPCs to see the real effect. Yi shifted his gaze to the hopeful medal on his right shoulder, feeling conflicted. The tooltip said that once his Forge Master class advanced to Veteran, he would have a 0.1% chance to reforge an epic item. If he really created an epic, the in-game epic leaderboard would open for the first time, setting off a genuine chain reaction. 1. Every major guild would make a move, whether by force, by purchase, or by trade. 2. Strong-arming him was almost impossible. Yi was now hailed as the hope of Huaxia. Anyone who tried would face the wrath of the entire Huaxia player base. 3. If they chose to buy or barter, the initiative would be entirely his, so he could not lose. Yi decided that after clearing the Tower of Nations, he would have no money get lost contact the guild leaders. Ordinary gear could go to the auction house, but perfect and epic pieces must never leave the Huaxia war zone. If he could sell them domestically, he would. With the plan settled, Yi suppressed the urge to reforge right away. There were still plenty of monsters left in the War God ruins. Another few thousand kills would raise his Forge Master to Veteran, and then reforging might very well push the hopeful medal to Epic. He would be stuck in the ruins for the next 3 days anyway. Gear was untradeable for now, and stats did not evaporate, so there was no hurry. Just then, a system announcement thundered overhead. Congratulations, Nanshan Yuming, Huaxia, LV.21, has entered the War God ruins. The moment the system announcement sounded, every player in the Relic of the War God froze, especially the elite crowd Shangdi Zuosho had recruited from the various regions. Disbelief covered their faces. Cough, did I hear that right? Nanshan Yuming, the top healer in Huaxia? It's real. Why are you so calm? She's a healer. She actually reached the 80th floor? How? I burned tens of thousands of gold on potions just to crawl this far, and she got up here as a healer? Something's off. As far as I know, no priest in any region has cleared the 5th floor. Nanshan Yuming is a pure support with 0 DPS. She can't have done it. Then how do you explain the announcement? The arguments grew louder until Shangdi Zuosho felt his temples throbbing, his face darkening. What's there to argue about? She must have snagged a set of gear with offensive skills. That healer can't be allowed to live. But not all our people are here yet. Striking now might be unwise, someone cautioned. If Nanshan Yuming links up with Yi, we're looking at a total wipe. Nanshan Yuming must die, Shangdi Zuosho declared. Besides Yi, the Huaxia region also had Bingong Chaoming, a domain barrier mage who could double as a healer, and that already made Shangdi Zuosho wary. Now Nanshan Yuming had broken into the 80th floor, and he could no longer sit still. Yi was an unfathomable opponent, and Shangdi Zuosho's side had no priest at all. If the enemy added a healer many believed could become the world's best, how were they supposed to fight? They might as well surrender. Shangdi Zuosho's order drove home how serious things were. His players fanned out, launching a map-wide hunt for Nanshan Yuming. The instant the notice appeared, Yi sent Nanshan Yuming a party invite. She accepted, and her coordinates lit up on the team map in the shallow sea zone. She's in the shallow sea, that's a long haul, Bingong Chaoming frowned. We move now, Yi said, rising. Yi, you're faster. Want to run ahead and meet her? Bingong Chaoming suggested. No. If we split up, Shangdi Zuosho will likely target you too. Nanshan Yuming has the gear I gave her and plenty of skills. She won't go down easily. We stay together, Yi refused. Decision made. The trio headed for the shallow sea. Yi activated Shadow Step, his body dissolving into a wisp of darkness that drifted behind his teammates. If Shangdi Zuosho thought had left the group and came for Bingong Chaoming and Beishuang, all the better. They'd spring the trap and finish him in one go. Shallow sea. Nanshan Yuming was sprinting full tilt toward the desert, 6 warriors and 3 assassins glued to her heels. Damn it. What are these things? Why won't they back off? She cursed, gauging the situation. She wanted to turn and fight, but she knew how brittle she was. If an assassin got in close, she'd drop in seconds. Worse, more enemies were joining the chase. Revealing her trump cards now was unwise. She kept running, chanting softly. Power of the Storm. Divine Court Power of the Storm. Warhorn Power of the Storm. Each time he cast a spell, the prism staff in his hand fired an ice ray and a pure energy ray behind him. The damage was respectable, but these assassins were elite players. All he managed was to disrupt their formation, not actually hurt them. Nanshan Yuming forced himself to stay calm. He sprinted while rapidly calculating the distance. A priest shaking off assassins was next to impossible, and things were getting worse. More enemies were closing in from both flanks, the encirclement tightening by the second. Damn it. Keep chasing, then let's see you try. With a furious shout, he jerked the Council of Wizards' scrying mirror. Two translucent silhouettes tore free from his body, forming identical phantoms rooted to the spot. Seconds later, 3 assassins reached the decoys. Seeing no retaliation, they sneered, daggers flashing toward the phantoms, throats instantly triggering the taunt that locked their feet in place. Nanshan Yuming pounced on the opening, chaining several spell commands. His real body and the 2 phantoms moved in perfect sync. Ice rays and pure energy rays roared out. 683. 583. Blinding white and icy blue beams punched through the assassins' chests. At the same time, their daggers sliced the phantoms' fragile necks. 1865. A crimson critical hit number floated above them. What a trash skill, one assassin scoffed. A priest should be buffing his team, not pulling cheap tricks like. Before he could finish, the 2 illusions burst into motes of light. Boom. Mirror image detonation. The moment the copies vanished, a 10-meter shockwave erupted. 752. 796. 743. The explosion engulfed the 3 assassins. Their eyes widened as their health bars vanished, and they collapsed without a sound. Even in death, they couldn't figure it out. Since when could a priest nuke people on the spot? Regional announcement. Nanshan Yuming Huaxiao Region LV.21 has slain Yongheng, the AI Mexico Region LV.20. EXP 3000. Regional announcement. Nanshan Yuming Huaxiao Region LV.21 has slain Midisiang Korea Region LV.20. EXP 3000. Regional announcement. Nanshan Yuming Huaxiao Region LV.21 has slain AC Lighthouse Region LV.21. EXP 3000. The triple announcement boomed overhead. God's left hand, who was hurrying toward the shallows, froze in his tracks. A priest just killed the assassins? He muttered in disbelief. Guild leader, what now? Asked God's right hand, the Lighthouse region's top warrior. God's left hand drew a deep breath and issued his orders. Find out how those 3 died. Special skill or gear, I don't care. Then everyone moves in together. We cannot let Nanshan Yuming reach the desert and link up with Yi. After leaving the desert and cutting through the forest, the trio kept moving while casually kiting every monster they passed. Another 2 kilometers ahead lay the shallows, only a few minutes' flight away. Yi hovered in midair and looked down. A riot of dazzling spell effects was rolling across the field. Nanshan Yuming was already caught in a fierce battle. Even so, he felt no urgency. From what he knew of Nanshan Yuming, the woman had at least 2 invincibility skills. Her talent, Divine Horn, worked much like Beishuang's Arcane Warp. Whenever she cast a spell, an upgraded version fired automatically, and every skill she learned came with 2 additional variants. Take the priest staple Spring Blossom as an example. Nanshan Yuming didn't just have the basic spell, she also wielded Divine Spring Blossom and Horn Spring Blossom. Give her 2 invincibility skills, and they multiplied into 6, more than enough to keep her alive until Yi arrived. At the border where forest met shallows, God's left hand had mustered nearly 100 players from different regions, sealing Nanshan Yuming inside a tight ring. 3 towering troll warriors guarded her like an iron wall, while an enormous golden barrier hung over her head. Arrows, spells, and sword chi poured down, yet the shield didn't so much as tremble. 0. 0. Lines of immune numbers floated up, each one a stinging slap to the attacker's pride. Keep going. Come on, hit me. They'll be impressed if you can shave off a single point of HP. Nanshan Yuming spat in God's left hand's direction, her eyes hazy with drink, yet full of contempt. Interesting. God's left hand narrowed his eyes, blinked 50 meters away to dodge the spit, and laughed. Day 4 of the server, and you've already picked up an invincibility skill. No wonder they call you the future #1 priest. Filthy men, thinking with the wrong head. You really think you're fit to judge me? Nanshan Yuming pulled out a hip flask, took a long swig, and looked even more disgusted. They say she hates men. Looks like the rumors are true. God's right hand ogled her openly, a wicked grin on his face. Strip her down, and wed be in heaven. Nanshan Wujian, that sister-obsessed nutcase, would go ballistic. God's left hand ignored the vulgar joke and kept his eyes on the golden barrier. Everyone, get ready. Golden light shield lasts only 20 seconds. It's about to drop attack. Before the words finished, the shield flickered and burst into motes of light. Attack! He shouted again. In the same breath, he blinked right in front of Nanshan Yumeng, arcane power surging around him. To his shock, Nanshan Yumeng stayed perfectly calm. She merely tapped the ground with her refracting staff, and an even thicker, brighter shield sprang to life. Boom. The arcane blast smashed into the barrier, failed to break it, and rebounded straight back. 865. Well, what? God's left hand's face drained of color. How can she have two invincibility skills? Before he could process the thought, a freezing beam and a lance of pure energy lanced through his body, ending the fight for him on the spot. 3 troll brutes hefted their massive warhammers and brought them crashing down. 625. 486. 687. Shangdi Zuash's health bar vanished in a heartbeat. His hulking body hit the ground with a thud, showering the area with gold coins and brilliantly colored loot. Regional announcement. Nanshan Yumeng Huaxiao Region LV. 21 has slain Shangdi Zuasho Lighthouse Region LV. 21 and earned 3,000 experience points. Shangdi Zuasho is dead. The players surrounding Nanshan Yumeng went rigid. It had happened too fast. One of the top assassins had been one-shotted by a priest. Fall back. Retreat. Shangdi Yosho shrieked. He had barely taken 2 steps when Yi appeared in Midair Vengeance form. A dark red cloak whipped behind him, for moon sprites flanking each side, the silver bow in his hands glowing with liquid moonlight. Took you long enough, Nanshan Yumeng teased, lifting her refractive staff. Holy light poured from the tip, and a torrent of buffs flashed across Yi's status bar. You are under Light Dance Sonata, movement, attack, and cast speed 10. Celestial Court Light Dance Sonata, movement speed 20. Horn Light Dance Sonata, attack speed 20. Celestial Court Heroes March, damage 20. Celestial Court Energy Saving Ring, restore 3 max mana per second. Celestial Court Mana Aria, mana regeneration 40. Horn Music Box, all stats, movement speed, attack speed, cooldown reduction, cast speed, max HP, max MP, and range 10. Dozens of golden streams coiled around Yi. He could hear his own heartbeat pound like drums. With the legendary support of Wuxia's premier priest, his power climbed several tiers at once. The same wave of radiance washed over Bei Shuang and Bengong Xiaoming. Sis Nanshan, you're amazing. Love you. Bengong Xiaoming squealed, waving her staff. 3 translucent cubes then dropped from the sky. Anti-stealth field. Damage boost field. Anti-displacement field. When the planes hit the ground, the air itself seemed to solidify. Assassins trying to vanish reappeared, ashen-faced. Warriors discovered every mobility skill had gone dark. How is that even possible? What kind of busted skill is this? Run. Run? You think you can? The panicked crowd charged for the barrier's edge, only to see their hopes crushed a heartbeat later. Bei Shuang finished her chant, compressing a fireball to the size of a fist before dropping it straight down. On impact, it blew out into a black hole, its violent pull dragging everyone back to the center. 6,865, 8,406, 8,154. More than half of the 100-plus players were wiped out instantly. The few warriors who survived were left kneeling, saved only by their heavy damage reduction. And the real nightmare was just beginning. Yi raised his bow. Under the swarm of buffs, the bowstring blurred to near invisibility attack, speed 4.0. Arrows poured down like a torrential storm, volley after relentless volley. 6,753. 5,876. 6,862. Area announcement. Area announcement. When the domain barrier finally collapsed, the furnace-like fire vortex dissolved in the sky, leaving the shallow sandbank littered with charred corpses. Bodies lay strewn everywhere. None survived. Yi raised his hand and summoned the system panel. A translucent leaderboard unfurled above the battlefield, revealing a scene destined for the annals of divine gift continent history. Ruins of the War God current surviving players, 9. 7th time, Zone China Region LV.24 8 hours 52 minutes and 24 seconds. Shirlai China Region LV.24 8 hours 27 minutes and 59 seconds. Beiming Xianren China Region LV.23 7 hours 5 minutes and 4 seconds. Beishuang China Region LV.26 6 hours 25 minutes and 18 seconds. Yi China Region LV.15 hours 16 minutes and 57 seconds. Lai Tianxiong China Region LV.24 4 hours 32 minutes and 18 seconds. Bengong Xiaoming China Region LV.26 2 hours 18 minutes and 15 seconds. 4th Night Mood China Region LV.23 1 hour 57 minutes and 14 seconds. Nanshan Yumeng China Region LV.25 38 minutes and 19 seconds. Except for the outsiders who had logged off to dodge ES Blade, every survivor hailed from the China region. A feat unseen in his last life had been forged by Yi alone. This victory electrified Chinese players everywhere. Yi, Bei Shuang, Bengong Xiaoming, and Nanshan Yumeng would share the peak of the global class rankings. No one could topple them. The China region would simultaneously claim the top spots on the archer, mage, and priest leaderboards. Bei Shuang, Bengong Xiaoming, and 7th Time Zone would jointly rule the global mage rankings. Even Blue Zay and God's Left Hand, each blessed with SS grade talents yet slain twice by Yes Party, could no longer dream of the summit. After sweeping every bit of loot into his inventory, turned to the thousands of monsters he had lured over. Clearing this wave would elevate his blacksmith profession to veteran. For the next 72 hours, any non-Chinese player who steps in dies. His tone was light, yet his words brooked no dispute as he gazed over the field of corpses. Divine Gift Continent allowed players to record footage at any time, even in death, and this statement was a broadcast to the world. For the next 3 days, the ruins of the war god were his alone. The blood price for God's Left Hand's coalition was now due. As his words faded, Yi, Bei Shuang, Bengong Xiaoming, and Nanshan Yuming charged into the monster tide. Nanshan Yuming unleashed a group buff, and 20 seconds later the last beast crashed to the ground. Silence reclaimed the field, broken only by a burst of golden light. Congratulations, your blacksmith has advanced to veteran. Current forge success rates: inferior and fine 0, rare 20, excellent 70, perfect 9.9, epic 0.1. Daily uses of the axis of divine gift increased to 12. Remaining uses, 12. Before the promotion chime faded, impatiently produced the Medal of Hope and selected Perfect Forge. Perfect Forging in Progress Refitting, 510100. Reforge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Epic Grade Medal of Hope. Golden text erupted across the sky, followed by 2 world announcements that echoed through every battle zone. World announcement: China region, LV.1, has acquired the Epic Grade Item Medal of Hope. Global equipment rankings are now live. World announcement: congratulations to China region, LV.1, for claiming first place on the global equipment rankings. The entire world was in upheaval. Players were still reeling from single-handedly wiping out every non-Huaxia God tier player when a brand new piece of epic equipment suddenly appeared. 2 seismic shocks in less than an hour left the western battle zones numb, wondering if they were stuck in a dream. It all started with one priest Nanshan Yuming. He marched into the war god's relic alone, an act so audacious it could leave priests worldwide speechless for millennia. Then he turned around and killed 3 god-tier assassins, stunning every priest and humiliating the entire assassin community. Moments later, the Lighthouse region's top player, God's Left Hand, was one-shot by Nanshan Yuming without the slightest chance to fight back. The Lighthouse region's disgrace didn't begin today. On the second day after launch, during the Dark Glow Plains instance, God's Left Hand had led an elite squad to hunt Yi, only to be wiped out by the mage Bengong Xiaoming, donating his very first death. Watching an SS Steer Mage die to an Steer Mage was humiliating enough. The fact that the killer was from Huaxia doubled the sting. Now, getting solo killed by a priest on a packed battlefield can no longer be explained by the word humiliation. The Lighthouse region's outrage has hammered God's Left Hand lower than a rat in the gutter. And the madness kept Escalatinga Foreman Huaxia team wiped out more than 100 God tier players, and an epic item dropped right afterward. One shock followed another with no end in sight. The Huaxia public channel exploded. Tanxiao Lulu. Holy crap. Yi is shooting straight to the heavens. I'd love to see the look on God's Left Hand right now. Feels so damn good. Huaxia can finally hold its head high. Mei Qian Malugan. Of those 4. Yi's my boss, Bei Shuang's my little sis, and Bingong, well, she owes me money. We're tight. Any ladies want the inside scoop? PM me. Lai Ji Xing Xingdi and I. Girls, don't listen to him. He's a jerk who scams newbies. Yinyi, let's break this down. That epic piece on Master Yi looks like the medal from the first kill of the Dark Glow Plains boss. Yu, huh? I remember the Hope Bearer's medal being rare. How did it suddenly turn epic? Ahem. Only a Forge Master can upgrade gear through reforging. Brother, yes, secondary class must be insane. Biming Xianren, Yi. Damn you. You forged the splitter repeater? Yinyi. That explains everything. Nanshan Yuming stormed the war god's relic. Bei Shuang's insane crowd control. Bengong Xiaoming popping 3 domain barriers in a row at all points to gear forged by Master Yi. Tanxiao Lulu. Huh. That actually makes sense. The first time I teamed up with Yi, he said he had a life skill talent. Looks like he wasn't kidding. Yinyi. And there's more. The auction house has been flooded with excellent grade gear these past 2 days, but most players just left the starter zone and wouldn't sell something that good, and big guilds usually keep it in-house. So the seller has to be a solo player. Who's the strongest solo in Huaxia? None other than Master Yi. These items have to be the work of Master Yi. The world channel erupted. Biming Xianren. Hey, which guild are you from? Your analysis is spot on. How come I've never heard of you? Yunyi. Am not in a guild. Biming Xianren. No guild? Join Shengxianju, and it'll make you a commander. Yunyi. No. Thanks, my dream is to follow Master Yi. Biming Xianren pressed on. You only answered one question. What about your identity? Yun Yi sighed in the channel. I used to be Little Yun, a commentator on the God Tier Players Summit. I was fired after the last episode for something I said. Now I'm just Yun Yi, a diehard fan of Master Yi. Ing suddenly chimed in. So it's Brother Yun. I watched that episode made a grown man like me cry. I'm with you. Nanshan Wu Jian cut in, breaking news. Master Yi is actually a blacksmith? Ing shot back. Here comes the poser. You're from Fujiamo, and you don't know if Master Yi can smith? Nanshan Wu Jian instantly backed off. I'm out. At the same moment, a private message pinged. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun. Boss, you've been exposed. Epic gear already? Savage. Yi just smiled and left it unanswered. Being exposed was part of the plan. Since he couldn't hide it, he might as well trade this unique advantage for the materials he needed. Guofeng and Guoyu wanted to level their life skills and would burn through mountains of resources. Without a cheat like the God-bestowed axis, grinding was their only option. Yi opened his inventory and tapped the freshly reforged metal, the Hope Bearer metal. Hope Bearer epic special equipment. Rewarded for first kill of the Dark Glow Plains boss. Base effect, deal 50 extra damage to players, and damage taken from players is reduced by 50. Star of Hope. Killing players inside the main city or Imperial City incurs no penalties. Dreambreaker. When you kill a player, you may inflict felony status. After resurrection, the player is jailed for 6 hours. God-bestowed Axis Affix. Retribution. Killing a player guarantees 1 additional item drop. God-bestowed Axis Affix. Dream Chaser. Gain 1 personal honor point for every hostile zone player you kill. God-bestowed Axis Affix. Rhythm Master. Convict. Active skill. Brand a player with a conviction mark for 48 hours. The mark cannot be removed. While it lasts, you can track that player's coordinates. Cooldown, 48 hours. After reforging, the Hope Bearer metal's PvP power was on a whole new level. If God's Left Hand or Keiko Ishikawa ran into Yi again, losing a single gold coin would be the least of their worries. Star of Hope and Dreambreaker were especially terrifying. Combined with the limitless charisma from the Trailblazer metal, enough gold could even wipe away hostility from NPCs in enemy zones. Picture a future cross-zone raid. Slip past the city guards, kill enemy players right in front of neutral NPCs, then toss them into your own kingdom's jail. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Wars on the continent of Deity's Gift could last from days to months. In the past, a dead player could always rush back after reviving. With Dreambreaker, that tactic was dead. The epic Hope Bearer metal was far stronger than Yi had ever imagined. After clearing the monsters, the 4 of them lounged at the edge where the shallows met the forest. Players from other war zones were unlikely to show up anytime soon. While Yi was debating which gear to reforge, a pending message caught his eye. He opened it. Player Yun Yi wants to add you as a friend. Accept? Yun Yi? Who's that? He scratched his head, combed through his memory, and came up empty. Probably saw the epic head just crafted and wanted a free carry. He tapped ignore. A second request popped up. He ignored it. Then another, and another. In minutes the notifications were flooding in, stacking by the hundreds. Ignore wasn't decline. Ignored requests could be resent forever. Since entering the Tower of Nations, Yi had lifted his friend restrictions so big guild leaders could contact him about buying gear. No guild leaders showed up, only this swarm of strangers spamming him. Their persistence did spark a bit of curiosity. He picked one request and hit accept. Hello, legend. I'm Yun Yi, a solo player and your biggest fan. The message appeared instantly. No pointless, are you there? Filler. Hello, Yi replied, eyes still glued to the forging panel. In his previous life, had spent 10 years in Divine Continent and knew every notable solo player. Yun Yi wasn't one of them. Mention Charcoal Lolo or Cure the Gorilla and he could list their exploits, but this name drew a blank. Unaware had been filed under random player. Yun Yi pressed on. What are you up to right now? Nothing much, Yi typed, dropping 4 mage items, 3 archer items, and 3 warrior weapons into the standard reforged slot. Really? Not farming mobs. I already wiped them all out. Yun Yi froze, then remembered who he was talking to and carried on. That epic metal of the hopeful, you forged it? More or less, Yi answered flatly. I've got a lot of rare materials. Interested? Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, and why bring them to me? The question nearly made Yun Yi choke. Had enough reasons to fill a dictionary. Back in the starter village dungeons, Yi's debut had stunned Yun Yi, then a commentator on Summit Forum. Ignoring the backlash, Yun Yi crowned him world's best archer, offending a slew of Western outlets. When Yi set the floor 1 to 50 record in the Tower of Nations, Yun Yi's patriotism flared. His on-stream tirade cost him his job. He quit, went home, and dove into Divine Continent, awakening the Scrade talent. Grand Collector masonry, carpentry, fishing, cooking, and farming rolled into one, all with a high chance of yielding rare materials. Piecing clues together, Head deduced Yi was a hidden blacksmith and blacksmiths crave rare mats. To him it felt fated. Without Yi had never have lost his job or awakened his talent. Even the ID Yin Yi was a tribute. If the infamous no money GTFO could join Yi's circle, how could an innocent little mouse like him be turned away? Hence the barrage of friend requests. Turns out sincerity works. Boredom finally made Yi click accept, and Yun Yi had stepped onto his idol's ship. You're putting together a permanent party, right? To be honest, I'd like to volunteer, Yun Yi typed, every word brimming with sincerity. Yi paused. No one had ever asked to join his core team before. Instead of rejecting him, he replied, you said you've got a pile of rare materials. Mind showing me? Sure thing. Yun Yi answered. Moments later, thump, thump, thump. The private chat window flashed non-stop, and Yi raised an eyebrow. He can't be sending me basic resources like stone and timber, can he? He opened the panel, and a list of materials gleamed across the screen. Yun Yi has shared with you. Thunderstruck, wood 10. Sunsteel ingot 6. Starmote ingot 7. Biac cons fin 1. Crystal of Oath 2. Netherstone 1. Fold open. Stone of Supreme Honor Precision 1. Yi swallowed, his eyes sweeping the list again and again. Thunderstruck wood only grew in the depths of the level 100 zone Stormwhip Forest. Sunsteel ingots were even crazier. Each one was worth 1,000,000 iron ore. Since launch, not a single player had mined one. Star mode ingots were essential for forging epic equipment and high-grade potions, normally unseen until level 50. A legendary Crystal of Oath, the Castle Core material Netherstone, and the Stone of Supreme Honor Precision that boosted accuracy by 30% for archers. Every item was something only top-tier players could dream of. Where did you get all this? He tried to stay calm as he typed, though his mind was racing. Was Yun Yi also a Reborn player? Had she crossed timelines with a warehouse full of loot instead of an empty bag? Nothing else explained it. Just lucky, Yun Yi replied. They dropped as bonus loot while I was leveling my life skills. Bonus loot? Seriously? Yi did a double take. Top-tier materials just dropping like that? Special talent? Hidden class? It's true, and I owe it to you. If not for you, I never would have joined Divine Continent. Reviewing a game is one thing. Playing it yourself is something else entirely. It's incredible. Her excitement was obvious even through text. What does this have to do with me? Yi was completely lost. Reading his reply, Yun Yi's cheeks reddened. No way did her idol really not know her alt account. After a short struggle, she typed the whole story at lightning speed. So you're little Yun, the reviewer. The realization hit Yi. No wonder had never heard of a player named Yun Yi in his previous timeline. His return had scrambled the timeline, turning reviewer little Yun into player Yun Yi. Fate was working quietly behind the scenes. He might have come back with memories of his past, but each move he made was already steering the world down a path it had never taken before. It might actually turn out to be a good thing. Take Yun Yi. His great collector talent was an unexpected bonus. If they can pull him into the core party, Guafeng and Gua Yu will be able to level their enchanter and alchemist skills at lightning speed with his rare materials, and they'll become useful almost immediately. Yun Yi had only planned to hand the rare ores and magic plants to Yi so the master could craft equipment, but he soon realized Yi had plenty of materials. What he lacked was manpower. The new great collector had stumbled into exactly the right role. Have you left the newbie village yet? Yi asked in a private chat. Not yet, Yun Yi answered honestly. Add Feng Guowuhan and Yu to Bajiao Yi as friends. They're my younger brother and sister and handle logistics for our fixed party. Got it. Yun Yi opened his friends list at top speed. Does this mean you'll let me join the core team? He asked in one breath, his heart pounding. Let's not rush that, Yi replied calmly. Yun Yi almost face-planted onto the desk. Am I still not good enough? Yi kept typing. Leveling trade skills early on burns a ton of materials. Your rare stock is valuable to me. If you're willing to sell, they'll buy it at market price. With that gold you can rank up faster. No way. If you need them, just take them, Yun Yi declared. Don't be stubborn, Yi said, steady as ever. In-game relationships don't survive on one-sided sacrifices. Only a win-win lasts. Even the very first people who joined my core party kept the accounts clear when they were broke. If you really want in, do it my way. When Yi forges gear for teammates, he charges only 30 to 40% of market price. That's friendship. If he gave it away outright, the system wouldn't grant attribute points, and the favor would sour over time. Ben Gong Chao Meng may be broke, but she'd rather borrow gold from Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun and pay it back over 100 installments than accept gear for free. That's the unspoken rule among teammates. Never underestimate the power of shared interests. It's the strongest glue there is. Yi didn't mind gaining another little fan, but he had to stick to his principles. I was being naive, sorry, Yun Yi said, a bit embarrassed yet warmed by the fact that Yi treated him as a teammate, not a tool. No wonder you carry the hopes of the Huaxia server. You're amazing in every way. You rock, boss, Yun Yi gushed. Yi stared at the string of rainbow-colored praise on his screen and felt goosebumps. He cleared his throat. That's it for now. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun will add you soon and handle the trade. Hell front the gold. They'll settle with him after I clear the Tower of Nations. With that, he decisively closed the chat window. Then he pinged Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun, telling his wheeler-dealer brother to tone it down and stick to a fair price. The gold would come out of Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun's pocket for the moment. Yi would repay him once the tower run was done. The unexpected windfall put Yi in a great mood. With those rare materials, Guafeng and Gua, you would soon prove their worth. After clearing the Tower of Nations, had need to prepare for a guild base. Even the cheapest one cost 5 million gold. He was still far short. Looks like it's time to strike a few big deals with the 5 major guild leaders. With a final clang, the 11th piece of gear was reforged. Yi surveyed the glittering items on the forge: 7 excellent grade, 2 rare grade, 1 perfect grade, and the epic twisted blade. That sword alone was worth at least 8 million gold coins, an absolute windfall. All he had to do now was wait for the fish to bite, and a confident smile tugged at his lips. Several guild masters are already camping in War God ruins. They really do have patience. Yi chuckled and paid them no mind. Dungtan Nation, Era Tower, Roundtable Conference Room. Dozens of projectors encircled the table. When the links came online, the top players from every combat zone appeared one after another, their faces grim and silent. For people sat in the seats of honor. 1. Guild Master of Shangda's Higuang Shangdi's Washo. 2. Vice Master Shangdi Yosho. 3. Vice Master Carlos. 4. Lighthouse Zone's top priest Hinsher Zi. Shangdi's Washo tapped the tabletop, expression unreadable. Looking at the figures and the projections, he spoke in a low voice. Thank you for coming. He'll be brief. Losing to Yi wasn't just my disgrace. Every combat zone took a hit. We have 2 choices. First, wait till he reaches the 81st floor, avoid direct conflict, and let our own players enter War God ruins afterward. Second, gather every available fighter and challenge him again. Before he finished, the Sun Never Sets Zone representative, Admiral Doss, cut in. We refuse. Carlos slammed the table. Bold words for someone who never showed up last time. One little Admiral Lanze dies, and your whole zone hides? If that's how it is, drop out of the alliance. Doss shrugged. Apart from Lanze, our people were still climbing. By the time we moved to help, you were already wiped out. How is that on us? Carlos was ready to snap back, but Shangdi's Washo raised a hand. Sun Never Sets declines. What about the rest of you? The Yamato zone took heavy losses. We can't fight again. Ishikawa Yoshiko replied coolly. Pathetic. Begging the enemy for mercy while stabbing allies in the back, only the Yamato zone would do that. They'll remember this. Carlos ignored Shangdi's Zuash's warning glare, standing to hurl insults at the projection. You deserve to die, Ishikawa Yoshiko shot back. Carlos, sit down. Shangdi Zuash's anger forced Carlos back into his seat, though murder still burned in his eyes. The feud between him and Ishikawa Yoshiko only deepened. Shangdi Zuasho exhaled and rose, sweeping his gaze around the room. After a moment's silence, he said, our first joint operation on the Anhei Plain failed for lack of strength. The second in War God ruins failed because we misjudged Yi's team. Now enthusiasm is gone and motives diverge. Cooperation is pointless. But remember, once we reach the Tier 3 main city, players can enter the Hall of Honor and trade personal honor points for items including war chariots. Admiral Doss frowned. What are you implying? God's left hand left his seat, circled the round table, and began to speak. My reward for clearing floor 80 was 3,000 personal honor points. According to the Tower of Nations rules, the more players you kill from other regions and the higher you climb, the larger the payout. The current leader on the honor board is Iya with 3,652 points. If he clears the tower, he'll break 10,000, just enough to redeem a war chariot. He stopped in the middle of the room and tapped the table. Hey, race, the interesting part. An NPC told me that a war chariot can cross national borders and trigger a small-scale continental war. Huaxiao borders 14 regions, including the major zones of Vietnam and India, right? Shiluopo, Your Majesty Queen Annan? The moment he finished, every representative turned to Shiluopo of the India region and Queen Annan of the Vietnam region. Both faces darkened at once. Shiluopo's mind raced. India had long suppressed Huaxiao alongside the Lighthouse region, but the situation had flipped. If Huaxiao really gets its hands on a war chariot, India will almost certainly be the next target. We can't allow Iya to clear the Tower of Nations, Shiluopo said, stiff but resolute. Aside from a faint assent from Queen Annan, no one else spoke. God's left hand narrowed his eyes and went on, unhurried. If Huaxiao opens a national battleground first, their lead on the regional honor chart will only grow. Higher levels, better gear, superior skills, becoming the world's top region will be a done deal. Once naval warfare unlocks, the rest of us won't even bother to sail. We might as well turtle up in our own ports. Oppressive silence filled the conference room as everyone weighed the stakes. God's left hand might be exaggerating, but if Huaxia kept snowballing, his prediction could easily come true. In the past, even with all regions ganging up on them, Huaxia had clung on like an unkillable cockroach. Now the tables were turned. If they seized a decisive advantage, the consequences would be disastrous. Sensing their hesitation, God's left hand twisted the knife. Latest intel suggests Yai's secondary profession is most likely blacksmith. That epic Medal of Hope was probably reforged by him. The best smith in our Light of God guild is only a skilled worker with austere life talent, barely able to craft rare gear. Yet EF forged an epic weapon on day 4 of the server. That screams SS Steer life talent. It all lines up. Think about it. An SS Steer blacksmith has upended the game in 4 days mages like Bei Shuang and Bengong Chaoming. A priest who can solo assassins and storm up to floor 80 of the tower, all geared by him. Give Huaxia time, and hell arm the whole region to the teeth. Where will that leave us? He sat back down and swept the room with an icy stare. Keep fighting. India can send 35 people into the war god's relic within 3 days, Shiluopo declared at breakneck speed. Iya must be stopped before he grows any stronger. Vietnam will send 11, Queen Anne added. Left hand of God is right. Yi has to die inside the warlord's ruins. Korea is ready to field 18 players. Korea sector's top archer, Jean, declared, his voice echoing through the spacious command hall. That statement lit the fuse. Representatives from Europe, Africa, North America, and every other zone rose one after another, none with fewer than 10 volunteers. In barely 30 minutes, all 62 zones had gathered nearly 1,000 elite players. The roster stretched across the holographic screen, names packed so tightly they filled an entire wall. Only the Empire of the Sun and the Yamato zones remained silent, and the air turned heavy. Yamato's delegate, Ishikawa Keiko, swept the room with her gaze. After a long pause, she finally said, since everyone insists on fighting, Yamato will see it through 19 players. All eyes shifted to the Empire of the Sun. Admiral Doss frowned, sweat beading in his palms. Just as he hesitated, a slender hand rested lightly on his shoulder. The next moment, Admiral Lan Ze's image flickered onto the central screen. The gold trim of his dress uniform gleamed under the lights. He offered a flawless aristocratic salute, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze. I apologize for joining late. With Brother Lan aboard, this battle is in the bag. Right hand of God laughed heartily. How many players can the Empire of the Sun contribute? None. Lanze kept his easy smile as he spoke the single word. The hall erupted. Lanze, what's that supposed to mean? Quit playing games if you want cooperate. Get out. Curses flew from every corner. Unruffled, Lanze raised a hand for silence. The Empire of the Sun will provide a magic scroll, absolute, frost prison. Once I charge it, it can instantly freeze every enemy within a 100-meter radius for 60 seconds. Detonate it within 100 meters of Yi, and the fight becomes much simpler. Bravo. Left hand of God was the first to stand and applaud. Brother Lan, you're generous indeed. You'd hand over such a treasure, and let us claim the glory I owe you one. Thunderous applause followed, but behind narrowed eyes the left hand of God masked a flash of murderous intent. He knew full well that Lan Ze was trading the scroll for manpower. If they lost, the Empire of the Sun would remain untouched. If Yi fell, the Empire could still claim much of the credit. Yet the scroll's value was undeniable, had no choice but to swallow the scheme along with his gratitude. For the greater good. May you all return victorious, Lan Ze concluded, and his image faded from the screen. After the last participant left, reason returned to the room. The leaders resumed working through the battle plan, coordinating the exact moment to enter the warlord's ruins, appointing a field commander, and drafting tailored tactics against Yi and the other three. Before anyone noticed, 6 hours had slipped away. Sunlight spilled in broken patches through the woods of the war god's ruins. Yi lounged against a thick trunk, idly rubbing a bit of moss he had just peeled from the bark. The view was gorgeous, yet all he felt was crushing boredom. Pretty scenery can't beat the rush of a good fight, he grumbled to himself. Not far off, Bengong Chaoming hugged a staff half a head taller than she was, her voice barely more than a breath. I'm going stir crazy. Are we really staying here the full 72 hours? On the opposite side of the grove came a steady glug glug glug. Nan Shan Yuming threw back her head and chugged liquor. 6 empty flasks clattered to the ground, and an alcohol-laced yun drifted on the breeze. Beside her, Bei Shuang sat like a statue, silent and detached, as if the world no longer existed. Same mother, totally different temperaments, Yi thought with an inward sigh. A private message suddenly flashed across his friend list. Sender, Biming Xianren. Yi raised a brow. Finally caved, and want to talk gear? He opened the chat. Biming Xianren. Head soup, about 1,000 players are coming to kill you. Yi got it. Thanks. So they weren't coming to buy equipment after all. No surprise. The moment epic gear hits the market, the smith's identity will get out, and nobody will let him power level in peace. If they charged in right now, he'd have to be careful. 2 days from now, though? With 3 epic pieces ready, he feared nothing. Biming Xianren. That sure of yourself? Yi. Bring soldiers, ill meet them. Bring floods, ill damn them. Biming Xianren. Need backup? I'm in. Yi. That eager to help? Biming Xianren. We're both Huaxia, gotta watch each other's backs. But I know you hate freebies. So got any spare gear? Sell Immortal's abode a couple of pieces at a discount, and my life is yours. Yi laughed. All that for a purchase? Just say so. I've even got a legendary longsword. Biming Xianren. No way. A legendary longsword? You're a beast. Yi. Interested or not? Biming Xianren. Absolutely. Name your price. Before Yi could reply, his friend list lit up with a rapid-fire burst of new messages. Sure lie. 2 days from now, God's left hand is sending roughly 1,000 into the ruins. 7th time zone. Forge me a legendary staff, name your price, and we'll keep you safe in the ruins. Nanshan Wujian. 64 war zones just teamed up. You're target number 1. Charcoal Lulu. I want gear like Sister Nanshan's. Please, please, please. Shadow. Bro, got any hot items? Sell me a few. Price is flexible. In seconds his inbox was flooded. Yi blinked. Did these people coordinate this? Maybe there really is a secret group chat. In his previous life, had always flown solo. Even if had slipped into a guild, rank and file members never saw intel like this. If such a chat existed, only leaders and vice leaders would get in. He closed the interface and glanced at Nanshan Yumeng, still swigging liquor. Do the big guilds really have a group chat? Pick what you say. Nanshan Yumeng slurred, half deaf from the booze. He stood up, walked over to Nanshan Yumeng, and repeated the message in her ear. Huh, of course I know. What's so strange about that? The presidents and vice presidents of the 5 major guilds are all in the group. They just don't talk much. Nanshan Yumeng wrinkled her nose and shoved Yi away. Ugh, don't get so close, you stink. Yi was lost for words. Now he finally understood why no one had come to buy gear. They were hiding in their own chat, conspiring to force his prices down. Yi shook his head with a laugh. From a guild leader's standpoint, people like Nanshan Yumeng were simply protecting their interests. Besides, his equipment was a complete monopoly. Except for Nanshan Wujian, no one had seen what it could really do, and Wujian had promised not to leak a single detail. So they still treated the items as ordinary gear and planned to gang up on him. It was only the 4th day since launch. Even a big guild had to pinch pennies. What a cute bunch, Yi chuckled. He closed all private messages, opened the system panel, and tapped group chat. Please name the group channel. Let's call it No Cash, then Scram. He typed the name with a grin. A prompt popped up. No Cash, then Scram has been created. Please invite at least 2 members. His friend list was short but impressive, his own teammates, top-tier players, and the presidents and vice presidents of every major guild. Yi dragged them all in. Shirlai has joined No Cash, then Scram. Bombing Xianren has joined No Cash, then Scram. Tanxiao Lulu has joined No Cash, then Scram. Dicky Shirtu has joined No Cash, then Scram. Bombing Xianren. Hey, bro, why do you drag me in here? Tanxiao Lulu. Yi, got any good gear? I'm online and begging. Ing. All familiar faces, nice group. Yu. Wow. So Divine Continent lets us make group chats? Fun. Daisai Wankingjing. Bro, have you finally realized the danger and decided to recruit us? Taishan. Don't worry, little brother. Mountain Soul's got your back. Nanshan Wujian. Yi cleared his throat. So the 5 great guilds have their own secret chat. Huh? Interesting. At that, every member from the 5 guilds fell silent. Tanxiao Lulu asked, there's another group? Why wasn't I added? Laiji Xingxinged and I muttered, dummy. He said it's for the 5 guild leaders. The room went cold. Yi broke the ice. Since everyone wants gear, a single group is more convenient. He'll post the item stats, and whoever wants something can bid. Sound fair? No one answered. No doubt, they ducked back into their guild chat to discuss strategy. Yi knew the drill. With top-tier gear, the seller always has the upper hand. He opened his friends list again and pulled in one more name. Meiqian Muliu Gun has joined No Cash, then Scram. Group owner Yi has set Meiqian Muliu Gun as group admin. Meiqian Muliu Gun. Whoa, so many big shots I'm shaking here. Yi, they want gear. You know the prices. Handle it. Meiqian Muliu Gun, roger that. Leave it to Might's all old friends anyway. One leaf. I blew a fortune forging gear and am flat broke, but let's not push things too far. Those guilds are loaded anyway, just use your own judgment. The message popped onto Yes screen, carrying his trademark banter. The trader, no gold no talk, busy hauling goods, caught the hint instantly. He pulled his wagon beneath a roadside tree, jumped down, rolled up his sleeves, and fired back with shining eyes. Boss, if you're that generous you'll go bankrupt. I've got only 1 Relino gold, no deal. Stifled a laugh, dumped out his backpack, and picked the lowest tier longsword from his latest reforging batch. Shared an item. Hungguang, excellent, great. At first, the 5 major guilds didn't care about ES' little scheme. They figured that by joining forces they could knock the market price down to 90%, keep their treasuries healthy, avoid angering and still score quality gear, a triple win. Everything changed the moment dragged No Gold No Talk into the group chat. The man was infamous, money was his religion, yet every item he carried was premium. His prices always hovered at the psychological limit. Buying from him without getting skinned was already a blessing. The 5 guild leaders hurriedly traded opinions in their own channel. Taishan. ES offended a lot of foreign players. They'll target him. We'll buy the gear first, help him wipe those bastards out, then negotiate an even better rate down the road. Lai Tianxiong. Morally and tactically, we can't watch get killed. Squeezing prices is for the guild's sake, but we still need to back him up. Beiming Shinran. Prices for rare, excellent, and perfect are fixed. Don't let them inch up. Today we have to clip No Gold No Talk's wings. Right. That punk bled me dry before. Time he learned a lesson. Hunter Sky. stand together and ride out the storm. The guild leaders quickly formed a united front and locked in the highest prices they could stomach. Just then, Hung Guang's full stats appeared. Excellent grade warrior main weapon with 4 top-tier affixes and an extra 30 skill damage boost almost touching perfect grade. No gold no talk, thoughtfully added a note. Excellent grade warrior weapon for premium affixes, plus 30 skill damage basically perfect without the label. Plenty of warriors here, so ITLL go fast. Bottom price, 150,000 gold. The chat went silent. After a brief, painful tug-of-war, someone finally cracked. Taishan, leader of Mountain Soul, the largest guild in Huaxia, 160,000 gold. It's mine. Do me a favor, brothers. Nanshan Wujian. Taishan, what's going on? Switching sides so fast. 170,000. Taishan. Mountain Soul is drowning in warriors' internal competitions brutal. Hey, Wujian, don't you want it too? We're in the same boat. Don't pretend otherwise. 180,000. Nanshan Wujian. Just making my presence felt. Carry on. Taishan. Taishan, you little punk. Up to something, aren't you? Quit pretending you didn't know little brother Yi is a blacksmith. You stayed silent just now, so you must have known his gear was this insane. Were you waiting for us to embarrass ourselves? Lai Xiangqiang exploded. Damn it. Wujian, you really are rotten to the core. Nanshan Wujian hurried to put out the fire. Ahem, it's not like that. Biming Xianren showed no mercy. Your own guildmate Nanshan Yuming already has a fixed party with him, and you still deny it. You were the one who let it slip in the guild chat, weren't you? Ing chimed in. Sounds about right, Wujian, you traitor. I'm innocent, I swear. Nanshan Wujian nearly jumped up. Just then, Nanshan Yuming drawled. I think I said it was I supposed to keep it secret? Her casual remark instantly plunged the chat into silence. Inside Zhanshanidi, no one wanted to offend the only priest who had cleared the 80th floor. After a long pause, Taishan finally spoke with forced bravado. Since Yuming says it's no secret, there's no point hiding it. Cough. Let me have Hung Guang, all right? You guys know how poor the Taishan guild is. We are rattling empty tins here. In Huaxia, Shanhan guild was considered a warrior's paradise. Taishan, Longhushan, Huangshan, and Qingqingshan were known as the Four Mountains. They held 2nd through 5th place on the national warrior rankings, yet, aside from Qingqingshan's excellent longsword, the other 3 were still using merely fine-grade weapons. Pathetic, really. Taishan tried the sentiment card, but Meiqian Maliu Gun replied unhurriedly. Only 3 warrior items. First come, first served. Taishan laughed bitterly and typed at lightning speed. Meiqian, be a decent human for once. I'm taking Hung Guang. Shanhan won't bid on the other 2 warrior pieces. I give you my word. Seriously? I don't buy it. Biming Xianren jumped in to stir the pot. Why is an archer butting in? Taishan shot back. Dawai Shenlong suddenly spoke. If brother Taishan gives up the other 2 warrior items, Shang Xianju will drop out of the bidding for Hung Guang. Biming Xianren had already leaked the news of ES epic longsword to Dawai Shenlong. Shang Xianju had mobilized every player they had to scrape together coins. Their biggest obstacle was Shanhan Gildrich and powerful. If they could force Shanhan out of the later bids, their only rival left would be Shirlai. As for the idea of the 5 major guilds teaming up to suppress the price, what a joke. In front of a weapon like this, nobody thought about bargains. Taishan was wavering when another message from Meiqian Maliu Gun popped up. Ahem, heads up everyone. The second item is a perfect grade longsword. Dawai Shenlong almost spat blood. Taishan caught on at once and cursed. You dirty snake. Dawai Shenlongju were setting me up. Brother. Dawai Shenlong was at a loss for words. Taishan snorted. Bid if you want, but those 3 warrior items are all ours. Are you pretending I don't exist? The long silent Shirlai finally spoke. The chat fell silent again. The only publicly known SS steer warrior in Huaxia had spoken. Who dared argue now? Dawai Shenlong's legs went weak. One thought echoed in his mind. Nothing hurts more than lifting a rock only to smash your own foot. His scheme had failed. He had angered Shanhan, and now the rest of the gear looked hopeless. Then he simply ripped off the mask. Bring it on, then. I bid 200,000 gold coins. Oh. Dao Wei Tianlong had just breathed a sigh of relief when No Money Get Lost's next message flashed across the public chat. I almost forgot. There's also an epic grade longsword. Crash. Water splashed everywhere as Dao Wei Tianlong plunged into the nearby river, almost swallowing 2 mouthfuls. What kind of move was that? An epic longsword tossed straight onto the table? Didn't they know how an auction worked? He felt as if everyone could see right through him. Man, this is the first time No Money Get Lost has ever looked so kind and benevolent. He muttered while clambering back onto the bank. Bro, Shanhan will take all 3 pieces. Taishan declared with a grand wave of his hand. 250,000 for Hung Guang. As soon as the words left his mouth, Taishan was already rallying every member of Shanhan in the guild channel, urging them to scrape together coins. The epic longsword is mine. You can fight over the rest. Shirlai cut in, crisp and direct. Dao Wei Tianlong couldn't help reminding him. Shirlai, don't you already have an excellent grade longsword? Can't you just make do with that for now? If I hand you an epic longsword, Can you survive being swarmed by 1,000 foreign players? Shirlai shot back. And you can? Dawei Tianlong's face flushed bright red. I can, Shirlai answered calmly. Taishan could only type for once. He was at a loss for words. Let's settle this with cash. No money get lost kept fanning the flames. More ellipses filled the public chat. Everyone sighed inwardly. This guy was obviously trying to drain every guild's purse, yet no one was willing to back off. No money get lost had a perfect grasp of their hunger for gear and was driving the price into the stratosphere. Sensing the timing was right, he sent Yi a private message. Boss, the big guilds are definitely scrambling for gold right now. For the second item ID, suggest putting up the twisted blade. Let the 5 guilds fight it out first. We can sell the rest for even more later. Deal? Yi replied with a single word. In Yi's eyes, no money get lost was a genius. His skill at manipulation maxed out. With 3 sentences had torn the 5 guilds' fragile alliance to shreds. Hung Guang was worth, at most, 180,000 gold. Yet Immortal Abode, Shanhun, and Spacetime Capital were already seeing red. None of them would accept losing the first round. Nanshan Nan and All Under Heaven, who seemed to be watching from the sidelines, also lacked top-tier fighters in their guilds. They shifted their attention to gear for other classes and started scraping together money, just as frantically. The war over a handful of top-tier items had officially begun. As for Yi, he just wanted to enjoy the show. He lay lazily on a tree branch, one leg swinging, eyes glued to the chat, a look of pure amusement on his face. Things couldn't be more entertaining. Time flew by, but the items appeared at a snail's pace. Scraping up gold was painfully slow, and no money get lost kept adding fuel to the fire while deliberately delaying the next item. 3 hours passed in a flash. When the 11th item finally sold, Yi leaped down from the branch, stretched lazily, and looked thoroughly satisfied. He opened the trading interface. Successful trade. Hung Guang, excellent quality. Overall rating 9,652. You gain 9 free attribute points. You receive 240,000 gold. Successful trade. Twisted blade, epic quality. Overall rating 43,268. You gain 43 free attribute points. You receive 3,760,000 gold. Successful trade. Splendid molten staff, perfect quality. Overall rating 16,548. You gain 16 free attribute points. You receive 970,000 gold. Hate Light was bought by Taishan. The twisted sword went to Shirlai, and the remaining gear was split among the 5 leading guilds. The instant the auction closed, Huaxiao players scattered throughout the war god's remnant surged in like iron filings to a magnet. They poured out of the shallows, the forest edge, and behind rocky ridges, converging on the clearing where Yi's squad was waiting. Their goal was clear: finalize plans for the life-or-death battle in 2 days and gear up for the treasure rush that would open right after. In full view of the crowd, Yi announced 3 open-channel auctions inside the instance and offered custom commissions. His only pricing guideline was blunt: no cash, no talk. All bargaining was handled by Mikey and Maliu Gun, whose quotes never came cheap. Players winced as their wallets bled, yet they still paid. For a chance at game-changing power, everyone forked over their coins without hesitation. 2 days flew by. By day they drilled tactics. By night they circled the campfire while Yi ran auction after auction, with everyone but Mikey and Maliu Gun invited. The 5 guild leaders seethed in silence, looking like sheep shorn down to bare skin. Everyone walked away with something, but Yi walked away with the most. Over 3 days he reforged 36 items, 3 of them perfect. He kept those for himself: the Medal of the Forlorn Hope, the Medal of Disarmament, and an Assassin's Dagger. On the second day, he even hammered out an epic mage's staff during a routine forging session, which 7th Time Zone bought, at a staggering price. The global equipment rankings were instantly rewritten. N.0.1 Yi Huaxiao Medal of Disarmament Epic. N.0.2 Yi Huaxiao Medal of the Forlorn Hope Epic. N.0.3 Yi Huaxiao Jade Fan of the Crimson Blade King Epic. N.0.4 7th Time Zone Huaxiao Fairies Fong Epic. N.0.5 Shirlai Huaxiao Twisted Sword Epic. When the list updated, players in all 197 battle zones were first stunned, then skeptical, and finally resigned. Every entry belonged to the same name Yi. Huaxia hailed him as a savior, while other regions saw him as a nightmare in human form. Neutral zones, or those leaning slightly toward Huaxia, flooded international forums with friend of Huaxia posts, eager to pin their loyalty to their sleeves. In just 3 days, the global balance had been upended. Yet at the storm's center, Yi stayed eerily calm. Less than 6 hours remained before the showdown that would decide who advanced to floor 81, and enemy forces were about to march into the war god's remnant. He tallied the past 3 days. After repaying the 2.48 million gold Mikey Meliu Gun had fronted for rare materials, he still held 17.54 million gold from the 3 auctions, nearly 40% of Waxia's circulating currency, effectively draining the 5 guilds' coffers. The Pathfinder's medal stats soared once again. Trailblazer Epic Tier. Pathfinder's Radiance, 40 to all attributes. Seeker's Journey, 100 to all attributes. Vital Surge, 3 stamina, 3 strength, 3 intelligence, 7 agility. Order of Wealth, 175 to all attributes. Cap can reach 200 at the epic tier. Man of Means, 17 to all attributes. Cap can reach 20 at the epic tier. King of Fortune, 1 bonus damage. Cap can reach 20 at the epic tier. Master of Rhythm Power through Wealth. The more gold you carry, the higher your charisma, making it easier to win NPC favor. Gold rippled across the metal's surface like liquid fire. As the numbers skyrocketed, the glow became almost blinding. Once the surge hit its critical threshold, the bonuses on the epic Trailblazer medal finally slammed into their ceiling, but even at that limit, the piece rivaled any standard epic gear, boasting staggering base stats. He could raise the tier even higher, but the Huaxiao region's gold reserves were already stretched thin, and some coins still had to keep circulating. For now, there was no need to rush. The massive transaction also handed Yi 235 free attribute points, which he dumped entirely into agility. His character sheet changed in an instant. Yi. Race, human. Level, LV.1. Stamina, 394. Strength, 392. Agility, 787. Intelligence, 392. Ranged attack, 827. Range, 90. Attack speed, 2.86. HP, 7,880. MP, 7,840. Innate trait, Bloodlust LV.10 primary attribute mastery unlocked. Skills, Power of the Eagle, Entangling Shot, Vengeance, Multi-Shot. Gear, Wind Dancer's Ornate Bow, Wind Sprite's Quiver, Shadow Slayer Ring, Silk-bound Leather Boots, Moonlight Amulet, Trailblazer Medal, Pioneer Medal, Hope Bearer Medal, Retired Warrior Medal. Wealth, 17.54 million gold. Day 6 after the launch of Divine Gift, night had fallen, and the clock struck 2100 hours. Above the war god's remains, system announcements thundered across the sky. Congratulations to Nicaragua German region, LV.21, for entering the war god's remains. Congratulations to Inoue Haruta Japanese region, LV.21, for entering the war god's remains. Congratulations to Ganges Emperor Indian region, LV.22, for entering the war god's remains. Within 5 short minutes, over 1,000 players from every major region had landed in the zone. Tension crackled in the air like gunpowder. A massive battle was about to erupt. Taishan strode up to Yi, called out a greeting, and tossed him a war party invite. In Divine Gift, the grouping system has 3 tiers. 1. Party, up to 5 players. 2. War Party, 2 or more parties linked together, max 2,000 players. Used for world bosses, large instances, and secret realms to prevent friendly fire. 3. Legion, no player cap, but the founder must have at least 100,000 personal honor to serve as Legion commander. Legions can activate auras and battle formations, crucial for nation-scale wars. Sure, Yi replied, tapping confirm to join. Let's sync with Shirlai next, Taishan said, sending another invitation toward Shirlai. After a brief discussion, the team pinpointed 3 pillars for the coming fight. 1. Defensive core Shirlai. Her SS Steer talent, Strength in Numbers, can instantly link all 37 Chinese players into one. She absorbs 500% of each teammate's maximum HP, shoulders 99% of their damage, and enjoys an extra 90% damage reduction. In the previous timeline, she endured the shelling of entire war zones alone, earning the legend One Woman. One Citadel fortress under her watch ever fell. There are fewer than 100 people in the war god's remains now, yet the link still pushes her health close to 500,000. 2. Support core Ben Gong Xiaoming and Nanshan Yumeng. Ben Gong Xiaoming focuses on a single task, sustaining the Overth Horizon domain, which extends everyone's attack and spell range to the limit. All other buffs, damage, healing, attack speed are handled by Nanshan Yumeng. 3. Assault core Yi and 7th time zone. Everyone else is a walking blood pack, their sole duty to feed HP to Shirlai. Understood, Shirlai murmured. As her words faded, a crimson sigil spread outward from her feet. Cloaked in black, white-haired, she stood tall while runes blossomed from 36,000 pores, greedily swallowing the bloodlight leaking from her comrades and weaving it into floating health bars above her head. System prompt: you are affected by strength in numbers. 99% of the damage you receive will be redirected to your teammate, Shirlai. A heartbeat later, Shirlai expanded nearly tenfold, becoming a giantess who loomed over the battlefield. My turn, Nanshan Yumeng drawled, raising a prismed staff. Her soft chant rippled through the air as colossal halos rose from beneath her, spread outward, and branded themselves onto every ally. Lightstep Sonata, movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed 10. Divine Court mana movement, mana regeneration 40. Divine Court life movement, health regeneration 40. Horn of Sacred Prayer, restores 1% max mana and HP every second. In a flash, 27 buffs shimmered across the party. Without pausing, Nanshan Yuming lifted her staff again. The sky split, and a massive holy hand slammed down toward Shirlai. Radiant Prayer, max HP 30% for 30 minutes. Divine Court Radiant Prayer, max HP 50% for 30 minutes. Damage resistance 30%. Horn of Radiant Prayer, max HP 20% for 30 minutes. Health regeneration 30%. When the holy hand faded, Shirlai doubled in size once more. Looking up, the others could see only her ankles. Her health bar surged toward 1 million, its raw pressure suffocating. Finished with those spells, Nanshan Yuming began channeling again, this time for Yi. A flurry of eagle-shaped runes burst out and settled on Yi, instantly radiating a razor-sharp, savage aura. System notifications flooded everyone's view. 1. You are affected by Eagle Vortex, attack range 40 m. 2. You are affected by Divine Court Eagle Vortex, attack range 30 m and 20 range. 3. You are affected by Horn Eagle Vortex, attack range 50 m. Before the light had fully faded, Nanshan Yuming swung his staff twice, first stacking a single target magic damage boost on 7th time zone, then casually wrapping Ben Gong Chaoming in a max mana increase blue shield. Several glowing circles spread beneath their feet, and the ground shimmered like rippling water. The chanting paused. Shirlai slowly bent his knees, fingers digging into the soil, then hoisted his broad shoulders 30 meters into the air. His voice was low. Climb up. From my shoulders you'll see much farther. On it, Yi answered. Though he carried leaping power, that skill only lifted him 10 meters, still 20 short of Shirlai's shoulder line. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the hunter's palm, rode a pulse of mana upward, and landed firmly on the massive shoulder. From that height, the wind lines were clear, the distant terrain lay wide open, and viable sniping angles multiplied. 7th time zone shook his head and tapped the mud with his staff, but no. My forbidden spell takes too long. Standing that high would make me an easy interruption. As you wish, Shirlai replied, lowering his shoulder blades to anchor Yi's footing. Within moments, every buff was in place, and the squad was fully primed. Nanshan Yuming's speed aura spun beneath them. Shirlai's heavy armor threw off a cold metallic gleam. Ben Gong Chaoming's eyes blazed blue as arcane sigils danced along his sleeves. 7th time zone sat like a meditating monk, murmuring the prelude to his forbidden spell. The 4 turned north and surged forward. From that instant, the outcome was almost sealed. Frontline, the near-invincible tank, Shirlai. Mobility, Nanshan Yuming's massive speed boost. Long-range cleanup, Yi sniping every weakened target. Arcane devastation, 7th time zone charging a forbidden spell. And Ben Gong Chaoming's trump card still unrevealed. If the enemy wanted to brute force with numbers, they first had to break Shirlai. Trying to kite and skirmish? Forget it. No one outruns Yi's insane range. Thinking of stealth and assassination? Against Shirlai's 99% damage reduction, even a fatal stab would strike sparks at best. And remember, Ben Gong Chaoming hasn't even shown his hand. Win this fight? Not in this lifetime. The coalition forces had barely formed up when they spotted Shirlai's colossal silhouette in the distance, and awe rippled through the ranks. That guy's enormous. Someone blurted. Stay calm. That's Shirlai, the top warrior of the Huaxia zone. Nijia Tua said coolly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Kimchi Fairy, begin the operation. Nijia, known as the god of war of the Lighthouse Zone, and the commander personally appointed by God's left hand, could turn any ragtag group into the sharpest spear. In the last brutal skirmish, most of the true elite players had fallen, leaving only this backup force dubbed the demigods. Their raw talent still dazzled, but their game sense and mechanics lagged far behind God's left hand and the others. They were used to taking orders, and Nijia Tua's word was law. Kimchi Fairy, ranked among the top 3 mages in the Korean zone, stepped forward and tightened her grip on her staff. The air shuddered, a 100-meter magic circle slammed to the ground, and with a thunderous boom, a massive stone monolith erupted, blocking Shirlai's path like a fortress wall. Excellent, Nijia Tua said, then turned to a warrior from the Yamato zone. Watanabe, so, take this polar ice prison scroll. Your invulnerability talent means you must get it into their core. Watanabe so accepted the scroll, sneering. Relax. I'm not only invulnerable, I'm immune to control. That Huaxia trash won't stop me. Nijia Tua rattled off the next steps. Once Watanabe so detonates the scroll and locks them down, mages cast Black Hole to pull everyone together, then drop Absolute Frost Crystal. The control must never lapse. The rest of you focus fire with me. We have only 2 targets, Yi and Nanshan Yuming. Do we really need all of us for just those 2? Someone muttered. Shirlai's talent lets him absorb damage for his teammates, Nijia Tua replied, leaving no room for doubt. While he's up, we must end this fast. Take your damage boost potions, every last one. We get only 1 shot. Once Yi and Nanshan Yuming fall, the rest won't matter. A chorus of assent followed. Led by Watanabe, so, the squad thundered toward the monolith. On the far side of the wall, Yi looked up at the sudden stone barrier and frowned. It was Kimchi Fairy's trademark, He recognized it instantly. Looks like they came loaded with tricks, he murmured. Shirlai hefted his giant axe to smash the monument, but Yi stopped him. Don't. It's invulnerable and reflects damage. Wait, they're definitely lying in ambush on the other side, hoping to catch us off guard. His gaze swept the group and settled on Nanshan Yumeng. Unequipped the refracting staff and switched to the earnest admonition staff. Nanshan Yumeng tipped back a bottle, booze fumes swirling. Why? 80% chance they're packing mass control. Better be ready. Got it. Nanshan Yumeng obediently swapped in the earnest admonition staff. This perfect-grade staff was forged by Yi himself. He had Nanshan Yumeng equip it for one reason: its signature skill, Dawn Horn. When the horn is blown, every ally within a 100-meter radius stays fully alert. Once per second for 15 seconds, it removes every semi-strong and strong debuff. Cooldown, 10 minutes. On the Divine Gift continent, crowd control effects are classified with surgical precision. Anything that doesn't interrupt skills or attack slows. Stat reductions, blindness counts as weak. Effects like silence or fear, which break casts and attacks but still allow movement, are semi-strong. Complete lockdowns such as stun, petrify, freeze, juggle, and sleep are strong. Dawnhorn dispels the last two tiers outright, making it a bona fide team miracle. Even the famously versatile Nanshan Yumeng had never owned a skill that could purge semi-strong and strong debuffs until he picked up this sincere admonition staff. These bastards finally learned how to use tactics. Taishan scoffed, arms folded. Even a stray dog figures out detours after a few beatings. They're a bit better than mutts, Lai Tianxiong added. Reclining on Shirlai's boot, the morning immortal stretched lazily. Fair enough, but after God's left hand and General Lan Ze bit the dust, what threat do these bottom feeders pose? If Lan Ze were still around, a few scrolls and charged spells might make us sweat. Now, their boss was carved up by Yi. The flunkies can't overturn the sky. Lai Tianxiong ran his tongue over his teeth and grinned. Heh, I can't wait to start killing. They joked back and forth for nearly 10 minutes, never once taking the foes beyond the stone steel seriously. Boom cracks spiderwebbed across the steel, and shards went flying. Dawnhorn, Yi barked. Nanshan Yumeng raised the staff. A clear white mist burst from its tip, swallowing the team whole. A system message thundered in everyone's ears. You are under the effect of Dawnhorn. Within the area of effect, you are immune to semi-strong and strong debuffs for 15 seconds. The instant the steel collapsed, a golden flash shot out like lightning. Watanabe the monk vaulted into the center of Taishan's group and crushed an absolute ice sky prison scroll. Boom. Frost erupted around him, turning a 100-meter circle into an icy cage. Trees froze. The air itself seemed to stall. High above, a pitch-black vortex formed, followed by a downpour of spells, arrows, and sword energy. 4, 8, 1, 9. Tiny damage numbers flickered overhead. 1,462, 3,652, 2,482. After the enemy funneled 99% of their output into him, that was all Shirlai lost. Yi eased down. Someone in the enemy crowd howled in triumph. They never realized the white mist had already made the team immune to freezing. The ice sky prison shattered on impact. Not even an ice shard left behind. Hundreds of warriors and assassins charged in next, roaring into the melee. My turn now, just watch me. Ben Gong Xiaoming let out a sharp shout, raised her cracked petrified staff, and sliced through the clouds with its tip to trace a hemispherical sapphire barrier in midair. Instantly, countless gale runes surged like a tide and adhered to the surface of the shield. When the dome locked into place, blue-white sigils flared on every mage's and archer's armor inside the formation and over the horizon field barrier. Within its bounds, friendly archers gain a 200% range boost, and mages a 200% casting distance boost. Stacked with the Nanshan Yumeng buff, the barrier's strength was pushed to the absolute limit. 200% was all Kaming's mana and attributes could sustain, but it was more than enough. Before the last glimmers faded, Yi flipped open his personal panel. Attack range, 864 meters. Attack speed, 4.6. Range damage, 1, 875. Plenty to kill. His eyes turned icy as he locked on the charging enemy and simultaneously triggered Vengeance, Aerial Surge, and Moon Elf Summon. Whoosh. The Jiajia Gui Tian badge on his shoulder disengaged from his armor and shot into the clouds as a streak of white light. Intimidation stance activated. Boom. With an earth-shaking crash, millions of weapon phantoms burst from the badge and fanned out like a torrential downpour. Swish, swish, swish. More than 1,000 opponents on the northern front were run clean through, chest and back alike, blood spraying before they could even react. Intimidation stance. Within a radius of 10 times the user's attack range, all hostile players are subjected to an intimidation verdict that forces their main and offhand weapon slots into an unequipable state for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. This is one of the 4 skills attached to the Jiajia Gui Tian medal after its upgrade to Epic. The stunned players never even figured out what happened. Their weapons had simply vanished from their hands. Oh god, what's happening? My weapon's gone. It's an ambush run. Retreat now. Panic swept across every sector. Formations collapsed, troops scattered, and by then it was far too late. Yi raised his longbow, angled the string, and unleashed a cascade of multi-shot arrows from on high, sealing a 45-degree sector on the left. With an attack speed of 4.6, the bowstring blurred into afterimages, the arrows merging into a black curtain that allowed only slivers of light to leak through. Day seemed to turn to dusk in an instant. 11,753, 8,642, 12,642. Every hit landed more than 10,000 damage. Yi Huaxia Zone LV.1 has slain Xing Xingxiangxi Iceland Zone LV.20, experienced 3,000. Xing Xingxiangxi's death triggered Dream Ruin. Upon revival he will be imprisoned for 6 hours. Triggered Punishment. Additional drop fine-grade weapon Ash Dagger. Triggered Pursue Dream. Yi gains 1 personal honor point. After several volleys, only a handful of players with invincibility skills were still hanging on. The field Yi guarded was already carpeted with corpses. He glanced sideways and felt a jolt. 7th Time Zone had already lifted his staff, and a violet-black magic circle glimmered in the air. With a resonant hum it expanded, releasing an endless downpour of toxic clouds. 26,423, 25,413, 27,521. Damage numbers floated in the air for a moment, and only a handful of players who had popped their invincibility skills were still standing. The poison forbidden spell, Dead Man's Plague, was still terrifying, Yi admitted silently. In terms of burst damage, his current stats were still a good distance behind Zone 7. That woman had mastered a forbidden spell at level 1. The only one on the whole field who could match her for raw explosion was Admiral Lan Zhe from Sun Never Sets. The strength talent forbidden spell was so overpowering in the early game that it even outshone many SS strength talents. It would only start to lose its edge once most top players could access forbidden level skills, something that wouldn't happen until at least level 500, which was still a long way off. Seeing Zone 7's fight firmly under control, Yi raised his rifle and kept mowing down the remaining enemies. 10 minutes later, the last opponent fell and the battlefield fell silent. But the fight wasn't over. Yi lifted a hand, and the disarmament medal flashed into his palm. His gaze was ice-cold as he looked over the corpses. Then he hurled the medal to the ground. Bang! Metal hit stone, and a blood-red ripple spread from the medal's core. Every corpse around them floated slowly into the air. Pitiless revenge. The moment the effect triggered, a black sigil appeared on more than 1,000 bodies from every war zone. Even Yi's teammates sucked in a breath. Holy crap, bro, that's terrifying. Taishan couldn't help swearing. In one short fight, he had figured out 3 horrifying effects of the disarmament medal. 1. Intimidation Judgment. The enemy's main and offhand weapon slots are instantly sealed. Anyone who fights Yi goes in barehanded and loses at least half their damage output. 2. The hidden effect Taishan dug out of the battle panel. Anyone attacked by Yi has a chance to have any equipment slot randomly sealed. If the weapons weren't enough, now your whole loadout could vanish out, be fighting naked. 3. Pitiless Revenge. Any player killed by Yi suffers a 90 experience penalty after resurrection, driving the enemy crazy. And that still wasn't all. Taishan felt his scalp tighten the longer he watched. Zone 7 sector had about 400 dead, but fewer than 100 items dropped. Yi's side killed over 600 and somehow looted more than 700 pieces of gear. Random chance? Impossible. There had to be a hidden guarantee drop on Death Claws. He glanced at the personal honor board. He had quietly picked up over 600 honor points again. In the War God Ruins, there was supposed to be no instant honor reward for kills. Everything was settled at the end. How many secrets are you still hiding? Taishan was numb. Monster. Absolute monster, Whale Sage echoed, waving his hands in surrender. Out with it, what else haven't you told us? Shadowstalker fixed his eyes on Yi. Even Zone 7 turned to listen. Under a barrage of questions, Yi raised both hands in surrender. Anyone I kill spends 6 hours in jail after they revive, then it's over. Everyone went rigid. Damn, that's savage. Those bastards are going to go insane, like Tianxiong blurted. Crazy or not, every news outlet on the planet has probably crashed by now, Nanshan Wujian said with a wry grin. Over in the Xingxianji camp, Dawei Tianlong waved a stack of bills. That's it. After bleeding us for so much gold, you expect me to believe you're out of tricks? Xingxian just broke, and I still owe the members of fortune. Yi spread his hands. I swear that's all. Of course, it wasn't. After the Jiejia Guetian medal was reforged to Epic, it gained 4 extra abilities, 2 of which he had carefully kept to himself. Jiejia Guetian Epic. 1. Disarm. When damaging a player, 5 chance to seal a random equipment slot for 10 minutes. 2. Back to the fields. When damaging a monster, 5 chance to put the target in a 5-second daze that blocks all skills. Chance drops to 0.1 and duration to 1 second against lords or higher. 3. Intimidating Stance. Unleashes overwhelming pressure, sealing the main hand and offhand slots of all hostile players within 10 attack ranges for 5 minutes. 60-minute cooldown. 4. Kick them while they're down. Throws the metal at all dead players including team kill victims, applying a debuff that cuts experience gain by 90 for 48 hours after revival. No cooldown. 5. Submit. Targets one hostile player. If their talent tier is lower than Yi's, their talent is sealed for 3 minutes. 6-hour cooldown. 6. Rhythm Master Despair. Compares each equipment slot to Yi's. Any slot of lower grade is sealed for 3 minutes. 6-hour cooldown. Submit and Despair were far more terrifying than Intimidating Stance, and Kick them while they're down, but they only affected one person at a time. In a mass battle, they were better kept as whole cards. Taishan scratched his head. Yi, how about we sign a permanent non-aggression pact? Lai Tianxiong nodded eagerly. We're in, too. You're a frightening man. Yi coughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Come on, no need for that. Aren't we friends? I'm not some lunatic looking for enemies. Joke or not, his answer let the 5 major guilds breathe easier. Just imagining what it would be like to fight him sent chills down their spines, and they quickly reached an unspoken agreement never make Yi an enemy. 3 days of non-stop fighting had been dull, yet rewarding. Nobody had slept a wink. After the battle, they divided the loot. Exhaustion crashed over them, and they logged off one by one. Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave. With only 34 minutes left to meet the war god's ruins clear condition, he stretched, picked a tall oak, activated Soaring Force, and sprawled across a thick branch, replaying the fight in his mind. The win had been easy, but only because Shirlai's SS Steer Talent United We Stand was absurdly strong. That was luck. Future raids, bosses, even cross-ocean world quests would need a fixed team. A guild had too many moving parts. They couldn't count on Shirlai to bail them out every time. The enemy lines had plenty of warriors with immunity or invulnerability skills. Without Shirlai, if those guys broke through, Nanshan Wuming could still hold she had enough invulnerability to make anyone despair, but Beishuang and Bin Gong Chaoming would be toast. No matter how strong those glass cannon mages were, once someone got in their faces, they had zero room to maneuver. That weakness had to be fixed, fast. 2 options, Yi muttered. Either find a shield warrior, or teach Nanshan Wuming a party-wide invulnerability. A shield warrior, one promising candidate came to mind, but the guy joined the game late. Yi opened his friends list and typed Sibei Weihui, only to get a system message, player not found. As expected, the guy still wasn't in game. All the other good shield warriors were already snapped up by big guilds. Yi turned back to Nanshan Wuming. If we want a party-wide invulnerability, we'll have to crack that hidden dungeon in Bifang City. Ding. You have survived in the remains of the war god for 72 hours and earned the right to enter the 81st floor of the Tower of Nations. Congratulations. You have set the record for the most monsters and players slain. Your achievement will be permanently etched on the Tower of Nations Hall of Fame. The system panel vanished, and a black vortex several meters wide slowly materialized before Yi, resembling a gateway to the abyss. Finally done. Yi exhaled softly. After clearing the 80th floor, the system allowed a brief break, and he stepped into the vortex without hesitation. A heartbeat later, he stood outside Yu City. The bluestone road stretched in every direction, yet the throng of players packed it tight. Most players had long since left the starter villages and flocked to the 12 Tier 3 main cities. Yu City held the lion's share. According to the data, more than 1 billion players were registered in the Huaxiao region. 800 million had reached the Tier 3 cities, and over 200 million were crammed into Yu City alone, more than 90% of them unaffiliated. All of this was because of Yi. After the battle on the Dark Glow Plains, his fame skyrocketed, eclipsing even the 5 major guilds and turning him into a symbol of hope for solo players. Naturally, the city where he resided in Yu City became the hottest Tier 3 hub. Gazing at the endless sea of players, Yi nodded to himself. Having numbers might not be a bad thing. Yingyu, Shuhu, and Hujiao were the only coastal cities among the 12 Tier 3 hubs and would serve as the primary staging grounds for the upcoming naval war. Shuhu City housed the headquarters of the Chrono Empire, its streets teeming with elites. Yu City, thanks to him, had gathered hordes of independents. When the naval conflict erupted, sheer numbers might offset their lack of organization. The only cause for concern was Hujiao City. It had the fewest players, just a handful of lower-ranked guilds, and in his last life, it was the first to fall because of traitors. Ding dong. A private message alert chimed. Boss, Yun Yi and the others have arrived in Yu City. The sender, Meiqian Ma Lu Gun, reported. Who else is with him? Yi replied. Yun Yi, Fengwo Wuhan, Yudao Bajiayi, Yunxia, and Mu are all at the Yu City harbor, Meiqian Ma Lu Gun answered. The harbor? Yi raised an eyebrow. The harbor was a restricted core zone without special clearance. No one could enter. These players had just left the starter village. How had they gotten in? While fishing in the starter village, Yun Yi reeled in a rainbow stardon carp and triggered a hidden quest that points to the harbor. We've searched for ages, but haven't found a single clue, the other player explained. What the? Yi blurted. They managed to fish up a rainbow stardawn carp in the starter village. He rifled through his memories. The rainbow stardawn carp was the main ingredient for the 7-point stardawn elixir, a master-level alchemy recipe. The potion boosted a mage's fire, water, ice, wind, light, dark, and lightning damage by 80% for 20 minutes. Normally, this rare fish was native to the harbor of Ingyu City and protected by the city guardian beast, the Ingyu. Anyone who tried to catch it without meeting specific conditions would be attacked by the beast. One known requirement was raising the Yingyu's favor. The creature's sole passion was sea-tooth shark gallbladders. But the sea-tooth shark was a level 50 Grand Lord lurking in the deep sea back then. Alchemists had hired experts by the dozen to dive for gallbladders, triggering a frenzy known as the deep-sea craze. All that aside, Yunyu's catch in the starter village had almost certainly activated the Yingyu's hidden quest. But Ingyu keeps a strict schedule, and it's already late. If we want to see him, we'll have to wait until daylight. Yi figures the quest must involve Ingyu, so he decides, it's too late to go now. Meet at the docks at 8 tomorrow morning, and he'll take you. Got it. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun replies at once, and starts to log off. Yi adds, bring Feng Guo Wuhan and Yuta Bajiao too. If they keep fooling around, we'll sign them up for tutoring. So ruthless, Mei Qian mutters, then grins wickedly. Boss, those 2 kids aren't actually yours, are they? Secret love children? I graduated less than a year ago, Yi says with a facepalm. Wow, not even a year out of school, and you already have kids that old role model. Mei Qian pretends to sob while still joking. Yi tells him to scram, then logs out. The pod lid lifts, light pours in, and Guofeng and Guoyu stare at Yi with wide eyes. Good, you two behaved, Yi says satisfied. Humph, you played for 3 straight days and made Annie worry, Guofeng pouts. Where's Andy? He asks, pinching her cheek. In the kitchen. She wants to reward our big hero with a feast, Guofeng answers. Stretching, Yi climbs out of the pod and asks casually, how's the life skill leveling? Going great. The siblings answer together, flashing victory signs. Guofeng shakes her head proudly. I just hit skilled worker today, thanks to the rare mats brother Yunyi gave me. Brother, I'm skilled worker too, Guoyu says in her soft voice. Yi gives them a thumbs up. 4-2 newcomers, pushing apothecary and enchanting to skilled workers so fast would stand out even in the top 5 guilds. Xiaoyu, how's the diving potion? Yi asks. At the mention of it, Guoyu looks troubled. It's too hard. The cauldron blows up every time. Right after you add windleaf grass, huh? Yes. How did you know? Timing is everything with a diving potion, he assures her. Teach me too. Guofeng jumps in. I'm enchanting a longsword with a damage orb, but I only get 30 or 40% effect. Wrong slot. Didn't read the enchanting guide? Too many words. Guofeng pulls a face. Yi laughs and shakes his head. Come on, conference room on the 1st floor. Crash course tonight. Tomorrow in game I'm checking your results. Okay. The twins chorus. Guoyu asks innocently, brother, do you need any potions? Of course. Xiaoyu, brew diving potions. Xiaofeng, craft diving orbs. Tomorrow we're heading underwater, Yi says. Yi led Guofeng and Guoyu down to the 1st floor. In just 3 days, Cloud Glow Internet Cafe had been reborn. The 1st floor was now split into one spacious section left empty for a future line of gaming pods, the battlefield for the studio, while the smaller side had been walled off in glass to form a conference room. During those 3 days, Gui Yunxia sold Yi's old apartment, using half the proceeds to renovate the cafe and wiring the other half straight to Yi's account. On top of that, she spent another 500,000 of her own money to mount a holographic projection screen in the conference room, the priciest and flashiest piece of tech in the entire building. The 2nd floor dorms and kitchen were finished as well, complete with new bunks and a spotless dining area that gave the place a fresh, welcoming feel. Yi stood in front of the projection wall and explained every detail of the War God Ruins raid for 2 solid hours. Guofeng and Guoyu yawned non-stop, yet kept shouting that it was incredible until Yi finally wrapped up. When he turned around, he saw Gui Yunxia in the doorway, her eyes warm. All done. My 3 little heroes, come eat before the food gets cold. Auntie, your cooking is the best. Yi answered with a grin. In this small county where warmth was hard to find, the 4 of them had become a family in everything but blood, able to read each other's thoughts without a word. After dinner, Guofeng and Guoyu went off to catch up on sleep. Night settled over the kitchen window on the 2nd floor, and under the soft yellow light Yi and Gui Yunxia sat facing each other. Yezi, does anyone besides us know who you are in the game? Gui Yunxia asked in a hushed voice. No one. Why? Yi's heart skipped. He looked up sharply. 2 girls were wandering around the cafe just now. It felt like they were looking for you. What did they ask? The figure of Nanshan Yumeng flashed through Yi's mind. One of them asked if you were still in game. I told her no one named Yi works here, that she must have the wrong place. You said there were 2 girls. Where was the other one? The quiet one hardly spoke at all. She seemed shy. Yi had been the last to log off. Once the War God Ruins raid ended, every player in town logged out for some sleep, and Nanshan Yumeng would have done the same. The timeline fit perfectly. But why had two girls come? In his previous life, Nanshan Yumeng had loathed men and only dealt with women. Could the second girl be her, well, partner? That would be wild. Yezi, you've made a lot of enemies by shining so bright in the game. Be careful. Guiyangxia's tone was solemn. Don't worry, Ani. I've got this. Yi nodded. He decided he had to find a chance to talk to Nanshan Yumeng face to face. It had to be her searching for him. But how was she so sure that one leaf was actually Yi? He couldn't figure it out. After a refreshing nap, Yi washed up, ate, and glanced at his watch. Already 6 in the evening. According to plan, he would clear the Tower of Nations within 2 hours, meet up with Mei Qian and the others at the harbor by 8, and dive into another full day. He eased into the gaming pod, consciousness sinking into the light screen, and the next second, he stood outside the Tower of Nations gate. Players still swarmed the place, but unlike yesterday, most of them were not entering the tower. Instead, they craned their necks to stare into the sky above its highest point. A huge gilded leaderboard hung from the very top of the Tower of Nations, immediately drawing a crowd of curious players. I'm tearing up here. Nanshan Yumeng actually cleared the entire tower, and I died on the 18th floor. Hey, you lasted longer than I did. Mages have an easier time climbing. I'm a priest, and wiped on the very first floor. Look. Holy crap. 7th time zone cleared it too. And that score? 1.06 million? Damn, that's 540,000 more than Nanshan Yumeng. I really want to know what 7th time zone got for that. A guy in our guild cleared floor 75 and was rewarded with a superior grade main weapon. He hasn't shut up about it since. Big deal. The master from Qingqing Mountain reached floor 98 and got a perfect grade main weapon, 3 rare skills, and 2,000 personal honor points. This is insane. All 5 players who cleared all 100 floors are from the Huaxiao region. What did you expect? The best players from the other regions died on floor 80. Yi is a beast. Amused by their chatter, Yi glanced up at the shining board. Tower of Nations, full clearing leaderboard. Only players who cleared all 100 floors are recorded. Number 1, 7th time zone Huaxiao, 1,068,304 points. Number 2, Nanshan Yumeng Huaxiao, 522,953 points. Number 3, Shi Lai Huaxiao, 501,260 points. Number 4, Bengong Chaoming Huaxiao, 485,220 points. Number 5, Beishuang Huaxiao, 411,833 points. Scoring rules. Floors 179 and 81,100 are timed. Floor 80 War Gods Battlefield is scored by the number of monsters and players defeated. Nothing like this had happened in Yi's previous life. Back then, plenty of players reached the 90s, but nobody, not even Admiral Lan Zhe, God's left hand, or 7th time zone managed to clear the 100th floor. This time, thanks to the gear Yi had forged, several players got their hands on equipment that had been out of reach before, giving them the power to finish the tower. 7th time zone had bought an epic staff from Yi that rivaled legendary quality. Paired with her forbidden spells, it gave her a real shot at clearing floor 100. Shi Lai went even further, grabbed the twisted sword, plus a set of perfect grade heavy armor and a shield. Even with his talent heavily nerfed, the skills on those 3 items let him brute force the final floor. As for Nanshan Yumeng, Bengong Chaoming, and Beishuang, they were Yi's regular teammates, each decked out in gear tailor-made for them. Clearing the tower was practically a formality. This is going to be fun. All 5 full clears came from Huaxia. The other regions are going to be dying of envy, Yi laughed. Even if the other region's players had survived War Gods Battlefield, they still couldn't buy Yi's gear, so a full clear was out of reach. But getting knocked out without even a fair shot still had to sting. Yi stepped into the Tower of Nations and was teleported straight to the 80th floor. The War Gods Battlefield was now crowded, mostly with players from regions that hadn't joined the hunt for him. Most of the Huaxiao players had already moved on. Yi, why are you still here on the battlefield? A shifty-eyed mage blurted out the moment Yi appeared. His name tag read Jingguang Xiao Dadi, a well-known mage from the Northern Dynasty. Although that region wasn't a loyal Huaxia ally and occasionally stirred up trouble, it had stayed relatively civil in recent years. I was just about to leave, Yi replied with a smile. Oh well, safe travels. Jingguang Xiao Dadi let out a huge sigh of relief, as if had narrowly escaped disaster. Am I really that scary? Yi asked helplessly. Not at all. You're not scary in the least, Master Yi. The mage stammered, on the verge of tears. Yi sighed and shook his head. Honestly, foreigners act like they've never seen the world. See you around. With a casual wave, he dove into the vortex leading to the 81st floor. Ding. You have entered floor 81 of the Tower of Nations. Monsters remaining, 100,100. Monster level, 40 Grand Lord. Objective, eliminate all enemies. The cell was enormous, its gloom barely pierced by any light. From the shadows emerged a line of slender creatures, as if seeping in from another dimension. 2-headed deer. Their rare tea-brown hides were dappled with round spots that pulsed with shadow energy, and their twin heads, one black and one ash gray, turned independently. After both necks twisted twice and crossed, Billowing shadows spread like gauze, swallowing the chamber in an instant. System messages flooded in. You have been struck by the two-headed deer's shadow curse. Vision reduced by 90, perception reduced by 90, and you are bound by thorn shackles. Thorn shackles. For every meter you move, maximum health and mana drop by 10 for 10 seconds. Shadow curse cannot miss. Visibility is now under 10 meters, and with your senses suppressed, the lurking deer are as elusive as assassins. Thorn shackles have all but frozen your steps, forcing you to absorb incoming attacks. Before he could breathe, twin beams of gray light shot out from the deer's skulls, straight toward Yi. It was Abyssal Dirge, a control skill that would inflict 5 seconds of confusion on impact. Yi lifted his bow and loosed multi-shot, triggering Shadow Roll to retreat a meter. 788. The instant he stepped back, thorn shackles claimed their price. He then entered Vengeance, drawing the longbow to its limit. A cascade of arrows tore through the shadows like sickles through wheat, forcing swaths of two-headed deer into view. 5962, 2854, 3723. The moment the arrow rain ended, entangling shot activated. 78 dark chains cracked through the air, binding the nearest deer. 1964, 1864, 1942 wrapped in chains, the herd slowed to a crawl. Yi kept firing. Crossbow shot, homing arrow, and micro-missiles roared one after another, firelight flashing overhead while return to field checks rolled. Roughly 20% of the hit deer fell into a 1-second return to field state, unable to cast spells. A single second sounds trivial, but with Yi's 2.86 attack speed it stretched into eternity. One multi-shot alone delivered 6 hits, and the epic medal of demobilization had raised the proc rate from 1 to 5%. In that fleeting instant more than half the deer were silenced, easing the pressure on him. He summoned moon sprites. 4 of them took the corners of the field, their fire interlacing with his arrow storm to form a lethal web. Every two-headed deer in the cell was now pinned down, layers of slows stacking up and stalling their advance. Yet thorn shackles still bound Yi's feet, and the gap kept narrowing until the monsters were within 30 meters. Lunar transfiguration triggered. In a flash, Yi exchanged places with the moon elf behind him and reappeared 140 meters away. The 3 remaining moon elves stayed put, loosing arrows in a frenzy, while the 4th retreated another 140 meters to charge up the next moonlight shift. Movement skills on the god-bestowed continent fall into 3 tiers. The first and most common is physical displacement, such as Shadow Roll and Evade Baptism. The user must roll or leap, leaving a clear trail that can be interrupted and will trigger the counter thorn shackles. The second tier is true teleportation. It leaves no trail, cannot be interrupted, and likewise does not trigger thorn shackles. Moonlight shift belongs here. The final tier harnesses spatial power, far beyond the reach of ordinary players. Iconic examples are God's left hand and the 7th time zone. The former draws on the spatial attribute of the Skywalker talent, while the latter scatters a web of nodes with the space-type Forbidden Spell Rift Array, allowing instant travel. Spatial power movement is also immune to thorn shackles. With Moonlight Shift, Yi kept widening the gap between himself and the twin-horned deer, forming a staggered firing line with the moon elves. As time passed, the deer's health dropped visibly, and their numbers dwindled. At this pace, he would cut through floors 81 to 90 in less than an hour. On floors 91 through 99, the gatekeepers switched to level 50 Grand Lords known as Frenzied Wolves. Their health bars were thicker and they had their own movement skills, but under the combined control of Entangling Shot, Silk Caltrap, Moonchill Armor, and Return to Fields, their threat was greatly reduced. Yi kite them with relentless shadow rolls and still cleared the 9 floors without a hitch. Ding! You have qualified to enter floor 100 of the Tower of Nations. Congratulations, your time of 9 minutes 57 seconds is the fastest clear of floor 99. Your record will be permanently engraved on the Tower of Nations Hall of Honor. Done. Yi let out a long breath. After slicing through 19 straight floors, he felt no fatigue. The deeper he went, the smoother the fights became. Even so, he did not step into the vortex leading to floor 100 right away. That floor holds a single monster with one defining trait: an absurd 20 million health points. Its attacks are weak and its skills easy to dodge, yet the hard rule remains. Kill it within 30 minutes or the run is ruled a failure and counted only to floor 99. Yi opened the best time leaderboard. The holder was the 7th time zone at 6 minutes 18 seconds. Surpassing that with his current gear would be tough. Early phase Forbidden Spell bursts are basically a cheat. After a moment's thought, he chose to use the perfect Forged Scroll ahead of schedule. He had planned to wait until he left the tower, switched to his primary assassin class, and activated Handy Mind. But he had just secured first kills for all 3 major dungeons in the starter village and exchanged the trio of medals for the Return to Fields medal. If he could also claim the best time titles for floors 1 through 100 of the tower, there might be an extra reward. No one had done it in his previous life, so he would test it himself. Decision made. He rummaged through every piece of archer gear in his pack and finally pulled out a fine-grade ring. Punishment ring fine 10 agility punishment. When combat begins, damage dealt rises by 1 every second, up to 10. Yi was betting everything on that single punishment trade, was sure that once the ring was flawlessly reforged, its stats would undergo a complete metamorphosis. Sapphire flames surged above the forge, and the progress bar crawled forward. 510100. Reforge complete. Congratulations, you've obtained the epic ring, Calamity of the Condemned. A thunderous alert blasted through the global channel. World announcement. Huaxiao region LV. One has obtained the epic ring Calamity of the Condemned, claiming the 2 spot on the world equipment rankings. A golden pillar engulfed the ring, then vanished. On the band's now dull surface, faint gilded glyphs drifted and flared with a mysterious glow. The announcement left Yi stunned for half a second. He yanked up the item panel, stared at the stats, and his pupils dilated. Holy crap, I've struck gold. Calamity of the Condemned epic. Base stats: 150 agility, 5 agility, 50 critical damage. God-granted scroll additional traits. 1. Punishment. While in combat, damage dealt increases by 5 every second, stacking to 200. 2. Calamity of the Condemned. Each attack you land boosts the target's subsequent damage taken by 0.1. No upper limit. 3. Deicide manual. Damage against Lord rank or higher monsters increases by 50. 4. Rhythm Master Blood Frenzy. Critical hits inflict bleed, dealing 200 ranged physical damage over 3 seconds. For every bleeding enemy within range, attack speed rises by 3. Calamity of the Condemned packs, 4 skill lines. Punishment maxes out at a 200 bonus in just 40 seconds. Calamity of the Condemned is even crazier limitless stacking. That alone could pass for an SS tier talent. Yi crunched the numbers. If the first hit deals 100 damage, the second deals 100.1. By the 1001st hit, damage doubles to 200. Drop that into a single target boss fight, 4 moon sprites firing simultaneously, every missile, crossbow bolt, and homing arrow proccing the trait. One multi-shot can stack Calamity 14 times. With 2.86 attack speed, damage doubles in just 26 seconds. This insane scaling relies on multiple procs. 1. Vengeance adds 6 extra damage instances per basic attack via crossbow bolts and homing arrows. 2. Multi-shot launches built-in missiles. 3. Each moon sprite unleashes a 7-arrow burst. Moon sprites, missiles, and homing arrows all converge on the same target, making Calamity of the Condemned perfect for boss fights, 1v1, or multi-1 burst scenarios. In PvP, top-tier duels and in a heartbeat, no one will let you leisurely stack buffs. PvE is where this ring truly shines. And of course, attack speed is absolutely crucial. Compared with Punisher's Calamity, Blood Frenzy excels in on-ever-sus many encounters. With Yi's near-maxed crit rate, he needs only 3 seconds to inflict bleed on every enemy in sight. The real terror isn't the extra damage over time, but the attack speed bonus that skyrockets with each additional target. He slid the ring onto his left hand, and a system prompt flashed up. Congratulations. Your agility has reached 1000. Multi-shot has unlocked Free Fire 2. Free Fire 2, mana cost reduced to 15. Multi-shot now deals light-type physical damage. On hit, grants 10 points of light mastery. Free Fire 3 unlocks at 3000 agility. Yi opened his stats panel, agility 1025. Every point of mastery adds 1% damage, he calculated. 10 points means an extra 10% on multi-shot. Not a game changer, but definitely nice. Time for floor 100. He stepped into the vortex, as if passing through a transparent curtain, and arrived on the tower's final level. Launch force surged beneath his feet. Without pausing, he triggered Shadow Step, turned into a blur, and skimmed along the dim wall straight toward the boss spawn. Jealous Blood Toad Cataclysm LV 50. HP 20 000 00020 000 Physical attack 200. Magic attack 150. Armor 185. Magic resist 286. Skills: Blood exemption, immune to percentage damage, Berserk, drain blood. Among all Cataclysm grade bosses on the Divine Realm continent, the Jealous Blood Toad is the only one without special mechanics. He knows it's just a normal mob with a Cataclysm health bar. If the devs had shoved a script as nasty as the Iron Blood Troll on a floor 100, players would be forced to surrender. At 140 meters, his safest and most familiar range, he halted in midair, bowstring already taut. Avatar of Vengeance, Moon Sprite Summon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multi-shot erupted, arrows falling like a storm. The translucent Moon Sprite drew her longbow in sync, firing homing arrows and missiles. The shriek of projectiles fused into a white torrent as 4 bolt trajectories slammed into the toad's massive body. 13,612. Critical. 9,842. Critical. 8,854. Critical. Blood Frenzy triggered. The jealous blood toad began bleeding, and Yi Yi's attack speed jumped by 4%. Punishment stack damage to the target rose by another 5% per second. Godslayer manual flare damage to the jealous blood toad 50%. Punisher's Calamity started stacking. You hit the jealous blood toad. Punisher's Calamity at 1 stack. Above the toad, over 40 blood-red numbers burst out every second, the DPS curve climbing before the eye. 28,523, 19,162, 18,467. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxiao Player 1 Leaf for reaching 198,321 DPS and taking first place on the DPS leaderboards. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxiao Player 1 Leaf for reaching 218,427 DPS and holding first place on the DPS leaderboards. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxiao Player 1 Leaf for reaching 241,282 DPS and holding first place on the DPS leaderboards. 3 seconds in, his DPS has more than doubled, and the boss is already down to 16.12 million HP. At that moment, Yi knocked 7th time zone off the chart and seized the top spot in burst DPS. Each stack of Judgment and Punisher's Calamity pushed his damage higher, and world announcements were firing off like a machine gun several lines per second. The Huaxiao public channel was instantly spammed. Holy crap, what's happening? What's Yi the God up to? His DPS is about to break 600k a second. You can even play like this? Why does the damage keep climbing? Any theory crafter want to explain? It's got to be that Punisher's Calamity ring, right? He grabbed it and shattered 7th time zone's record, and now he's beating his own. Absolute madman. Wow, an epic ring is that strong. Share the stats. Yi never looked for fame, yet the spotlight always found him. While the world chat turned into a marketplace, his private messages were stuffed by the 5 major guilds' polite greetings on the surface, blatant poaching underneath. Yi's face stayed blank. Mute. Mute them all. Instantly, the world fell silent, leaving only the roar of missiles and the shrill whistle of arrows through the air. Second 40. System. Judgment triggered. Damage per second 5. Now at the cap of 200. System. You hit the Blood Envy Toad. Punisher's Calamity has reached 1,508 stacks. A row of red numbers jumped on the screen. 41,924. Crit 28,523. Crit 26,829. The boss HP was down to 12.26 million. In just 40 seconds, more than 7 million had been erased. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxiao Player Yi. Current DPS 396,971, still ranked first. 40 straight seconds of announcements had most players staring, screens lit, but brains offline. Another 134 seconds passed. Punisher's Calamity hit 4,387 stacks, boosting damage by 438.7. 352,941. The Blood Envy Toad stiffened, its bar instantly empty, and it crashed to the ground with a boom. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxiao Player Yi. Current DPS 2,046,971, firmly in first place. System. You cleared the Tower of Nations, floor 100, in 137 seconds, setting a new speed record. Your achievement will be permanently engraved on the Tower of Nations Hall of Fame. System. Run score. 19,549,245. Reward settlement. Personal honor 20,000. Rare mythic grade skill 1. Choose one of the following. 1. Unlock a second main class. 2. Exclusive attribute effect 100. This choice only appears after clearing floor 90 or higher. Most players pick option 2 exclusive attribute effect 100. For archers, the exclusive attribute unlocked at level 10 is killing intent. Every point of killing intent increases an archer's range, attack speed, crit rate, and crit damage by 1, up to a maximum of 100 stacks. Spend all 100 stacks at once, and the next basic attack or skill deals 200 bonus damage. Each class also has a unique exclusive stat, and a 100 boost in that stat can instantly bump a character several tiers of power. For that reason, almost everyone focuses on a single main class. 1. Primary and secondary weapons differ so much between classes that it's nearly impossible to optimize both sets. 2. Skill slots are limited, and beyond level, gear, and talent trees, passive skills matter most, and those passives usually enhance only one main class. If you get greedy and pick a second main class, one of them is bound to turn into dead weight. Yi, however, can't level up, which means he can't unlock his class exclusive stat. From the day the servers opened, he decided that only a second main class could trigger Handy Mind. Handy Mind is an assassin exclusive passive that adds bonus attack speed, crit chance, movement speed, cast speed, and cooldown reduction to anything you forge. Chasing that perk, Yi decisively unlocked a second main class, and the system announced, "You have chosen a second main class. Congratulations, you are now an assassin." His stat page immediately gained melee attack and stealth. Most assassin damage must be dealt in close quarters, and the numbers change with each strike location. Backstab, 20 damage. Garrote, 30 damage. Shadow Strike, 10 damage. Stealth ties directly to invisibility strength. The higher the stat, the weaker an enemy's perception. The conversion rate is 100 agility for 1 point of stealth. For Yi, Archer is still his lifeline. Assassin is just there for chasing, ambushing, and countering close-range threats. Right then, a second system prompt appeared. You have received the War God's mysterious blessing. Class detected, Archer. Randomly selecting 3 suitable rewards. Selection complete. Please choose one. 3 translucent items floated in front of Yi. Full stats on display. Clearing any floor of the Tower of Nations grants a War God's blessing. The higher the score, the better the loot. Yi had scored high and felt confident he'd land something valuable. 1. Journeys and Epic Crossbow. Its stats are solid, but it's bound to the God-bestowed Axis talent and has almost no gear requirements. Yi already owns a top-tier bow, so this goes straight to the discard pile. 2. Power of Shadow Rare Diamond Skill. Draw on Shadow Energy to heal for 200 of agility on hit, while gaining 50 movement speed. Healing for 200 agility is absurd, but archers are fragile once you're getting hit. You're probably crowd-controlled, so the heal won't save you. That 50 speed boost, though, is tempting. If the third reward stinks, hell take this. 3. 1 Main Attribute Mastery. Damn, Yi blurted. Main Attribute Mastery Agility currently converts to melee and ranged attack at a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 more point changes it to 1-to-2, doubling both values outright. No hesitation needed. Selection confirmed. Your main attribute mastery has increased to 2. Melee and ranged attack values updated. A final line of golden text flashed. You now hold the record for floors 1100 of the Tower of Nations. Hidden reward obtained. Thief God's Revenge Medal. The Divine Continent enjoys 4 distinct seasons. It is now autumn. The days are shorter, and at 6 o'clock dawn is only beginning to break. At 7:30, Yi stepped out of the Tower of Nations. Looking up, he saw Yu City bathed in the first light of morning. The golden glow spilled over the endless sea like scattered silver, or like blue satin rumpled into shimmering folds. Crowds still swirled at the tower's base, every eye locked on the gilded leaderboard's top line, where awe, shock, and reverence fused into a blazing rush of excitement. Shielding all personal details, he headed toward the harbor while tallying the spoils from this trip to the tower. 1. Personal honor points, 23,954. All top 10 slots on the personal honor chart are held by Huaxiao players, an impressive sight. Yi leads the list by nearly 15,000 points. 10,000 points can be exchanged for an entry-level Tier F war chariot. One more hidden quest will let him drive it across the border for a small-scale national war. A chariot carries only a handful of players, so they will be heavily outnumbered. It would be safest to wait until Nanshan Yuming masters the group invincibility skill. Honor points can also buy an excellent grade Legion set coat, pants, bracers, belt at 2,000 points per piece. The base stats are unremarkable, but the set bonuses could be substantial if reforged successfully, so this too goes on the to-do list. 2. Task information on the system panel. Congratulations on completing Ring 1 of the God of War's Legacy. Kakarot will find you within 24 hours to award your prize and announce the next stage. Reward: 1 random rare diamond skill and 1 fragment of a heraldic cube. The cube consists of 5 fragments. Each fragment can socket a different class main weapon and share all its skills. When all 5 are collected, the complete cube lets you equip 5 main weapons at once and gain every attribute. Yi has long looked forward to this reward. During those 3 days he had already prepared a main weapon for the assassin class. Scarlet Blade King's Jade Fan Epic. 150 agility, 20 critical rate, 100 armor penetration, 40 critical damage, 40 backstab damage, 30 shadow stab damage, 50 critical damage. Divine Axis additional attribute, 50 backstab damage. Divine Axis additional attribute Scarlet Gleam. Launches a precise surprise strike on an enemy target, preventing ranged attacks for 5 seconds and dealing 400 melee physical damage. This strike automatically triggers critical, shadow stab, backstab, and throw cut effects. Cooldown 20s. Jade Fan hurls flying daggers in a 3-meter radius, dealing 150 melee physical damage to all nearby enemies. The daggers also slow targets by 60 for 1 second. Cooldown 20s. Jade Edge Armor. After using Blade Fan, you gain 40 damage reduction for 6 seconds. God-granted Axle-added trait, Rhythm Master Crimson Will. Every second, the damage of your next fan of blades increases by 50, stacking up to 30 times. This modifier came from reforging the Crimson Jade Blade, the weapon that dropped when Yi slew the boss in the Corruptor's Cavern. He had guarded it ever since, waiting for Kakarot to show up so they could cash in the quest. Once the rewards were his, he could keep both hands on his longbow and still trigger Crimson Gleam, Jade Fan, Jade Blade Armor, and Crimson Will 4 burst skills for close quarters combat. Assassins and warriors jumping him at melee range would no longer be a threat. 2 prizes remained: the Vengeance of the Thief God Medal and a random rare mythic skill scroll. At the thought, he pulled the scroll from his pack, running a thumb over the wax seal, hand trembling with excitement. The parchment unfurled with a rustle, and the system chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare mythic skill, Decupularia. Yi froze, shock flashing in his eyes before joy exploded across his face. Decupularia, one of the 10 most powerful forbidden spells of his previous life, he had never imagined he'd roll it here. Decupularia Rare Mythic. Effect: the next skill you cast is triggered 10 times in succession. Cooldown: 5 minutes. The description was short, but the implications were terrifying. In his mind, Yi pieced together the combo. Stack Crimson Will to 30 layers, flick the fan to activate Decupularia, add Judgment, and Sinner's Bane. One casual sweep could deal tens of millions of burst damage, outclassing even forbidden magic. Congratulations, you have learned Decupularia. The instant he crushed the scroll, the skill etched itself into his soul. Restless to try it, he sprinted toward the Harborman Sturdance and perfect for stress testing his new ceiling. On the way, he pulled out the Vengeance of the Thief God Medal. Vengeance of the Thief God Perfect. Source: exclusive reward for the top score on floors 1100 of the Tower of Nations. 1. For every 10 meters between you and the target, your damage increases by 10, no cap. 2. Within 10 meters, all your damage becomes true damage. Each point of armor or resistance penetration adds an extra 1 true damage. With dual main classes Archer and Assassin, Yi could fully exploit both effects. Utterly broken, he chuckled, pinning the medal to his left shoulder beside the returning veteran badge, the pair gleaming side by side. Then he opened his character panel. Leafy. Race: human. Level 1. Primary class: Archer. Secondary class: Assassin. Crafting profession: Blacksmith. Talent: Divine Axis, SSS rank. Attributes: Stamina 394, Strength 392, Agility 1034, Intelligence 392. Ranged attack 2108, Range 100. Melee attack 2068, Stealth 10. Attack speed 1.98. HP 7880, MP 7840. Exclusive traits: Bloodlust, Forbearance both locked. Primary mastery: 2. Skills: Eagle's Might, Entangling Shot, Vengeance, Multi-Shot, Tenfold Concerto. Equipment: Splendid Bow of the Wind Dancer, Quiver of the Wind Sprite, Shadow Slaughter Ring, Threadbound Hide Boots, Moonlight Amulet, Trailblazer's Medal, Pioneer's Medal, Hope Seeker's Medal, Veteran Farmer's Medal, God of Thieves' Vengeance Medal, and the Crimson Blade King's Jade Fan unequipped. Personal renown: 23,954. Quest: God of War's Last Wish Stage 1 completed. Leaf E, curious as ever, first swapped his primary weapon for the Crimson Blade King's Jade Fan. The outcome was immediate. Eagle's Might now offered only a 10% movement speed bonus, and its matching ranged attack boost vanished entirely. Entangling Shot and Multi-Shot turned gray and could no longer be cast. He then activated Vengeance while still holding the fan. The crossbow bolts and homing arrows failed to appear. All that remained was a 20% damage increase. Only then did he grasp the truth: many skills were hardwired to specific primary weapons. Most of his core abilities lay in the Archer tree. The Assassin path delivered explosive bursts, but it wasn't suited to every fight. For day-to-day farming, he still needed the longbow. Switching back to the bow, he tried again. Crimson gleamed the fan's signature move still refused to fire. Damage checks demanded the Jade Fan itself, with no room for substitutes. In short, the moment combat shifted from range to melee, he would have to change weapons on the fly. Luckily, the socket system on the fragments of the Heradric Cube was freeform enough to let him swap primary weapons mid-battle, so he could flip between the Splendid Bow of the Wind Dancer and the Crimson Blade King's Jade Fan at will. It felt clumsy for now, but once the cube was fully assembled, everything would fall into place. He pictured the future, a longbow in his hands while daggers, scepters, staves, and long swords hovered overhead. Leafy blinked and silently awarded himself a 1 to style. In his opinion, style was like gold coins: no one ever had too much. The 6 gleaming medals on his shoulder already earned him a 100% turnaround rate on the street. Inu City was vast. Even with the blistering speed granted by his agility, it took Leaf E nearly half an hour to sprint from the Tower of Nations to the Eastern Harbor, arriving right at 8 o'clock. On the pier, Mei Qian, Ma Lu Gun, and Yun Yi were squatting down, watching Guofeng and Guoyu unpack an assortment of precision gear. Guofeng held a pocket-sized orb grinder, an expensive tool for crafting enchantment orbs, while Guoyu set up a cauldron over an open flame. Oddly shaped materials were piled beside it, and the water inside boiled furiously, as though they were about to cook dumplings. 3 female players, Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Chao Meng, and Nan Shan Yu Meng, stood together nearby. Bei Shuang gazed blankly at the sea, Ben Gong Chao Meng hopped in and out of the surf, and Nan Shan Yu Meng tipped back a wine jug, guzzling straight from the mouth. Each scene had its own charm. Aside from their group, the harbor was empty. Rows of fully armed city guards kept casting wary glances in their direction, their expressions a clear warning. Don't stir up trouble. The moment Yi approached, the city guards' attitudes flipped. The guard general led a group over. Adventurer Yi, I've heard so much about you. General Chun Sheng greeted him with a hearty laugh and a clasped fist salute. The city lord was just praising you for taking down so many foreign adventurers in the Battle Tower of Nations. You really made Huaxiao proud and drew all these allies to Yingyu City. Quite something for someone so young. You flatter me, General. I was just lucky, Yi replied modestly. As they closed the distance, Chun Sheng's eyes landed on Yi's shoulders, and he sucked in a breath. Good grief. Those medals are top class. You've had quite the run of fortune, haven't you? The guards crowded around, craning their necks to stare at Yi's epaulets, exclaiming one after another. They all wore medals too, but theirs were mass-issued honors from the city lord and offered no stat bonuses. Even Chun Sheng carried only 6. Here Yi's high charisma showed its worth. Thin PCs started conversations on their own, and secrets others could never dig up spilled out after a single pleasantry. I just got lucky, Yi said again. What brings you to the harbor, General? Chun Sheng gave a wry smile and pointed toward the sea. A few adventurers reeled in a 7-color stardust carp somewhere. Lord Yingyu summoned it, and we were ordered to stand guard so no one causes trouble. If she summoned it, why hasn't Lord Yingyu shown herself? Yi pressed. He was almost certain the hidden quest Yuan Yi had triggered involved Yingyu. By rights, daylight at the harbor should have advanced the storyline, yet the spirit was nowhere in sight. Something was off. You don't know the half of it, brother, Chun Sheng said, dropping into friendlier terms. Lord Yingyu's been in a strange mood lately. She keeps dragging people underwater for fun. She's even broken into the city lord's mansion a few times at night. The brothers have been run ragged, so now we guard the area day and night to avoid alarming the townsfolk. The 18 million gold Yi had spent on reputation paid off instantly. The secret came out with no resistance. Yi paused, recalling a previous life quest about Yingyu. Once players hit level 50, Yingyu would appear over the city, rain would pour for 3 straight days, and cries would echo through the night. Later, an alchemist who earned access to the harbor finally saw her and learned the truth. Yingyu was nearing maturity and needed a large supply of Sifang shark gallbladders. But she couldn't leave the city she protected, so her temper grew violent. By this timeline, Yingyu should be almost mature now, though not yet fully out of control. The 7-color stardust carp was a local specialty and a vassal of Yingyu. Yuan Yi had caught one back in the starter village thanks to her great collector talent, forging an early link with the spirit and bringing players into her story ahead of schedule. In the end, it all traced back to Yi's rebirth. Without it, there would be no player named Yuan Yi in the Divine Grace continent, and Yingyu would never have met adventurers this early. Relax, General. Those adventurers are my teammates. We're here to see Lord Yingyu, and maybe we can solve your problem, Yi assured him. The city guard general, Chun Sheng, frowned but nodded. Lord Yingyu hasn't even met with the Castellan these past few days, yet you were summoned. Perhaps you really can help. A golden prompt flashed across everyone's interface. The city guard general Chun Sheng offers you the hidden quest soothing you. Accept? Accept, Yi replied without hesitation. System messages rolled by. You have accepted the hidden quest soothing you. Objective 1. Discover and resolve the anomaly affecting Yingyu. Rewards. The general's token grants entry to the Castellan's manor, 100,000 XP, and Yingyu City NPC favor raised to highest respect. Quest in hand, Yi strode toward his party. Yin Yi spotted him first, and his eyes lit up. Boss, you're finally here. He spread his arms for a hug. Yi sidestepped politely, a touch exasperated. Bro, that's a bit too much enthusiasm. Heh, you deserve it, boss. Yun Yi chuckled, holding his hands up under Yi's vaguely threatening stare. He didn't try again. Any leads on the quest? Yi asked, changing the subject. None at all. We've scoured every corner, no clues whatsoever. This quest is spooky, Yun Yi said, shaking his head. It has to revolve around Yingyu. Yi mused. He's sulking and refusing visitors. First step is to coax him out. Waiting you can sulk? Yun Yi's jaw almost hit the floor. Yi shrugged. No other clues. Worth a shot. He stepped past Yun Yi and looked at Guai Ye's character. Yuda Bajiao Yi. Xiao Yu, how are the diving potions coming? Yuda Bajiao Yi nodded eagerly. I followed the method you showed me yesterday and brewed 4 bottles. Take a look. A trade window popped up, passing over a vial that shimmered pale blue. Diving potion rare grants free underwater movement for 10 minutes. Yi examined the liquid, then nodded with approval. Nicely done. If your ratios were a hair more precise, would hit epic quality. But this is already solid. They'll keep practicing. The girl promised, eyes bright with determination. Mei Qian, head to the harbor and rent a small sailboat. We're diving soon. Yi instructed. No money, run fast. Leave it to me. The player called back and dashed off. Yi turned to Yunxia. Auntie, can you handle a small sailboat? Yunxia scratched her head, a little uneasy. I've studied the theory, never actually sailed one. The new world of divine continent. Its mechanics, its people still felt overwhelming. No worries. I trust you. Yi's tone was firm. Auntie's the best. Guofeng's character, Feng Guowuhan, gave a thumbs up. I love riding on Annie's boat. Yuta Bajiao Yi chimed in, full of enthusiasm. Yunxia laughed and mussed the girl's hair. You've never been on a boat with me. If it's Annie, I'll love it no matter what. The girl declared without hesitation. Surrounded by such unreserved faith, Yunxia felt a warm glow spread through her chest, and the last of her anxiety melted away. Seeing the four of them getting along so well, Mei Qianma Lugun laughed and said, Boss, Sister Yunxia is your elder. Why didn't you ask me to greet her? That's skipping a generation, you know? I've always called her sis. It's not too late to switch now. Yi answered offhandedly. No switching. Let everyone keep their titles. Sis makes her sound younger. Mei Qianma Lugun grinned. Yunxia hid a smile behind her hand and stepped closer to the group. Haha, great. He'll keep calling her Sister Yunxia then. He shot Yi a sly look and raised an eyebrow. Since she said so, boss, shouldn't you be calling me uncle? Want me to knock your teeth out and make you call me dad? Yi bared his teeth and mimed drawing a bow. Whoa, just kidding, boss. Mei Qianma Lugun threw up both hands in surrender. When the joking subsided, Yi sobered up and issued orders. Go rent a small sailboat. Pay the gold up front. When I pass you the gear, deduct it from the price. With that settled, he turned to Yuta Ba Jiao Yi and Feng Guowuhan. Xiaofeng, craft 50 diving orbs. The four of us are heading to the deep sea and every piece of gear needs one. Xiaoyu, besides diving potions, prep anything that can help in a fight. They went to work immediately. Yi stood by, correcting any sloppy technique on the spot. Soon the flames steadied, their hands grew sure, and neat rows of flawless potions and shimmering orbs filled the bench. The spectators, Yunny, and the others were stunned. Big shot. You're good at alchemy and enchanting too? Yunny gaped. Are you one of those all-class masters from a novel? Ben Gong Chaoming squealed. Humph. The jerk sure knows a lot. Nen Shan Yuming muttered, still chugging her drink. Yuta Ba Jiao Yi tried a more complex recipe. Rare ingredients went into the rolling cauldron with pinpoint precision. The heat was perfect, and a faint fragrance spread. Suddenly a burst of golden light erupted. The materials dissolved, and a pale blue liquid remained. She carefully filled several vials, sealed them, then grabbed Yi's wrist in excitement. Brother, an excellent grade diving potion. 20 full minutes of effect. I did it. Nicely done, Yi said with a soft smile. At the same time, Feng Guowuhan finished the diving orb's excellent grade as well. Each orb let the wearer ignore suffocation for 5 minutes underwater, and the effect stacked. Yi did the math in his head. To lure the Yingyu, he needed gallbladders from Haichi sharks. Had once watched the creature jump from level 500 Cataclysm to level 500 Inferno after it matured, right? When war chariots became common and minor national wars kept flaring. Yingyu City had been a battlefield. He wanted to see what would happen if he forced it to mature early this time. If he could drag the Yingyu into another sector before the Tier 3 capital's guardian beasts grew up, even a small-scale war would be a cakewalk. The problem was getting it to leave Yingyu City, and that meant wiping out every Haichi shark in the deep sea. Moments later, a small vessel glided into the harbor. In the Divine Continent, ships fall into 4 classes. 1. Sailboats built solely for passengers, average in speed and unarmed. The smallest model is entry-level and carries 10 people. 2. Merchant ships, the backbone of trade routes, faster but lightly armed. Even the most basic hull costs 500,000 gold. 3. Fishing boats designed to reach deep waters and haul in rare fish, supplying materials for many side professions. 4. Warships obtainable only by exchanging large amounts of personal honor in the Hall of Glory. They cannot be rented, and in grand naval battles a single warship can match 1,000 ordinary vessels. After Yi's party boarded, Yunxia took the helm, nudged the wheel, and the little ship drifted away from the pier. Beneath the planks stretched an endless dark blue expanse. Wind-driven swells kept smashing against the black coastal rocks. Beyond the crash of the surf came a low, chaotic thrum, as though countless creatures whispered in the depths. Feng Guowuhan stepped in front of Yi, raised a finely crafted enchanting hammer, and pressed a diving orb against the Pathfinder medal in his other hand. Bang, bang, bang. The orb embedded itself in the badge's upper left corner, solidifying into a glittering diamond. Ding. Pathfinder medal enchanted successfully. Dive duration 5 minutes. Ding. Bactothland medal enchanted successfully. Dive duration 10 minutes. Ding. Moonlight amulet enchanted successfully. Dive duration 50 minutes. On the Divine Continent, enchantments can be swapped at any time. A new orb simply overrides the old one, so every major guild employs full-time enchanters to meet changing battlefield needs. Once the work was done, Yuda Bajiaoshan traded over potions, 5 superior grade diving potions, and 3 rare grade ones. Combined with the orbs, the team could stay underwater for 3 hours. If they exceeded that limit, they would have to surface or suffocate. At that point, the potions would expire, the orb timers would reset, and Guoyu would have just 3 hours to brew the next batch. 30 minutes later, the ship had covered about 10 kilometers and entered the Sea Fong shark's territory. A deep-sea monster, the shark dwelled 2,000 meters down. The dive team would be Yi, Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Chaoming, and Nanshan Yumeng. Auntie, let's anchor here, Yi called. The sailboat slowed to a halt. The noise of their passage had drawn nearby creatures, and within a kilometer the surface churned as deep-sea monsters emerged. Level 40 common, deep-sea jellyfish. Level 40 elite, silver spear squid. Level 50 common, tide collar siren. Level 50 elite, gold spear squid. Only 200,000 HP on a gold spear squid? That's nothing. The jealous moon toad had 20 million. Same level 50, but look at the gap, Ben Gong Chaoming grumbled. This is only a lord-level monster, worlds apart from a cataclysm beast. Meiqian Malugun played the resident encyclopedia, waving a hand with a grin. A cataclysm creature is basically a world boss. You need a Zerg rush to kill it. There aren't many lunatics on the entire server who can solo one the way you freaks can. With that, he tilted his head and shot Yi a sideways glance, clearly labeling him the freak among freaks. What's the plan? Nanshan Yumeng stuffed his hip flask back into his pack. No point taking liquor into the sea. Salt water would ruin the taste. Yi thought for a moment before outlining the tactic. First we clear the trash mobs so they don't chew on the sloop. After that we dive. He'll kite the boss. At that moment the usually taciturn Bei Shuang spoke up. He'll do it. Yi lifted an eyebrow in surprise. Since when had Bei Shuang become so proactive? Princess Adorable dropped her voice and explained to Yi. Sister Bei Shuang cleared the Tower of Nations and picked up a rare mythic skill called Extreme Focus. It's insanely strong. Yi nodded. Its effect was every bit as good as his own decuple Arya 1 boosted damage, the other extended range. Each had its merits. Bei Shuang raised her staff and began to chant. Silvery light poured from the tip, cascaded over her like water, and seeped between bone and flesh, holy and blinding. A dizzyingly complex hexagram blossomed beneath her feet, and her body shattered into countless silver-white particles. Boom. Mythic skill, Extreme Focus. The party channel flashed a notice. Bei Shuang has activated Extreme Focus. The next spell's casting radius increases by 1,000. With the monsters closing in, she had no time to marvel at her transformation. She raised her staff again, releasing a hidden spell. A thin mist spread soundlessly across the sea, the water itself surging up in ghostly veils. Whoosh! The sea surface within 300 meters heaved 10 meters high, yanking every creature into the air. Silver particles scattered through the rising water curtain, then snapped inward as though a flower in full bloom had slammed shut, dragging both water and monsters above the little sloop. Breath of Dahuda. 1. Summon surging waves that deal water damage equal to 100 of magic attack to enemies within 30 m and lift them into the air. 2. 2 seconds later, the waves converge into a sphere overhead for 3 seconds, dealing 150 magic water damage. 3. The sphere can crash down anywhere within 0-30 m, stunning enemies for 2 seconds and inflicting an additional 200 magic water damage. In short, lift, cluster, slam with both juggle and stun. Under Extreme Focus, Breath of Dahuda's radius was brutally stretched to a full 300 meters. The spell entered its second stage. Every monster now hung helplessly in midair. Dance of Grace. Celestial Court, Storm Power. Celestial Court, Music Box. Nanshan Yumeng fired off a rapid triple chant, layer after layer of buffs raining from the clouds and settling over the party in brilliant sheets of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi's aura surged. He raised his longbow high and fired into the sky. Endless arrows streaked from the dock toward the sky. The storm of shafts, missiles, and bolts blotted out the sun. Entangling shots stacked to 103 in an instant. Condemn added 5 damage. Rogue God's Vengeance doubled again at 120 meters for another 120. Godslaying Manual tacked on 50. And Blood Frenzy made 325 enemies bleed, while boosting attack speed by 975. A single multi-shot volley swept across the field, layering more than a dozen buffs on Yi. He stole a glance at his stat panel: attack speed, 13.8. 89,123. 68,223. 50,912. In just 0.2 seconds the health bars of more than 300 monsters disappeared. Copper coins and corpses crashed into the sea, spray leaping higher than the deck, and the fight was over. Everyone stared at Yi, mouths hanging open. What on earth was that just now? Yin Yi shook his head, wondering if he was dreaming. Boss, do you know what you looked like a moment ago? Meiqian Ma Lu Gun blurted. What? Yi regretted answering the instant the word left his mouth. Sure enough. You were firing arrows like my toy poodle on a rampage. Totally insane. What's a toy poodle on a rampage? Yudaba Jiao Yi asked wide-eyed. Ahem. Kids don't need to know about that. Mei Qianma Lu Gun muttered, mortified. Nanshan Yumeng pulled Yu Ba Jiao Yi aside. Ignore these stinky men. Sis will teach you how to drink. Yi dragged the girl back, scowling. I still haven't settled the score for her sneaking into Yunxia Cyber Cafe for intel, and now she wants to corrupt Guiyu? Another offense added. Can I ask what exactly happened just now? Yin Yi finally managed. Years of shoutcasting told him that deleting 300 mobs in 0.2 seconds shouldn't be possible, especially for a level 50 player with attack speed over 10. Yi stowed his bow, smiled, and displayed the stats of punished one's calamity, sharing them in the raid channel. All thanks to this ring. The more mobs there are, the harder blood frenzy hits. When we dive, same plan. Herd the sawtooth sharks and wipe them. That's the fastest. Holy an epic ring. Yin Yi swore. Any one of the 4 bonus skills rivaled a rare gold ability. Punished one's calamity and blood frenzy were closer to mythic. How could both sit on a single ring? Relax. Gear the boss crafts is always busted, Mei Qianma Lu Gun said, utterly calm. Bei Shuang, Ninshan Yumeng, and Ben Gong Chao Meng were just as unfazed standard operating procedure for this team. Seeing their expressions, Yin Yi felt had joined a party of monsters. The area around the sloop is safe for now. We're diving. Yi vaulted overboard and vanished into the depths. Ben Gong Chao Meng and Bei Shuang followed close behind. Nanshan Yuming alone remained on deck. She muttered, idiots. 3,000 meters down, and you can't see a thing. Chanting softly, she summoned a small magic circle that produced a fist-sized orb of light illumination. Holding the glowing sphere above her head, she jumped into the sea, and the light was quickly swallowed by the abyss. With the 4 divers gone, Feng Guowu Hin and Yu Ba Jiao Yi stayed on deck, crafting orbs and potions. Yun Yi collected himself, pulled a bamboo fishing rod and a small stool from his pack, and settled by the rail to fish. Congratulations. You caught a sardine common. Congratulations. You caught a trout common. Collector extraordinaire talent triggered. Congratulations. You caught a harlequin frogfish excellent. You have entered an ocean zone. Visibility has dropped by 30%. Because of the marine environment, fire element skills are disabled, earth element skills are 30% less effective, and water element skills gain a 10% bonus. The power of levitation cannot be used. Such buffs and debuffs are common on the divine gift continent. Ice is strengthened and fire is weakened in the snow-capped mountains. Volcanoes empower fire while suppressing water and ice, and in the abyss darkness flourishes while light is restricted. Mages attribute the phenomenon to differences in the ratio of elemental particles. The group continued to dive, and the available light faded quickly. Near 2,000 meters, natural visibility shrank to less than a meter. Only the priest's illumination spell, a warm white sphere 300 meters across, brought the surroundings back into focus. The sea is huge. Dropping us here was torture enough, but now you're charging straight down. Are you trying to get us killed? Ben Gong Chaoming snapped, her voice humming through the underwater passage. Yi shrugged helplessly and pointed at the monster corpses scattered at his feet. I'm just clearing the way for the princesses, aren't I? At least you know your place, humph. Kaoming's tone softened a notch, yet she still jabbed a finger toward the depths. We're going down together. So Her Highness is afraid of something after all. Yi grinned, his smile full of meaning. Nonsense. How could I fear a mere ocean? She blustered, edging closer to Bei Shuang. Yi took a probing step forward. Thalassophobia? Yu Chaoming started to retort, but Yi had already changed the subject. Stay close. The next layer belongs to the half-toothed sharks. They're pretty big, so try not to panic. Really? How big? Her voice trembled. Just sharks, magical ones at that. About 3 times longer than the largest whale shark on Earth, around 60 meters, Yi replied, as casually as if he were giving the weather report. Terror flashed in the girl's eyes. She clutched Bei Shuang's sleeve and whispered, maybe we should go back? Nanshan Yuming stepped in front of her with a big sister swagger. Don't worry, Meng Meng, he'll protect you. This guy is as tactless as he is smelly, just wants to see us panic. Don't let him. Good. With my 2 sisters guarding me, I'm not scared. Yi, you big jerk, no wonder you're single. Chaoming snapped, half angry, half frightened. How is this my fault again? Yi spread his hands. Plenty of girls say the sea is the pinnacle of romance. In being honest here, I didn't just bring you down, I'm even acting as your guide. Good men are rare, take your shot while you can. Shameless. Even the normally quiet Bei Shuang couldn't help but chime in. Yi shook his head with a smile and stopped teasing them. He had mentioned the half-toothed sharks in advance because he was worried the others would lose their heads when they saw one for the first time. If the blood attracted a whole school of the beasts, the spectacle would be impressive, but if they disturbed a Cataclysm-class half-toothed king that was a genuine level 50 Cataclysm boss, far beyond the jealous moon toad they had defeated before and totally out of their league right now. Better not run into it, Yi thought with a frown. The 4 kept descending and passed the 3-kilometer mark. The light sphere from the illumination spell still shone brightly, but beyond it everything was pitch black. From time to time hidden currents whipped by, ready to scatter anyone who lost focus. For safety, let's all hold hands, Yi suggested. I am not holding hands with a stinky man. Nanshan Yuming barked. Bei Shuang said nothing, simply clasping Nanshan Yuming's right hand and offering her left to Bengong Chaoming. You're so sneaky, Sister Bei Shuang. Bengong Chaoming puffed out her cheeks, ready to grab Nanshan Yuming's other hand, only to see Bei Shuang beat her to it. Unable to vent her frustration, she rounded on Yi. Ugh, this is all your fault. Neither of the sisters even wants to hold your hand. Yi's mouth twitched as he wailed inwardly. Everyone else reincarnates and gets an elegant older sister on one arm and a cute little sister on the other. Me? I have both, yet they won't even let me touch them. Haha, Yi. Come here. Bengong Chaoming suddenly grinned wickedly and shoved Bei Shuang's outstretched left hand into Yi's palm. Bei Shuang's eye twitched. This little imp never plays by the rules. But with her hand already trapped in Yi's grasp, yanking it back would just look awkward, so she let it be. See, I'm generous enough to let you hold two gorgeous. Bengong Chaoming's gloating was cut short when Yi barked, look out, a Sifang shark is coming. The darkness ahead churned as a 60-meter monstrosity burst from the water, rows of serrated fangs bared as it lunged at them. Yi's eyes lit up. He released both hands, drew his bow, and pulled back the string. Swish, multiple shot fanned out in a volley, the arrows slicing through the deep water unhindered and punching straight through the shark's thick hide. Binding shot triggered. Black misty chains wrapped around the beast, sharply slowing it. A barrage of bolts and homing arrows followed, tearing gashes through its flesh. The surrounding water turned dark red, thick with the stench of blood. The massive undercurrent generated by the shark's charge engulfed the four of them. Bei Shuang and Bengong Chaoming instinctively latched onto Yi's trouser leg. Yi's heart skipped a beat. Easy, sisters, you'll rip my pants off. Bah, who wants your pants? Bengong Chaoming recoiled as though shocked, slid her hand up to his waist, and pinched him hard. Yi almost cried. She really knows how to hold a grudge. Watch me. Bengong Chaoming raised her petrification staff, firing a murky gray beam at the shark. Sifang shark has been petrified. Grand Lord level immunity shortened the duration to 5 seconds. Petrification mark applied. Target takes 30 extra damage for 10 seconds. As the system prompt flashed, Bengong Chaoming kept chanting, beginning to build her domains. On the other side, Nanshan Yuming finished her incantation. Layers of holy magic circles unfolded, enveloping the team. Blessing of the wind horn, power of the storm horn, lightstep, sonata, more than 20 buffs stacked in an instant, sending their stats soaring. 2 spherical barriers, 1 gray, 1 blue formed around them, perfectly overlapping the illuminated zone. Tenacity sheer field active, enemy tenacity in the area reduced by 50. Slow field active, enemy movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed reduced by 50%. Bengong Chaoming's chest heaved as the 2 domains stabilized. With the shark's tenacity stripped away, the petrification stretched back to a full 10 seconds, and its movement slowed even further. Yi opened the information panel on the Sifang shark. Haichi shark LV, 50 Grand Lord. Health, 872,915 1 million. Melee attack, 287. Magic attack, 398. Abilities. Psychic Rip, releases a sonic wave that assaults hostile minds, dealing magic damage equal to 200 of magic attack to all enemies within 500 meters, and adding 1 stack of psychic disruption. At 10 stacks the effect detonates, inflicting true damage equal to 50 of the target's maximum health. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Terror Jaws, bites the enemy, dealing physical damage equal to 300 of melee attack, shattering 80 of the target's armor, and stunning for 3 seconds. Tail Slam, whips its tail at the enemy, dealing physical damage equal to 150 of melee attack to all targets in the area, and knocking them back 50 meters. Movement speed, 50. With its tenacity completely stripped away, the shark's speed was locked at 50, while Nanshan Yuming's massive buffs pushed the party's speed past 300. The blood stench is thick, so more Haichi sharks will be here soon, Yi said as he scanned the surroundings. With it slowed, we can dodge Terror Jaws and Tail Slam, but Psychic Rip covers too much ground and keeps stacking. If several sharks cast it together, we're in real danger. Nanshan, watch the stat counter and time your heals. On it. Nanshan Yuming replied, both hands already on her staff. When the others arrive, pull them into one spot, Yi told Bei Shuang. Understood, Bei Shuang answered. Before his words faded, the shark emitted a silent scream, and a chilling aura rolled from its body. 725. You are hit by Psychic Rip and gain 1 stack of Psychic Disruption. A ghost blue number floated above Yi's head as a dim sigil appeared on his chest. 4 moon sprites burst from him while he shifted into vengeance stance. Black mist curled around him as he drew his bow and unleashed a storm of silver arrows. With agility breaking 1000, Multi-Shot unlocked its second free fire tier, damage converted to light, and granted an extra 10 points of light mastery. The 1-star arrows turned into silver beams, flooding the murky seabed with dazzling light. Thwip, 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 heavy splashes rang out, ripping huge chunks of flesh from the shark. Judgment procs. Your damage is increased by 45 for 9 seconds. You hit the Haichi shark. Punisher's Bane stacks to 33. Arcane Codex procs. Damage to the Haichi shark increased by 50. Rogue God's Vengeance procs. Distance to target 140 meters. Damage increased by 140. 88,123. 59,242. 69,234. System messages flashed as a string of white critical numbers rose above the shark's head. After barely 3 volleys of multi-shot, its health bar emptied and the massive body drifted toward the seafloor. You killed a Haichi shark. EXP 8,000. Divine Gearworks triggers. 100 of the EXP is converted to blacksmith proficiency. Current blacksmith proficiency. Expert 1,678,523 10 million. Yi swam to the corpse and scooped up the loot. You obtained 3 gold. You obtained Cotton Fire Mage Trousers Rare. You obtained Haichi Shark Gallbladder Excellent Grade, Crafting Material 1. The gallbladder of a Haichi shark can be fed to a Yu to raise its affection, but it is also prized in cuisine, alchemy, and potion brewing, giving it a wide range of uses. Behind them, Bengong Xiaoming swam over with 3 goofy little sharks, one in each hand. Tilting her chin, she psyched herself up. That thing's just big head, I'm not afraid of it. The Haichi shark's carcass drifted downward through the dusky blue water. Staring at the massive silhouette, Yi suddenly coined a word, sharkfall. Stripped of its former savagery, the scene carried a bizarre, morbid beauty. The four held their breath, savoring that beauty, when multiple currents erupted from the darkness on every side. Yi tensed. More coming, lots of them. Before the words had faded, Beishuang raised her staff and chanted at speed. Her body shattered into shimmering silver motes that swirled around her teammates like silky sand. 9 Haichi sharks burst through the surface of the ward, diving straight into the domain and closing fast. At 300 meters, Beishuang voiced the final syllable, and the particles detonated outward. Breath of Dahuda. A deep blue wave materialized, hurling the sharks skyward. The illusory water, a shade off from the real sea, was impossible to miss. 2 seconds later the particles recoiled, her figure reformed, and the 9 sharks were locked in a vast sphere of water 140 meters overhead, the very edge of Yi's range. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Arrows riddled the sphere, and the sharks' health bars plummeted, skimming empty in an instant. At the brink, the sharks unleashed a silent roar, 9 concentric shockwaves blasting outward from their hearts. Boom. The ancient, booming note shook the seabed. Nanshan Yuming's scepter flared, a searing gold light sweeping over the party, then folding into 3 towering shields. You are affected by Prayer of Vitality, shield for 20 of max HP. You are affected by Sanctum, Prayer of Vitality, shield for 30 of max HP, 30 damage reduction. You are affected by Horn, Prayer of Vitality, shield for 20 of max HP, 100 flat damage reduction. The shockwave hit. 345, 286, 297. Shields shattered by inches, and the 3 fragile mages Beishuang, Nanshan Yuming, and Bengong Xiaoming glossed over half their health. Counting the single stack left by the first shark, every player now bore the full 10 stacks of mental disruption. Zing. Blinding ripples flashed. The women's vision went dark and control of their bodies was stripped away. Knife-edge agony carved through their limbs and into their souls. Crack, crack, crack. Sensing disaster, Nanshan Yuming had completed 3 spells before the debuff detonated. Warm golden arrays enveloped herself, Beishuang, and Bengong Xiaoming. Pulse combo. Sanctum, pulse combo. Horn, pulse combo. Brilliant beams poured down like life support lines plugged straight into their health bars. 3,000, 3,500, 3,000. Her HP shot back to full. In the next instant, mind disruption detonated and wiped out half of the 3 women's health bars. 865, 749, 758. Phew, that was close, Bengong Xiaoming muttered, still shaken. If this were turned into a tutorial video, it would be textbook priest play. The Sea-Tooth Shark Psychic Shock has 2 stages. 9 ticks of flat magic damage followed by a true damage mind disruption. Without a stacked Prayer of Vitality shield and damage reduction, those 9 hits can kill a player outright. Even with the shield, most of the damage still gets through, dropping everyone below 50%. The true damage explosion that follows ignores all mitigation and can send you back to town in a blink. Nanshan Yuming's Heart Pulse combo landed perfectly in the gap between the 2 stages. 3 beams of healing light yanked the team's HP back to full. Too early, and the first wave of damage wouldn't be finished. Too late, and the burst would hit. She nailed that single-second window and saved her teammates. As soon as she finished, she raised her staff to start channeling a heal for Yi. Take a break. I'm fine, Yi said calmly. Nanshan Yuming blinked and checked his status. Huh, your shield's still there? You stacked it so thick the mob couldn't break it, Yi replied, knocking an arrow. 2 multi-shots slammed into the Sea-Tooth Shark, and with the extra damage from Beishuang Dehoda's breath, the boss went down after the second volley. Once the danger had passed, Nanshan Yumeng swam over and looked him up and down. How much HP do you have? You're still full. Just over 7,880 to be exact, Yi answered casually. So 7,000. That makes no sense. She pulled up the combat log. 9 psychic shocks stripped nearly 4,000 points off your shield. Then mind disruption deals true damage equal to 50% of max HP. Your shield shouldn't have survived. Ben Gong Chaomeng leaned in. Sis, never mind the shield's an archer. How does an archer have over 7,000 HP? Yi straightened and smiled at the three of them. We've been a static party for ages and never once looked at each other's sheets. How about Webar at all for once? Ugh, bear it all? You pervert. Nanshan Yumeng snapped. Yi shrugged. You're the one with the dirty mind. Yi knew the three women well enough to guess their talents, skills, and gear without even looking, but they knew very little about him. Aside from the few pieces had revealed, they had no idea he was carrying legendary items like Jejigatian, Zacian's Vengeance, or Shof Asia's Calamity. Even in a static party, you don't need to share every secret, but knowing each other's stats, skills, and gear is still pretty important. In this battle alone, if Nanshan Yumeng had opened with Heart Pulse combo on Yi because he didn't know him well enough, either Bei Shuang or Ben Gong Chaomeng would already be dead. Every member is crucial. Losing even one makes it hard to hold the line and invites a wipe. The current enemy is still manageable, but if we keep holding back when we run into a Cataclysm class boss, a single mistake will snowball and the party won't get far. So how about it? While there aren't any sawtooth sharks around, give it some thought, Yi said bluntly. What's there to think about? It's just our stats. They'll go first, Ben Gong Chaomeng declared. She immediately shared her character sheet in the party channel and set it to visible. Hey race mine, Bei Shuang added tersely, posting his panel as well. Yi skimmed their profiles. They matched what he already knew except for one surprise. Ben Gong Chaomeng had rolled the rare mythic skill, Fusion Device. Fusion Device rare mythic. Cost, 1,000 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Effect, unfailingly deals 500 magic attack damage to all enemies within 100 meters and applies 4 stacks of Fusion Device. Detonation, when an enemy uses an active skill, Fusion Device detonates, dealing true damage equal to 25 of that target's maximum HP. Reduced to 2.5 against Lords and Grand Lords, 0.25 against Cataclysm class, and ineffective against Infernal or Archdemon bosses. The move is practically a PvP cheat code. Priests and mages tagged with it don't dare cast a spell, or they'll blow themselves up. Warriors and assassins can still slug it out with basic attacks, while archers suffer the least. After closing Ben Gong Chaomeng's panel, Yi posted his own. Holy, Ben Gong Chaomeng's eyes went wide. Your gear is insane, and that SS strength talent. Divine Axis, no wonder you're so strong. Bei Shuang's eyes gleamed, equally stunned. Nanshan Yumeng had been wondering why Yi's shield never shattered. The Moonlight Amulet finally gave him the answer. Moonlit Guardian. Unless hit by an instant kill effect, any single attack can deal no more than 30 of the wearer's maximum HP. Once everyone closed Yi's stats, Nanshan Yumeng shared his own profile. What leapt out was the dazzling list of skills. Healing, Life Sonata, Heart Pulse Combo, Efficiency Ring, Mana Symphony, Sacred Prayer. Attribute buffs, Heroic March, Light Dance Melody, Eagle's Refrain, Storm's Might, Blessing of the Wind. Single Target Invulnerability, Gilded Barrier, Body of Radiance. Rare Gold Skill, Music Box. Rare Diamond Skill, Angelic Brilliance. Rare Mythic Skill, Enigmatic Dream. It looked like 15 skills, but with the Symphony and Horn subspecialties included, the total shot up to 45. Most players grind levels and farm dungeons for rare skills, and even then having 10 is bragworthy. Himself only has 5 so far. Sis, those buffs of yours are totally off the charts, Ben Gong Chaomeng exclaimed. It's nothing. I still can't match that annoying guy, Nanshan Yumeng replied with a light laugh. The four had just enabled full panel sharing, revealing every stat, skill, and hidden ace. The instant the information went public, a deeper trust quietly took root, drawing them even closer. While the high-tooth sharks were on cooldown, they formed a circle and pored over the panels, committing each other's strengths to memory. Why do you have so many skills? My head's spinning just trying to remember them, Ben Gong Chaomeng complained. In this fixed party, she had the fewest skills. Most fights were settled by her domain barrier, so she rarely cast anything else. Take it slow. After a few more rounds you'll know them by heart, Yi said with a smile. His words had barely faded when the depths began to stir again, an icy surge driven by a dark undercurrent. Here they come. The current's weaker than last time, so there shouldn't be many, Yi said, raising his bow. The string curved like a crescent and an arrow formed. Seconds later, 6 high-tooth sharks burst from the gloom and charged into range. Whoosh! Multi-shot arrows flew in a volley. Almost simultaneously, Bei Shuang finished her extreme focus chant. A blue-violet magic circle spread from beneath her feet, enveloping a 200-meter radius. Horrific screech. Every hostile within 20 meters lost its senses, drifted harmlessly toward the team, then fell into a 2-second stun. Yi pivoted, repositioned, drew, and pivoted again. Arrows bloomed underwater like scattered petals, and even while surrounded he stayed perfectly composed. The stunned sharks never managed to unleash their psychic blast before collapsing. You killed a high-tooth shark and gained 8,000 experience. Time slipped by. The four fought from morning until afternoon, returning to the small sailboat only once to restock diving potions. By the time the sun kissed the horizon and set the sea sky border ablaze, their stamina was at its limit. Yi opened his pack and took a deep breath. Were 6 high-tooth shark gallbladders short hang in there a bit longer. If I stay down here any longer I'm going to evolve into a sea creature, Ben Gong Xiaoming said, flapping her arms and weaving between her teammates like a fish. Quit it. You look ridiculous, Yi chuckled. None of your business. 10 minutes later. You killed a high-tooth shark and gained 8,000 experience. World announcement. Congratulations to player Beishuang on reaching LV 36, maintaining first place on the global leaderboard. World announcement. Congratulations to player Ben Gong Xiaoming on reaching LV 36, maintaining second place on the global leaderboard. World announcement. Congratulations to player Nanshan Yuming on reaching LV 35, maintaining third place on the global leaderboard. The 3 back-to-back announcements went off like fireworks, and world chat instantly erupted. Whatever, I'm used to it. This is the 6th announcement today, right? Is that leaderboard slot reserved for the Huaxia region, or what? Word is God's left hand is an SS Steer mage, yet he's 4 levels behind 3 Styers. Hilarious. At least General Lanes is holding it down only 1 level behind. Isn't it weird? Yi hasn't appeared on the announcements in ages. Announcements aren't cabbages, you know. It's normal not to trigger them. Maybe somebody already ganked him offline. Thanks to the Sharks' generous experience, Beishuang, Ben Gong Xiaoming, and Nanshan Yuming rocketed past level 30, repeatedly knocking top players from other regions out of the top 10 and locking down the podium. What had once shocked the player base had become routine. Everyone now took it for granted that Huaxiao was a nest of monsters. Yet down on the seabed, the 4 players were frowning. For some reason, the 1,000 high-tooth shark corpses they had slain were drifting upward instead of sinking. Many bodies floated right past them, rising slowly toward the surface. What just happened? Ben Gong Xiaoming blinked in confusion. How did an ordinary sand shark suddenly evolve into something else? It's a boss, Yi said quietly. A boss. What roar? Before she could finish, an explosive force surged from the abyss below. It felt as if a giant hand had scooped them up, hurling the 4 of them nearly 100 meters upward. The murky water churned and dark currents raged, as though an ancient creature had awakened from its slumber. Startled sea life scattered in every direction. Steadying himself, Yi whispered, Cataclysm class. A system prompt flashed before them. Because you have slain too many sawtooth sharks, the overwhelming scent of blood has awakened the Sawtooth Shark King. The Sawtooth Shark King will appear in 20 minutes and attack every player within a 5,000 meter radius. Knew it, Yi muttered, stomach tightening. They had pushed too far, and now a level 50 Cataclysm boss was on its way. Ben Gong Xiaoming, Beishuang, and Nanshan Yuming received the same warning. Fight it. Nanshan Yuming looked up. Of course. A Cataclysm boss ought to drop rare skill books, right? Ben Gong Xiaoming rubbed her hands together. We've got no choice, Yi said, running a hand through his hair. Getting back to the surface takes 10 minutes, and this little sloop is too slow to reach Yu City in time. The boss insta-kill mechanic triggered every 30 seconds. If they wiped, it would be a full party kill. First, we surface. Fighting down here is suicide. They shot upward, burst through the water, and tumbled onto the pitching sloop. Yi strode straight to Guayu, forcing down his anxiety. Xiaoyu, any combat potions? Caught off guard, Yuta Bajiaoyi nodded. Yes, but only journeymen can make battle-grade potions. I don't have many. Give me everything you've got. She sent a trade request. You received. Health Potion 2, Mana Potion 3, Blessing Potion 1, Fortitude Potion 2. Yi handed the 3 mana potions to Ben Gong Xiaoming. Max out your damage boosting field later. ITLL burn through mana fast. Use these. Ben Gong Xiaoming glanced at the label. Mana Potion Rare restores 1 of maximum mana per second for 5 minutes. Got it. She skipped the usual banter and nodded obediently. With orders given, Yi began pacing the deck, mind racing. If had known the Shark King would spawn, he would have helped Nanshan Yuming acquire a group-wide invulnerability skill first. Now they were in trouble. The Shark King's unavoidable insta-kill fired every 30 seconds, meaning their only hope was to burst it down before the first one hit. He ran the numbers. Even with Nanshan Yuming and Ben Gong Xiaoming pushing damage to the limit, a 30-second kill looked shaky. With their current stats, the outcome screamed wipe. They would have to gamble on reforging their gear right here on the deck. Yi opened his inventory, hunting for suitable equipment. Just then he glanced up and froze. The dull gray sky was shifting. Countless sigils converged from every direction, weaving into a colossal magic circle that blotted out the heavens. The curtain of light kept expanding until it touched the horizon, and a colossal gateway crystallized above the little sailboat. A torrent of space energy on a forbidden spell level crashed down the spatial portal. While Yi wondered what was happening, a familiar voice drifted from inside. There you are, kid. You had me searching high and low. With a deep creak, the heavy doors swung open. Kakarot stepped out of the void, his robes snapping in the wind, and landed lightly at the center of the deck, locking eyes with Yi. Yi, is that the Sifong Shark King? It can turn into a person? Ben Gong Chaoming hugged the mast and whispered in shock. Nanshan Yuming tugged her sleeve and murmured, "Don't be ridiculous, that's the archery instructor from Beginner Village." What? The instructor can leave Beginner Village? Ben Gong Chaoming blinked, even more confused, staring at Kakarot. Yi felt the same astonishment. The instructor's sudden arrival was a godsend. Instructor. He gathered himself and bowed. Hands clasped behind his back, Kakarot spoke calmly. When I learned you'd cleared the Tower of Nations trial, I left Beginner Village and searched several cities for you. Adding you city, I was told you'd sailed, so I opened a portal. The tension in Yi's shoulders melted. Without your help, instructor, I'd have died here. That little fish below. It is indeed tough for you right now. Kakarot opened his palm. A rare diamond-grade skill scroll glowing blue-white and a fragment of a heraldic cube appeared and drifted toward Yi. A system prompt popped up. Quest Legacy of the War God Stage 1 completed. Rewards. Heraldic Cube Fragment 1. Rare Diamond Skill, Arrow Tower. Kakarot's gaze sharpened. Clearing the Tower of Nations proves you're worthy of the War God's legacy. If you wish to revive his glory, you must tread on white bones and walk through fire. Will you defy the world and, by slaying multitudes, uphold the War God's will? A new task window followed. Kakarot offers you Legacy of the War God Stage 2. Unique, Chained Hidden Quest Stage 2. Objective. Eliminate 100 million players. Rewards. Rare Diamond Skill 1. Heraldic Cube Shard. War God's Will Medal. I accept the War God's will. Yi bowed deeply. Kakarot nodded, stepped back into the portal, and both he and the gateway dissolved into streaks of light, leaving no trace behind. Yi, what kind of reward is that? Ben Gong Chaoming hurried over, eyes sparkling. Yi shared everything in the party channel. Arrow Tower Rare, Diamond. Cost, 400 mana. Effect, summons an arrow tower for 60 seconds, dealing 200 ranged physical damage to nearby enemies. Limit, Agility 100 towers. Charge, gains 1 charge every 8 seconds, up to Agility 100 charges. Attack Speed, Arrow Tower attacks at 50 of the owner's attack speed. Heraldic Cube Shard 15. Special item. Binds on pickup, cannot be dropped or sold. Can socket one primary weapon of a different type from the one you are currently wielding, granting that weapon's complete set of skill affixes. Note, whether the inherited skills can be used depends on compatibility with your equipped main weapon. With your current agility, you could summon 10 arrow towers at once, couldn't you? Ben Gong Chaoming stared at the tower projection on the deck, her hand over her mouth in disbelief. You get more ridiculous every day, you jerk. Nanshan Yuming stepped aboard, uncorked his flask, took several long gulps, wiped his mouth, and clicked his tongue. Boss, pair those towers with Punisher's Calamity and the damage is insane. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun hurried over to Yi's side, eyes shining. The towers are nasty, but that heraldic cube shard is even nastier. Yun Yi lowered his head, thought for a moment, then looked up. The boss has already unlocked a second main class, which means 2 primary weapons. The stats won't just add up, they'll multiply. If we collect all 5 shards, in theory we could socket 5 primary weapons at the same time, right? Ben Gong Chaoming swallowed, the image sending a chill down her spine. That would be terrifying. The excitement kept building until Yi raised a hand. The boss monster is about to surface. We'll talk again when we're back in Inu City. Everyone fell silent. Beneath the ship, the currents churned, and more blood turned the sea a deep red. Haichi shark corpses floated in layers, the stench making them lightheaded. Yunyi glanced at the water. If we could haul these corpses aboard, they'd be top-tier ingredients. Too bad the ship's too small. Yi's eyelid twitched, but he said nothing. Boom. The surface suddenly caved in as a massive shadow rocketed upward. Huaxia Zone announcement. Because players Yi, Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Chaoming, and Nanshan Yuming have slaughtered large numbers of Haichi sharks, they have provoked LV 50 Cataclysm class boss Haichi Shark King. All players are invited to participate in the kill. Boss coordinates 358, 487. Huaxia Zone announcement. Huaxia Zone announcement. 3 system messages flashed across every screen, and the whole Huaxia Zone exploded. Holy crap, a Cataclysm boss. Move out, guys. Hurry. If you're late, Yi will leave nothing but scraps. Tip. The boss is closest to Inu City. If you want in, dive there. Dive. How? The chat instantly filled with questions. The 5 major guilds mobilized at once. Billions of players poured out of the Tier 3 main cities toward Inu City, and the teleport gates were packed solid. Meanwhile, Meiqian Ma Lu Gun's group chat blew up. Taishan, not cool, little bro. You find a boss and don't give us a heads up? Dawei Tianlong. Yi, how did you get into the water? The city guards have the harbor sealed off. Biming Xianren. Buddy, let us get in on this. Take us diving later 100,000 gold sound fair? Nanshan Wujian. Ahem, brother-in-law. My sister's right beside you. Let her little brother tag along, okay? Sure lie. Cataclysm bosses are rough. Bring me and my talent will make it easy. Messages popped up one after another, and Yi could only smile helplessly. These people never move unless there's profit in it. Not only can't they fight underwater, even if they could, the Sea-Tooth Shark King would tear any Zerg rush to shred. Send as many as you like, they'll all die. The group chat went quiet for 1 second before Lai Tianxiong snapped back. Really? I don't buy it. Come on, big bro. Don't be so heartless, let us at least sip the soup. Huangshan whined. Taishan, even sweeten the deal. If it's that bad, you take command. We don't want the drops. We just want a bit of personal honor. A world boss like the Sea-Tooth Shark King spawns in public waters. Kill it and the entire war zone gets honor points, while every participant earns personal honor. Ever since guilds realized those points could be exchanged for war vehicles in the Hall of Honor, everyone's been stockpiling like mad. Whoever drives a war chariot first wins the right to start a regional war. No major guild can resist a lure like that. Seeing they wouldn't back down, Yi simply dropped the shark stat sheet in the chat. Sea-Tooth Shark King LV.50 Cataclysm. HP, 10 million 10 million. Melee attack, 1000. Magic attack, 1000. Skills. Soul Shock, a sonic blast that strikes the soul, dealing 200 magic damage to every target within 1000 meters and adding 1 stack of soul turbulence. At 10 stacks the target dies instantly. Cast every 3 seconds. Advanced damage exemption negates 80 of all damage types, including true damage. Advanced damage immunity blocks an additional 1000 points of all damage, including true damage. Ocean Physique dives into the deep every 60 seconds and instantly heals to full HP. Cataclysmic Body immune to medium and strong debuffs. Movement speed, 150. Silence fell. After a dozen seconds messages trickled in. Yeah, I'm out. Sorry to bother you. Guess I overestimated myself. Good luck, man. Nobody mentioned drinking the soup again. For most guilds this boss is way beyond the curve. Even if the elite team from Imperial City got airdropped in, they'd still be wiped after 30 seconds by 10 stacks of soul, turbulence instant death effects override everything in Divine Continent. Invincibility included. And that's only the first mechanic. The second is the brutal damage reduction, subtract 1000, then chop off 80. Normal players can only watch zeros float up. The third, Ocean Physique, is even filthier. Full heal every 60 seconds. Stack the 3 together, and you get Nearbug level invincibility. There's only one viable strategy: kill it in 30 seconds, or forget it. In the previous timeline the shark went down only because dozens of level 50 legends teamed up. Right now, the battlefield holds just 4 people: Yi, Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Chao Meng, and Nanshan Yumeng. Crash. A towering wave erupted as the 200-meter-long Sea-Tooth Shark King burst from the ocean. Eyes the size of dry docks locked onto the party, making them look like driftwood in comparison. Into the water. Yi roared. With its aggro fixed on them, one dive from the boss would smash the entire dock to splinters if they stayed. Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Chao Meng, and Nanshan Yumeng flipped overboard, leaving only their upper bodies above the surface. At the same instant, arcane force flared behind Yi, forming the wind god's wings. With a powerful beat he shot into the sky, meeting the Sea-Tooth Shark King hidden in midair. The battle was about to explode. Get ready, I'm pulling. The boss will cast Soul Shock every 3 seconds for 2000 damage. Nanshan, open with your mitigation buff. The moment he finished, 3 earth-colored ripples burst outward from Nanshan Yumeng, as though sand were surging underfoot. With 3 deep, ancient chants, a towering golden barrier erupted from the ground and wrapped all 4 players inside. Earth Him, Armor 50, Magic Resist 50. Sanctum Earth Him, Armor 80, Magic Resist 80, Damage taken 10. Clarion Earth Him, Armor 50, Magic Resist 50, Damage taken 100. Vital Prayer, Sanctum Vital Prayer, Clarion Vital Prayer, Shield for 70 max HP, Damage taken 30, Damage taken 100. 6 layers of mitigation stacked together. Physical and magical damage were cut by nearly 70, with another 200 points flat reduction. Soul Shock could no longer threaten the 3 fragile female teammates. Nanshan, Bengong, give us the buffs. Yi shouted. Instantly, a crimson domain flared beneath Bengong Chaoming, clamping the party in a ring of fire. Magic circles blossomed overhead, throwing down pillars of light that etched brilliant sigils onto their bodies. Heroic Overture, Light Step Melody, Eagle's Refrain, Power of the Storm, Prayer of the Wind, Music Box. The damage-boosting barrier locked in place, granting the team a 200 damage bonus on the spot. Nanshan, swap to the refracting staff, the council's round mirror, and the troll ring summon trolls and your phantasmal clones. Bei Shuang, bring out the fire serpents. Gear flashed as Nanshan Yumeng completed the swap. From the center of the magic circle, 3 10-meter trolls thundered forward, roaring at the Shark-Tooth King, while 2 illusory doubles appeared at her flanks. Almost simultaneously, Bei Shuang tore open 2 shadowy portals at the shark's side. 4 flame serpents and a serpent lord slithered out. A field of fire surged, twin pillars of heat lashing the target before a compressed fireball gathered over its head and slammed down. Boom. The trolls hammered away, but before the mountain's eyes bossed, their blows looked pitiful. Only 276, 267, 233 floated up. Bei Shuang parted her lips in disbelief. With its obscene armor, resist, and stacked damage reduction, the Shark-Tooth King was barely being scratched. Nanshan Yumeng never paused. Buff after buff flooded into her. Wizard's Will, 5 magic attack for every active buff. Her spell power skyrocketed. Refracted Light. Frost Ray. A web of icy light lanced toward the boss. Her clones cast in perfect sync, doubling the beam density. Refraction Charge. Each hit from Frost Ray or Refracted Light grants 2 magic attack. Damage numbers kept popping: 139, 126, 148 in full DPS gear. The healer's burst now rivaled Bei Shuang's. Whoa, this is insane. Bengong Qiaoming stared up at the rain of light, gasping in delight. The next sight was even more breathtaking. Yi hovered midair, a shard of the Heraldric Cube drifting above his head. The jade fan of the Crimson Blade King coiled beside him, black mist and blood-red radiance spiraling like a forbidden ritual. The Heraldric Cube shard is a special item. It occupies no equipment slot and can be summoned at will once bound. The instant Yi summoned the Heraldric Cube, a special aura coated the Scarlet Blade King's jade fan. Scarlet will activated. 1 stack. Next fan strike damage 50. This trump card could reach full stacks in 30 seconds. During that window, he had to ramp up Punisher's Bane, then pair it with Tenfold Concerto for a kill shot. He yanked several vials from his pack and downed them. Blessing Potion rare consumed. Damage 10 for 60s. Fortitude Potion rare consumed. Tenacity 15 for 60s. The Sea-Tooth Shark King was huge. Its hits were tolerable, but the knockback could launch a player. Fortitude would blunt that force. 10 black beams speared into the sea, exploding into shadow arrow towers whose icy tips focused at their peaks. Wushen towers fired at once. Black streaks tore through the water and hammered the boss' armored hide. 471, 365, 346. Secret of the Gods triggered. Damage to Sea-Tooth Shark King 50. You hit the Sea-Tooth Shark King. Punisher's Bane at 10 stacks. Rogue God's Vengeance triggered. Range 140 m, damage 140. Yi, now an avatar. Vengeance, opened fire with his 4 moon sprites. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 379, 364, 286. Multi-shot, homing arrows, bolts, and missiles poured in, burying the boss in fire. You hit the Sea-Tooth Shark King. Punisher's Bane at 896 stacks. His attack speed had reached 14.1. The towers copied half of it, adding 700 stacks on their own. Punisher's Bane rocketed to 896 in a heartbeat. Whoa, the Shark King's aggro maxed out. It twisted its massive body and charged, a crimson ripple sweeping across 5 kilometers of ocean. Soul shock incoming. The wings of the wind god vanished, canceling levitation. Any hit would now land full force. 400. Shadow flip triggered. Yi backflipped into the water, floating on his diving pearl, barely dodging the crushing blow. You are hit by soul shock. Soul disorder 1 stack. The clock started 30 seconds to end the boss or die. On the surface, Yi kiped the Shark King, locking the gap at exactly 140 meters to milk every percent of Rogue God's Vengeance. Can you handle it? His teammate Bengong Qiaoming watched the numbers risen 1 above 5 digits and felt a chill. No problem, Yi said with a quiet laugh. Punisher's Bane was exploding, and his DPS climbed exponentially. Second 5 you hit the Sea-Tooth Shark King. Punisher's Bane at 4,480 stacks. The reprisal effect triggers, boosting your damage against the enemy by 25% for 5 seconds. Crimson will flash as Scarlet. 5 stacks gained. The next Jade Fan Strike will hit for 250% additional damage. 1,200. 1,189. 1,234. Damn, boss, you're insane. Far off, Meiqian Malugun feels his heart slam like a roller coaster drop, the sudden weightlessness making his scalp prickle. When that string of explosive numbers first appeared, he thought he would die on his debut run, yet within seconds the boss health is visibly melting away. He has no right to join the frontline brawl, but he stays inside Soul Shock's radius, kept alive by Nanshan Yumeng's support. With constant heals from Yunxia and Yuta Bajiaoyi, his status bar never dips. His eyes are round, his grin stretches so wide his gums show, and he stares at the fight in breathless excitement. Arrows blot out the sky-black shafts, forming 10 lines of lightning. piercing the flesh-toothed Shark King over and over, spattering crimson across the sea. Each hit looks only average, but the proc rate is blistering. As time passes, the tower's cumulative damage soars, and the boss health drops faster and faster. At the 27th second, the Shark King still has 3 million HP when Soul Shock detonates again. 400. You are affected by Soul Shock, entering Soul Disarray. Current stacks, 9. Nanshan, Ready Mystic Dream. Ill stack Petrify Marks. Beishuang, Full Burst. Yi snaps the orders. The Shark King grows even more vicious, savage glee burning in its huge eyes. One more Soul Shock and these intruders will be wiped out. It twists its massive body, heaving a tidal wave as it rams straight at Yi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 41,721. 43,923. 44,967. Multi-shot ends, and Yi flips forward in a shadow roll, closing the gap. He brings up the combat panel on the fly. You hit the flesh-toothed Shark King. Afflicted Calamity stacks reach 25,985. Reprisal is maxed out, damage plus 200%. Crimson will at 29 stacks. Next Jade Fan plus 1,450%. Distance to target under 10 meters. Thief God's Vengeance activates, converting attacks to true damage. Armor penetration 100, true damage bonus 100%. Almost simultaneously, Nanshan Yumeng finishes her chant. Walalanalahu. She lifts her gaze serenely, robe hems whipped by sea wind, standing like a deity atop the waves. Above the sea, clouds churn, violet light erupts, and a strange fragrance coils through the air. Tigers and leopards seem to bound, dragons and serpents to writhe. 3 colossal violet vortices nest within one another, shrouding a full kilometer of sky. A majestic chorus rolls like the tide, blending dream and reality. Boom. In that instant, heaven and earth are swept into an endless dreamscape. Under the influence of Mystic Dream, the damage of your next offensive skill is increased by 200. Under the influence of Mystic Dream, you inflict sleep on the enemy for 10 seconds. Under the influence of Divine Court, Mystic Dream, the damage of your next offensive skill is increased by 300 and deals an additional 30 true damage. Under the influence of Divine Court, Mystic Dream, you inflict sleep on the enemy for 10 seconds. Under the influence of Horn, Mystic Dream, the damage of your next offensive skill is increased by 300 and is guaranteed to land a critical hit. Under the influence of Horn, Mystic Dream, you inflict sleep on the enemy for 10 seconds. 3 layers of violet halos stacked in turn, sealing themselves firmly around Yi. Once the buff fully formed, he stopped attacking. The Moon Elf and Arrow Towers shattered in midair like illusions scattered by the wind. The moment for a decisive blow had arrived. Yi's face darkened, a rare ferocity flashing in his eyes as he slipped soundlessly to the Haichi Shark King's flank, lurking like a demon ready to devour its prey. Scarlet Will has triggered, currently at 30 stacks. The damage of your next Jade Fan is increased by 1,500. As the system prompt faded, the Heraldric Cube Shard trembled violently. The Scarlet Blade King's Jade Fan tore through the air and swapped places with the Wind Dancer's ornate bow in Yi's palm. Main weapon changed to Scarlet Blade King's Jade Fan, enabling backstab, shadow strike, and throat slash effects. The Wind Dancer's ornate bow has been socketed into the Heraldric Cube Shard. Shadow Meld activated. Yi blurred into an afterimage and vanished. Boom! An overwhelming force exploded from within. You used Decacord. Your next skill will cast 10 times in succession. With every buff stacked to the limit, Yi vaulted skyward, streaking behind the Haichi Shark King like a shard of ice. Blade aimed squarely at its throat. The Jade Fan burst in his palm, unfurling like a blood-red blossom and sweeping out with thunderous power. Backstab. Shadow Strike. Throat Slash. 996,551. 996,551. 996,551. 10 white critical true damage numbers floated up in rapid succession. The air turned heavy. The Haichi Shark King's breathing grew ragged as fountains of blood poured from its throat. Its expression, frozen in ecstatic triumph, shattered as the 10th Soul Shock came to an abrupt halt. World announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia player Ye for reaching a DPS of 9,965,510, maintaining the top spot on the DPS leaderboard. World announcement. Huaxia players Ye, Beishuang, Bengong Xiaoming, and Nanshan Yumeng have defeated LV.50 Cataclysm class boss Haichi Shark King. Huaxia Warzone Honor 1000. World announcement. Huaxia Warzone Honor updated to 5,681, retaining first place on the Warzone Honor ranking. Rewards updated. All attributes 10, and attack speed, movement speed, cast speed, and cooldown reduction 5 for Huaxia players only. World announcement. Congratulations to player Beishuang for reaching LV.42, remaining number 1 on the global level leaderboard. World announcement. Congratulations to player Bengong Xiaoming for reaching LV.42, remaining number 2 on the global level leaderboard. World announcement. Congratulations to player Nanshan Yumeng for reaching LV.42, remaining number 3 on the global level leaderboard. The moment 6 system announcements echoed across the servers, the entire world erupted in excitement. In the public chat, colorful messages burst like fireworks. No money get lost. Screaming immortal, you heartless beast. Great Dragon, 30 seconds to drop a level 50 Cataclysm boss. I'm stunned. South Mountain no sword. Missed out on a fortune. You betrayed me. Time Hunter. Next time there's a Cataclysm boss, count me in, thanks. Taishan. Damn, little bro, you're getting nastier by the day. Join Mountain Soul. Vice Leader spot's yours. Kunlun Mountain. Boss, is that really okay? I'm right here in the chat. Skyrend. Yi. Come out, we need to talk. Squatting at the rail, Yi sorted the loot into tidy piles while notification pings kept popping in his ear. He opened the group chat, glanced at it, and chuckled. They're at it again. No money get lost scratched his head and kept marveling. Makes sense him confused feels like a dream. Wind passes without trace chimed in. Big bro, you're amazing. Yi typed back. 8 p.m. in U City Harbor, gear sale. If you're broke, don't show up. Then he closed the channel and went on counting spoils. Experience, 500,000 each. He poured it all into his blacksmith proficiency, still a drop in the bucket. Expert rank was a long way off. Gold, for 100,000 total, split evenly. To Yi, it was pocket change. But to Princess Supreme Cute, it was a fortune. She still owed him an entire 100-episode contract payment. Honor, 2,000 apiece. Yi's total jumped to 25,954, and North Frost, South Mountain Dream, and Princess Supreme Cute were about to break 10,000. Yi, when are we going to the Hall of Honor? Princess Supreme Cute clutched her windfall, itching to fly back to Yu City for a shopping spree. After we finish Yun Yes 7-color starfish quest, Yi answered absently. He looked up at the boss' massive corpse bobbing on the waves. Blood washed away, but the metal carapace still gleamed coldly. Yi rubbed his hands. Now for the best part, flute rolls. Oh, treasure time. Princess Supreme Cutie's eyes sparkled as she stuck to Yi's side, afraid to miss a thing. Boss, how's your luck? Want me to do the honors? No money get lost edged closer, hands already itching. Yi shot him a cool glance. You? After pawing all those girls, you're practically drained. You'll jinx the drops. No money get lost swallowed and thumped his chest. Exactly, because I've touched girls me hands are blessed. I can vouch for that. ES held hands with 2 gorgeous ladies. Princess Supreme Cute blurted. Huh, boss, seriously? No money get lost gossip radar lit up. Who? Come on, spill. Yi was about to speak when North Frost gave him a chilling stare. Silence. No money get lost was completely baffled. What's happening? Why is my girl snapping at me? Something's way off. Sis, don't tell me. I can prove it. Yi held Sister North Frost's hand. Super romantic. She almost yanked his pants off. Princess Supreme Cute grew more animated with every word. North Frost turned away with a silent sigh. This silly child is hopeless. Yi's cheeks reddened as well. A perfectly normal moment of teamwork now sounded scandalous coming from Princess Supreme Cutie's mouth. This little vixen really knows how to stir things up. Yi cleared his throat, dragged the conversation back to business, and sprang beneath the loot bobbing on the waves. Boss, Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun hollered, eyes gleaming. You held my sister's hand, so you'd better take responsibility. With a splash, Yi was caught off guard and plunged headfirst into the water, surfacing a moment later while sputtering. As he wiped his face, he grumbled inwardly. These guys are getting more and more outrageous. The Sea-Tooth Shark King had dropped 4 items in total: a treasure orb, a longsword, a random rare skill scroll, and the King's Shark Gallbladder. Yi scooped them all up, and the system messages flooded the screen. Congratulations, you have obtained 1. Sea-Tooth Shark King's Soul Shard. 2. Blue Ocean Sword. 3. Soul Harvest. High charisma never comes with bad luck. Yi chuckled, sharing the first item's details in the raid channel. Sea-Tooth Shark King's Soul Shard Epic Enchanting Orb. Slot, offhand. Minor damage immunity, 100 damage immunity. Minor damage reduction, 20 all-type damage reduction. Ocean Vigor, restores 30 of max HP every 60 seconds. In general, loot from Cataclysm, Inferno, and Archfiend bosses mirrors their own abilities. This orb clearly inherited a toned-down version of the King's damage mitigation and regeneration. The orb's great, but we don't have a shield warrior, Bengong Xiaoming sighed, twin ponytails swaying. Let's keep it, Yi said, patting the orb. If a shield warrior joins later, an epic enchant like this won't lose value. As he spoke, the ID Tsibei Weihui flashed through his mind, but that guy hadn't logged in yet, so the orb would have to wait. No objections, Bengong Xiaoming agreed. Yi glanced at Nanshan Yumeng and Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang merely nodded. Works for me. Nanshan Yumeng took a swig of liquor and waved his hand. Just take it. Xiao Feng, you hold on to it. Yi told Feng Guowuhan. Study it, and, one day, craft something even better. Got it, bro? Feng Guowuhan replied, tucking it into his bag. Everyone's attention shifted to the second item. Blue Ocean Sword Perfect Grade Main Hand. 100 Strength. 50 Armor Penetration. 15 Omni Lifesteal. Blue Ocean Storm. Summons a current that darts among hostile targets within 10 meters, up to 5 hits, each dealing 100 melee physical damage. Cannot be dodged, parried, or blocked. 60-second cooldown. Blue Ocean Bulwark. Summons a current that forms a defensive barrier for 20 seconds. Increases block rate by 40 and reduces movement speed by 10. While active, grants immunity to knockback, knockdown, and stun, and heals 5 max HP per second. 60-second cooldown. After scanning the stats, the group looked underwhelmed. Yee, this is the good luck you were bragging about? A pile of warrior gear, Ben Gong Xiaoming pouted. It's still a solid piece, Yee said with a smile. Reforge it and sell it to one of the 5 major guilds, and ITLL fetch at least 50,000 gold. If we roll a god tier perk, ITLL easily break 100. After all, reforging never lowers a weapon's grade. With ordinary reforging, the worst it can roll is still perfect grade, and it will come with at least 3 and up to 5 extra stats. The moment those words left his mouth, Ben Gong Xiaoming's eyes lit up like a cat smelling gold. She shot her hand into the air and shouted, "Hey, if we sell it to one of the big 5 guilds, every single coin gets split evenly." Yi pointed casually at the 9 people present and said lightly, "All of us are here, so all of us share." Yunyi and Mei Qian Malugun hurried back from the field. Since we're a fixed party, it would be wrong not to wait for the 2 who'd traveled so far. As for Yunxiao, Fengguo Wuhen, and Yuda Bajiayi, they're family too, but Yi always covers the gold they burn leveling life skills, so they want to stash away a bit of their own. Nanshan Yuming loves buying wine. Ben Gong Xiaoming spends money like water. Everyone has a hobby. Teammates are human, not emotionless tools. After weighing it all, Yi decided. From now on, any boss loot gets reforged first, then sold, and the gold is split equally as a team fund. Great. Then let's reforge it right now. Ben Gong Xiaoming bounced twice in excitement. Sure. Yi smiled, pulled out the Lanyang sword, and got to work with everyone watching. The group formed a half circle, wondering what trick Yi would use to send its stats off the charts. In a matter of seconds, the Lanyang sword stretched silently, deep blue runes flowing across the blade like ripples. It started. Ben Gong Xiaoming leaned in, so close, she nearly pressed her face to the steel. A heartbeat later, Yi gripped, released, and flicked his wrist clean and simple. Done. He loosened his hand. What? Done already? Ben Gong Xiaoming froze. The rest hadn't even finished blinking. It just started. How can it be over so fast? Yi reminded them calmly. You've all seen what Xin Cai Jizhou does. It's just that quick. Ben Gong Xiaoming tugged at her stray curl. I thought it'd take ages with some crazy effects, SS steer talent and all. The tooltip never said anything about the process. Boss, post the stats. Everyone snapped out of it and urged in unison. Yi opened his panel and shared the result in the team channel. Lanyang Sword Epic. 200 Strength, 100 Armor Pen, 30 Omni Leech, 40 Tenacity. Affixes from Shun Ci Jizhou. Lanyang Storm. Launches a current of Lanyang that jumps among hostile targets within 30 m up to 10 times. Each hit dealing 200 melee physical damage. Cannot be dodged, parried, or blocked. 60s cooldown. Lanyang Bulwark. Conjures a Lanyang barrier for 20s, granting 60 block chance and 10 movement speed. Immune to knockback, knockdown, and stun. Restores 10 max HP per second. 60s cooldown. Reckless Charge passive. After using a movement skill, become immune to all debuffs for 10s. 10-minute cooldown. Additional affixes from Shun Ci Jizhou. Rhythm Master. Counter-Strike passive. After a successful parry, block, or dodge, reset all cooldowns. Can trigger once every 60s and cannot retrigger within 10s of activation. Sleight of Hand. 30 attack speed, 20 crit chance, 20 movement speed, 15 cast speed, 20 cooldown reduction. Everyone instinctively sucked in a breath, their faces awash with shock. Along the rail, air tainted by the salty sea breeze seemed to solidify. Yunyi furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, "Boss, I don't recommend selling that gear." He raised a hand toward Yi, slowing his words. The 5 major guilds are leaving us alone only because nobody can shake your strength. Each of them has decades of heritage and resources. They will never let a lone player stay on top forever. If you trade away Blue Ocean Sword, your throne could start to wobble. How so? Yi turned his head. Yunyi drew a deep breath, laying everything out plainly. There's never been a definitive answer on whether warriors counter archers or the other way around. Archers kite with range, but warriors have block, dodge, and parry. Most arrows can be neutralized. Blue Ocean Sword's block rate is simply too high. Every attack you use could be stopped by it. If someone with an agenda gets hold of it, that's a real threat to you. Yi curved his lips, listening intently. He could tell Yunyi truly had his back, and the warmth of that concern spread through him. Yunyi had been a game analyst, and his breakdown of the class system was razor sharp. On the Divine Continent, every class came with distinct tags. Assassin Backstab, Shadow Strike, Throat Cut. Warrior Parry, Dodge, Block. Magic never misses. Priest Reveal Stealth, Area Buffs, Resurrection. Archer Extreme Range. Classes naturally countered one another. Archers lacked stealth detection and were fragile, often exploding the second an assassin closed in. Against warriors they lost to the nature of arrows. Everything fired, from hand bows and crossbows to longbows, including multi-shot, moon spirits, and arrow turrets, could all be dodged, blocked, or parried. If a warrior switched to daggers, the counter became absolutely a hard counter rather than a soft one. The reforged Blue Ocean Sword was even scarier because of its counter guard. Any successful parry, block, or dodge instantly reset all cooldowns for 60 seconds, Blue Ocean Bulwark included. If parries and blocks triggered frequently, Blue Ocean Bulwark was practically permanent. Most warrior skills cooled down in under a minute and came with plenty of gap closers. Chained together, the sight was downright terrifying. Yun Ye's analysis was airtight, yet Yi still shook his head. I'm selling it. The deck fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Yun Yi nearly dropped his fishing rod, confusion filling his eyes. Yi patted his shoulder. Sure, that weapon counters me, but I'm not fighting alone. Our team has 2 of the top 3 mages in Waxia. What warrior could really threaten me? His voice was calm, but full of conviction. And that's not the only reason. Even if the sword ends up pointed at me someday, I'm confident I can take its owner down. Crafting a piece of gear that ignores block, dodge, and parry isn't hard, and it happens to be in my next plan. Yun Yi opened his mouth to object, but Yi stopped him with a raised hand. Trusting your teammates is part of being strong. The words shone like a beam of light into a part of Yun Ye's mind had never touched before. Teamwork. The mood turned sentimental. Ben Gong Chao Meng deliberately raised her voice, planted her fists on Yi's shoulders, and mimicked an adult scolding a child. Enough with the tear-jerking speech. Trying to make me cry, huh? Not falling for it. You're the one who gets emotional, Yi replied. Humph, I'm a cold-blooded demon who kills without blinking, so watch yourself. Ben Gong Chao Meng planted her fists on her hips, her clear voice ringing across the deck. Even if you're the slickest Casanova around, we'll trust you completely. We're on the same team. Yi kept one hand on the helm and turned his head slightly. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Nanshan Yumeng steal a quick glance at him, then snap her gaze away as if dodging an arrow. He knew the remark was 3 tenths for Ben Gong Chao Meng and 7 tenths for Nanshan Yumeng. Our boss is right. Nothing matters more than trust. Mei Qian Maliu Gun hollered in agreement. Brother Yun, even if the 5 major guilds had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on us. Trust. Nanshan Yumeng's fingers tightened, and she instinctively lowered her head, long hair veiling half her face. Yi noticed and became even more certain that she had been among the women who broke into the Yunxia internet cafe last night. As he wondered how to get her to speak first, a private chat window popped up. The sender was Nanshan Yumeng. Nanshan Yumeng, I've been holding back a question for a long time. Yi, what is it? Nanshan Yumeng. Yi, are you a reincarnator? Yi's heart sank. When he looked up, Nanshan Yumeng was staring at him with a complicated, hopeful expression. He didn't answer directly and asked instead, Yi, can you see the future? This time it was Nanshan Yumeng's turn to fall silent. Their eyes met across the deck, and in an instant they understood each other. Drawing a deep breath, Nanshan Yumeng walked over to Yi and declared in the public chat, Yi, we'll come find you after we log off. The deck went so quiet you could hear the waves lapping against the hull. Yun Yi, who had just lifted his fishing rod from the sea, formed an O with his mouth and toppled into the water with a splash. What since when are you 2 an item? Mei Qian Maliu Gun stammered, his eyes nearly popping out. Nanshan Yumeng flushed and waved her hands. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not into men. We just happen to live in the same city. Auntie, it's really not what you think, Yi said to Yunxia, fending off her blazing curiosity. You're not getting any younger, you know, Yunxia lectured in a kindly elder's tone. It's time you found yourself a wife. Yi seized the chance to change the subject. Let's haul Yun Yi back up before he drowns. While everyone scrambled to fish Yun Yi out, Yi leaned close to Nanshan Yumeng and whispered, they'll be waiting. Once the soaking wet Yun Yi was dragged onto the deck, 8 pairs of eyes locked on Yi and Nanshan Yumeng again. Yi turned to Yunxia. Auntie, take us back to Yunyu City. Let's finish Yun Ye's quest today. If we reach the harbor before sunset, we should be able to lure out Yunyu. The small sailboat swung around toward port. Golden dusk spilled across the sea. The mast shadow swayed gently with the waves, and the only sound was rushing water. As the voyage steadied, the probing looks gradually faded. Yi exhaled in relief. Over 50 years old, counting both lifetimes, and still a virgin, he was at once curious and clueless about romance, especially when the other person was likely into women. Single suits me just fine, he reminded himself twice, forcing down the ripple of emotion. He dragged a skill manual into the team channel and shared its contents. Soul Reap Rare Gold. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Effect, drains the life force of all enemies within 20 meters, siphoning one of the caster's maximum HP from each target. Simultaneously gains 5 points to all attributes from each target for 30 seconds. stacking up to 10 times. He'll pass. A mage's HP pool is too small to make it worthwhile, Bengong Xiaoming said, waving it off. I'm a priest no way am diving into a mob, Nanshan Yuming added. Damage is too low, Bei Shuang stated curtly. Since everyone declined, Yi smiled and took it. Then I'll learn it. Soul Reap scales with the caster's maximum HP and provides healing. While that usually fits a warrior, his Pioneer's emblem kept his stats on par with any fighter. If they faced a huge pack of monsters, pairing Bei Shuang's crowd control spell with the Scarlet Blade King's Jade Fan, he could charge in, stack the buff to 10, and land a final strike with terrifying burst damage. You have learned Soul Reap. The small sailboat had barely reached the harbor when Chun Sheng arrived with a squad of city guards. The sail was still being lowered when he called out, "You're back, little brother. Thank you for standing guard, General." Yi stepped onto the pier with a polite nod. Chun Sheng laughed heartily, the plates of his armor rattling. Guard duty is nothing. You slew the Sawtooth Shark King, and now Huaxia can hold its head high before every nation. The city lord is thrilled. World announcements had already spread through the major cities, so the NPC's knowledge came as no surprise. It was mostly luck, Yi replied modestly. Haha, you're too modest. Chun Sheng grinned, then grew serious. Did you discover why lording you has been acting strangely? We have a lead, but it still needs testing, Yi answered. They walked up the wooden jetty while the sailboat, escorted by guards, headed toward the docks. At the end of the pier, Yi opened his backpack and dumped 1,000 sawtooth shark gall bladders into the sea. With a splash, the green sacks hit the water, sending ripples outward. A clear, joyous beast cry echoed from below, like a drumbeat under the harbor roof. A huge wave rose as a creature with a fish's body and bird-like wings breached the surface. Its wings spanned dozens of meters, and sunlight flashed coldly off its silver-blue scales. It opened its jaws and swallowed every gallbladder. That's lording you. Chun Sheng's eyes shone with excitement. As the gallbladders vanished, power surged around you. The sea depressed for hundreds of meters, walls of water rearing up only to collapse before reaching the city walls. Not a single droplet splashed inside. After more than 10 minutes, the phenomenon faded. Hovering in midair, Yu looked down, its tail fin flicking. Its voice sounded like a mandarin duck, but carried unquestionable authority. Little ones, return the 7-color star carp to the sea. Yi scratched his head and glanced at Yi. Boss, what now? Do as Yu says. Yi nodded. Releasing the carp should trigger the next quest. Yi gently lifted a carp whose 7-hued scales shimmered like starlight and set it in the water. The moment the 7-color star carp touched the sea, the waves lapped softly and it darted into the depths. Everyone's interface flashed with notifications. 1. Yingya's favor gained. You now have permanent access to Yu City Harbor. 2. Quest go to Yu City Harbor completed. Reward, 7-color star elixir recipe. Recipe details. 7-color star elixir recipe. Requirement, apothecary rank skilled craftsman. Materials, star blue seaweed perfect 1, shimmering water perfect 1, 7-color star carp scale epic 1, Barak's blessed powder epic 1. Effect, increases all attributes by 20 for 10 minutes. End. As the recipe appeared, Yunyi traded it to rain drumming banana leaf. Thank you, brother Yunyi. The girl's smile was radiant, her eyes filled with simple joy. No need to thank me. The boss said we're a team. Yunyi ruffled her hair, then turned to Yi. I've gathered everything except the carp scales. We'll have to ask Yu for those, Yi said. Before he finished, a new prompt appeared. Yu offers your team the unique hidden quest growth. Accept? Only the team leader could decide. Yi lifted his hand and tapped accept. Hidden team quest, growth. Objective, helping you complete its maturation mold by collecting Sawtooth Shark King Gallbladder 1. Lording you, the gallbladder of the Seatooth Shark King is here. Yi lifted a dark gold jade box to shoulder height. Face tilted upward as he called to the divine beast poised atop the breaking waves. Every tremor of the ocean already lay within Yingya's senses. It had long known of the Shark King's demise. Seeing Yi appear, it merely gave a slight nod. I know you slew the Seatooth Shark King. Hand it over. But, my lord, do you mean to claim the gallbladder we risked our lives for with a single word? Yi kept the box firmly shut, neither servile nor defiant. Oh, and what reward does the little one want? Yu flicked its tail fin, violet eyes amused. Famous for its pride, it nonetheless showed genuine curiosity. It isn't exactly a reward. A faint smile touched Yi's lips. We simply ask that you accompany us to another country. Impossible. Yu refused at once. I am the guardian beast of Yu City. My duty forbids me to leave. Yet you're still in your juvenile stage, Yi answered calmly. Swallowing the Shark King's gallbladder will push you into maturity, but you'll need far more to reach a perfect form. According to the intel I hold, a guardian beast can break through only by devouring the corpse of another guardian beast. You know quite a lot. Surprise flickered in Yingya's eyes, but it shook its head. Still, a guardian beast must guard its own city. Perfection is just a dream. Look there. Yi pointed toward the horizon, where sea met sky. At the far edge lies a nation called Daiwa, across the water from Huaxia. If you travel with us, I promise to bring down the guardian beast of a level 3 main city for you. A level 3 main city fielded an army of at least 1,000,000. Yingya's scales rippled, its gaze brightened, then dimmed. With the likes of you? Impossible. Yi smiled, but said nothing. Instead, he turned to Ben Gong Chaoming. Your Highness, deploy the Iron Wall domain. Hum. A gray-brown light burst from Ben Gong Chaoming's feet, expanding into a vast hemispherical barrier that sealed shut around them. A system prompt flashed. Iron Wall domain summons an impassable barrier, trapping all targets inside. Those within are immune to any skills from outside. Yi facing you again. How about this Iron Wall, my lord? Intriguing. Ingyu tapped the sea with its tail, clearly tempted. Once you reach maturity, match Purgatory against Cataclysm, and our odds look good. Yi continued evenly. The Iron Wall blocks the city army. This ally supplies buff magic. With our teamwork, slaying a level 3 guardian beast will be child's play. Ingyu still shook its head. You're too weak. Even a stray shockwave would pulverize you. Once the Iron Wall falls, I'd be surrounded by an enemy guardian beast and its troops. Too great a risk. It quickly ran every scenario, tossing each potential danger back at Yi. Yi understood. If Ingyu were truly uninterested, it would have ended the discussion. No need to worry, my lord. Once we secure a full party invincibility skill, it all becomes simple. You don't have it now? Ingyu blinked, then shook its head. Then there's nothing to discuss. Very well. We'll return when we do. Yi showed no irritation. Instead, he smiled. Meanwhile, could you spare us a few scales from a 7-color star carp? Ingyu answered by flicking its tail lightly across the water's surface. In an instant, tens of thousands of rainbow astra carp burst from the sea, glittering like neon under the setting sun. They flipped over and lashed their tails, the clatter of scales sounding like rain as they plunged back into the water. With a casual sweep of its massive tail, Ingyu sent a shower of loose scales onto the pyre. At a glance, there were well over 1,000. Yuta Bajiao Yi hurried over and bent down to gather them. Standing at the rail, Yi pulled out the king shark gallbladder he had prepared and tossed it into the waves. Ingya's meaning had been perfectly clear. Give it an invincible grade power-up, and it would take them out to sea. As the city's guardian beast, it was as smart as any player and just as eager to grow stronger to protect the city. The scales were simply a little gift it shed naturally, offered only to people it liked for supplying so many gallbladders, and because the lure of buying influence with wealth was irresistible. The gallbladder splashed into the water, and Ingyu dived after it, vanishing below the surface. A quest prompt popped up at once. Congratulations, your party has completed the growth quest. Ingya's affinity has risen to trust. Rewards. Blessing of the Rainbow Astra 1, Rare Diamond Skill Scroll 1. A second message followed. Congratulations on completing Pacifying You. Ingyu City NPC favorability has risen to Exalted. Rewards. City Guardian Generals, Token 1, 100,000 experience. The Divine Conduit effect converted all the experience into Forging Proficiency. Current Forging Proficiency. Skilled Artisan 1,931,04,810,000,000. Out on the rail, Chun Sheng watched and nodded to himself. Ingya's strange behavior really had been about evolving. Now that the shark gallbladder was secured, it would soon reach maturity and the quest was essentially finished. Yi reviewed the haul. Most obvious were 1. Ingyu favorability, Trust. 2. Citywide NPC favorability, Exalted. On the Divine Gift Continent, overlapping favorability always defaults to the highest value. His Wealth for Power perk might not be strong enough for the next tier, but it was still plenty to settle in Ingyu City. The Guardian General's token meant he could meet the city lord whenever he pleased. After attacking the city and then luring Ingyu away, the lord owed him compensation. He unfolded the rare scroll. You have obtained a rare diamond skill. Hex. Hex Rare Diamond. Cooldown, 120s. Cast time, 5s. Mana cost, 500. Effect. Summons a voodoo shaman for 30s that transforms all enemies within 50m into chickens. Transform targets cannot attack. Restoration Rite. The shaman periodically heals allies for 100 of its magic attack. Bad luck. Hex targets take 20 extra damage. Unstable form. When a hex target dies, it explodes, dealing 200 magic attack damage to enemies within 10m. Beishuang, this one's yours. Yi opened a trade window and dropped the scroll in. Beishuang scanned the stats and accepted without ceremony. She specialized in control, and this trump card would fill a key gap in the team. The medal's for you, Yi added, handing the Blessing of the Rainbow Astra to Nanshan Yumeng. Blessing of the Rainbow Astra Excellent. Unique medal. Effect. 10 to all buff skill effects. Reward. Exclusive to players who helped you grow. Seriously? That good? Nanshan Yumeng grabbed the medal, took a long swig of liquor, and his cheeks flushed with delight. Yi checked the time and set the plan. It's 5:30. We can hit the Hall of Honor and then visit the city lord before 8. When the 5 big guilds show up, I'll reforge some gear to sell. Each of you can pick one piece for 1 gold. 1 gold was practically a giveaway, but a transaction let Yi siphon off attribute points, so everyone won. Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Xiaoming, and Nanshan Yuming agreed in unison. Laughing and chatting, the group headed off toward the Hall of Honor. As night deepened, Yingyu City blazed with light. After grinding outside the walls, many adventurers spent their downtime strolling the main boulevard. Every shop had switched on its arcane lamps, and multicolored signs painted the antique street in neon hues, turning it into a fantasy version of a city that never sleeps. The lanes were packed shoulder to shoulder. Apart from the architecture, it was hard to tell the place from a modern metropolis. Anything you could pay for in real life existed on the Divine Continent as well. Passing a cabaret, Yi's group saw several voluptuous female NPCs at the entrance, smiling and waving to lure in customers. Meiqian Malugun's eyes glazed over as he stared. Wow, the nightlife here is wild. Those figures are something else. Boss, want to go inside? He asked, eyebrows waggling. Yi gave him a cool glance. Do you have that kind of money? Is it pricey? Meiqian Malugun laughed. He might act stingy, but he splurged freely when chasing women. It's a respectable music hall, Yi said. Singing only, no extras. 1,000 gold an hour. Most of the city's vocalists train their proficiency there. Vocalist, is that class actually useful? Yi asked. On the Divine Continent, no life skill is useless, Yi replied. A top-tier vocalist can sing once and double the party's XP for a whole day, plus send drop rates through the roof. Some even head to monster zones and start performing everything within a few kilometers. Rushes over. That's nuts, Yi breathed. Meiqian Malugun instantly lost interest. Singing only? Lame. Lowering his voice, he asked, Boss, any gray areas in the city? No, Yi said flatly. Then he added, when the permanent open maps arrive, players can build their own castles and run whatever they want. But the NP-controlled capitals are strictly regulated. Now that sounds exciting. Meiqian Malugun's eyes gleamed. Boss, how'd you learn all this? Kakarot told me, Yi answered offhandedly. Meiqian Malugun grinned. Boss, you've even charmed them into respect. Half convinced, he let it drop and switched topics. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu have been stockpiling enchantment orbs and potions while training their skills. We can't use them all, but casual players would pay a fortune. How about renting a shop to make some pocket money? Yi agreed. Sounds solid. Once we get a storefront, the boss can display a few reforged weapons as eye-catchers. Xiao Yu can brew 7-color star blessing potions, and he'll add rare materials. It's bound to explode. Yi thought for a moment, then nodded. His pack was cluttered with ordinary gear gathering dust, so it was a good chance to clear it out. More importantly, Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu were now skilled enough to craft superior enchantment orbs and potions. With the influx of players into the Tier 3 capital, leveling was all the rage, and demand for potions and combat orbs had skyrocketed. The top 5 guilds monopolized elite alchemists and enchanters, and still couldn't cover their own needs, leaving solo players with nowhere to buy supplies. Windfish City has more solo players than anywhere else, so if Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu sell enchanted orbs and potions here, they can not only cover their own expenses, but might even turn a tidy profit. The moment the idea surfaced, it proved the old saying that 3 ordinary people together can outthink Zhuge Liang. Yi, who had always focused on raising his combat power, had never considered making money. He had to admit that Meiqian Malugun truly had a head for business. Renting a shop must be expensive, right? Ben Gong Xiaoming blinked curiously. Very. Yi pointed at the storefronts lining the main boulevard. A spot like this costs at least 5 million gold a month. Wow, that pricey. Ben Gong Xiaoming sucked in a breath. To her, that was astronomical. Then her eyes lit up, and she lowered her voice. How about we talk the city lord into letting us have one for free? No need. Meiqian Malugun propped his chin on his hand and reasoned things out. Shops on the main road are costly because they get traffic and exposure, but the 4 of you have more name recognition than any signboard here. A mountain is famous because an immortal lives there. Players will come no matter where our shop is. We can pick up a place in a quiet corner for just a few tens of thousands of gold, and we won't owe the city lord any favors. Save that leverage for something better. Good point. In that case, let's build our own place outside the city instead of renting. Yi laughed. Huh, outside the city? Yep. Let me think it through, but it should work. While they talked, the group reached the entrance to the Hall of Honor. Yi jerked his chin toward the door. Come on, let's trade for a war chariot first. The allure of a chariot instantly eclipsed their curiosity, and they piled into the hall. From the outside, the Hall of Honor covered barely 200 square meters, but a spatial spell enlarged the interior to tens of thousands, big enough to ride a horse in. More than 1,000 players were gathered here. Anyone admitted had at least 1,000 personal honor points, meaning every one of them had posted strong results in the Tower of Nations. The hall was divided from left to right into 6 sections: equipment, skills, chariots, shipyards, airships, and national treasures. Most players clustered in the equipment and skills areas. They're not interested in chariots or shipyards, Meiqian Malugun muttered. Yi explained calmly. To enter the chariot section, A team has to be led by someone with over 10,000 honor points. For the shipyard, it's 1 million, the airship 100 million, and for national treasures, you have to be max level and approved by the Huaxia monarch. No wonder the others murmured. To avoid attracting a crowd, they had hidden their identity tags and equipment effects, so they caused little stir. Only a handful of players at the door glanced their way. Yi looked around at his teammates. So, what do you want to redeem? The cheapest chariot costs 10,000 points. I'm nowhere close, so we'll save up for now, Ben Gong Xiaoming said, waving her balance. You don't need to redeem a chariot, I've got that covered, Yi replied with a smile. What? You already have one. Won't we just be choking on your exhaust and back? Ben Gong Xiaoming stared in disbelief. Haha, that's a funny way to put it. Who said a chariot only seats one person? Yi laughed. Raising a chariot takes resources. For now, one will be enough for the whole team. All right then, Ben Gong Xiaoming tilted her head, thought a moment, and pouted. In that case, I'll grab a set of gear, something that boosts my mana pool and magic power. You too? Yi asked again. Hick, of course, I'm switching to a priest set. What else? Nanshan Yuming replied, her head wobbling. Mage control set, Bei Shuang said crisply. All right, come with me. They'll help you choose, Yi said, waving them toward the equipment section. The moment they reached the counter, the NPC girl's eyes went round with excitement. Why? Shoo! Yi cut her off. If she shouted his name, onlookers would swarm in an instant. Sir, what can I do for you? The NPC stammered, practically ready to throw herself into his arms. Yi sighed. His magnetic charm could be a real nuisance. We need 4 complete sets, he told her, nodding at the 3 women. She brought up a magical interface, a translucent screen unfolding before them. With your current honor points, rare grade sets are available. Each rare set has 4 pieces, chestplate, leggings, bracers, and belt. 10 variants per class, each focusing on different stats. The full set is 8,000 honor points, or 2,000 per piece. Yi turned to the trio. Bei Shuang, take Aishila's Frost. It inflicts freeze and chill, and lowers the enemy's resolve. Your Highness, go for Grip of the Spellbreaker. It raises max mana and regen, though it won't add damage. For priests, most rare sets are survival-oriented. Buffs start at perfect grade, but ID pick Sage's Poise 2 party-wide buffs and solid support. They scan the stats, then. System. Teammate Bei Shuang has exchanged for the rare 4-piece set Aishila's Frost. System. Teammate Ben Gong Xiaoming has exchanged for the rare 4-piece set Grip of the Spellbreaker. System. Teammate Nanshan Yuming has exchanged for the rare 4-piece set Sage's Poise. Once the transactions ended, Yi chuckled. Before we sail to Yamato, reforge your sets. ITLL, push your power up a notch. Waiter forging actually boosts the stats? Ben Gong Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Definitely, but the ceiling matches your lowest grade piece, Yi said with a wink. And it isn't cheap, so be ready. How much? Exquisite grade. 500,000 gold, with a friendly 20% discount. Perfect grade. 3 million. Ben Gong Xiaoming almost burst into tears. Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't scrape that together. Life is brutal. Need a loan? If you're broke, leave. Since when are you that generous? 2% interest. Get lost. Meanwhile, Yi ordered the Skyhawk Pursuer set for himself. With purchases complete, they walked past the skill hall and headed for the war vehicle bay, the NPC girl's fervent gaze tracking them the whole way. The commotion instantly drew the attention of nearby players. Bro, you can't go in there unless you've racked up 10,000 honor points. Look at all those gorgeous girls. What kind of god-tier squad is that? Wait, don't they look familiar? Why are their names hidden? Trying to act like pros? Pros? Hell, they're more than that. It's Yi. That's Yi. No wonder they looked familiar. Yi himself is in the Hall of Honor. Quick, get pictures, record some video. Wow, Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Xiaoming the super cute lowly, Nanshan Yuming the tipsy goddess, I can't believe I'm seeing them in person. The moment ES party entered the vehicle zone, the Hall of Honor erupted. For solo players across Huaxia, Yi, Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Xiaoming, and Nanshan Yuming were living legends. Their string of victories across every war zone had gone viral both in-game and out, sparking a media frenzy and even pulling newcomers who had never touched Divine Land into the fold as diehard fans. The Huaxia government quietly amplified the hype, framing the quartet as symbols of national pride capable of reviving the country's gaming scene and stirring the public's patriotic spirit. The Eastern Dragon has awakened. Yi walked on, waving and smiling with a hint of helplessness. With so much goodwill aimed his way, acting aloof would have felt wrong. Even the usually frosty Bei Shuang forced a slightly stiff smile. Being liked and trusted was a rare honor they had no reason to refuse. Yi, here to swap out your chariot? Yeah, that's the plan, Yi replied politely. Are you gearing up for a national war, India or Vietnam? Which city are you going to hit? That's classified, Yi said with a chuckle. Got it. Good luck, boss. Wipe those bastards out. He waved his team onward, guiding them through the crowd to the deepest part of the vehicle zone, where the NPC reception desk stood. A towering general clad in silver armor stood ramrod straight. A square jaw thick with beard and eyes that blazed with intensity made him a daunting figure. Lord Roger, Yi greeted respectfully. In Yingyu City, Roger was a household name. Second only to Yingyu herself and the city lord. He was one of the 10 guardian generals, on par with Qin Sheng, and oversaw chariot exchanges for players. Helping Yingyu reach maturity ahead of schedule makes you heroes of this city. Your future looks bright, Roger boomed, then shifted topics. Here to trade for a chariot, right? I am, Yi confirmed. When you're done, go see the city lord. Word is you're taking Yingyu to Yamato, and the lord can't sit still, Roger said with a laugh, waving his hand. A massive exchange interface appeared before them. Prices ranged from 10,000 to 10 billion honor points, with grades from inferior all the way up to God bestowed. Yi immediately scrolled down to the inferior category. Phantom Chariot Speed Variant, 10,000 honor points. Hunter Chariot Long Range Physical Variant, 11,000 honor points. Wizard Guild's Arcane Battle Wagon, Long Range Magic Model, 11,000 personal honor points. Guardian Chariot, Defensive Model, 12,000 personal honor points. Chaos Chariot, Hybrid Long Range Magic and Physical Model, 15,000 personal honor points. Sir, he'll take the Chaos Chariot. With steady eyes, Yi tapped the confirmation icon on the holographic display. The system panel immediately showed his current honor, 23,954. The 8,000 point gear he had just bought was already deducted, leaving 15,954, only 954 more than the chariot's price. Perfect. The Chaos Chariot's data sheet expanded. Overall ability, dual Magic-Hand physical specialization, giving both mages and assassins bonuses to range and casting radius. Mobility, a bit slower than the Phantom Chariot, yet still faster than Yi when Nanshan Yumeng's full buffs are active. Weakness, low durability. Yi scanned the list and calculated in a flash. 1. Low durability calls for double Insurance Priest restoration plus a Chariot Engineer's mechanical repair. 2. The team lacks an engineer, and training one now is impossible, so they'll have to borrow a specialist from the 5 Grand Guilds. You have redeemed a Chaos Chariot, spending 15,000 personal honor points. Current remaining personal honor, 954. The system chime followed the announcement. Personal honor on the leaderboard was cumulative, so even after the expenditure, Yi's 23,954 points on the chart remained unchanged. Transaction complete. Yi turned to General Roger and bowed. General, we're off to see the governor. Go on then. He'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Roger laughed heartily, his steel armor ringing. As Yi's party stepped off the redemption platform, the huge stone doors of the Hall of Honor swung open and another 1,000 players poured in. They were spontaneous fans eager to see their idol up close. The crowd was dense yet disciplined, forming a human corridor down the center so Yi's squad could pass without effort. Yi waved with a smile. Thanks, brothers. See you in the nation Warwell fight side by side. A chorus of shouts and waving guild banners answered him. The group left the Hall of Honor and crossed the street to the governor's mansion, an antique and tranquil residence. The city lord's estate had clearly been expecting Yi and his party. The residence was already staged for a formal banquet. A thick red carpet ran from the veranda into the grand hall, where a long table inlaid with gold designs stood in the center, piled high with rare delicacies and vintage wines. Along the walls waited musicians, bards, and dancers, ready for a single word of command. Led by attendants, Yi's group entered the hall. Conversation had been sparse, but as soon as the guests of honor arrived, every gaze swung toward them, some curious, some envious, and a ripple of whispers spread through the crowd. A few distinguished guests even stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. While answering gracefully, Yi took stock of the room. Despite its size, true power brokers were scarce. The 6 city guard generals held the primary seats, with Qin Sheng among them. The owners of Fragrant Pavilion, Cloud Top Restaurant, and Zenhart Tea House, key pillars of Yingyu City's economy, were also present, each fabulously wealthy. Beyond that, there were only maids and soldiers, no outsiders. So it's just insiders and merchants, Yi thought, growing more guarded while keeping a neutral expression. Bei Shuang stood silently to one side, observing coldly. Nanshan Yumeng was dead drunk, dangling off Ben Gong Chaomeng's shoulders without a word. Mei Qianma Lu Gun seized every opening, chatting up anyone in fine clothes as if he owned the place. Yun Xia frowned and sheltered the slightly nervous Feng Guowu hen, and Yuda Ba Jiao, Yi like a mother hen guarding her chicks. Yin Yi, meanwhile, was fixated on the banquet table. Staring at the artfully arranged pastries and dishes, her eyes lit up. She sidled up to Yi and whispered, "Boss, these dishes are treasures, they boost attributes." Yi had already noticed and silently marveled at Shimin Chen's generosity. "These big shots are used to gourmet fare," he murmured back. "They won't eat much. Once the banquet ends, we'll pack everything up. Perfect for drawing customers when we open our shop." "Got it." Yun Yi straightened, practically buzzing with excitement. Footsteps sounded on the dais. The host Shimin Chen appeared, clad in snow-white robes trimmed with gold. His measured stride quieted the hall in an instant as every guest turned toward him. It's an honor to see so many familiar faces, Shimin-Chun began, his voice carrying easily. His gaze settled on Yi-Yi's party. Yu City is welcoming a few young heroes, and I know you're all curious. Allow me to introduce them. Descending from the dais, he stopped beside Yi, presenting each member in turn. When he reached Yi, he paused deliberately and raised his voice. As you know, adventurers first train in the novice Vilahea miracle of the god of space. Those who excel may earn 3 medals: Pathfinder, Trailblazer, and Beacon of Hope. Yi claimed all 3 single-handedly. It's a record the god-blessed continent has never seen, and the medals on his right shoulder prove it. At his gesture, everyone turned to the trio of medals pinned to Yi's shoulder, and applause erupted. Moreover, Shimin-Chun continued, speaking faster with excitement. These 4 young heroes have also cleared the Tower of Nations and received the war god's blessing. Lord Shimin flatters us. Yi replied with a respectful bow. We were merely fortunate. Watching the exchange, Yi narrowed his eyes in silent reflection. The Lord of Yu City held immense prestige. There was no need for him to lower himself to praise a mere player. Yi eyed the opulent long table, piled with wine and meat like small mountains, and alarms blared in his mind. Such spectacle and flattery always came with strings attached. Following the clues, the only plausible motive was the impending Yamato War. He quickly sifted through memories of his previous life. When naval warfare first broke out, the Beacon Zone stirred conflicts everywhere, wiping out several weaker territories, level 3 capitals, and throwing every region into panic. To protect themselves, the other zones banded together, and the Huaxia Zone joined in. Unbeknownst to them, the Beacon Zone had already forged a secret alliance with the Sun Never Sets Zone. Once the fighting erupted, Admiral Lonzino passed level 500, and a secondary class Scrollmaster unleashed over 100 charged spell scrolls, blanketing the battlefield and instantly killing billions of players. The smoke had barely cleared when the Sun Never Sets Zone promoted its level 3 capital, Fido City, to level 2. The Beacon Zone had effectively shot itself in the foot. The alliance collapsed, letting the other zones cling to survival. That clash marked the first time players realized that main cities could actually be upgraded. After a brief lull, a world-spanning nation war engulfed every zone. At first, no one understood the mechanics of city promotion. Late in the conflict, the Huaxia Zone came under siege, and Yamato players even launched a surprise assault with Orochi in tow. In that critical moment, the guardian beast of Huaxia's level 1 capital Azure Dragon stepped in. It beheaded Orochi beneath the walls, devoured its soul, and instantly evolved into its complete form, skyrocketing to level 1000 as a demon god class boss. The Azure Dragon slaughtered the invaders, harvested countless soul shards, and captured several foreign national treasures, vaulting Huaxia to become the second imperial capital and the envy of all. Afterward, players pieced together 3 requirements for upgrading a capital. 1. Kill and absorb another zone's guardian beast, so one's own beast can achieve its complete form. 2. Gather soul shards from enemy players. 3. Seize and successfully convert another nation's national treasures. Every city lord agreed to keep this discovery under wraps. On the continent of divine grace, humanity's real threat was the abyssal horde. If guardian beasts kept falling in civil wars, no city would stand once the abyss advanced. Tonight's extravagant banquet left no doubt Shimin-Chun intended to pushing Yu City to level 2. Yi did the math. Even if they toppled one of Yamato's level 3 capitals, a missing national treasure would still stall promotion. Since Shimin-Chun needed his help, any reasonable demand would be met, an opportunity too good to miss. He kept his expression neutral, but inside he was elated. This was the perfect springboard to boost his team's power. While he was still weighing the angles, Shimin-Chun abruptly shifted the conversation, narrowing his eyes at Yi. Chun-Sheng tells me you're planning a trip to Yamato. Is that true? It is, Yi replied with a calm nod. Shimin-Chun absently stroked his well-kept beard, his tone layered with meaning. And you intend to take Lording Yu with you? The Lord safeguards this city. If he leaves, we could be exposed. We should discuss the specifics very carefully. Suddenly, Shimin-Chun leaned in close and whispered so only Yi could hear. Harvest 100 million Yamato adventurers' souls for me. Ask for anything within my authority, and it's yours. As his words faded, a translucent prompt popped up in front of Yi. Shimin-Chun has issued the commissioned soul reap. Do you accept? He didn't hit confirm right away. Instead, he gave Shimin-Chun a long, probing look. The city lord really did plan to elevate Windfish City to a tier 2 main city. Then he opened his quest panel. Quest details. Take the Soul Reaper to the Yamato region, slay regional players, and collect 100 million souls. Time limit. None. Note. The Soul Reaper is a quest item. Victims will fall into a 24-hour sleep. Reward, to be determined. Item description. Soul Reaper Divinity Grade Necklace, one of Huaxia's national treasures, guardian relic of Huda City. Note. This is a replica. The original would do far more than induce a day's sleep. Yi closed the panel and spoke with calm respect. It's an honor to have your trust, my lord. I will serve. You have accepted the unique chant quest Soul Reap and received the quest item, Soul Reaper. Please negotiate your reward with the issuer. Shimin Chin's eyes lit up. Straightforward. What do you want? This trip to Yamato could be fatal. Yi raised his head unhurriedly. ID like a party aura that extends archer's range and mage's casting distance. Granted, Shimin Chun has added a reward to the quest Soul Reap, beyond visual range or a rare diamond. The reward is issued now and will be reclaimed if the quest fails. Yi continued, ID also like a base of operations in Windfish City. I hope you'll approve. That's great. Shimin Chun was even more pleased. Pick any spot in the city you like. The city's too noisy. We prefer peace and quiet. Please build us a 10-hectare magic island about a kilometer off the harbor. Shimin Chin froze a magic island that size would cost several billion gold. Seeing his hesitation, Yi twisted the knife. Besides, what like a 6-story shop on the island to sell gear? Shimin Chin's brow twitched violently. And, Yi added breezily, for the shop to operate we'll need a teleport array linking the island to the city. They'll leave that in your hands as well. A teleport array? Anything involving spatial magic cost even more than the island. Shimin Chin's face darkened. His clenched fist trembled. This as he was about to refuse when Yi cut him off. These requests are indeed expensive. I'd feel guilty making the city lord spend so much. Shimin Chin's expression eased a little. At least you know. How about this? Yi smiled. No need to waive our taxes. You can collect the standard fees on all our crafting trades. We should contribute to Windfish City, after all. Tax-free? When did I ever say I'd give you a tax break? Shimin Chin's voice shot up, drawing curious looks from the guests. Yi remained unruffled. His gaze drifted to 2 teenagers standing nearby. Don't underestimate us, my lord. Those 2 Kitsons an alchemist, the other an enchanter both seasoned professionals. The trader may look sleazy, but he's a consummate pro who rakes in money with embarrassing ease. The fresh-faced youth beside him seems frail, yet he's a master of masonry, carpentry, fishing, cooking, and farming, and he can even get his hands on rare materials. Then there's Yi behind that devastatingly handsome baby face hides the soul of a veteran artisan, and the gear he forges is already coveted throughout the adventuring scene. Shimin Chun might lack a system interface, but as a veteran NPC he was born with the ability to read players. His eyes darted between the 3, and the smile on his face slowly froze. You have an SS rank life skill aptitude? And the other 2 are rank as well? Yi seized the moment, speaking neither too fast nor too slow, each word precise. My lord, think about it. We've been in the Divine Land for only a few days, and we've already achieved this much. Imagine what we could do with a bigger stage. Take my forged gear, for example. If the city had an auction house, you could collect a small tax on each sale and recoup your investment in less than half a year. He gestured at his companions. With talents like ours, turning the Magic Isles into a major economic hub for Huaxia is no pipe dream. We could become the brightest living billboard Inyu City has ever had. Shimin Chen raised his brows. Reason told him Yi was trying to get something for nothing, yet every word hit the mark. He had thought these adventurers valuable only for their combat potential. Now he realized that life skill talent was the real, inexhaustible gold mine. The rewards are costly, he thought, but if I can tie them to Inyu City, the investment will pay for itself, maybe even become the backbone of the city's economy. After a moment of silent calculation, he slapped the table. Deal. Once you return triumphant from Yamato, we'll send crews to break ground on the coast. A system prompt popped up. Shimin Chun has added the following bonuses to the Soul Gathering quest. 1. Usage rights to 100,000 square meters of Magic Isles land. 2. A 6-story luxury storefront. 3. A top-tier auction venue. All rewards will be delivered upon completion of the quest. Done. Yi cheered inwardly. He had just rung a project worth at least 1 billion gold coins for the price of a few percentage points in taxes. Sure, the levy would sting, but getting the Lord to put such massive chips on the table with nothing but talk was worth a little bloodletting. By the time Shimin Chun earned his money back through taxes, Yi would have finished his own capital accumulation, and that petty cut would mean nothing. This was leverage at its finest. With the agreement settled, Shimin Chun raised his voice and invited everyone to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let the banquet begin. Musicians plucked their strings, letting graceful melodies flow. Bards murmured ancient legends, and dancers swayed beneath the torchlight. Yet the guests had no mind for the entertainment. They lined up with goblets in hand to toast Yi, afraid to miss their chance to curry favor. Amid the music and dance, Shimin Chun lifted his cup and laughed loudly. The assault on Yamato is a glorious endeavor for Huaxia. You may not be able to join the expedition because of your duties, but surely you can help in other ways. Yi's eyes gleamed. So the Lord intended to have these guests offer him an extra welcome gift. He calculated silently. If the soul gathering negotiations had failed, Shimin Chun could have used these people to placate him at no cost, all while gaining another favor. Sure enough, this man was a seasoned hand at getting something for nothing, on par with that wily General Lanze. Standing at Yi Yi's side, Shimin-Shin introduced him. This is the owner of Tianxiang Tavern here in Yingyu City. His wine is the pride of the town. Pleasure to meet you. Yi Yi folded his hands in greeting, wearing a modest smile. Shimin-Shin shifted his tone, sounding casual, yet full of meaning. Brother, little Yi plans to set up a base in our city. You. That's excellent news. The tavern owner nodded at once, yet all he offered was a token promise. From now on, your entire team gets 10% off whenever you dine here. Thunderous words, but almost no rain. Yi narrowed his eyes, a friendly edge in his voice. Our teammate Nanshan not only loves drinking, she loves brewing. Nanshan Yuming's secondary class was brewer, though she always complained her own liquor tastes like horse piss and refused to drink it. Shimin-Shin caught the hint immediately. He slung an arm around the owner's shoulders and added fuel to the fire. Brother, giving a man a fish isn't as good as teaching him to fish. Think of this year's taxes. The owner's face twitched. At last, with obvious pain, he produced 3 faintly golden scrolls and handed them to Yi Yi. Please take them. Yi Yi accepted without hesitation. Ding. You have acquired the recipe Drunken Dream Wine Perfect Quality. Grants 30 tenacity for 10 minutes after drinking. Ding. You have acquired the recipe Wind Tamer Wine Perfect Quality. Grants 10 wind and water damage for 10 minutes after drinking. Ding. You have acquired the recipe Radiant Beauty Wine Epic Quality. Grants female players 20 to all attributes for 20 minutes after drinking. Scrolls in hand, Shimin-Shin briskly guided Yi Yi, following the scent of alcohol to 2 more venues. The owners, having witnessed the previous scene, acted far more decisively. From Cloudtop Restaurant, they obtained the epic food recipe Jade Blossom Immortal Soup permanently increases archer range by 20. Effect does not stack. From Chongqing Tea House, they secured the epic tea recipe Tranquil Focus Tea permanently increases player tenacity by 5. Effect does not stack. 1 hour later, 6 city guard generals escorted the party out of the city lord's residence. The moment they stepped through the gate, Yun Yi finally burst with excitement. Boss, I packed loads of dishes and pastries, all with stat bonuses. We can make a fortune. On the Divine Gift Continent, cooks prepare 2 kinds of items, each with its own benefits. Meals boost basic stats attributes, attack speed, crit rate, or special effects like Jade Blossom Immortal Soup's extra range. Desserts raise elemental mastery, increasing damage for light, dark, fire, or wind. Brewers craft time-limited drinks. Tea masters specialize in a single line of steady bonuses such as tenacity, armor, or resistances. These life classes may seem niche and even overlap with alchemists, yet the 5 major guilds treat them as necessities meals. Desserts, tea, wine, and potions do not conflict and can be active simultaneously. When 2 forces are evenly matched, the side with more complete life skill support usually wins. Keep everything for now and stock the shop, Yi Yi decided, trading the 3 brewing recipes to Nanshan Yumeng. Whoa, top-shelf liquor. Nanshan's eyes lit up. She nearly pressed the scrolls to her nose. Yi Yi then handed Jade Blossom Immortal Soup to Yun Yamong his 5 life talents. She happened to be a cook. Tranquil Focus Tea went to Bei Shuang, the ice-cold beauty who specialized in tea making. With the loot distributed, Yi Yi suddenly received a private message. Biming Xianren. Yi Yi, where are you? We're already at the harbor. Yi Yi glanced at the time 8:10 p.m. and replied, on my way. With that, the group hurried off toward the harbor. On the road, Yi Yi was getting ready to reforge some gear. He still had 10 normal forging attempts left today and had promised to spend 1 gold coin each to reforge an item for Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Chaoming, and Nanshan Yumeng. Since we merged 2 pieces into 1 last time, which one do you want me to deal with first? Yi Yi looked up and asked. I want this one. Ben Gong Chaoming pulled a necklace from her bag, its deep blue glow flickering in the light. The Transcender's Petition. Transcender's Petition fine. 10 maximum mana. 500 mana. 10 mana cost. Transcender's Petition. Mana cost decreases by 1 per second until it bottoms out after 10 seconds. Pure mana stats exactly Ben Gong Chaoming style. Yi Yi took the necklace and started a normal forge. Normal forging progress, 510,100. Reforge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Transcender's Petition Perfect. Transcender's Petition Perfect. 40 maximum mana. 3,000 mana. 30 mana cost. 1 maximum mana regeneration per second. Divine Axis additional attributes. Transcender's Petition, mana cost decreases by 1 per second until it bottoms out after 30 seconds. Wager of the Transcender, sacrifice 80 of current HP to gain 80 of maximum mana, 60-second cooldown. Master of Rhythm. Greed of the Transcender, when mana falls below 5, restore 100 of maximum mana every second for 10 seconds. Take 500 extra damage during this time. Can be toggled off manually, 300-second cooldown. Handy Mind, 5 attack speed, 10 movement speed, 30 cast speed, 20 cooldown reduction. How does it look? Yi Yi tossed the necklace in his hand and smiled. Ridiculously strong, Ben Gong Chaoming replied, her eyes glued to the stats. Her domain barrier depended on two factors, level and mana regeneration. Level could only rise slowly, but regeneration had just leapt forward. With Greed of the Transcender, I can push the barrier's upkeep straight to 100 maximum mana per second. She did some quick math, shock giving way to excitement. That bumps the damage bonus from 220 all the way up to 500. One-shot perfection, Yi joked. Exactly no money roll away muttered, clearly stunned. With this necklace, the team's burst potential hit a new ceiling. Next, Yi reforged items for Beishuang and Nanshan Yumeng. Beishuang chose the fine-grade earring Breath of Resentment, while Nanshan Yumeng handed over the blessing of the Rainbow Star Medal. Reforge complete. Breath of Resentment earring exceptional. 150 intelligence. 10 cast range. 15 cast speed. 200 intelligence. Divine Axis additional attributes. Breath of Resentment. Within 50 meters, enemies take an additional 5 damage for each stack of negative effects on them. Raging Howl. Enemies within 50 meters take an extra 20 critical damage for 10 seconds after being hit. Curse Spike. Whenever an enemy within 50 meters casts a skill, they are struck for damage equal to 100 of your magic attack power. Divine Axis added traits. Rhythm Master. Blooming Desire. When an enemy within 50 meters is afflicted by a debuff, its duration is extended by 10. Dexterous Mind. 5 attack speed, 5 movement speed, 20 casting speed, 30 cooldown reduction. Rainbow Polaris Blessing, a perfect reward for players who helped you grow. Unique Medal. 20 effectiveness to all buff skills. Rainbow Polaris Stacking Radiance. For every layer of buffs you or an ally receive, all attributes increase by 1. Divine Axis added traits. Rhythm Master. Koi Shelter. The Sacred Carp absorbs 1 lethal blow for you. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Does not prevent instant death effects. Dexterous Mind. 5 attack speed, 15 movement speed, 10 casting speed, 40 cooldown reduction. Of the 2 new items, Yi was most pleased with Rainbow Polaris Stacking Radiance. In his eyes, its stacking power was even more frightening than Beishuang's Greed of the Transcender. Nanshan Yumeng already wielded more than 40 buff skills, and Yi wasn't far behind. Add the potions and disposable gadgets the life skills players could craft, and an all-out drug binge would push their damage even higher. The thought made him grin from ear to ear. Now that's what I call comfy. Under the cover of night, Yi and his party tore across the docks. The lighthouse's dim yellow beams skimmed the water, revealing the figures who had been waiting, the core players from the 5 major guilds, all familiar faces. Skipping the pleasantries, Yi uploaded the stats of 7 fresh drops to the group chat and left the auction entirely to no money get lost. Maybe his luck had been used up on the 3 ladies, because the loot was mediocre. 5 excellent items, 1 perfect, and a single rare. Half an hour later, the auction ended in a bidding war among the 5 guilds. Wailing Immortal groused, "Mountain Soul, you're something else, snatched 4 pieces right out of our hands." Taishan scratched his head and laughed, unable to hide his smugness. "We're all short on gold. Thanks for driving the prices up, everyone." On the other side, Time Hunter's face was dark. Chrono Empire hadn't won a single item. They'd worked for nothing and now had to watch the other 4 show off. He was turning to leave when Yi said casually, "I've still got one last item. The skill on it is Top Tier Dream for warriors." "What grade?" Time Hunter perked up. The other 4 guilds had just emptied their coffers, while Chrono Empire's purse was untouched. Maybe they could score a bargain. Yi didn't reveal the Azure Ocean Blade's exact stats. Instead, he added calmly, "Given everyone's tight budget, this one can be paid for in installments." That single sentence made the cash-strapped Taishan light up as though Head found a lifeline. He shouted, "All right, let's run another auction. You're still bidding? Do you even have the money?" Great Dragon asked, scowling. "Relax," Taishan said with a fearless grin. "Brother Yi said we can pay in installments, didn't he?" At that moment, a mage who had been standing beside Dewei Tianlong finally spoke up. "This is a double-edged blade. If the price climbs too high, the guild's cash flow could seize up down the line." In less than 3 sentences, he had exposed Yi's little scheme, sharp enough to make everyone take notice. Yi turned and met a cold, pale-faced the chief mage of Immortal Abode, Shen Gongbao. His talent was as unfathomable as his reputation. Within the guild, he was the undisputed mastermind. Shen Gongbao's reminder steadied the 5 guild leaders, and they waited for Yi to set an official opening bid. Blue Ocean Sword, starting at 4 million. You can pay in up to 12 installments. With that, he shared the weapon's full stats in the group channel. The numbers flashed before their eyes, the stacked attributes almost blinding, and a collective gasp swept the room. "Screw it, who cares about cash flow? He'll pay 4.12 million. Mount Tai broke first, shouting his offer. 4.3 million, Deadshot stated calmly, leaving no room for doubt. "Sis, don't you already have the Twisted Blade? Let your little brother have this one." 4.4 million. Dewei Tianlong begged, hands clasped. "An epic main weapon, and you want me to pass? Keep dreaming." 4.5 million. Heartbreaker just because you roared back, hands on his hips. Heartbreaker just because you let alt kids hang out. Waxia's fifth largest guild, a haven for wildly eccentric otaku. When it came to weird, he wore the crown. Ahem, keep this up, and we'll go bankrupt. He'll pay 4.6 million. Let's keep the peace, swordless Nanshan interjected. Your guild master already ran off with Yi. What gear can't you get? And you still want the blue ocean sword? Shameless. 4.7 million. Mount Tai snapped. My sister hasn't been back in ages. She's basically disowned me, swordless Nanshan sighed, glancing at Nanshan Wu Ming, who ignored him. Well, look at that. Even the sweet talker's unemployed. 4.8 million. Dewei Tianlong snorted, raising the bid. 8 million. Deshot's sudden number froze the room. The twisted blade had just sold for 3.76 million. Even for a stronger weapon, doubling the price was insane. Sisu, your majesty, you. Bid or shut up. And I'm not your sister. Address me as your majesty, Deadshot replied, leaving Dewei Tianlong speechless. In the end, the blue ocean sword went to Deadshot for 8 million, payable in 12 installments. With the auction over, the 5 guilds members said their goodbyes to Yi, hurried to the Windfish City teleport array, and dispersed to their respective capitals. When the crowd cleared, Yi opened his friends list and sent Dewei Tianlong a message. The reply was quick, deal. See you in Bifong City at 9 tomorrow. Yi closed the window and tallied the day's haul. Including the gear sold to Bei Shuang and the others, he had earned 136 free attribute points and 3.86 million gold. He poured every point into agility, pushing the stat to 1,234. All done. Yi let out a long breath. Despite a jam-packed schedule, the day had ended without a hitch. He glanced at his watch, then opened the team channel. 8:30 tomorrow morning meet at the teleport gate in Yingyu City. What for? Asked the girl whose ID was Her Highness is Adorable. We're heading to Bifong City, Yi replied. There's a quest there that rewards a party-wide invincibility skill. Imin. Her Highness is Adorable practically squealed. Bifong City's built on an active volcano. I've always wanted to see it. The player named No Money Get Lost paused for a beat before switching topics. Boss, how hard is the quest? Had thought about asking where Yi had picked it up, but figured the answer would be the usual cockroach told me. The more time they spent together, the clearer it became that Yi's grasp of divine continent went far beyond normal. It wasn't just good intel. Still, since he didn't want to explain, no one pushed. As long as their teamwork held, that was enough. It's doable. The boss needs to be swarmed. I've arranged for Immortal Haven to supply the numbers, Yi said. With that settled, everyone logged off. Night was deep, yet Beha County was still awash in light. The cyber cafe had closed. Yi sat on the pale gray marble steps outside Cloud Glow Internet Bar, a nearly spent cigarette between his fingers. Ash drifted away on the cool breeze. At the far end of the street, 2 young women walked side by side toward him. Under the street lamps, their shadows stretched until they merged with his. Yi looked up, and, though they'd never met, immediately recognized the unnaturally pale girl on the left, Nanshan Yumeng. Gamers who lived indoors rarely saw the sun. Their skin held that sickly pallor, and he was no exception. By contrast, the girl on the right had a healthy complexion and eyes bright with curiosity. You made it? Yi asked. We did, Nanshan Yumeng answered quietly. A car passed, headlights sweeping across her face. Her dark eyes were utterly still, like stagnant water. It was impossible to tell whether she had abandoned the world, or the world had abandoned her. Silence lingered. Then Nanshan Yumeng spoke in a level voice. Will this world be destroyed? It will, Yi replied, equally calm. Almost to herself, she went on. Before Divine Continent launched, I had a very long dream. The sky split open, monsters poured out, and everyone died. That's when I woke up. Then I dreamed again. I entered Divine Continent, and there was an assassin named Yi. After the game launched, the dream stopped, so I logged in. Everyone I met was exactly as they'd been in that second dream except you. The assassin Yi had become the archer Yi. I thought about it for a long time. Dreams don't lie, so the issue had to be you. I made a bold guess. You've been reborn, haven't you? Reality's hard to pin down, Yi said softly. Truth and illusion blur together. Who can swear what we're living now isn't another dream? Maybe so, Nanshan Yumeng laughed, and the sound was unexpectedly bright. As you said, it's unclear. Maybe the world won't be destroyed. Maybe we'll die of old age, just like anyone else. Maybe, Yi sighed. Nanshan Yumeng turned to the girl beside her, tenderness filling her eyes. She can't speak. She can't hear. She's almost blind and unlikely to live much longer, yet by every measure her body is perfectly healthy. Yi felt a quick thump in his chest, then turned to study the young woman in front of him. Her features were so delicate they seemed translucent, like an angel who had accidentally fallen to earth pure, unadorned, untouched by any imperfection. What are you trying to do? He asked, voicing his doubt outright. I can foresee life and death, she replied. She introduced herself as Nanshan Yumeng, her words light as a breeze. That gift is both a blessing and a curse. I want her to survive, but in every dream her path never changes. That's why I came to you. And what could I possibly do? Yi pressed. I don't know. But in my second dream, Because of you, many people took different turns including me. Nanshan Yuming lowered her voice as if whispering to fate itself. Is she in the game? Yi asked. No, she doesn't like games. Yuming shook her head. Even so, changes inside the game never touch reality. Yi cut her off, decisive and blunt. That's naive. There is an effect. I'm certain of it. A fierce light flared in her eyes. What effect? You know better than anyone when players enter the abyssal cavern and slay monsters. The game strikes back. Their real bodies are torn apart. Yi's fingers trembled slightly. After more than 50 years across 2 lifetimes, few things could truly stir him, yet her words had done exactly that. Will you take the gamble? He suddenly asked, gaze drilling straight through her. What? Yuming froze. If she doesn't live to see the day we set foot in the abyssal cavern, are you willing to carry hope forward and keep fighting for this world? Yuming faltered. A swell of terror rose from the depths of her heart, threatening to swallow her whole. She had come seeking a last shred of hope, dreaming of growing old with the one she loved. Yi's voice was cool and even. If the worst comes to pass and you can still stand firm on saving the world, he'll help you. If not, go back to the Nanshan Nan Guild. With that, he turned and walked into Cloud Mist Cyber Cafe. The metal shutter slid down behind him. Connaught Place, New Delhi, the D-Way Tower. At night, the panoramic top floor resembled a massive ship floating above the city, its glass facade reflecting neon lights in a dazzling blaze. The elevator doors slid open, and a line of burly bodyguards snapped to attention, their black suits catching a cold gleam under the lights, their severe, faintly menacing faces discouraging any approach. In the center of the lobby stood a tall, lean young man in an impeccably tailored suit, his gaze steady, with dozens of monitors arrayed in a tight semicircle before him. The screens lit up, each one filling with the image of a legendary player from around the globe god's left hand. General Lanze, Emperor Zella, Silent, Kimchi Fairy, Ishikawa Keiko, Yasukuni Toilet, Okamon Pianzone famous handle after another flickering in the glow. I apologize for calling this emergency meeting on such short notice, but you all know the reason. The young man, Shiluopo, cleared his throat twice, and the chatter died down. By the late 21st century, 7G communication provided real-time translation that preserved emotion, cadence, and tone, so language differences no longer hampered conversation. As Shiluopo began, the faces on the screens showed mixed reactions, some uneasy, some indifferent, most grim. Shiluopo. On the far right of the Indian feed, Okamon Pianza rolled a toothpick between his teeth and arched an eyebrow. We're all busy. Spare us the speech and get to the point. Shiluopo ignored the contempt in the man's tone. Staring into the camera, he said in a low voice, We've just received intel from Huaxie Yi has redeemed a siege engine. The national war could break out at any moment. That's why we're here. If we keep minding our own little plots of land, we may be safe for now, but what about tomorrow? Huaxia's snowball is getting bigger, and it won't be long before it swallows us whole. Queen Annam of Vietnam nodded, a shadow of worry deepening in her eyes. If Huaxiao launches the national war first, their strength will surge again. ES team is already nearly unbeatable. If we ignore this, once naval warfare starts and Huaxiao allies with its friends, we'll all be in danger. So that's why you called this emergency meeting, Shiluopo? A couple of losses and you're already yelping like a beaten dog? Kimchi Fairy from the Republic of Korea let out a derisive laugh. Tilting her chin, she added, among the 14 continental countries bordering Huaxia, Vietnam and India are the ones they dislike most. If the national war starts, you two will be the first to bleed. God's left hand had been watching in silence, but now he spoke, his voice calm. We're allies, and we can't just stand by. Still, until naval warfare begins, there's little we can do directly. Shiluopo, Queen Annam, tell us what you need. If it's within our power, we'll help. Shiluopo tapped the tabletop, pondered for a moment, then looked at God's left hand. From what I hear, one Huaxia guild actually belongs to the Lighthouse faction and has already set up in the capital. I have only one request: have your people buy a few top-tier items from EE at auction. India needs them desperately. God's left hand raised an eyebrow, his gaze darkening. You know more than I expected, but you're being too optimistic. EE isn't stupid. He auctions every piece of gear to the 5 major Huaxia guilds. Our agents can't get close, let alone qualify to bid. Besides, I have other plans for that guild and can't afford to expose them now. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. I can offer a few epic-grade potions. The moment Shangdi Zuosho said this, the top players from every nation on the video call erupted. Epic potions? Zuosho, does your guild already have a veteran master alchemist? That's crazy. Our guild can't even brew perfect grade stuff. Zuosho, sell us some, name your price. The channel was instantly flooded with voices. Everyone. Shiluopo raised his volume, the baritone still steady. Priorities. Brother Zuosho's epic potions are a real lifesaver. None of you are short on supplies, so quit fighting over them. The crowd went quiet. Shangdi Zuosho added breezily, Shiluopo's right. Our stock is limited, so we'll split it between India and Vietnam, 50 bottles, each at 1 million gold apiece. Deal? Shiluopo and Anan Wangho fell silent for a heartbeat. The asking price was outrageous, but with a war around the corner, haggling would look petty. Deal, they said almost together. Watching from the sidelines, Shangjiang Lanes' eyes lit up. He cut in at once. Since Brothers Washo is being generous, Ribuluo can't lag behind. I've just forged 20 rare diamond grade full charge spell scrolls 20 times damage, 10 times area. 200,000 gold each. Anyone interested? That single line sent the solemn emergency meeting off the rails, turning it into an impromptu bazaar for high-end gear. Meanwhile, in a private three-person chat, Daeguo players Shirchuan Jiako, Jingwa Shintz, and Gangmin Pianzo exchanged glances. This is our chance, Jingwa Shintz said first. Exactly what I was thinking, Gangmin Pianzo agreed. Shirchuan Jiako sounded uneasy. If we sell those traps to India and Vietnam, what if he shows up for a raid? Come all the way today? No way, Jingwa Shintz scoffed. Head drowned from exhaustion before making landfall, and the naval fight is still ages away. Gangmin Pianzo added, I know a special NPC merchant sitting on a pile of epic gear. Pricey, but we can cover it with war profits. Once we drop the Cataclysm grade boss in Ingmu City, the gear pays for itself. Shirchuan Jiako hesitated. How much do we sell? Everything, Gangmin Pianzuo decided. A Cataclysm boss won't trigger traps. Offload the goods to India and Vietnam, and we annoy the Huaxiao players on top of it. Win-win. Back in the conference room, Shiluopo grinned as delegates dug up their stash items and undercut normal prices. With each new offer, he calculated that he might push Yi back into Waxy or kill him outright on Indian soil. Just then, Shirchuan Jiako spoke in the public channel. I've got 50 perfect grade traps handcrafted by an expert hunter ideal for ambushes, 2 players to deploy, 20,000 gold each. I'll add 30, Gangmin Pianzuo followed. Put me down for 40, Jingwa Shintz chimed in. Perfect. They'll take whatever you've got, brothers. Shiluopo laughed, already picturing Yi stepping into a trap and bleeding out on the battlefield. He silently prayed that Waxia's first national war target wouldn't be Vietnam, but India. If he racked up enough kills 10,000 theater honor and personal honor, India would unlock its own national war slot. Yi, you better come to India. Deep down, Shiluopo was delighted, eager for Chinese players to come and warm her up. A new day had begun. Yi slept until full daylight, then lazily opened his eyes, drew back the curtains, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Morning traffic and voices blended on the streets of Beha County, while steam from the corner breakfast stalls rose straight into the sky, busy, noisy, but vibrant. After splashing water on his face, he took the stairs to the second-floor dining room. The moment he pushed the door open, he nearly collided with Nanshan Yomeng and a girl he didn't recognize. The lazy man's finally awake, Nanshan Yomeng greeted, balancing a tray. What are you doing here? Yi nearly dropped his jaw. Guo Yunxiao looked up with a smile. Child, why do you keep saying that? Yao Yao and Xiao Shui came over before dawn, and this entire meal is their doing. But this he stammered, glancing around like a sleepwalker. Nanshan Yomeng set each dish on the table and half joked, half explained, Sister Yunxia told me you want to start a studio. Coincidentally, Xiao Shui and I just moved to Beha and are still living in a hotel. Is it so wrong for us to crash here? So you've made up your mind? Yi raised an eyebrow. Yeah, treasure the moment and take another shot. Even if nothing changes, I'll keep fighting if only for my idiot brother. Her smile was gentle, but determination burned in her eyes. And her? Yi pointed at the quiet girl beside her. I talked her into it all night, and she finally agreed. She's logging in today. Nanshan Yomeng beamed like a kid who'd scored a perfect 100. Fine by me. Yi cleared his throat, and then pulled a straight face. But the studio isn't officially open, so you two pay rent 1,000 a month, food included. You rascal. Guo Yunxiao raised a dishcloth as if to swat him. It's all right, Sister Yunxia. Nanshan Yomeng waved her off. I don't want free lodging. Once the studio's running, you'll have to pay us anyway, won't you? No salary, Yi shrugged, but you'll get a cut of the profits. Deal? Deal. The two women answered in unison. Good. Eat up. We're logging in to fight a boss right after. Yi sat down, thinking, didn't expect my first permanent teammate to be Nanshan Yomeng, and she even dragged someone along. If a girl who isn't interested in men can join, recruiting others should be easy. While he pondered, he tried the food and lifted his brows. I've got to admit, this tastes great. What's your real name? He asked. Nangong Yao Yao, she answered. And hers? Nangong Qiushui. Coffee almost spat out his rice. Seriously? That's some hardcore family drama. Even while roasting them in his head, he sized them up. Both were stunning, yet they looked nothing alike, nothing to suggest they'd shared a womb. What class will Qiushui play? Yi asked. Same as me, priest. We'll pick her secondary profession based on what the team needs, Nanshan Yomeng said. Yi thought for a moment. Then make her an architect. Once the national war ends, we'll have territory and need one. Got it. Nanshan Yomeng jotted down his idea and handed the note to Qiu Shui, who nodded in agreement. There was still time before the scheduled login, so Yi took the two women back to their hotel, hauled their VR pods and belongings to the second floor of Cloud Cafe. and set them up in the room farthest from his own. Because of their arrival, he decided to open the first-floor gaming hall, arranging all the pods in neat rows. Everyone climbed in and began a brand new day of adventure. After logging in, Yi and his team gathered at the teleportation platform in Yu City. Everyone was present and accounted for. He rattled off the assignments in a brisk, decisive voice. Xiaofeng, craft 4 sets of orbs. One that extends archer range, one that amplifies priest buffs, one that boosts maximum mana, and one that intensifies debuffs. On it, big bro. Feng Wuhan answered cheerfully. Xiao Yu, brew every potion with a buff, no matter the grade. Stock up. MHM. Yuta Bajiao Yi nodded rapidly. Yin Yi, start on those 5 food and dessert recipes we got yesterday. The ingredients are rare if you're short. Find Mei Qian. He's got channels in the 5 major guilds. I want a batch ready before we head for day. Materials are fine, but only veteran crafters can hit perfect or epic quality. That's the tricky part, Yin Yi said, frowning. Buy your way through, Yi replied, turning to Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun. Contact Shirlai. The next 11 installments of gold can be paid in materials. If she balks, leak the info on Tranquil Mind Tea. As long as she provides the mats, the first batch goes straight to the imperial capital of time and space. Got it. With me on the job, nothing's impossible. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun thumped his chest. Orders set. Yun Xia led Feng Wuhan, Yuta Bajiao Yi, and Yun Yi to the port. Regular players weren't allowed in, so it was quiet perfect for crafting. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun drove out of the city alone to trade. His combat skills were terrible, but that username alone kept road bandits at bay. Even the leaders of the 5 big guilds hated crossing him. Those heads scammed, either rage quit, or turned into laid-back city dwellers. Only Yi Yi, Bei Shuang, Ben Gong Chao Meng, and Nanshan Yumeng remained by the teleportation array. We unlock the group invincibility skill today, and tomorrow we leave for day, Yi Yi said firmly. That's soon. Ben Gong Chao Meng's eyes widened. Delay brings trouble. Once the guardian beasts in each war zone mature, every battle gets ugly, Yi Yi explained. Fine by me, Nanshan Yumeng drawled, swirling a wine flask. She was normal enough in real life, but in game she never let go of the bottle. Yi still didn't know why. While the 3 women chatted, Yi opened his inventory and inspected the hefty war chariot inside. Chaos War Chariot. Grade, inferior special equipment. Durability, 100,000 100,000. Dimensions, length 10 m with 3 m height 2.5 m. Passenger capacity, 10. Movement speed, 600. Mechanical craft, takes 90 less damage from all sources and receives only 0.1 of any healing. Unaffected by buffs. Magitech core, immune to all control effects. Protective shell, while intact, players inside cannot be harmed. Salvage repair. Durability can be restored by a chariot engineer for gold based on the engineer's rank. If durability hits 0, repairs are locked for 24 hours. Emergency recall, automatically recalled when fighting monsters. Abyssal demons excluded. Basic magic boost. Increases mage's casting range by 30 and skill damage by 20. Basic falcon boon. Increases an archer's attack range by 30 and attack speed by 20. Mechanical craft, arcane engine, protective field, scrap repair, and emergency posture are the 5 universal features of every war chariot, regardless of tier. As long as the vehicle remains intact, the players inside are completely safe and can attack without restraint. This is why chariots can charge fearlessly across the battlefield. Because they receive only 0.1 of any healing effect, chariot engineers are absolutely vital. Like any piece of special equipment, this chaos chariot can also be reforged with the Godforged axle. A whoosh sounded outside the teleportation array, and a chariot bathed in a gray glow suddenly appeared, instantly drawing every player's attention. Damn, that's ES chariot. It makes a stretch limo look lame. Check out that cockpit, nothing but arcane devices and alchemical gear. So cool. Is the national war about to start? Ignoring the excited chatter, activated Perfect Reforge and selected the Chaos Chariot. Perfect Reforge initiated progress. 12100. Reforge complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the Epic Honor Chariot. Chaos Simplicity. World announcement. Huaxiao region, LV.1, has obtained the Epic Honor Chariot Chaos Simplicity, claiming the top spot on the world equipment rankings. Players around the globe went wild. An epic chariot? No way. Forge masters aren't supposed to reforge chariots, docks, or airships. How did manage it? This is bad. Will India and Vietnam get wiped out? Maybe not entirely, but loads of players will die. Waxia's progress is insane. If they field several epic chariots, how are we supposed to fight future wars? Should we just surrender now? I really want to see its stats. As the reforge completed, the vehicle underwent a massive transformation. Runes blanketed its hull, and its frame grew into a terrifying new shape. Even though he was prepared, ES' heart still pounded when the 100-meter-long chariot materialized before him. Chaos Simplicity. Epic Special Equipment. Durability. 2 million. Dimensions. Length 120 m, width 10 m, height 5 m. Capacity 50 players. Movement speed 1000. Mechanical craft. The chariot is immune to 99 of all damage types, receives only 0.1 healing, and cannot benefit from any buffs. Arcane engine. Immune to all control effects. Protective field. While the chariot is intact, players inside cannot take damage. Scrap repair. Lost durability can be restored by a chariot engineer, consuming large amounts of gold based on the engineer's tier. If durability drops to 0, repairs are locked for 24 hours. Emergency posture. The chariot is recalled when fighting monsters, except abyssal demons. Advanced arcane boon. Increases a mage's casting range by 200 and skill damage by 50. Advanced falcon boon. Increases an archer's attack range by 200 and attack speed by 50. Polar collapse. Blink to any location within 01000 m, stunning all enemies in a 100 m area and dealing 10,000 physical damage. Cooldown 300s. Godforged Axle additional attributes. Mana cannon. Bombard a designated area within 01000 m, dealing 20,000 magic damage to all enemies in a 100 m zone and 5,000 damage to structures. Cooldown 300s. Empowered engineering. Increases chariot engineer repair efficiency by 100. Rhythm Master Twin Engineering. The main cockpit can hold one additional chariot engineer. Nimble Mind. 20 movement speed and 20 cooldown reduction. Attack speed and cast speed bonuses do not apply. After stowing the Chaos Chariot in his pack, Yi pulled out the Skyhawk Stalker set. Skyhawk Stalker leather armor. Rarity, rare. Stats, 20 agility, 20 vitality. Special Skyhawk's arrogance, 10 base movement speed, 20 m attack range. Skyhawk Stalker leather pants. Rarity, rare. Stats, 30 agility, 10 vitality. Special Skyhawk's proud stance, 5 base movement speed, 15 m attack range, 10 attack speed. Skyhawk Stalker bracers. Rarity, rare. Stats, 20 agility, 10 critical chance. Special Skyhawk's aura, 10 critical damage, 10 m attack range. Skyhawk Stalker belt. Rarity, rare. Stats, 10 agility, 5 cooldown reduction, 5 attack speed. Special Skyhawk's poise, 10 m attack range, 5 base movement speed. Skyhawk Stalker set bonuses. 2 pieces. Each attack adds 1 stack of Skyhawk, granting 1 m range per stack, up to 20 stacks. 3 pieces. While gaining Skyhawk stacks, you also receive 2 movement speed, attack speed, and critical damage. For pieces, at 20 stacks, range increases by an additional 50 m until the battle ends. On the God-bestowed continent, the best main hand and offhand weapons typically drop from world bosses, while top-tier earrings, necklaces, and rings are tucked away in rare quests. Because a handful of elite players control these targets, most people, even at max level, have to settle for rare or excellent grade gear. The same is true in real life. 1% of the population holds 99% of the wealth, so the game is simply a blunt reflection of reality. As levels rise, the gap between experts and ordinary players keeps widening, and the idea of one person raising a city is no longer an exaggeration. Honor sets are the lone exception. Within the same tier, their set bonuses always put them at the top, and honor points are earned fairly. Keep joining nation wars, and you'll complete the set sooner or later. Take the Skyhawk Stalker, for instance. An archer's greatest asset is range. Once all 4 rare pieces activate, the wearer gains an extra 125 m, completely changing the class battlefield role and turning the archer into a true hunter. Of course, every set has a drawback. The Skyhawk Stalker offers little raw damage, so players usually mix in a cloak, hat, boots, or gloves from another set to make up the difference. Yi traced the grain of the leather and made up his mind. Time to reforge. Taking a deep breath, he began a normal reforge. Normal reforge in progress. 10/3100. Reforge successful. You have obtained Skyhawk Stalker leather armor excellent. Skyhawk Stalker leather pants perfect. Skyhawk Stalker belt excellent. Skyhawk Stalker bracers excellent. Phew, at least it didn't roll rare. Seeing the reforging result, Yi finally relaxed. Had it come out rare, the set bonuses would have been locked, and he would have needed another basic forge. Without hesitation, he swapped in the new gear. The wind swept across the summit, tossing Yi's thick short hair and revealing a face both rugged and composed. Beneath his strong brow, hawk-like eyes flashed with a razor-sharp light. Whenever his gaze focused, it felt as though 2 eagles swept through their depths, icy, mysterious, and impossible to meet hidden. His jet-black leather armor billowed in the breeze. Close-fitting leather trousers hugged his legs without looking tight. A hawk-shaped belt buckle glinted coldly, and shadows rippled across his bracers like feathers rising and falling. The near-black sheen of the entire outfit transformed his aura, at once dangerous, cold, edge-sharp. If not for that faint, knowing smile at the corner of his lips, the 3 women nearby might have thought had been possessed. Whoa, when did you get so handsome? Ben Gong Chaoming gasped. Get I've always been handsome. Yi laughed. Puffed. Narcissist. She stuck out her tongue and popped open his status panel to study the set bonuses. Skyhawk Hunter Leather Armor Excellent. 50 Agility, 50 Stamina, 20 M Range. Divine Spindle Extra Affix. 20 Base Movement Speed. Divine Spindle Extra Affix. Skyhawk's Pride. 30 Base Movement Speed, 40 M Range. Rhythm Master. Arrogant Stance. If range exceeds 200 M, gain an additional 10 range. Sleight of Hand. 10 Attack Speed, 10 Movement Speed, 5 Cooldown Reduction, 5 Casting Speed. Skyhawk Hunter Leather Trousers Perfect. 100 Agility, 100 Stamina, 40 M Range. Divine Spindle Extra Affix. Skyhawk's Exultant Pose. 40 Base Movement Speed, 70 M Range. Rhythm Master. Soaring Resolve. If no enemy is within 100 M, 30 damage. Sleight of Hand. 20 Attack Speed, 15 Movement Speed, 5 Cooldown Reduction, 5 Casting Speed. Skyhawk Hunter Bracers Excellent. 50 Agility, 20 Crit Rate. Skyhawk's Presence. 20 Crit Damage, 30 M Range. Rhythm Master. Eagle's Fury. After a crit, gain 20 M range for 10s. Sleight of Hand. 10 Attack Speed, 10 Movement Speed, 5 Cooldown Reduction, 5 Casting Speed. Skyhawk Hunter Belt Excellent. 30 Agility, 10 Cooldown Reduction, 15 Attack Speed. Skyhawk's Mindset. 20 M Range, 15 Base Movement Speed. Rhythm Master. Unruffled Poise. If you avoid damage for 10s, 20 damage. Sleight of Hand. 10 Attack Speed, 10 Movement Speed, 5 Cooldown Reduction, 5 Casting Speed. Skyhawk Hunter Set Bonuses. 2-piece. Each attack grants 1 stack of Skyhawk, adding 1 base range. Stacks up to 30. 3-piece. Each Skyhawk stack also boosts movement speed, attack speed, and crit damage by 3. With the 4-piece set equipped, once the Skyhawk effect reaches full stacks, base range is increased by another 100 units for the rest of the battle. These stats. Ben Gong Xiaoming stared at the panel, tongue-tied and wide-eyed. How much range do you have now? Without any procs, only 255. Yi's voice was calm. What about with all the procs, every stack? Yeah, War Chariot, Nanshan's buff, everything, Yi replied, then tossed a blue line into the party chat. And add this, too. Beyond Visual Range Aura. Rare, Diamond, Team Aura. When the leader activates it, it affects the whole party, and only one aura can be active at a time. Archer range 20. Mage and Priest cast distance 20. Huh, where'd you get that aura? The City Lord figured I was too handsome and handed it over, Yi said, half serious, half joking. Narcissist. Like I do believe that. Ben Gong Xiaoming rolled her eyes. So with all that, does your range break 1,000? Of course. Skyhawk Stalker full effects plus the set bonus. Then Soaring Power puts the base at 515 meters. Stack War Chariot, Nanshan's buff, and the Team Aura, and it tops out at 1,500. Wow, that's insane. Ben Gong Xiaoming was completely stunned. Yi spoke lightly. Now that the set's done, I'm going to use the range advantage to tour every Tier 3 main city in the Yamato region. He made it sound like a sightseeing trip. The idea fired Xiaoming up as well. She clenched her fists and laughed. Heh, they'll trap those bastards inside my domain barrier and beat them silly. Yi nodded, glancing at his 3 teammates. We still have 7 standard forge attempts today. Who wants their set reforged first? I haven't saved up enough gold yet, Ben Gong Xiaoming said, crestfallen. Bei Shuang, you go first, Nanshan Yuming told her, voice gentle, though she sighed. My rotten brother still hasn't wired me his gold. They'll have to threaten him again. What a loving sister. Everyone lit an imaginary candle for Nanshan Wujian. Sure, Bei Shuang replied crisply. Siblings are nothing if not efficient. Bei Shuang's gold had been ready for a while. Yi walked to the forging altar, placed the Ishila Frost set on it, and flames interlaced with icy blue runes flickered across the surface. Reforge complete. The moment Bei Shuang equipped it, she bloomed like a winter plum. Snowflakes swirled around her, cold air rolled out, and even in vibrant Yu City passers-by instinctively rubbed their hands together. Beyond the usual mage stats intelligence, cooldown reduction, and cast speed, the set's real highlight was 3 full-screen ice spells. 1. Glacial Domain. 2. Wrath of Winter. 3. The Frost Queen's Frozen Gaze. In addition, every hit she landed shredded 30 points of the target's tenacity. Right now hardly any gear boosts that stat, so pushing it into negatives isn't unusual. A player with 10 tenacity would normally have a 5-second slow shortened to 4.5 seconds, but once it drops to 20, the same slow stretches to 6. After finishing Bei Shuang's reforge, Yi's account instantly received 2 million gold and an extra 62 free attribute points. With the last 3 standard forges, he reforged 3 more decent quality pieces, but didn't put them on the market yet. By the time they got back from the Yamato region, the Magic Isles would be nearly finished, and the auction hall and shop would open simultaneously. He needed premium stock to make a splash. Let's move. Next stop, Bifong City, Yi said as he stowed the materials. With that, they stepped onto the teleportation pad. Concentric ripples rolled through space, and the four of them dissolved into a streak of light. Baifeng City was built around the rim of an active volcano, and the moment Yi and the others arrived, a scorching, acrid smell of sulfur rushed into their noses, the volcano's own breath of life. Compared with seaside Ingyu City, where warm breezes drifted in from the ocean, Baifeng felt like a long-abandoned ruin. Collapsed houses lined the streets, their broken walls exposed to the air. The blue-gray paving stones were mostly intact, but it was impossible to tell their age. As the group stepped on them, waves of heat seeped through the cracks, spreading from the soles of their feet all the way up their bodies. Ben Gong Xiaoming looked around curiously. The entire city seemed to have survived a catastrophe. Everything was coated in a heavy layer of black ash thick enough in some corners to bury 2 finger joints deep. She suddenly looked up. Know what this place reminds me of? Pompeii? Nanshan Yumeng, for once, had the same thought. Ben Gong nodded. Exactly that thriving city at the foot of Vesuvius. The eruption buried it overnight under almost 5 meters of ash. Nanshan wiped a hand across a broken wall. The soot on his fingertips was unexpectedly damp and sticky. The cities in this game can go through disasters like that? No idea. Ben Gong shrugged. Yi chuckled and cleared things up. That ash isn't from an eruption. This volcano is home to swarms of Baifire birds. Just as the 7-colored star carps serving you. These birds are the Baifeng divine beasts retainers and the city's guardians. Every time they leave the nest, they carry off a little ash. Year after year the buildup left the city like this. The locals already have fiery tempers. At first they swept up, but the dust drove them mad. So they finally let the birds do as they pleased. Good thing our 7-colored star carps behave and never stir up trouble. Stunned by the explanation, Ben Gong murmured in admiration, then asked, so are we going to the hidden dungeon now? No rush. Dawei Tianlong will reach out first. Yi's tone was unhurried. I gave him the coordinates and entry method last night. Right now the Shengxianju players are probably working their tails off. He scanned the empty street. Not a single Shengxianju player was in sight, which confirmed his hunch. What? You told him everything? Ben Gong's eyes went round. She thumped her chest and stamped her foot. Are you crazy? With the entrance in hand, they're probably already wailing on the boss. Those group invulnerability skills could be gone. Let them try. Yi laughed. If anyone walks away with so much as 1 feather from that monster, he'll read my gamer tag backward. Puffed Nanshan Yumeng sprayed a mouthful of liquor, almost choking. Yi backward is still Yi. What's the difference? Ease up on the booze before you actually choke. Yi rolled his eyes. Let's go. The crater's next. The dungeon entrance is just below, and Shengxianju has probably blocked it by now. Yi had expected Shengxianju to rush in ahead of them. Grabbing all the rewards was human nature. But he wasn't worried. The final boss of that instance was Calamity class with a twisted mechanic. It would take a sea of players and a very precise way of throwing lives at it bring the monster down. In his previous life, the one who discovered this instance was Shin Gongbao. Back then, the guild Shengxianju had nearly 100 million players and had run the dungeon more than a dozen times, piecing together their strategy with countless lives. The instance is a massive time sink, and they only have 1 night left. At worst they can afford 1 or 2 wipes, and Yi already has a plan. After leaving Bifeng City, he leads the party down a faintly glowing obsidian road for about 10 minutes. The air grows hotter and hotter, sulfur from the volcano scratching their throats. More and more players appear, every one of them bearing the Shengxianju tag overhead, forming a solid sea of heads. IDs such as Jiutian Xuannu, Leigong, Neza, Sankai Tongzi, and Bai Suzhen float in the reddish haze. The guild's culture runs deep. From a distance they look like a regiment in matching uniforms. At the crater, firelight dances on the rock walls. Shengxianju members are packed 5 rows deep, sealing every entrance and keeping all non-guild players outside the cordon. These guys are so arrogant. They've blocked the whole entrance. Ben Gong Xiaoming mutters with a frown. That's normal. Every big guild acts like this. Yi replies with a faint smile. In Bifeng City, the volcano is the only leveling route outside the walls. The lower the ground, the higher the monster level. And by sealing the entrance, Shengxianju has cut off every path for solo players and small guilds. Such overbearing behavior knows no borders. Large guilds always use collective action to boost member loyalty. Even if the deeds are shady, people still flock to join. His is a game. After all, free of real-world ethics. Those who can't fight back either endure it or sign up. Besides, Bifeng City is Shengxianju's home turf. Solo players are rare here. Apart from a few rival scouts, most are casual AFK types, and no one will call them out to their faces. Let's wait a bit, Yi says after glancing at the crimson light billowing from the crater. He opens his friends list, taps on Dawei Tianlong, and sends a PM. It's 9 o'clock, bro. Where are you? We're already in Bifeng City. Several minutes pass before the reply comes. Sorry, just saw this. Busy. Don't tell me you slipped into the instance without us. Yi presses. Where are you now? At the crater. It's packed. Cough, cough. Don't overthink it, bro. I just sent some people in to scout so you'll save time, right? Really? How far have they gotten? With that many bodies, are you already at the boss? Not yet. Oh, bro, they'll have Shin Gongbao come out and guide you right away. Fine. Yi Yi reads the messages, a smile playing on his lips as he pictures Dawei Tianlong being pounded into the dirt by dungeon mobs painful and unwilling. Listen to me, Dragon Kid. You can't handle this instance, he adds, then closes the chat window. He is about to tease the wailing immortal when hurried footsteps crunch on loose gravel behind him. A figure streaks through the firelight, landing silently in front of him. Sorry to keep the experts waiting. Yi looks up and sees Shin Gongbao wearing a textbook professional smile, humility written all over his face. So it's this guy? He murmurs, then strides forward. Time's short. Let's go. Shin Gongbao hurries after him and asks in a low voice, ahem, Master, do you have a plan for the dungeon mobs? We've wiped twice already, can't even scratch the trash. Yes, Yi answers without hesitation. Huh, you've run this instance before? How can you be so sure? Shin Gongbao's eyes widen. Not really. I was chatting with Ingyu yesterday. The old man told me. Yi started spinning one outrageous story after another. While his mouth ran a mile a minute, he talked up the guardian beast so extravagantly that Shin Gongbao's eyes were practically sparkling. Was this guy really on a first-name basis with something that powerful? Did your raid wipe at the Huoxin Huanyao? Yi asked offhandedly. Shin Gongbao stiffened. Even the Huoxin Huanyao? Just how well did he know Ingyu? Yeah, those things fly too high and there are too many of them. Mages and archers can't reach, so we just stand there waiting to die, he admitted, shaking his head. The group began descending the outer wall of the volcano, a wave of scorching heat slamming into them. System message after system message flashed by. You have entered the volcano zone. Lose 20 HP per second true damage. Water and ice damage 20. Fire damage 20. 20. 20. 20. White damage numbers floated in a solid stream above everyone's heads. Nanshan Yumeng raised her staff and chanted softly. A pale green magic circle spread under their feet, enveloping the whole party. Under the effect of Hymn of Life, you regain 587 HP per second for 60 seconds. Gentle green light poured into everyone, pushing their health bars back up. Shin Gongbao clicked his tongue in amazement. This steady healing was stronger than the crits from the guild's clueless priests. If Shengxianju had a healer like this, they might have wiped twice to a mere level 40 lord, but at least they'd still get in some hits. They looked down. An ocean of magma churned below, and half submerged in it lay a bird the size of a crane, covered in crimson markings, white beak, and a single leg. They were about 3,000 meters above it. That's Bai Fong, Yi said casually. Wow, what a gorgeous bird. Doesn't the lava burn it? Ben Gong Chaoming gasped. That's like asking if a fish drowns in water, Yi snorted. She glared daggers at him and fell silent. Another 300 meters down, a huge swirling vortex appeared on the black rock wall, the entrance to the hidden dungeon, Huoxin Gaoku. Yi turned to Shin Gongbao. Bring every architect in your guild here. Architects? Shin Gongbao blinked in confusion. Can't clear this place without them. Oh, right, he was about to leave when Yi added. By the way, Zehexianzi and Chengxianzi are guild members too, right? Yeah, call them as well. Shin Gongbao was baffled. Since when was Yi this forward? Had spending time with Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun rubbed off on him? Move it. Stall much longer and you're wiping again, Yi urged. Huoxin Gaohua stone cavity, 2,000 meters tall. The moment they stepped inside, they saw Dawei Tianlong and Baiming Xianren crammed by the doorway, clothes charred, hair curled into clumps, the smell of roast meat wafting from them. Behind them a mass of players packed the corridor. Sheets of flame rained from above, health bars plummeting. Priests were throwing everything they had at the party, yet still couldn't keep up with the damage. Every so often someone fell under a charm effect and turned their blade on a teammate, throwing the already chaotic scene into total disarray. Only at the dungeon entrance was there any semblance of order, where a rotation of priests spammed dispels to keep the charms at bay. Thank God you're finally here, Yi. Someone shouted. Tears streamed down, lamenting Immortal's face. He was one of the top 3 archers in the Huaxiao region, yet the moment he entered the instance he couldn't even touch a single monster. A flock of heartbane firebirds circled overhead, dropping flaming droppings and scorching the air while he suffered in silence. When Yi set foot inside, he wore a look of utter despair. This dungeon is inhuman, he groaned. Yi suppressed a laugh and glanced skyward. 2 kilometers above, the firebirds wheeled lazily, the smell of burnt feathers drifting down. Seeing Yi's faint smile, lamenting Immortal's cheeks flushed with anger. Why don't you give it a shot? He snapped. No matter how far your bow can reach, those birds will still make a fool of you. Charging in headfirst won't work, so let's try something else, Yi said, patting the blistering rock wall beside him and pointing at a crack. Their health is low, but they fly too high. If they want come down, we'll go up. Deep in the cracks, wedge in the biggest iron plates you can forge, and climb as you dig. Great Dragon stared wide-eyed. We have to chisel a staircase just to fight monsters? Never heard of that. Then the idea clicked. Trying to lure the birds down had kept them in a hopeless loop. If the instance exists, there's always a strategy, he muttered. If the monsters won't descend, the players ascend. Yi-Yi's plan lit a spark in everyone. Great Dragon's face split into a grin. Finally, a way to roast those filthy birds. Hand me my great sword. Save it. Yi interrupted. Let the builders handle it. I've already sent Shin Gongbao to gather your guild's architects. They'll carve the rock, forge the plates, and set them in place. They're fragile, so warriors need to shield them, and priests keep everyone healed. That'll work, Great Dragon said, giving a thumbs up. How many iron ladders do we need? The final boss is a grind, so the more ladders the better, and keep them spread out, Yi replied, pointing at the cavern. Dig a new ladder every 10 meters. That way, a Firebird's AoE can hit only one team at a time. Lamenting, Immortal hesitated. Should we pull back some people first? No. Everyone stays, Yi said, shaking his head. The more bodies on the field, the more the birds split their fire. If we thin the ranks, they'll focus on the builders, and not even the priests can save them. Great Dragon's jaw dropped. So this is your so-called suicide tactic? Exactly, Yi nodded. The toughest part of this run is getting those iron ladders in place. Great Dragon looked at the battered players around him and felt a pang of guilt. The boys have been through hell already. And you told me this is the only way, Yi said, stretching. Take it or leave it. All I want after we clear the dungeon is one skill book. The rest of the loot is yours. He added. And remember, non-boss monsters and or veins in a hidden instance will respawn. When Dawaishanlong heard that, an uncontrollable itch of excitement ran through him. This instance is packed with rare ore, but the miners can't get in safely until the heart-charmed firebirds circling overhead are wiped out once they're gone. Immortal Abode will have a steady stream of rare materials. One sacrifice for lasting gains, totally worth it. As for any losses, they could make it up to the brothers later do it. Dawaishanlong decided on the spot. At the vortex entrance, Shin Gongbao led roughly 200 builders inside. That's the strategy. The rest is up to you, he said, handing out the detailed schematics. Dawaishanlong immediately assigned the manpower. Under the protection of warriors and clerics, the builders spread through the shadowy corners of Heartcharm Cavern, pulled out alloy chisels and sonic hammers, and began carving their way up the walls bit by bit. Metal rang and stone chips sprayed as torchlight danced across the rock. Hours later the air was heavy with the smell of blood. More than half of Immortal Abode's players were down, but 200 iron ladders reaching the cavern's ceiling were finally finished. Each ladder was made of 6,000 widened iron plates, broad enough for 10 players to fight shoulder to shoulder, perfect for future farming runs. Next came the tactical assignments. Shin Gongbao was the expert, and Yi watched in silence. 5 per squad, Shin Gongbao called. 2 archers, 1 mage, 1 warrior, 1 priest. 2 squads per plate. Warriors shield the mages and archers, priests heal non-stop. Warriors, no movement skills fall once, and you're dead on impact. When the squad on the plate ahead wipes, the next one takes its place immediately. Every plate must be packed with 10 people. Under his direction, hundreds of players climbed the ladders in near-perfect order. Soon every plate was crammed with avatars. High above, flaming wings thundered. The heart-charmed firebird ignored the ground and dove at the players clinging to the ladder's summit. Home-searing fire poured down. 823, 723, 785. Warriors braced themselves, eating the damage while priests poured out heals, but the health bars still plummeted. When the frontline warriors dropped, the squads collapsed even faster. One team wiped. The next stepped over smoldering embers to take its place. I've played countless games, but I've never seen a tactic like this, Sorrowful Sage muttered, staring at the sea of fire. That's what you call trading lives for damage, Dawaishanlong replied with a wry smile. Yi and his 4 companions, along with Dawaishanlong, Sorrowful Sage, and Shin Gongbao, stood on the highest plate. Arrows, spells, and bullets fused into a rain of light that hammered the heart-charmed firebirds. Their lineup was so overpowering that every firebird within 300 meters vanished in a single second. Dawaishanlong gaped. Holy crap, what kind of range is that? Huh, Nanshan's support is just that good, Yi answered, feigning modesty. Yeah right, Nanshan's buff only gives me 140 meters. Sorrowful Sage yelped. Easy boss is about to spawn, Yi said, rubbing his nose. The range Yi was displaying now was after stripping off his Eagle Stalker set and turning off Team Auras. If he went all out, he could break 1,000 even without the War Chariot. He was holding back to be heading to Yamato soon, and revealing his full strength too early would only spook the Japanese. Don't be fooled by the fact that only Shengxianju guild members are visible. There's no telling how many spies the other battle zones have planted here. The same goes for the 5 great Huaxia guilds. They've embedded plenty of informants in the major guilds of other regions as well. A piercing cry split the stillness of bewildering Heart Cavern. Dawnhorn! Yi shouted. Without missing a beat, Nanshan Yumeng raised his staff and began a solemn chant. White mist surged like a tide, wrapping around everyone as ethereal music drifted through the air. You are under the effect of Dawnhorn, granting immunity to moderate and severe debuffs for 15 seconds. A firebird nearly 10 meters long flapped into view near the ceiling. With a hiss, a rose-colored wave of flame erupted from its body, rolling across the walls in an instant. Every player caught in the blaze was immediately charmed for 30 seconds. AA group charm. Bombing Xianren yelped. Kill the boss instantly, and the charm breaks, Yi said calmly. Dawei Shenlong hopped in frustration. Come on, it has 2 million HVAL, are we supposed to one-shot that? Outside the tiny safe zone protected by Dawn Horn, everyone else was charmed, turning on each other in a spray of blood. The priests could have cleansed the effect, but the mass charm had snared them as well, leaving their skills unusable proof of how vital group immunity really is. Yi offered no further explanation. Amid the chaos, he directed the construction of 10 arrow towers in a flash. 4 moon elves dashed toward the bewitching flame wand while firing nonstop. 5,684. 4,924. 4,812. Multi-shot barges, homing arrows, missiles, and bolts screamed through the air, damage numbers raining upward like a storm. You hit bewitching flame wand. Burden of the condemned stacks, 3,967. Crimson will triggered. Additional 30 stacks gained. Next Jade fan damage 1,500. Mysterious dream. Seconds later the moon elves reached the boss. Yi barked a low order to Nanshan Yumeng. As if telepathic, the fully channeled spell landed before Yi's words had even faded. 3 overlapping violet vortices burst forth, swallowing the entire cavern. Mysterious dream, divine court, mysterious dream, horn, and the base mysterious dream halo wrapped around Yi simultaneously. Lunar shift activated, their positions swapped, placing Yi right beside the boss. He triggered shadow slip, vanishing from sight. The Crimson Blade King's jade fan shot out of the Heraldric cube fragment and settled firmly in Yi's palm. A surge of immense power erupted from within him. You used decuplet. Your next skill will be cast 10 times in succession. A heartbeat later the jade fan snapped open. Jade fan 375,231. 375,231. 10 terrifying damage numbers exploded into the air, and the boss corpse plummeted. With nothing beneath him, Yi also began to fall. Boom, Yi and the boss hit the ground almost simultaneously, like the classic Twirenballs experiment. Yet Yi was still alive. 2,745. Moonlight Protector activated, cutting the damage down to 30% of your max HP. That stings. Yi gritted his teeth, pushed himself up from the flagstones, and tried to loosen his stiff back, hissing in pain. The moment the Huaxin Yinluan crashed to the ground, every previously charmed player snapped awake. Seeing the massive crimson corpse slam into the floor, they sucked in a collective breath. The boss just got one shot? No way. I thought we were doomed. Yi's burst is ridiculous. How'd he whip out a dagger at the end? He picked the second secondary class reward in the nation's tower? Ah, that explains it. Shocked voices flew back and forth without pause. Just then, Beishuang's squad climbed up the makeshift iron ladder. Goggles still on, their gazes were locked on Yi. Dawei Tianlong and the other core members looked half-possessed, as if someone had yanked out part of their souls. How did it die in a single hit? Dawei Tianlong finally muttered. He didn't even splatter from that fall. Biming Xianren added. Yi brushed the dust from his clothes and sniffed. Dead is dead. Quit fussing and divvy up the loot. He pointed at the glowing prize cluster floating above the corpse. Huaxin Yinluan is a level 40 Cataclysm boss. Its worst gimmick is hovering high in the air, but the ladder shut that down. The other headache is a mass charm every 20 seconds that triggers at the start. With prep, the fight turns trivial without damage reduction. Huaxin Yinluan is way easier than the Sea-Tooth Shark King. Hey, what's the rush, kid? Dawei Tianlong rolled his eyes, but stepped up, scooped the 4 drops, and handed one skill book to Yi like he was ripping out a chunk of his own flesh. Here, as agreed. Congratulations, you've obtained the skill book, Radiant Horn Sanctum. Radiant Horn Sanctum. Rarity, rare diamond. Cost, 200 mana. Cast time, 3 seconds. Effect, summon a holy silver horn. For 30 seconds, you and your allies are immune to all damage instant kill effects excluded. Yi passed the book to Nanshan Yumeng and extended a hand. Pleasure doing business. If another gig like this comes up, don't forget your big brother. Dawei Tianlong laughed heartily, though it clearly hurt. An AoE invulnerability skill book was priceless. Without Yi, they'd have wiped several times, and Yi had provided the hidden dungeon's entrance and trigger. All told, the trade was fair. Yi suddenly slung an arm over Dawei Tianlong's shoulders. Bro, I need a favor. Dawei Tianlong tensed. Yeah? What favor? The kid's expression looked off. Need to borrow a couple of people. Yi nodded toward the dungeon entrance. Shihe Xianzi and Chang Shi Xianzi had wondered why Shen Gongbao dragged them in. What were siege engineers doing in a boss run? Now they understood. Yi had asked for them. You're joining the national war? Dawei Tianlong's eyes went wide. That's the plan. Yi nodded. When? Take me along. Grab anyone from Immortal's Haven, you can have them all. Dawei Tianlong rattled off. Yi laughed. A war chariot isn't a train, it can't fit everyone. With your squad, well, total 10 people at most, so I can only bring 2 more siege engineers. Seriously? Didn't you reforge the chariot to epic today? Doesn't an epic chassis have more room? Dawei Tianlong was dubious. Seriously. Yi started lying the moment he opened his mouth. The Primal Chaos War Chariot tops out at 50 passengers, one more, and everyone has to split honor points, which is never worth it. Even so, Dawei Tianlong thought for a moment and finally agreed. Fine, take it whenever you need, but bring it back and quit stealing my people. Of course, Yi answered with an innocent smile, sending friend requests to Fairy Shi He and Fairy Chong Shi at the same time. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, in U City Harbor. Tomorrow. Shin Gongbao almost blew a fuse. Which region, India or Vietnam? Sure. Walls have ears. Yi replied, completely unfazed. Got it. Shin Gongbao rubbed his palms together, eyes darting around. Bro, one tiny favor, our guild leader loaned out every top chariot engineer from Immortal residence, so could you reforge a chariot? Yi cut in. Exactly. Shin Gongbao looked hopeful. No problem. Once you cash in the chassis, talk to Mei Qian about the price, Yi said calmly. Sweat beaded on Shin Gongbao's forehead. We're tight though, I really have to deal with Mei Qian? My head hurts the moment that guy starts talking. Yi spread his hands and sighed. My hands are tied. Mei Qian's our treasurer. He handles every coin. My word means nothing. Seriously? Seriously. Can we get a discount? Take it up with Mei Qian. Am not authorized. We've been through life and death together, can't you bend the rules? You know how Mei Qian is. I've got nothing. Shin Gongbao was gearing up for another round when Yi suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, almost forgot. Got to hurry back to Yu City. We'll talk later. Ping me in the group or PM if you need anything. And drop by Yu whenever. With that, Yi shot a look at Ben Gong Xiaoming. What's wrong with you? How could you forget that? Ben Gong Xiaoming pulled a dramatic face, grabbed Bei Shuang and Nan Shan Yumeng, and bolted toward the instant's exit. After the 4 of them left the confounding cavern, Dawei Tianlong, Wailing Immortal, and Shun Gongbao exchanged glances. The word excuse was practically plastered on their foreheads. Worst acting ever. Guildmaster, what now? Shin Gongbao whispered. Stockpile gold, farm every cataclysm boss you can, and scrape together 10,000 honor points. Dawei Tianlong muttered, eyes sharp. ES already broken past the ceiling of the 5 grand guilds. He looked up at the dungeon ceiling and sighed. Take it slow. We can't rush this. Back in Yu City, Yi, Bei Shuang, Nanshan Yumeng, and Ben Gong Xiaoming headed straight for the docks. On the way, Yi swapped into his Eagle Stalker set, and a rapid stream of system messages filled his HUD. Agility increased to 1,493. Entangling shot updated, can now snare up to 149 enemies. Attack speed reached 3.02. Volley full barrage 2 activated. Full barrage 2 widens volley spread from 45 to 60 and boosts damage from 180 to 220. Attack speed tier 2 unlocks at 3.0. Tier 3 unlocks at 5.0. Range extended to 305 m. Multi-shot cluster fire 2 activated. Cluster fire 2. Each shot now fires 5 extra missiles at nearby targets, each dealing 110 of ranged attack fire physical damage. His attack range has now reached the 300-meter threshold required to unlock Tier 2, and once it hits 500 meters, Tier 3 will become available. With agility raised to 1,493, the arrow towers can currently hold a maximum of 14 charges. It is worth noting that entangling shot, multi-shot, and the arrow towers are immune to all buffs once combat begins. Even if Yi's agility is temporarily pushed to 10,000, the number of towers stays at 14 instead of skyrocketing to 100. After dismissing the notification, the party followed the flagstone road through the noisy marketplace and finally reached the harbor. From a distance, they could see players hauling supplies, patching sails, and loading crates in a flurry of activity. No other events are planned for today. Let's rent a small sailboat and hunt sea monsters, Yi suggested. Let's stay on the surface this time. That's fun enough, Ben Gong Xiaoming said, twirling the ends of her hair. Sounds good. Well, sail farther out. Monsters near the shore are too low level. Goal is to get everyone to 50, Yi replied. Deal. The group answered in unison. A small sailboat cast off, its bow cutting through whitecaps as it left the harbor for deeper blue waters. The bow and stern painted 2 very different pictures. On the foredeck, an alchemist ground herbs, a jeweler polished crystals, a cook tossed sizzling fish in a pan, and a helmsman kept the wheel steady. At the stern, magic flared, arrows fell like rain, buff auras stacked, and chanting rose and fell in waves. The deck buzzed with laughter and camaraderie, while beneath the keel a darker scene unfolded. Dead sea monsters drifted to the surface, jagged fangs rocking in the swell as crimson plumes spread through the foam. Above, the crew reveled. Below, the water ran red. Meanwhile, out on the dark glow plains near the starter village, a priestess with the ID Shuanghan Xiushui was slaughtering monsters alone. She stood silently at the center of the field, shrouded in frost, exuding a chilling malevolence. Poison mist churned at her feet, and pure darkness swirled in her hands like power drawn from the abyss. Yet her angelic face remained serene and untarnished in an impossible blend of light and shadow. They logged off at 9 p.m. After a satisfying spree of sea monster hunting, Bei Shuang, Nanshan Yuming, and Ben Gong Chaoming all hit level 50 on the spot. Qiu Shui had left earlier. Seeing the others still fighting in their pods, she headed upstairs to the kitchen and started dinner on her own. Yi climbed out of his gaming pod, stretched lazily, stepped outside the cyber cafe for a cigarette, and took a quick shower. When he returned, the aroma of food had already filled the second floor. After everyone gathered around the table and polished off the meal, they went back downstairs to find the main hall still dark, arranged exactly as it had been during the last Pro Player Summit stream. Yi's pulse quickened. The third episode on the official forum must be live. He walked into the first floor conference room. Sure enough, Gui Yongxia's brand new giant holographic screen was lit, already tuned to the Divine Gift Continent's official forum. The host had not yet appeared, but everyone had claimed a seat, scrolling through their phones while they waited for the stream to start. Yi pulled out a chair next to Nangong Yaoyao, sat down, glanced past her at Nangong Qiushui, and asked quietly, Qiushui, how's everything in the starter village? Come on, you can ask without leaning in so close, Yaoyao said, giving him a playful shove. Ahem, should I move then? Yi shrugged. No need, Yaoyao grumbled, then added, Qiushui has already cleared the dusklight plains on her own, wiping out every player from the other zones. She's made a name for herself on the forum. Do you never pay attention? Yi's handsome face twitched not from shyness, but from shock. Isn't Qiushui a priest? She soloed the dusklight plains? She awakened and steer talent called Sevenfold Heartbreak, so technically she's a warlock now, Yaoyao explained, her gaze softening as it rested on Qiushui. She sighed lightly. Sevenfold Heartbreak. Yi frowned. He had never heard of that talent. He knew the warlock class heavy on debuffs and curses, able to summon dark creatures. For a pure-hearted girl like Qiushui to unlock something like that. Sensing his misgivings, Yaoyao murmured, it sounds ominous, doesn't it? Hard to tell whether it's a blessing or a curse. She's fine for now, so let's not worry, Yi reassured her. Once we clear the Tower of Nations, we'll be able to stay together and look after each other. Tomorrow, after I reforge your set and Her Highness, they'll craft 3 pieces that suit Qiushui. Yaoyao nodded. At 9:30, the stream went live right on time. The atmosphere in the conference room tightened. Everyone stared at the subtitle on the screen, their brows knitted. An epic-grade war chariot debuts in the Huaxiao region. Has the balance been shattered? And where is the game headed? The captions flashed as the commentator howled theatrically, working the crowd and proudly introducing his new co-host, Namoto Yajiro. Namoto Yajiro. Yi needed no further introduction. There were few legends in the gaming world he didn't recognize. Jimin Yajiro had once been a legendary player who dominated the scene, sustaining Yamato's gaming glory for a decade before slipping into semi-retirement a few years back. Today, coaxed out of seclusion by the official forum of God-bestowed continent, he sat before the livestream camera in a perfectly pressed suit, speaking at a measured pace with his signature ingratiating grin. Everyone knew his reflexes and mechanics were first-rate, yet he was notoriously devious, and his most famous disciple was Ishikawa Keiko. Worst of all, he had always been openly hostile toward Huaxia players. On stream, he first reviewed the biggest headlines from every major region. Left Hand of God led Heart of God over 100 million strongto, take down the level 55 Cataclysm boss Dark Devourer, he announced. His personal honor score is now only a few hundred short of 10,000. The video cut to another graphic as Yajiro raised a sheet of data. In the never-setting sun zone, Admiral Lanz's charge-up spell scrolls are sweeping the global auction house and have become mandatory for boss raids. Word is he's making a fortune every single day. He nodded approvingly at these feats, but when the topic shifted to the Huaxiao region, especially Yi, owner of the Chaos Simplicity Battlewagon, his expression darkened. Yi. Yajiro's voice rose, eyes cold. Single-handedly, he's disrupted game balance, stoked international hostility toward Eastern civilization, and even caused serious diplomatic fallout. He is nothing less than an enemy of world culture. The tirade was clearly scripted. He rattled off accusation after accusation, slapping more than a dozen labels on Yi in one breath. On the other side of the screen, Nangong Yaoyao, Guofeng, Guoyu, Guiyunxia, and Yi were gathered around the living room TV. What are these two commentators doing? Yaoyao fumed, balling her fists. Yunny got fired for telling a few truths, yet this guy's bias is steeper than the Eiffel Tower, and he still gets airtime? Hands on hips, Guofeng barked. Why hasn't anyone kicked him off? Guoyu covered her face and muttered, brother, they're all awful people. Guiyunxia glanced at Yi, worried. Leaf, are you okay? Yi suddenly burst into hearty laughter. This commentator is hilarious, is like the roundworm in my gut, guessing exactly what I'm about to do. Yaoyao stared. You can laugh after that hatchet job? Still smiling, Yi said, I was a little worried about going overboard in Yamato. After all, our governments do cooperate in real life. But if they're going to fling mud at me, I won't hold back. What are you planning? Yao Yao's heart clenched. Plan? Yi tapped the table, eyes blazing. Yamato has only 4 Tier 3 capital cities. We'll go over there, slaughter all 4 guardian beasts, tear down their walls, and scatter the ashes to the wind. Won't that be fun? He tilted his head toward the ceiling, a grin tugging at his lips. Xiaofeng, register a new streaming account. We'll broadcast the whole thing so the entire world can watch. Since they've painted me as the villain, I might as well give them a headline. I'd love to see what Jimin Yajiro says in his next show. 9 o'clock the next morning, Winyu City Harbor. Briny wind whipped across the docks, and rows of sails stretched out like a parade. Right on schedule, Yi's team assembled. Shihi and Changshi had arrived as well. Except for frost, cold, autumn, and water still training in the Tower of Nations, everyone was present. Just then, Winyu's lord, Shimin Chun, strode onto the pier in an ink-blue robe, flanked by 10 generals and thousands of city guards. The clang of silver armor and synchronized footsteps filled the air with solemnity. Shimin Chun raised his hands in salute, his voice deep and resonant. May martial valor flourish. Thanks to the city lord, we won't fail our mission in Yamato. Yi's voice was calm. The sea suddenly heaved, and a black and golden fish burst through the waves, hovering high above them. Its twin fins spread wide, and the deck-sized back glinted coldly in the sun as it looked down on the group. Climb aboard, little ones, it rumbled. A pale golden circle flared beneath Yi's feet and lifted him into the air. He landed in the middle of the fish's back and quickly hauled Bei Shuang and the others up. Shihi and Changshi had never seen anything like this. Sweat dotted their foreheads. Are we heading out to farm monsters? What's the point of grinding mobs? Yi gazed across the endless water and pointed at the faint line on the eastern horizon. We're going there to kill people. That's Yamato. Right. Scared? Scared? Of course not. Shihi forced herself to sound steady, though her eyes were wide. I just didn't expect you to strike Yamato first. Changshi stared at the gently rising scales beneath her feet, eyes shining. We're riding a ing fish to Yamato? Yeah. So romantic. With a crackling hiss, the ing fish's tail snapped upright, and the scales on its back vanished. It let out a long cry as black light shot from the gaps and knifed into the sea. The surface exploded, colossal waves gathered, and in seconds a water thrown dozens of meters high formed around the creature. Spinning with a massive vortex, it hurled the entire stretch of ocean eastward at breakneck speed. The torrent crashed down on them. In a blink, they were drenched. Clutching one another, they flattened themselves against the fish's back, terrified of being flung off at nearly a kilometer per second. How long is this going to take? Mei Qianma Lu Gun wiped seawater from his face and shouted. Yin Yi braced against the gale. The divine continent maps, 10 times real size over 7,000 kilometers. At this speed, a bit more than 2 hours. With the waves roaring, they could only shout. Yi saw Feng Guo Wu Hen curled up in Yun Xia's arms and reminded her, Xiaofeng, once we enter Yamato's waters there'll be a world announcement. The moment it pops, start streaming. Got it, big brother. She called back. Yi then removed the dark purple metal on his left shoulder, the faintly glowing vengeance of the rogue god. He still had 12 reforges left today, and it was the only piece he hadn't touched. Perfect reforge in progress. Progress, 2 for 100. Reforge successful. You have obtained the epic metal, vengeance of the rogue god. With that, Yi now owned every slot in the world's top 5 equipment rankings, and the entire top 10 belonged to Huaxiac item forged by his hands. Vengeance of the rogue god epic. Reward for the top performer on floors 1100 of the Tower of Nations. For every 10 meters between you and your target, your damage increases by 20, with no upper limit. Within 10 meters you deal true damage. For each point of armor or resistance penetration, true damage gains an extra 2. Passive Callous Rogue God. Your critical hits have a 10 chance to cut the target's armor and magic resist by 50. Divine Axis additional attribute. Vendetta active. Mark a target. For the next 30 seconds, the mark takes 50 extra damage. The Shinsi Zhizhou carries the affix Terror Contagion. Whenever an enemy dies, the Nemesis mark jumps to the 10 nearest foes within 50 meters, and the jump can repeat indefinitely. The same weapon also bears 2 more affixes: Tempo Maestro, Sweet Death Knell, and Light Fingers. Sweet Death Knell restores 2 of the user's maximum health on every hit against a marked target, while Light Fingers grants 30 attack speed, 30 movement speed, 10 cooldown reduction, and 10 cast speed. Working together, the 3 affixes form a perfect loop. Nemesis Mark boosts damage, Terror Contagion spreads the mark, and Sweet Death Knell turns the amplified damage into non-stop healing. After reforging, the Metal of Zaishin's Vengeance doubles all of its base effects. With Nanshan Yumeng, War Chariot, and the Team Aura stacked to their limits, Yi can stretch the range of the Shinsi Zhizhou to an outrageous 1,500 meters. At that distance the bonus damage reaches 3,000, turning him into a true long-range artillery piece. The cold-hearted Zacian trait favors archers, stripping monsters of armor and magic resistancia dimensionality shift blow to regular mobs, though it falls flat against Cataclysm tier bosses that carry universal debuff immunity. With Yi's current attack speed, so long as the Moon Elves and Arrow Towers hold, Sweet Death Knell heals more than 100 of his maximum health every second. Coupled with the Moonlight Guardian's 30 damage taken cap, his survivability skyrockets. Closing the stat window, Yi turned to forging. First came the suit pieces for Nanshan Yu Ming and Ben Gong Chao Ming. 1. Ben Gong Chao Ming, Grasp of the Arcanist, reforged to excellent grade. Its mana pool swelled again, and with Yi now level 50, the domain barrier's cap nearly doubled. 2. Nanshan Yu Ming, Sage's Poise. Once holding 2 buffs, it now offers 4 practical skills. Rebirth, out of combat, revives a fallen teammate with 30 of their maximum health and mana. Nightfall, grants the party 60 seconds of invisibility that breaks on movement. Mana Gift, spends the caster's mana to restore mana for allies. Mirror Shift, teleports the caster and a bound teammate to any point within 100 meters. Nightfall and Mirror Shift solve both the mobility and survival issues of his 3 gapless female teammates, making them a true life-saving duo. Yi spent his remaining 3 reforges on Shuang Han Xiushui, preparing custom gear for the upcoming Wangwo War Tower. The 3 items and the 2 suits just reforged cost a total of 5.5 million gold. Nanshan Wu Jian covered 3.5 million for Shuang Han Xiushui and Nanshan Yu Ming, while the 2 million for Ben Gong Chao Ming came from a quick loan Yi secured from Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun, whose coffers had topped 10 million gold after a string of trade runs and an auction windfall. When the transaction cleared, the system awarded Yi 142 free attribute points, which he poured entirely into agility, sending the stats soaring to a staggering 1,635. Yi closed the panel, sprawled lazily on Yingye's back, crossed his legs, and gazed up at the endless blue sky. At this moment you slip beyond Waxia's territorial waters and into the open seas. A global announcement rings out. Yi, Beishuang, and Changshi Xinzi have left the Huaxia zone, becoming the first players to reach the world map and earning the Huaxia War Zone 1,000 honor points. Then a second line of golden text sweeps across every screen. Huaxia Zone honor is now 6,681, securely in first place on the Warzone honor leaderboard. All Huaxia players receive a synchronized reward. All attributes 10, attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, and cooldown reduction 6. The age of national wars is finally here. Every Warzone channel erupts. Sun never sets zone. Along a coastline woven with fire and smoke, Admiral Lan Zhe is bombarding a level 50 Cataclysm class boss with his fleet. When the announcement arrives, he pauses, lowers his binoculars, and murmurs through the surf. Huaxia is blessed nothing but land-based zones around them. We're marooned in the middle of the ocean. Even if we build war chariots, there's no battlefield for a national war until naval combat unlocks. He raises his hand, orders the guns to resume, and the thunder rolls across the waves. Beacon zone. Floodlights bathe a steel fortress. God's left hand stands before a half-finished epic-grade war chariot, eyes narrowed, knuckles cracking. Even with our supplies, Vietnam and India probably can't hold ES squad back. He looks at the humming power core on the assembly rack and mutters, we need to hurry. The world's top war zone will belong to Beacon soon enough. India zone. Outside Katama and Dosh, the border cities adjacent to Huaxia, nearly 1 billion Indian players crowd the ramparts, banners blotting out the sky. Shalopar stands on the highest tower, staring at the pitch-black barrier. Huaxia lies just beyond. Veins bulge on his temples as he grips his spear. An epic-grade war chariot. The man who boasted so loudly in the emergency meeting now wears a steely face, clinging to one wish. May Yi never set foot in India. Yamato zone. On the outskirts of Sakurawood City, cherry blossoms swirl through drifting smoke. Ishikawa Yoshiko, Jinghua Shentz, and Gangmin Pienzo lead nearly 60% of Yamato's players against a Cataclysm-class boss. The global notice drops, and Gangmin Pienzo lets out a harsh laugh. That trash only dares strut around places like India and Vietnam. If he comes to Yamato, we'll skin him alive. He hefts a gem-inlaid greatsword, epic inscriptions on his armor flashing coldly. With this full epic set, ES little edge is nothing. Jinghua Shentz crosses his arms and sneers. Even if Yi has an epic war chariot, it won't threaten Yamato. Let them tear each other apart. When naval combat opens and the zones unite, we'll see whether Huaxia still dares act arrogant. After a brief silence, Ishikawa Yoshiko nods in agreement, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Exactly. No one can threaten Yamato. Right now we can concentrate on building our strength. Pingchuan City, a third-tier capital on the western edge of the Yamato region, is built amid the Pingchuan archipelago and surrounded by water. Among players it is famed as a leveling paradise thick with monsters, dotted with harbors, and rich in seafood, which enabled the Jinghua Tianxiong Guild to vault into regional dominance and turned its guild master, Jinghua Shens, into a star. Tonight, though, the streets are unusually still. Most of the guild's core members have been sent to Yingmu City to join 2 other guilds in taking down a cataclysm boss, leaving only 300,000 ordinary players to guard the city. Vice Guildmaster Jinghua Longzi hunched over a sandbox map and asked without looking up, "How are we doing?" "All 300,000 are assembled," his aide replied. "Chartering 300 large sailboats at once costs more than we expected. Leveling at sea and gathering seafood is worth a few extra gold," Longzi said after a brief frown. "Send finance the bill and tell them I signed off." "Understood." When the aide left, Longzi stared toward the docks, silently admiring his guildmaster's choice. With its natural fishing ports, Pingchuan had let the guild outpace every rival, and once naval combat went live, it would become Tianxiong's unbreakable bastion. He inhaled the salty air, picturing the voyage ahead, then staggered as a sudden gale slammed spray into his face. Where did that wind come from? And those waves? His brow tightened. At the border between open sea and Yamato waters, the clear sky turned black. Thunder split the night. A shrieking wind gathered rain on the verge of breaking. Whoa! A deep blue inu burst from the ocean, its glass-like scales flashing. An eerie pulse rolled from its body, lifting walls of water and flinging them back. In seconds, colossal magic arrays, each 10 kilometers wide, shimmered both above and below. Ding! System message. Inu manipulates ocean weather, summoning a storm. Sea domain bonus Inu negates 99 of incoming damage. Storm affecting you regenerates 5 of max HP per second. Ding! System message. Inu manipulates tidal forces, summoning a tsunami. The second chime had barely faded when a wave reared behind them, first 100 meters high, then higher still. Guided by Yingyu's pulse, the sea churned violently. "Move out." Inu spoke in a clear human voice, then blurred into a blue streak. Water clung to its motion, piling onto the crest, while thunderclouds followed like a drawn curtain sweeping east. Ahead, a sapphire barrier spanned the horizon, the line between Yamato waters and the high seas. Riders on the fish's back stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes locked on the hazy outline of the Yamato Islands beyond the light. "Prepare for battle," Yi said quietly. "Yeah, which city first?" Ben Gong Chaoming asked, eyes gleaming like an Ultraman who had found her target, bangs swaying in front of her bright gaze. "Pingchuan City," Yi answered, calm and certain. The barrier raced closer. A breath before they touched the shimmering film, Inu vaulted high and whipped its massive tail. Fish, riders, and towering surf surged through the curtain of light and disappeared beyond it. "You have entered the Yamato zone." A global announcement thundered across the server. "Huaxia players have invaded the Yamato realm. The Huaxia Yamato Nation war has begun." During the event, every time a Huaxia or Yamato player is killed, the corresponding war zone gains 1 honor point. The killer gains 1 personal honor point, and the killer's party shares the same amount. Securewood City. Sichuan Jiako, Jinghua Shens, and Gangmin Pianza were leading their squad in a siege against a boss. Blades, spells, and arrows crisscrossed above the city walls. When the announcement rang out, all 3 froze. What? Gangmin Pianza gasped, clutching his longbow. Yi is here in Yamato?" Sichuan Jiako looked up, disbelief filling her eyes. "Impossible, how could Huaxia players make it this far?" Jinghua Shens's staff trembled. His voice was hoarse. "What do we do now?" The boss's health had slipped below 20%, its massive body reeling under their barrage of skills. Gangmin Pianza barked. "Do we keep going, or pull out?" "Keep going." Jinghua Shen snarled, his black robe billowing. "We've come this far, and lost too many players already. Finish the boss, then we'll settle the score with Yi." Sichuan Jiako hesitated, then frowned. "Think it through. Pingchuan City is probably Yi's first target." "Bah." Jinghua Shen spat on the ground, scorn twisting his face. "Pingchuan has over 1 million city guards and guardian beasts. They don't stand a chance." A chill crept over Sichuan Jiako. She had fought Yi several times and knew he never acted without absolute confidence. Yet Jinghua Shen was her equal in rank and stubborn to the core would never listen. She lowered her voice. "Hardburn the boss. Even if we lose more players, time isn't on our side." "Fine." Moments later, tens of millions of Yamato players surged forward, unleashing a storm of thunder and fire. Under the deafening barrage, the boss's health plummeted. 10 kilometers off Pingchuan City's coast, Jinghua Longzi commanded 30,000 players and 300 large sailing ships, busy harvesting seafood. The salty wind whipped across the decks. The sudden announcement made him look uponly to see a wall of water dozens of meters high racing toward them, a gray-blue iron curtain bearing down on the fleet. "Tsunami! It's a tsunami!" Someone screamed behind him. "Boss Lang, we should head back to Pingchuan. If that wave hits, the docks won't hold. We'll be wiped." A player cried. Jinghua Longzi paced the deck, brows knitted tight. The wave moved hundreds of times faster than their sails. If they turned back, they'd barely make 2 kilometers before being consumed. He forced himself to believe, it can't be Yi's doing doesn't have that kind of power. It must be a coincidence. All ships full speed north. Get out of the wave's path now. He shouted in the command channel, clinging to the lone sliver of hope a course change might offer. The tsunami struck. At the head of the roaring wall, a massive Ing Yuan indigo leviathan 100 yards long carried Yi and his party through the surf. The crest lifted them like travelers atop a moving mountain range. From afar, Yi spotted the fleeing fleet. A smile tugged at his lips. A welcome gift already. He patted the creature's broad back. Mastering you. Would you mind veering off a bit? I'd like to collect some seafood. Ingyu flicked its tail and cast him an irked glance with golden eyes that glowed like deep-sea lanterns. You expect me to change course on a whim? Summoning a tsunami drains a great deal of mana. Nanshan Yuming drained the wine jug in one swig, then flung it toward the 1,000-meter-high wall of surf overhead. Slurring, he laughed, so it's just mana you want? I'm in. He lifted his staff, voice deep and solemn. 6 azure circles of power bloomed outward from his feet, instantly swallowing everyone in their glow, Ingyu included. Aria of Mana Divine Court, commence. Aria of Mana Trumpet, commence. Aria of Mana Channeling Ring, commence. Divine Court Channeling Ring, commence. Trumpet Channeling Ring, commence. A torrent of energy poured into Ingyu, reigniting the strength that had all but run dry. Its eyes flared as it rasped a laugh. Quite the bag of tricks, little ones. Have it your way. With a violent flick of its tail, Ingyu spun 90 degrees clockwise. The towering wave behind it wheeled in kind, howling northward. Elsewhere, Longzi of Jinghua collapsed onto the deck, convinced head escaped death. Chest heaving, he managed, we dodged it. We really. He never finished. His crew stared wide-eyed, shrieking like they'd seen a ghost. Bad news. The tsunami turned its chasing us. And there's a giant fish inside it. Langzi's heart plummeted. He staggered to the rail and froze. That raging wall of water was steering straight at them, a monstrous fish riding its crest. Helplessness and despair washed over him. This wasn't a natural disaster, it was human-made. Boss, what now? Sit, he muttered, waving them down. Just sit and wait. Boss, are you nuts? There are 30,000 of us, we don't just sit. Yeah, let's fight those Huaxia players. I don't buy that Yi's unbeatable. Their voices cracked with fury, and Longzi forced himself upright. The end felt certain, but he wouldn't be the first to surrender. Ready for battle. Yi eyed the Yamato players massed on 300 hulking galleons. Warriors in front, assassins behind, mages and priests at the rear, priestly auras blanketing them all. The fleet closed in to lock Yi's party in the center. Nation war's been ages. Almost missed them, he murmured. Airwalk engaged. He drew his bow and knocked a gale arrow. Nanshan Yuming kept chanting, circles of light, cascading over his teammates. You are under Light Step Sonata, move speed, attack speed, and cast speed 20. You are under Heroic March, damage 15. You are under Music Box, all stats, move speed, attack speed, cooldown reduction, cast speed, max HP, max MP, range, and spell radius 15. You are under Prayer of Wind, attack speed 30, move speed 15. You are under Horn Soaring Eagle Refrain, attack speed 30, move speed 15, crit damage 20. You are under 7 Color Stars Stacking Radiance, all stats 28. By the time the chanting ceased, 28 buffs shimmered around Yi. Beside him, Bengong Chaoming murmured an incantation, and a crimson cubic field unfolded. You are under Damage Boosting Barrier, damage for 100. Yi relaxed his fingers, and the bowstring snapped free. Whoosh, the densely packed arrows screamed forward, spreading as they flew until they blanketed the sea in a 60-degree arc ahead. The storm of arrows fanned out, reaching a maximum range of 762 meters. Damage numbers burst across the display like explosions. 349,242, 339,562, 364,280. The Skyhawk buff stacked instantly. Current stack 1, range 1 meter, movement speed, attack speed, and critical damage 3% each. Yi had taken no damage for 10 seconds, triggering the composure buff and adding another 20% to all damage. A critical hit followed, activating Eagle's Wrath, 20 meters range for the next 10 seconds. With no enemies within 100 meters, Indomitable Spirit kicked in, granting an additional 30% damage. An instant later, Rogue God's Vengeance roared to life, rocketing damage up by 2901, 524%. Arrows tore through the air, the interface flashing a frantic warning about the 645-meter reach tied to that 1,290% boost. The volley swept the rear ranks. The huge dockyard looked as if a hurricane had ripped through it, and Yamato players caught in the crossfire dropped like wheat. Some had charred holes blown through their backs, others had their chests pierced clean through, smoke curling from the wounds as though a laser had burned them. The extra light element damage from multi-shot. Free Fire 2 at work. Jinghua Longzi, the only survivor on the dock deck, stared at the carpet of corpses, his body convulsing. His invincibility buff was still active, Yet fear and despair filled his heart. That man had fired just one shot that shattered more than half the dock. 30,000 players, and fewer than 10,000 still stood. Night. He spun around just in time to see loose another arrow at each of the docks to his left and right. The sky darkened under a second storm of arrows. When the next multi-shot volley landed, Jingwa Longzi was the last of the 30,000 still alive. The attack speed was too fast for the naked eye to track, and the monstrous range was even more terrifying. But the real nightmare was only beginning. Strange emblems appeared above the bodies of his fallen comrades, and system messages thundered in his ears. Your teammate Jingshang Sanlang has been killed. Falling stones applied. EXP gained 90% for 48 hours. Duration persists offline. Your teammate Jingshang Sanlang has been killed. Dreambreaker applied. Felony status on resurrection, jailed for 6 hours. Your teammate Jingshang Sanlang has been killed. Censure applied. Drops 1 extra piece of equipment. Your teammate Jingshang Sanlang has been killed. Soul captured by Soul Conductor. Enters 24-hour slumber on resurrection. Duration persists offline. The stream of punishments left Jingwa Longzi slack-jawed, eyes bloodshot, voice shaking as he muttered, "A demon, he's a demon." At the same moment, a crisp system chime sounded in Yi's party chat. Dream Chaser effect triggered. You have slain 29,999 Yamato players and gained 29,999 personal honor points. National War Bulletin. Huaxiao players Yi, Bei Shuang, and Shiha Shinzi have slain 29,999 Yamato players. Huaxia gains 29,999 theater honor points. World announcement. Huaxia's honor score has risen to 26,680, putting the region at the top of the Stabilization Warzone leaderboard. A new set of Warzone rewards has been unlocked for everyone. 10 to all attributes, 10 attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, and cooldown reduction, along with an extra 2 damage bonus and 2 damage mitigation. The system adds a reminder. After the regional honor surpasses 10,000, every additional 10,000 points will grant all players another 1 damage bonus and 1 damage mitigation. The honor earned for killing players from Yamato was distributed immediately. An 11-man squad split the pool, each pocketing 2,727 points. Thanks to the Dream Chaser talent, however, Yi's personal haul of 29,999 honor stayed off the books. One quick sweep through Yamato, and I can rake in 100 million honor by myself. This is nuts. Yi muttered as he checked his panel. Boss, that skill of yours is downright broken, Moneyless Quickroll said, staring at the bodies sprawled across the dock. Do Soul Reaper right and Major Crime cancel each other out? They don't clash, Yi replied calmly while stowing his bowstring. After they revive, they're forced to lie at the respawn point for 24 hours, then spend another 6 hours in jail. 24 hours of mandatory AFK, plus 6 hours in the slammer? Cloudleaf clicked his tongue. Stack that with 48 hours of XP reduction. Getting killed by the boss basically deletes 3 days of your life. Brutal. Let him rot. A year of forced naps sounds even better. Her Majesty's Super Cutie's eyes sparkled as she fixed on the pile of gear littering the dock. We're rich. Sell everything and split the loot. Me debts will be history. We might have a bonus windfall, Yi added with a faint smile. Huh, what else could we find? She pressed. Seafood, he said, pointing to the moored cargo ship. They came all this way. They definitely hauled up a load. All of it belongs to us now. Just then, the invincibility buff on Jingwa Longzi faded. Yi drew his longbow, cold light flashing on the string as a volley of multi-shot arrows rained down. System prompt. You have slain Yamato player Jingwa Longzi. Done. Let's board and collect our spoils, Yi said. Yi and his crew hopped from one ship to the next, scooping up gear and coins while cramming their packs with the seafood Yamato players had worked so hard to gather. Seawater still flooded the decks, splintered planks, spears, and tattered banners bobbed in the wash, spraying under their boots. In the middle of the frenzy, a thunderous system broadcast ripped across the sky. World announcement. Yamato players Shi Chuan Jiazi, Jingwa Shinsu, and Gang Min Pianzhua, together with their guild, have slain the LV-50 Cataclysm boss Sakura Yokai-tailed beast. Yamato Warzone Honor 1000. No wonder it's been quiet on that side of the Sethir. Busy with the boss. Yi looked up, one brow arched. Far off, the surf roared. A colossal silver-blue shape writhed along the wave crests. Can you hurry up? Keeping these tsunamis going is exhausting. Inyu called, her tail fin slapping up a 10-meter curtain of water. Her voice cut through the wind and rain, thick with impatience. Right away, right away. Yi answered with a placating grin. He knew too well what it meant to annoy a creature like her, and urged everyone to move faster. System messages scrolled in front of him. You received 4 gold coins. You obtained featherweight boots fine. You obtained rare deep-sea delicacy scarlet, sea cucumber 500. You obtained exceptional deep-sea delicacy azure pearl 50. Meanwhile, Pingchuan City. Thunderclouds pressed low as sheets of rain battered the docks. Shi Chuan Jiazi, Gang Min Pianzhua, and Jing Shunsi stood on the breakwater, staring at the turbulent sea, their faces growing darker by the second. 10 kilometers out, the massive swells were only a blur, yet the chain tsunamis had already raised the city's waterline. Waves pounded the reefs. Hordes of abyssal monsters spilled ashore, swarming into the streets. Lightning stitched the clouds, and the air reeked of salt and ozonia, prelude to the apocalypse. Jing Shinsi's voice was like steel. Any word from Jing Langzi? Has he still not left the respawn point? Players behind him wrestled with the gale, cloaks snapping. One stammered, "No, sir. He isn't answering private messages. Keep looking. Post a watch at the respawn site. Drag him to me the moment he appears." Jing Su roared. A squad of Jing Tianxiong members stumbled up, their expressions uneasy. "What is it? Leader, we've found Brother Lang. Then why didn't you bring him here? Are you all useless?" Jing Su exploded, his knuckles cracking. He had no intel on the enemy. The only information lay with 30,000 fallen guildmates, and none of them had returned. He's lying asleep right outside the respawn gate. We can't wake him. The city guard has him surrounded, and says anyone there is a criminal who'll be jailed the moment they wake up. Asleep? A criminal? Jail. Jing Su was stunned. "It's Yi Yi's doing," Shichuan Jiazi said coldly, casting him a sidelong glance. In the final battle at the Tower of Nations, every player Yi Yi killed was jailed for 6 hours after respawning. Then what's with the sleeping? Gang Min Pianzhua frowned. "Probably another weapon effect," Shichuan Jiazi replied. "Yi Yi picked up plenty of epic gear there. An extra debuff like that wouldn't be surprising." The meaning was clear. Anyone killed couldn't rejoin the fight right away. The air grew so heavy it felt as if it could be wrung out. "We can't commit too many players," Gang Min Pianzhua said. Numbers were never the deciding factor in this fight. With that man's extreme attack range, a swarm tactic was pointless. Ishikawa Keiko suppressed the chill creeping up her spine and issued her orders in a steady voice. "Deploy only level 30 and above players with A or strength talents. Everyone else stays in the city on standby." "Right." Jingwa Shins nodded at once. Ishikawa Keiko added, "Log out and talk to Jingwa Longzi. Know yourself and your enemy if you want to win 100 battles. We can't afford a single misstep here." Before her words had faded, Jingwa Shins vanished from the game. About 10 minutes later he logged back in, his face ashen and veins bulging at his temples. "Damn it. Yi was hundreds of meters away and wiped out our squad. With just 3 arrows those idiots never even saw him." Ishikawa Keiko exchanged a glance with Okamon Hensa. The air seemed to freeze around them. Just then a player behind them shouted, "Boss." A Chinese player named Fengguo Wuhan just opened a live stream on the Divine Continent's official forum. Every news outlet in the world is already covering it. Jingwa Shins's knuckles cracked as he cursed, "Fine, fine. Yi, it wasn't enough to crap on my head, now you're streaming it too? You've got guts, I'll give you that." He opened the forum and immediately saw the pinned, red-hot stream. The title Fat Man and Little Boy almost made him cough up blood. "You little brat Yi, how dare you insult Yamato like this?" His humiliated roar nearly blew the roof off. Ishikawa Keiko and Okamon Hensa weren't as unhinged, but their faces were equally grim. To every Yamato player, Fat Man and Little Boy were a living nightmare, the code names of the 2 atomic bombs that leveled Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 and forced their emperor to surrender. No one wanted to remember that humiliation. More than a century and a half had passed, and this was only a game, but no Yamato citizen could ignore the weight those names carried. The 3 of them clicked into the stream with trembling hands. On screen, a ship's deck was littered with Yamato corpses while Yi and his friends cheerfully looted the spoils. When the camera showed Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun standing on a Jingwa Tianxiong player's head while scooping up seafood, Jingwa Shins almost blacked out from rage. He slammed the stream shut and roared, "If I don't avenge this, I'm no Yamato." As soon as Yi sets foot in Pingchuan City, everyone charges. Kill the men and trample their corpses. Kill the women and violate them. Kill, kill, kill. Jingwa Shins's bellow shook the entire hall. He had all but lost his mind. Ishikawa Keiko let out a long sigh. She understood his fury, but she also knew that only strategy, not blind rage, could wipe away their shame. Seeing that Jingwa Shins was beyond reasoning, she turned to her own subordinates and barked, "Anyone with diving skills, get into the water now and look for Pingchuan's guardian beast. Only that creature can keep us safe in this fight. Form another squad and head to the Lord's Manor. Warn him of the incoming threat. If the city guard can sail out and encircle Yi, our chances will soar." After issuing her orders, Shichuan Jiako opened her friends list, located Admiral Lanze, and typed, "How many charged spell scrolls do you have left? He'll take the lot." Awkward timing. Shiluopo, clean me out. I've only got 10. I was saving them for the boss, but your situation sounds dire. Tell you what, 400,000 gold apiece. Interested? Lanze replied. He had sold them to Shiluopo for 200,000 each, and now he was doubling the price on her. If Jiako hadn't guessed that Yi's real target was Yamato, she wouldn't be getting squeezed like this. All the good gear now sat in Shiluopo's warehouse, and there was no way to buy it back. Huaxia bordered India, After all, grinding her teeth, Sherchuan Jiako answered with one word, deal. Yamato territorial waters. Yi and his team had just swept the loot into their packs when 11 furious jets of water burst from the seabed, hurling them and their warship onto the broad back of Inu. Any slower and I'd have dozed off, the sea beast grumbled, slapping its tail with impatience. Please don't be angry, Lord Inu. Well, head straight to Haikawa City and gut Yinting Yasaka as an offering for your fangs. Yi said with a flattering grin. Inu snorted and flicked its tail. Towering waves rolled together with thunderous clouds, and the Leviathan streaked toward Haikawa City with the 11 riders in tow. The sea air grew ever southier, and the outline of a city rising from the ocean came into focus. 3 kilometers out, a blinding beam shot up from the central spire. A pale blue magic circle unfurled from the tip, blanketing the entire city. At once the currents below churned into a colossal water shield, sealing Haikawa inside. Regional announcement: Haikawa City is under attack and has entered level 1 combat status. All Yamato players, please assist immediately. Regional announcement: City Lord Haikawa Naichi LV 500. Cataclysm has activated the city ward. Current durability 100 billion 100 billion. Regional announcement: Guardian Beast Yinting Yasaka LV 500. Cataclysm Juvenile is about to awaken. In a normal national war, NPCs never interfere in player battles unless the capital is on the brink of destruction. Only then does the Lord trigger the ward and the Guardian Beast awaken. But Jiako had filed an early report and even scoured the sea for the Guardian herself, delivering the intel that Yi is coming within you straight to the Lord's ear. Forced to act first, Haikawa Naichi set up the defenses, and the Guardian Beast was now stirring. The city gates swung open. The garrison marched out in ranks 1,000,000 strong, lining the harbor road for 4 full kilometers. Closest to the water stood the city guard, levels ranging from 300 to 500. Most were of common grade, yet all wore first-rate gear. Every 10,000 troops formed a phalanx. One front row shield warriors locked together like a wall. 2 second row berserkers and knights, axes raised and mounts pawing. 3 third row mages and clerics, staves glowing in unison. 4 fourth row archers with bows drawn. Behind them swelled an even larger, looser mass of players. The water shield shimmered, and Yi grinned. Now that's more like it. Boss, how can you still smile? No cash. Scram looked ready to cry. Their side had 11 people. The enemy formation was suffocatingly vast. I'm thinking happy thoughts, Yi said with a shrug. He had foreseen this scene. Once the 3,000 unlucky players had killed back at spawn compared notes, they were bound to mention Ingye's appearance. Rely on players to defend? Pipe dream. Their only move was to alert the city lord and wake the Guardian Beast. The moment the garrison stepped beyond the ward's boundary, they lost its protection and became his prey. Players could be harvested on the side, hardly any effort at all. First, though, he had to helping you take down Yinting Yasaka. The moment the city's defensive phalanx locked into place, the barrier split apart. Pingchuan City's lord, Pingchuan Naichi, strode into the air, robe billowing. With a low incantation, he hurled a blinding beam of white light that shot toward the seabed like a meteor. The players' hearts clenched as they watched the light reveal itself to be a milky white seed. Before they could react, a thunderous roar shook the ocean floor, and the entire Pingchuan archipelago quaked. A pillar of white brilliance ringed with emerald shot skyward, so bright it outshone the sun and forced everyone to avert their eyes. Behind them, the city guard's cleric battalion began a solemn chant. Grand magic circles blossomed across the sky, enclosing the white and green radiance, yet hovering in place as if waiting for the perfect moment. Here it comes, Yi warned. Quite the show they're putting on, Inu snorted. We can't let those cleric auras land. Nanshan, the instant Yinting Bachi surfaces, blink over with mirror shift, Yi ordered, then turned to Bengong Chaoming. Your Highness, the next step is yours. My domain barrier has never failed, Bengong Chaoming answered with a confident smile. Yi nodded and murmured, Lording you. We can hold for only 110 seconds. After that, Yinting Bachi will one-shot us. A juvenile runt like that? I won't need that long, Inu said with a cocky tilt of his head. Just stay alive. Even as he spoke, the white seed plunged into the sea and swallowed an entire kilometer of water. Rootstocks dozens of meters thick coiled downward like titanic serpents. The moment they touched the surface, the waters for miles around Pingchuan City turned a poisonous green, while the white glare still blazed above. The seed ruptured, becoming a colossal tree-like monstrosity whose massive roots churned the green water. In the nick of time, Nanshan Yumeng finished his chant. A mirror-like film spread beneath his feet, reflecting everyone as a turquoise domain barrier rose. System message: Mirror shift bound, trans-domain barrier active. Spell range for mages and clerics increased by 400. Mirror shift engaged. In a flash, the group reappeared beside Yinting Bachi, 478 meters away. You people, Yinting Bachi's savage features twisted in shock. At that very instant, the hundreds of halos woven by the cleric battalion crashed downward. Just before impact, the turquoise barrier around the party changed color. Iron Wall Domain Barrier summons an impenetrable iron wall trapping all allies and enemies inside. Nothing within can affect anything outside, and vice versa. In an eye blink, the translucent shield solidified into a thick gray-brown wall of iron. Boom! The golden halos slammed against the iron wall without stirring a ripple. Pingchuan Naichi's face drained of color. No, Yinting Bachi's been played. He roared. At his shout, Shichuan Jiako, Jinghua Shentz, and Gangmin Pianza gasped in alarm. A level 500 Cataclysm boss, outsmarted by 2 level 50 players? Seriously? Ishikawa Keiko looked up at the gloomy sky, her voice trembling with disbelief. Lord Mayor, the divine beast won't be in danger, will it? The intel flashed through her mind. And you had reached the mature stage, but Yintung Bachi was still stuck in infancy. She had intended to use the 100-odd buffs from the priest phalanx to driving you back to Huaxia. Yet the current situation felt like ice water pouring over her head. She heard Lord Hirakawa Naichi, another level 500 Cataclysm boss, say only drive it back, never kill it. That meant even with the priest's insane support, Yintung Bachi still couldn't beat Ingyu. Players had only ever seen Cataclysm rank. They knew nothing of Purgatory. From Hirakawa's casual words, Ishikawa Keiko sensed for the first time just how terrifying Purgatory must be. A chill gripped her, and she even wondered whether Yintung Bachi might die. Lord Mayor, can't we break the barrier? Okamon Hensa asked anxiously. Hirakawa Naichi shook his head, voice heavy. No, it's a domain barrier talent. Nothing like that has appeared in centuries. Yasukuni's son frowned, but Hirakawa's next explanation eased him a little. Still, this iron wall domain was cast by an adventurer, and he's weak. Once Yintung Bachi kills him, the barrier will collapse on its own, and the beast will be free. Exactly. Our guardian beast won't be threatened by a handful of Huaxia players, Yasukuni-san sneered. Just watch. Lord Yintung Bachi will wipe Yi out in a single blow. Okamon Hensa shouted. Even so, Ishikawa Keiko's face remained clouded with worry. Would Yi really be dealt with so easily? She thought of the 10 charged spell scrolls she had bought at great cost from Admiral Lanze and clenched her teeth. She couldn't stake everything on Hirakawa City. Sakuraji City was her true stronghold. Inside the Iron Wall domain, a flash of fold mirror teleportation lit the air, and my palace is super cute finished her chant radiant unicorn array. A silver-white horn hovered overhead, spinning as holy light cascaded down, instantly enveloping everyone. System messages flooded in. You are under radiant unicorn array. For 30 seconds, you are immune to all damage. 0. 0. Rows of no damage floated above every head, blocking the massive area-wide DOT that Yintung Bachi unleashed without pause. Yintung Bachi LV, 500 Cataclysm rank, infant stage. Guardian Beast of Hirakawa, Tier 3 main city, Yamato region. HP, 100 billion 100 billion. Magic attack, 9.99 million. Skills. Sea Venom of Yintung poisons a 10-kilometer radius of ocean, dealing 300 magic attack as poison damage per second to all enemies, and applying 1 stack of Sea Venom. Body of Venom. When an enemy dies or reaches 20 stacks of Sea Venom, Yintung Bachi heals 1 of its maximum HP. Light of 8 Shaku emits the light of 8 Shaku above the sea, continuously illuminating friend and foe, deals 200 magic attack as light damage per second to enemies and redistributes 20 of that damage as healing to allies. Light Venom Detonation. Any target struck by both Yinting Sea Venom and 8-span light immediately suffers an extra 300 magic damage. All positive buffs are removed, and 3 random debuffs are applied. This hit cannot kill outright, and has a 10-second internal cooldown. Brutal Form. Triggers when HP falls below 30. Magic attack is increased by 500, and the creature instantly recovers 30 of its maximum health. Can activate once every 30 minutes. Advanced Damage Immunity. Reduces all incoming damage, including true damage, by 100,000 points. Cataclysmic Body. Immune to all moderate and strong debuffs. Movement speed, 200. In his previous life, Yi had encountered Yinting 8-span in its mature phase. At that time the beast's power was downright despair-inducing. What stood before them now was only a crippled hatchling, its stats, damage, and mechanics heavily nerfed. Even so, Light Venom Detonation was still every priest's nightmare. Game priests simply couldn't maintain crowd-wide cleanse for the entire fight. Raiding a city guardian beast always relied on priests stacking defense buffs so the team could survive the onslaught. This time, however, the Radiant Horn Sanctuary completely nullified Yinting Sea Venom, which in turn disabled Light Venom Detonation. At last, Yi's group held the initiative. The battle erupted. Ingyu summoned a towering tidal wave that crashed down, flooding the Iron Wall domain in an instant. 8,718,342,913. An eye-watering critical number floated above Yinting 8-span's head. The moment seawater filled the barrier, a terrifying pulse of energy burst from Ingyu. as if the entire ocean were clenched in its fist. Relax, that's one of Yes' skills, Yi said with a light laugh, his voice carrying clearly through the curtain of water. Depths of 20,000 leagues activated alongside the tsunami, force shaping the terrain into a deep-sea arena. Crushing water pressure slowed all enemies by 90%, even shrinking the speed of basic attacks and skill projectiles to a tenth of normal, while Yes' own movement speed skyrocketed by 500%. A mature Yu possesses 4 signature mechanics. 1. Oceanic regeneration. So long as water is nearby, it heals at a ridiculous rate. Unless you one-shot it, any wound is pointless. 2. Terrain shift. Its tsunami turns the battlefield into the depths of 20,000 leagues. Under the crushing pressure, sword swings, arrows, daggers, and spells all crawl at a fraction of their usual speed, letting Yu zip through the field unharmed. 3. Tail lash. Whoever gets struck by its massive tail loses an additional 10% of their maximum HP as true damage and is stunned for 60 seconds. 4. Prerequisite climate amplification. While the tsunami rages, and you can briefly enter the eye of the storm, gaining an all-around stat boost. Even after downing a diving potion in advance, Ben Gong Xiaoming felt a chill race down her spine in the icy water. When she glanced over, Yi looked perfectly calm, clearly confident in the plan. The deep-sea pressure was suffocating. Warrior's sword qi grew thick and sluggish. Mage's elemental bolts dragged long tails of light, as though an unseen giant hand were forcing everything into slow motion. Yinting 8 span moved clumsily, yet still relied on its innate mechanics to fend off attacks. Yu, meanwhile, turned into a streak of azure, blinking through the dense water and whipping its tail again and again. The third special mechanic, Tail Lash, deals an extra 10% of the target's maximum HP as true damage and inflicts a 60-second stun. It's especially lethal to players. When used against another guardian beast, the effect is far less devastating. The fourth special mechanism unleashes a massive, explosive soundwave attack that deals true damage and shatters both armor and magic resistance. Yinting Bachi had already lost more than 20% of his health to the tsunami. The sonic blast then stripped away every shred of his defenses. Boom 1, 816, for 29, 285. A colossal fish tail swept down, the damage numbers exploding like meteors as Yinting Bachi was sent flying. On the opposite side of the battlefield, every player attacked at once. Yi opened his inventory, dumped out more than 20 kinds of potions, meals, desserts, wine, and hot tea, then started shoveling them down. You drink capturing wind and summoning rain wine, wind and water damage 10 for 10 minutes. 7 colored morning stars stacking radiance triggers, 47 stacks gained, all attributes 47. You drink a berserk potion, critical chance 5 for 60 seconds. Radiance triggers, 96 stacks gained, all attributes 96. Power surged through his meridians the moment the potions hit. Yi's arms blurred as he struck the sea 15 times. Slash, slash, slash 15 arrow towers burst through the water, unleashing torrents of black arrows at Yinting Bachi. 132,193. 131,456. Even with a flat 100,000 damage reduction, Yi was a war god incarnate. You have summoned 15 arrow towers, current capacity 116. 1 tower left. Yi clenched his fists, his aura peaking. After using Decuple Concerto, your next skill will cast 10 additional times. He struck again. 10 more arrow towers formed in the target zone. Decuple Concerto triggered, arrow tower cast 10 times. You have summoned 25 arrow towers, current capacity 01625. Because Decuple Concerto is a mythic skill, it overrides the diamond grade tower limit, allowing 25 towers on the field. Bowstring taut. Yi entered vengeance state, and multi-shot poured down like rain. The system messages blended into one continuous line. Skyhawk stacked to 30 layers, base range 30 meters. Skyhawk at max stacks, additional 100-meter range until combat ends. You mark Yinting Bachi with dead enemy's grudge. Target takes 50 extra damage for 30 seconds. Distance to target, 987 meters. Thief God's Revenge triggers, damage 1974. You hit Yinting Bachi, punished calamity stacks, 1,429. With stacks maxed out, Yi's attack speed shot up to 14. 25 arrow towers formed a line, for moon elves guarding the flanks. Tracking arrows and ballista bolts surged like a tide, adding 329 punished calamity stacks every second. Time ticked away, and Yi's damage climbed higher and higher. 342,845, 423,429, 765,234, 1,576,193. In just 29 seconds, his damage had multiplied more than tenfold. Meanwhile, in Fatty and Little Boy's livestream, tens of billions of players around the world stared, speechless. Holy crap, can a human even dish out numbers like that? How in the world did EE pull it off? Why is the damage climbing so fast? The onlookers gasped in unison, the chat flying by like a bullet train. Embowing EE is a beast. Hell yeah, my blood's boiling. Trash those bastards. It's over. It's over. The Yamato Guardian Beast is about to get one shot. At the foot of the wall, Yinting Bachi's trunk-thick vines were taking a brutal pounding. Can't Yinting Bachi fight back at all? He's getting wrecked, someone muttered. Another player swore, Guardian Beast my ass. The Yamato one only looks scary, hits like wet paper. Bro, Nanshan Yuming's mass invincibility has been up the whole time. How's he supposed to deal damage? Honestly, without Bingong Kaming's domain barrier, the Huaxiao side wouldn't have stood a chance. This was pure cheese. While the players chattered, the 30-second countdown hit 0. The silver halo above everyone's heads dimmed. Battered and cracked, Yinting Bachi's eyes suddenly lit up. Dragging his mangled body, he whipped a thick vine straight at Bingong Chaoming. Boom. The 20,000 leagues under the sea slow effect made the vine crawl, as though through syrup, every movement painfully clear. An instant before impact, the silver glow vanished. Ha! Die? All of you die? Yinting Bachi shrieked in delight. Die, my foot. Want me dead? Next life maybe. Bingong Chaoming snorted, then called sweetly, sis, save me. Nanshan Yuming's chant ended, and where the silver light had faded, a massive golden horn formed, flooding the area with holy radiance. The vine slammed onto Bingong Kaming's heatenly, a huge 0. Floated up. System prompt. You are under divine court, radiant horn array. For 40 seconds you are immune to all damage and gain 10 movement speed. Yinting Bachi stared as his killing blow hit for 0 and snapped. Roaring, he lunged at Bingong Chaoming. Die? Ill. He never finished. Ingyu flicked her tail, the massive fin smashing down on Yinting Bachi's skull. 3,583,429,105. The impact flung him hundreds of meters before he slammed into the iron wall barrier. Ingyu. He roared, glaring at the giant fish. Are you trying to start a war between Yamato and Huaxiao? War? Ingyu sneered. With trash like you? Don't flatter yourself. She became a streak of icy light, her tail coiling around Yinting Bachi's torso. Relax. You won't be lonely. The other 3 little critters will join you on the road to the underworld. You. Yinting Bachi thrashed, but couldn't break free, panic in his voice. Aren't you afraid of Amaterasu? Amaterasu? She's busy breeding in the imperial capital. She doesn't have time for a mud eel like you. Ingyu didn't even lift her eyes. Feeling his wounds worsen, Yinting Bachi drowned in dread. Spare me. Leave Hirakawa City alone, and he'll give you whatever you want. In the distance, Yi chuckled. No can do. We came all the way to Yamato to crush Hirakawa City. He added, Lady Ingyu, stop wasting time. Finish him off. We still have 3 more Tier 3 main cities to visit. Hope died in Yinting Bachi's eyes. They turned blood red as he erupted. Countless roots beneath him swelled tenfold, a forest rising to smash down on Ingyu with terrifying force. Savage form 30 billion. The boss instantly recovered 30% of its health, yet Yi and the others didn't bat an eye. Nanshan Yuming still held the sigil for Horn. Sacred Horn Radiance. With a full 70 seconds of invincibility left, this battle allowed no surprises. Seconds ticked by. ES damage numbers grew so outrageous that even Ingyu kept glancing back, shock flickering in her eyes. On the 96th second, Ingyu's tail whip hurled Yinting Hachi into the air. The massive vine beast tumbled, crashing down beside the moon elf with less than 1 billion health remaining. Concerto X came off cooldown. Scarlet Will had stacked to 30, boosting the next Jade Fan strike by 1,500%. The base cooldown was 5 minutes, but ES buffs had slashed his cooldowns by 68%. The notification had barely sounded when the Heraldric Cube word and the Scarlet Blade King's Jade Fan materialized in ES hand. Concerto X, Enigmatic Dream. Divine Court, Enigmatic Dream. Horn, Enigmatic Maelstrom. EE vanished, swapping places with the Moon Elf. Moonlight Shift flashed. He triggered Shadow Slip, reappearing behind Yinting Hachi and stepping outside the Sacred Horn Radiance field. 6,283. 6,283. You are afflicted with Hachi's Sea Venom. Poison stacks 1. Moonlight Ward triggers, capping damage at 30 of your max health. You are struck by Hachi's light. 20 of the damage heals the boss. Moonlight Ward triggers again. A ridiculous 1,884 heal floated over Yinting Hachi's head. Courting death. Knowing the end was near, the beast went berserk. Thousands of tendrils crashed down, wringing out its last strength. Yi tilted his head and grinned. Lady Ingyu will be taking the final blow. The Jade Fan snapped open. 29,452,194. 29,452,194. The health bar evaporated. Yinting Hachi froze midair, then its enormous body plummeted into the sea. Global announcement. Congratulations to Huaxiao player EE Burst DPS has reached 2,945, 219, 40, securing first place on the burst damage leaderboard again. Global announcement. Huaxiao players Yi, Bei Shuang, and Shiha Fairy have slain LV 500 Cataclysm tier boss Yinting Hachi. Huaxiao Warzone Honor 1000. Global announcement. Huaxiao players Yi, Bei Shuang, and Shiha Fairy have slain the Yamato City Guardian beast Yinting Hachi. Huaxiao Warzone Honor 10,000. Global announcement. Huaxiao Honor updated to 37,680, firmly holding first place on the Warzone Honor rankings. Reward update. All attributes 10, attack, movement, casting speed, and cooldown reduction 10, damage dealt 3, damage taken 3. Global announcement. Yamato's Hirakawa City Guardian beast has fallen. All Hirakawa players suffer 30 experience gain and 20 damage for 7 days. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Bei Shuang for reaching LV 69, maintaining first place on the world level rankings. More than a dozen announcements flooded the screens. Players worldwide were stunned, and the live stream hosted by Fatty and Little Boy fell into complete silence. Outside Hirakawa City, Keiko Ishikawa had already led the Sacred Sakura Guild back to Sakaki City, leaving only Yamato Valor and Rising Sun at the gates. Yamato Valor's leader, Agumon Pianza, trembled from head to toe, eyes wide with disbelief. Dead. It's dead. Agumon shrieked. Before the words had even faded, the Iron Wall domain shattered. In full view, Inu was carving Yinting Hachi into pieces and devouring the bloody chunks. Blood sprayed across the sea, gruesome, yet strangely magnificent. Yi rubbed his hands together and walked up to the shredded remains of Yinting Bachi, clicking his tongue. Lording you, what an appetite you've got. You're making me hungry. Can the nonsense? Inu muttered without looking up. He tore off a chunk of flesh, crunched it loudly, then flicked the bone aside with a look of disgust. Too stringy. If I didn't need the evolution points, I wouldn't touch this trash. Yi let out an embarrassed but polite laugh and quickly scooped up the 3 items Yinting Bachi had dropped. At that moment, the Iron Wall domain that had shrouded the battlefield collapsed with a boom. It felt like the ocean itself lost its weight for a heartbeat before crashing back down. As the barrier vanished, everyone except Yi jumped onto Agnes' broad back to stay out of the water. With Yinting Bachi dead, Pingchuan Naichi hung frozen in midair, the tip of his sword trembling. Fight to the death or slink back to the city. He couldn't decide and simply hovered. While the enemy hesitated, Yi cheerfully checked his loot. You obtained Yachi Cloud Reach Bow Legendary. Toxic Yen Rare Mythic. Yinting Bachi Beastkin Quest Item. Additional rewards. 5 million gold, 5 million experience, 100,000 personal renown. Divine Axis effect triggered. 100 of the experience converted to smithing proficiency. Current smithing proficiency. Veteran Craftsman 7,239,124 10 million. As expected, the rewards for a juvenile city guardian are nerfed. Yi sighed. In his previous life, Warzones had taken down mature, healthier guardians that guaranteed immortal-grade loot. All he got now was a single legendary bow. He was thrilled to have a primary weapon for an archer, but still mourned the missed immortal gear. He consoled himself. If Yinting Bachi had reached maturity, their current lineup could never have killed it within the 110-second invulnerability window anyway. Feeling better, he opened the Cloud Reach Bow's stat page. Yachi Cloud Reach Bow Legendary. 500 agility, 100 attack speed, 200 meter attack range, 100 critical damage, 50 accuracy. Skill 1 Yachi Radiance. Fire a burst of light at a 10 meter area, illuminating a 1001,000 meter zone. Every 5 seconds, all enemies inside gain a Yachi mark. Any hit detonates the mark, dealing an extra 500 range damage light, stripping all buffs, and applying 3 random debuffs. Duration, 60s. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill 2 Cloud Reach Vine. Summon a vine that spirals upward up to 10 times your normal range. While standing on it, your range is fixed at 20 times normal. Duration, 60s. Cooldown, 6h. Now that's a treasure, Yi breathed. Every base stat hits an archer's sweet spot: attack speed, range, crit damage, accuracy, and agility. But the real magic lies in the skills. Yachi Radiance deals continuous area damage while stripping buffs and piling on debuffs, a battlefield nuke. Cloud Reach Vine ignores terrain and stretches his range to a ridiculous 20-fold. With the vine up, the bow becomes a mobile artillery piece. Any healer who sees this is going to cry. As for the Yunyao Vine, its mechanics are downright insane. 10 times the range. What does that even look like in practice? With Yi's current non-combat range of just under 400 meters as the baseline, the moment he summons the vine, he is catapulted 4,000 meters into the sky, and his bow range instantly locks in at 8 kilometers. If he hits peak combat state while standing on the tip of that vine, he is confident he could open fire from the very edge of the Pingchuan archipelago and still blanket the western gate of Pingchuan City. As his personal range continues to scale, there will come a day when even city walls won't keep an entire metropolis out of his kill zone. Of course, the vine's one drawback is its lengthy cooldown, so it can only be saved as a true ace in the hole. Closing the panel of the 8-span Yunyao Bao, Yi raised his hand and tapped on the second piece of Luda skill book titled Duyan. Duyan Rare Mythic. Mana cost, 500 per second. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown none. Effect, creates a poison zone centered on the caster with a radius equal to 10 casting distance in meters. Each second, all enemies inside take poison damage equal to 200 of the caster's magic attack. For every additional debuff on a target, damage is increased by 100, and the duration of that debuff is extended until Duyan ends. This skill Yi frowned slightly. Duyan's power depends entirely on how many debuffs the team can stack. Right now, only Beishuang and Shuanghan Qiushui truly excel at that. Beishuang focuses on control, packing everything from slows and stuns to knockups. Shuanghan Qiushui is far more versatile. With her 7-fold Heartbreak talent, every buff a priest casts on an ally can be flipped into a debuff on the enemy attribute drains, attack reduction, suppressed HP cap, increased damage taken, the works. The fight had yielded 3 items in total. Yi glanced at the people riding on Yingyu's back and spoke. The Yinting 8-span Beastling is a quest item. Let's hand it to Shiminchen, so our base gets its guardian beast. The 8-span Yunyao Bao stays with me. That leaves 1 rare mythic skill book. With that, he shared the details of all 3 drops in the party channel. After reading Duyan, Beishuang thought for a moment. Let Qiushui learn it. She's a better fit. A flicker of approval crossed Yi's eyes. Turning down a rare mythic skill, without hesitation, took real backbone. Sure, he'll hold on to Duyan for now, he said with a light laugh. He then unequipped the Wind Dancer's splendid bow that had followed him since the day he set foot on the god-bestowed continent, officially retiring his old partner. In its place, he equipped the 8-span Yunyao Bao, a deep green weapon that looked as if it had been woven from living vines. The bow emitted a soft emerald glow identical to the roots beneath the Yinting 8-span's feet, while the string was a strand of pure white light, intangible, yet filled with tension. The instant Yi gripped his new bow. System announcement. Yi Huaxiao Region LV. 1 has obtained the legendary weapon 8-span Yunyao Bao, rising to first place on the World Equipment Leaderboard. The scene was broadcast live across the globe, and public opinion exploded once more. A legendary primary weapon going from unbeatable to straight-up invincible. Does the difference even matter? What a joke. They killed the guardian beast, and we're supposed to call that fair? Let me guess, another brain-dead fan of Jimin Yujiro up there? Has anyone ever claimed the divine gift continent was fair in the first place? The forum was in chaos. 1. Grandmaster got this strong 1 step at a time. If you're jealous, go score the first clear on the 3 newbie dungeons yourself. 2. I'm seriously starting to think Jimin Yeselang's trash talk set off, and that's why the entire Yamato district is about to be wiped. 3. Wiped? Back when Fatty and Little Boy showed up, they leveled 2 Yamato cities. We're not even close yet. 4. Waity, yes, going to torch a whole city? Hell yes, I'm hyped. 5. Is a beast. High above Pingchuan City, the wind howled. With a single step, Pingchuan Naichi vanished and reappeared a kilometer in front of Ingyu, hovering in midair and staring coldly at the players below. Ingyu, did the 9 great emperors of Huaxiao order you here to start a war between Yamato and Huaxiao? His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire harbor. Ingyu was gnawing on Yinting Bachi's icy corpse. Without even looking up, he mumbled, why overthink it? If Huaxiao wanted you gone, any one emperor could do the job. What makes you think this tiny patch of land can stop them? Blood and gore dripped from his fangs, and every Yamato player held their breath. Pingchuan Naichi swallowed his anger. If you don't want war, why did you slaughter my city's guardian beast? I killed it because I felt like it. Who the hell are you to question me? Ingyu flicked his tail dismissively. Impudence. How dare a rotten fish talk to the lord of the city like that? Roared Jingwa Shins at the gate. Pingchuan Naichi's heart sank. Couldn't these adventurers see how outmatched they were? The louder they shouted, the harder it became for him to back down. His plan had been to scold Ingyu and give both sides a chance to walk away. Yes, with the buffs from tens of thousands of priests he could match Ingyu, but the fish could retreat to the sea and never die. To kill him, they'd have to force him ashore and have the city guards dogpile him in. Ingyu wasn't that stupid. Jingwa Shins's outburst slammed the door on all compromise. Pingchuan Naichi's face twisted. He was stuck riding the tiger. What are you waiting for, Lord Mayor? Kill that stinking fish. Avenge Lord Yintingbachi. Jingwa Shins shouted again. Millions of Yamato players at the gate went wild, their chants rolling like thunder. Kill, kill, kill. Adventurers unite. Even the 100,000-strong city guard braced their spears with a roar. Pingchuan Naichi closed his eyes and sighed, but the flood had already broken through the dam. Infuriated by the jeers, Ingyu slammed his tail onto the sea. A towering wave rose with a deafening roar and crashed toward the harbor. Ingyu, your opponent is me. Pingchuan Naichi drew his sword and charged. A flash of sword light split the wave in 2. City guard, assist me. Tens of thousands of priests chanted in unison. Rings of gold-white light fell upon him, boosting his strength, defense, and speed. Steel clashed against scales as Pingchuan Naichi and Ingyu tangled in midair, sparks flying with every strike. Behind them, lines of mages and archers unleashed a storm of spells and arrows. Dark clouds billowed, and torrential rain hammered Ingye's body, instantly turning into healing elixir. His health bar didn't budge. Thunder roared, but every drop of rain became his cure. Should I cast Iron Wall Domain to trap him? Whispered Bengong Chaoming. No. Yi shook his head. Nanshan Yuming's group invincibility has a monster cooldown. If Naichi gets trapped, we land players will die first. Then what's the plan? Yi's gaze skipped over the wall of warriors to the very back, the neatly ordered priest battalion. Naichi can fight you to a standstill only because of those priests. Take them out, and the battle is over. Kill the priests? With warriors up front and mages and archers volleying, we'll be shredded, Bengong Chaoming gasped. Yi smiled confidently. Their range isn't longer than mine. After watching Ingye's battle, Yi began to strategize. The mages could cast from 500 meters. The archers could shoot from a full kilometer. If he stayed beyond that 1,000-meter mark, every city guard would be stuck under relentless fire. Remaining underwater, however, left them wide open to a sudden strike from Hirakawa Naichi. Too risky. They had to come ashore. Pingchuan's shoreline was long enough for a full kite maneuver. Even if the enemy's warriors and assassins charged, the war chariot's speed would leave them behind. The moment anyone broke formation, though, he would have to keep falling back, and the chariot couldn't endure concentrated fire forever. The fight would drag on. With their group invulnerability still on cooldown, this was the safest plan. He turned to his companions, his voice steady. Follow me. We'll pull out of this area, swing wide, and land farther up. Beishuang and the others asked no questions. One by one they slipped beneath the surface. Icy seawater wrapped around them as they swam outward, finally rising 4 kilometers from Pingchuan's walls, well off the direct line from the western gate. Yi raised a hand, pointing to the shore 3 kilometers away. We'll land over there. They dove again, arced in a wide loop, and clawed their way onto the beach. Whoosh. Wet sand squelched underfoot. Yi brushed the water from his gear and scanned the open terrain. Flat ground, clear sight lines, the perfect spot. A heartbeat later, the Chaos Simplicity war chariot materialized without a sound, its obsidian armor catching the sunlight in razor flashes. Wow. Shi and Changshi lit up like floodlights. As chariot engineers, they had spent a fortune in Baifeng City's simulator just to touch a steering wheel. They had never seen one in the flesh. So this is the Chaos Simplicity? It's enormous. Chang's voice trembled with excitement. Seeing her awe, Yi allowed a small smile. Like it? You two will be driving. I love it. I've dreamed of this. Changshi dashed to the chariot, running her hands over the cold metal as though caressing a lover. I'm obsessed. Yi walked to the front, opened the door, and made a courtly gesture. Ladies first. Clambering into the driver's seat, Changshi looked back, eyes sparkling. Ishin, next time something this good comes up, invite us again, okay? I'm afraid Doi Tianlong would come after me sword in hand. Yi chuckled. Don't worry. Our guild leader's the generous type head, never mind. Chang's eyes grin widened. Besides, once the national war ends, he and I will have enough personal honor points to buy 2 chariots of our own. He'll be thrilled, not angry. True. I forgot about honor points. Yi rubbed his nose and nodded. All right. Until we hire a full-time chariot engineer, he'll call you whenever we need one. Deal. Changshi settled behind the controls, eyes curved like tiny stars. Shi took the passenger seat, then glanced back at Yi with a nod. Thank you. My pleasure. The two took their seats in the cockpit. Yi moved to the second row, opened the combat chamber of the war vehicle, and everyone filed inside. Nanshan Yuming and Bengong Chaoming began chanting almost simultaneously, their spell syllables echoing through the steel cabin. A heartbeat later, concentric rings of light spread from Nanshan Yuming's toe, enveloping the group. System prompt. You have received advanced falcon buff, range 200, attack speed 50. Bengong Chaoming raised her staff. The amber crystal flared scarlet. A phantom falcon burst forth, its wings snapping open. In midair, the image shattered into thousands of crimson feathers, then reformed as a semi-transparent red barrier. Falcon domain activated. Archer range 400. Because the coming fight would be a running battle and Beishuang's area spells would be hard to use, Bengong Chaoming locked the Falcon domain on Yi alone. His attack range was pushed to the theoretical limit. Outside Pingchuan City, the million-strong garrison still fought Ingyu as if in a furnace of flame. Every wound they inflicted was healed in an instant, yet they advanced without hesitation. Suddenly the right side of the sky darkened, as though someone had ripped away a corner. A torrent of arrows, missiles, heavy bolts, homing shafts all howled downward. Obsidian towers thrust up from the ground, their black beams lancing toward the priest lines and back. Moon elf arrows flashed like lightning, leaving no visible trail. Enemy attack. A city guard general stayed calm, eyes fixed on the storm of projectiles. Send 3 knight squadrons to locate the source. 1 assassin squad for cover. Priests, detach a phalanx to heal the army. Everyone else keep pressuring you. Mages and archers, maintain full fire. Elsewhere, at the day players' assembly point, Yi has made his move. Gang Min Pianzuo stared at the arrow rain, the veins on his hand standing out. Yet he could not hide his dread. This man was terrifying. Humph, so what if it's Yi? Jing Wuxian sneered, watching the knight and assassin squads depart. He flicked the dagger in his hand. Without Ying's protection, they can't make much trouble. Earlier they relied on group invulnerability. The cooldown is over, and all they have left are cheap tricks. Pathetic. Gang Min Pianzhou sighed inwardly. With teammates like this, no wonder Sichuan Jiako had taken the Sheng Ying Guild back to Yingmu City to make a last stand. We can't interfere anymore, he said quietly. Yi's range is so great we can't even pinpoint him. With our current strength, we aren't qualified to glimpse him, let alone block an arrow. Gang Min, when did you become so timid? Jing Wuxian frowned. I'm stating facts. Gang Min Pianzhou replied flatly. If you've lost faith in Pingchuan City, take the players of Dari Chuxing back to Riluan City, Jing Wuxian scoffed. Pingchuan cannot be lost, and I will not retreat. Gang Min Pianzhou met his gaze, voice low. If Pingchuan falls, Day will be a laughingstock to the world. In this battle, I fight only for Day. Jing Wuxian's expression shifted. For a moment, he had no reply. Too fast. With Hun Dun Jijian roaring beneath them, Changxi and Shi finally understood what it meant to leave an enemy choking on dust. The moment cavalry and assassins surged from the city gate, both women floored the accelerator. Runes across the chassis blazed to life, the war car streaking forward like a gale. A rolling wall of ochre dirt billowed up behind the wheels, swallowing every pursuer whole. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the semi-transparent combat pod, Yi wielded the 8-span Cloudreach bow, loosing arrows with mechanical precision at 16 shots per second. 392, 423. 374, 232. 429, 324. Damage numbers burst in midair as the arrow storm erupted. With the bow in hand, his range, crit damage, and agility spiked. At 1920 meters, the vengeance of the thief god buffed trigger damage 3940. Whenever Hun Dun Jijian powers up, the pod walls turn intangible, granting an unobstructed view from every angle. Paired with the Hawkeye rune, every detail within range appears razor-sharp. Yi looked ahead, caught the flash of a black warhorse's hoof, and his eyes turned cold. Polar collapse. He shouted. A cerulean array flared under the chassis, violent mana rippling outward. In a heartbeat, the vehicle sidestepped an entire kilometer. The cavalry launched 3 frenzied charges, but never closed the distance. Arrows kept thudding into their armor without pause. This is incredible. Changxi laughed. The best part's still coming, Yi replied, eyes narrowed. Their pursuers were Pingchuan City's garrison, every soldier a level 500 lord. 10 billion HP for knights, 4 billion for assassins. Sheer numbers scattered the arrow tower, moon elf, and homing shaft fire. The ballistae fared only slightly better. Building Punisher's calamity stacks relied on wide area multi-shot, a slow grind. But distance was the garrison's undoing. Far from their priest's healing circle, calamity stacks skyrocketed, overflow damage growing murderous. At the 60-second mark, 3,721,234. Hit on Pingchuan Knight, core LV.500, Lord. Punisher's calamity up to 1,449 stacks. 4,712,311. Hit on Pingchuan Assassin core LV.500, Lord. Punisher's calamity up to 1,501 stacks. Blood pooled and arrows rained before the knight, and assassin leaders realized the trap. They wheeled about, scrambling for their priest's embrace. Now you want to run? Keep dreaming, Yi sneered. Turn us around, pursue. Hun Dun Jijian swung into a tight arc. Shi and Chang, she keeping a perfect 900-meter gap. Yi sweet spot for maximum damage. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow curtain returned. The first assassin crumpled, and then the rest fell in an instant. Knights lasted longer, but rising calamity stacks shredded their massive health bars. You have slain Pingchuan Knight, core LV.500, Lord. You have slain Pingchuan Knight, core LV.500, Lord. All 40,000 garrison troops died on the retreat. Gold coins glittered across the ground, equipment floating over corpses. Yi checked his personal panel. Another surge in proficiency. Looks like you'll hit expert long before we breach Pingchuan, he said with a lazy grin, stretching. Back we go. Provoke them slowly, kill them slower. In the spacious conference room of a lavish villa in the Daiwa Kingdom, Ishikawa Yoshiko lifted the alloy lid of her gaming pod, braced her hands on the rim, and slowly sat on the pod's cold surface. She shook the sweat-dampened black hair from her face, her gaze drifting beyond her fingertips to the stark white ceiling, her expression vacant, as though her soul were still trapped on a digital battlefield. After a long moment, she drew a deep breath, forced her stiff body to stagger toward the center of the table, and pressed the solid red emergency meeting button. A low hum resonated. The electronic screens circling the round table lit up one after another, projecting the holograms of players from around the world, most of them connected directly from the game, their armor still dusted with battle grime. Ishikawa Yoshiko, are you kidding me? Australia's Brainstorm scowled, staring at her weary face on the screen. Instead of defending Pingchuan City, why are you dragging us in here? Iceland's player Bix stood with his arms crossed, his tone icy. Don't look at us. The good stuff is with Shirluo Pa and the Queen of Annan. If you need supplies, talk to them. So Daiwa's that weak? Even your city-guarding divine beast is dead. The Korean sector's Kimchi Fairy sneered. 1 million garrison troops in Pingchuan are being kited like dogs while Gangmin Pianza and the Yasukuni latrine just watch? Kimchi, shut up. The Huaxiao sector's god's left hand gave him a cold glance through the screen. With that kind of range and speed advantage, anyone would get kited. His voice dropped as he turned to Yoshiko. You pulled your force back to Sakuraji City. Are you abandoning Pingchuan? Yoshiko lifted her head with a bitter smile. What else can we do? Yanto Hakushaku is dead, and the garrison will fall sooner or later. But one leaf can't erase Pingchuan's foundations. I've already contacted the Lord of Sakuraji. The Tier 2 capital is gathering reinforcements for the city. The word reinforcements made God's left hand quietly exhale. Daiwa's destruction wouldn't hurt him directly, but if Pingchuan fell, the mountains of supplies that would pour into One Leaf's warehouses would dwarf any amount of personal honor or experience. You called an emergency meeting, so what exactly do you want? Admiral Lan Zhe spoke evenly, but there was a hint of probing in his voice. Yoshiko's peripheral vision flicked over him. The man had gouged her during the crisis, jacking up the price of charged scrolls and raking in her gold, but this was no time to settle accounts. She shifted her gaze to Shirluo Pa and the Queen of Annan, her tone turning solemn. I need a favor from the two of you. Shirluo Pa's face changed at once, and she waved her hands. Sorry, I can't hand over any supplies. Waxia's Time Hunter, Great Virokana, and 7th Time Zone are all about to hit 10,000 personal honor. They'll be able to trade for war chariots any minute. We have to prepare. She's right, we can't help you with that. The Queen of Annan refused flatly. Confronted with their indifference, Yoshiko's expression didn't change, but her eyes went cold. Who said I wanted to buy your supplies? Not buying supplies. Then why come to us? Shirluo Pa frowned. One Leaf chose to open the international war on Daiwa, half a world away. Yoshiko's voice rose, each word landing with force. Since we're allied, our fortunes rise and fall together. No one understands that better than you. What are you getting at? The Queen of Annan asked, her face darkening. I want your two nations to join forces, exchange for war chariots as fast as possible, and strike straight at Waxia's Tier 3 capital. Yoshiko declared, every syllable decisive. What? The proposal left everyone momentarily stunned. Even General Lanze looked up, studying Ishikawa Yoshiko with interest. A fleeting glimmer of approval crossed his eyes. Why should I listen to you? Shiluopo asked coldly. You misunderstand, Yoshiko replied, meeting her gaze. You're not listening to Mei or fighting for your own nation's futures. Yamato's crushing defeat came down to poor preparation. If Wet awakened the city guardian beast early and drawn the city guard's attention, Ye would never have set foot in Pingchuan City. If that's the case, we should focus on contacting the guardian beast ourselves. Why provoke Huaxiao at all? Shiluopo demanded. Yoshiko let out a short laugh and shook her head. You still don't know the rules. The city guardian beast and city guards intervene only when a city is about to fall or when enemy nation NPCs join the siege. If ES stays 2 kilometers out, keeps moving, and only targets players, do you really think you can stop him? Silence filled the room. She continued, that's exactly what happened to Yamato. As long as Ingyu doesn't attack in person, the city guards and Yinting Bash sit out, and it remains a player-only war. Once Ie leaves Yamato, he'll turn his cannons on India and Vietnam. Neither country can stop that epic-grade war chariot. You won't even be able to grind outside your own gates. Your ties with Huaxiao aren't as hostile as ours, but they're far from friendly. I understand, General Lanze said in a cool, measured voice. We strike first. India and Vietnam team up to harass Waxia's 12 Tier 3 main cities, keeping Ie too busy to expand. They earn national war merits and stall his growth. Correct? Yoshiko nodded. Exactly. All eyes shifted to Shiluopo and the Queen of Annam. Shiluopo frowned, hesitating. Huaxiao has more than just Ie Shirlai, and those two maniacs from the 7th time zone are still out there. Huaxiao has 12 Tier 3 main cities, Yoshiko replied, raising a hand. Avoid Shirlai's and the 7th time zone's territories. 1,600 million Indian players and 200 million Vietnamese players. Surely, you can field one elite expeditionary force. The Queen of Annam spoke coolly. Easy to say. In the end, we're the ones giving up leveling time. True, you will sacrifice leveling time, Yoshiko admitted, sweeping her gaze across the table. But what do you gain? Pitch in with gold, potions, and gear, and we can build an unstoppable expeditionary army. This isn't just for Yamato. It's for every nation represented here. Ie can wage naval battles without a shipyard. Who wants to relive Pingchuan City's humiliation? God's left hand narrowed his eyes, studying Yoshiko in silence. She pressed on. Move quickly and Huaxiao won't be able to keep up. The opportunity is right here. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have the nerve to place your bets? The room fell into heavy silence as everyone sank into thought. Shirchuan Jiako let out a soft chuckle and looked at General Lanes. Brother Lanes, with your charged magic scrolls, tossing a few nearing U City would wipe out hundreds of thousands of Huaxiao players without breaking a sweat, right? Oh, and surely you're not still planning to sell those scrolls for 400,000 gold apiece at a moment like this? General Lanes's face twitched. His throat went dry, not a single word would come, and he stood there rigidly. Outside Pingchuan City, under a sullen sky, the sea heaved like walls of rushing water. Pingchuan Nei was locked in battle with Ingyu. Brow knitted, he raised his sword and cleaved a towering wave in two. Bloodshot eyes kept darting toward the rear lines, anxiety nearly bursting from his chest. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. He roared as a storm of arrows swallowed the entire city guard phalanx. Before the shout had faded, he kicked off the water's surface to rush back and lend support. Ha! A massive tail, carrying a brutal force, smashed down on him. Man and sword were flung into the depths. Icy seawater crushed his chest, pain hammered at his eardrums. Using the momentum, Ingyu shot into the sky. Fins crossed over his chest. He tilted his head to survey the sea below, voice dripping with disdain. Old man, I'm your opponent. Where do you think you're going? Yu Pingchuan Nei burst back to the surface, gasping for air. You've devoured Yinting Bachi's corpse. Full maturation is within reach. Why keep pressing us? Why make Pingchuan City your enemy? Are you lecturing me? Ingyu snorted. Swallowing his fear, Pingchuan Nei raised his voice. Reinforcements from the higher-tier main city will arrive soon. General Nei's himself is coming. Escaping won't be so easy then. Oh, I'm terrified. Ingyu clapped his fins in mock alarm. Let's see what gets here first, your patron Nei's, or the total wipeout of your city guards. A new wave thundered in, laced with a deadly sonic boom that crashed over Pingchuan Nei. The deafening low-frequency impact numbed his grip and chilled his bones. In less than an hour, half of the million-strong garrison lay dead or wounded. Shield bearers, berserkers, and cavalry were virtually gone. Archers, mages, and priests still fought on, but their strength was spent, and every unit capable of pursuing Yi's party had been crippled. Caught between withdrawal and annihilation, Pingchuan Nei felt a mountain of frustration pressing on his chest. If he retreated to the city, Ingyu could summon a tsunami and shatter the wards at any moment. If he fought to the end, the result would be no less disastrous. A single adventurer has turned the whole battle on its head. He could scarcely believe it. A flash of the Jinghua Shrine latrine crossed his mind, and his teeth ground in fury. 2 kilometers down the coast, the Chaos Simplicity war chariot sat idle, its metal hull gleaming in the slanting sun. That was glorious. No money, then Git stood akimbo, cursing with delight as he dumped his loot onto the deck. 18.34 million gold coins, 230,000 pieces of gear, and over a dozen rare skill books. War loot is the best. I never thought the fight would be this easy. Yun-Yi stared at the pile of gold, eyes wide with shock. Big brother is awesome. Rain drumming bananas cheered, tossing herbs into a cauldron. A rich medicinal aroma drifted on the sea breeze. Yi stayed alert. Opening his status panel, he saw he was less than 1,000,000 proficiency points away from advancing to expert. He exhaled and reminded them. Enemy reinforcements are almost here. Once the level 2 main city garrison arrives, we have to pull back. Are level 2 guards really that scary? Royal Cutie blinked her wide eyes. If we keep up the guerrilla tactics, won't the reinforcements be just as helpless? It's different this time. The garrison of a tier 2 capital carries a city core relic. Once its shield goes up, the durability is in the trillions. Yi spoke calmly, then added, and the guardian general of a tier 2 capital can appear at any moment. That's an 800 level infernal boss, even Ingyu can't tank it. What? That strong? Bengong Kaming's eyes went round. So what do we do? Call the whole thing off? Meiqian Maluogun asked nervously. Of course we fight, we just pick another city. Yi's lips curled into a confident smile. I told you I'd bring down all 4 of Yamato's tier 3 capitals, and I meant it. But what about that relic? Everyone's still worried. Yi drew his bow and unleashed a sweeping multi-shot. Arrow rain drenching the distant garrison as he continued. Ask yourselves this. We've been fighting forever, why hasn't a single reinforcement shown up? On the field, the warrior and assassin formations were gone, leaving only archers, priests, and mages. Their numbers had been slashed in half. Yi was waiting for a tipping point. Tens of thousands of priests fired off mass heal, wiping the arrow wounds instantly, but the moment they turned to heal the garrison, Pingchuan Nei's side would be underhealed. Stacks of punished one's calamity kept climbing, and each multi-shot hit harder than the last. More and more priest heals were being siphoned to the garrison, and the balance was wobbling. If the priests abandoned Pingchuan Naichi, Ingyu would harvest the core force and tip the battle to Yi. If the priests ignored the garrison and focused on Pingchuan Naichi, Yi would wipe out every defender and still win. Only timely reinforcements could force Yi's team to retreat and hand victory to Pingchuan. Right now, it was all a gamble on time and luck. Yi was certain no reinforcements were coming soon. Tier 2 capitals had bigger headaches. After thinking it through, everyone shook their heads. Nanshan Yuming narrowed his eyes and said, because the Tier 2 capitals are staring down something far worse. Huh. Bengong Chaoming was stunned again. It's the same for Huaxia and Yamato alike, Nanshan Yuming explained. Each Tier 2 capital guards a portal to an abyssal rift. Demon armies can spill out any minute. The garrison must hold the passage and won't redeploy lightly. Sis, how do you know that? A mentor tell you? Bengong Chaoming asked, curious. Nanshan Yuming just tilted back his head and drank, saying nothing. Yi took over. Even if they send help, it'll be a token force, and those relics are even harder to spare. Uh-huh. Boss, I get it. Yi jumped up, eyes sparkling. If reinforcements head for Pingchuan, we pivot to Sakuraji. We dodge their main force, attack from a new angle, and knock out all 4 capitals in turn. Exactly. Yi gave a faint smile. Swish, swish, swish. The sky filled with the hiss of countless arrows, each carving a shrill arc before diving like eagles toward their prey. Thud, thud, thud. In the same instant, the shafts punched through the chests of hundreds of thousands of city defenders. Blood sprayed while cold system text flashed. 23,921,285. 18,472,934. 16,549,220. Distance to target. 1,920 m. God of Rogue's Vengeance. Damage 3,940. Applied Nemesis Hatred to Pingchuan City's Mage Core. Target takes an extra 50 damage for 30s. Hit Pingchuan City's Clergy. Punished Calamity stacked to 19,643. Millions of similar prompts exploded every second. Had Yi not muted the interface beforehand, his head would have been pounding. The nearest priest was being pinned down by homing arrows and a chain of missiles. A moon elven arrow silently pierced her brow. The moment it landed, darkness-forged chains spread outward, triggering a damage string that made one's scalp tingle. Entangling Shot was riding nearly 100 stacks of buffs, pushing Yi's agility to a staggering 3,875. Each proc could snare 387 enemies at once. Stacked with Punished Calamity, the priest's HP plummeted like a runaway roller coaster. Yahaya! A piercing chant split the clouds, while ring after ring of golden healing sigils washed over the entire garrison. 2 million. 2 million. 2 million. Green numbers danced in the air. Yet the closer a priest was to Yi, the faster their HP drained, piling unbearable pressure on the healing array. What now? The brothers on the flank can't hold on. One lead priest shouted, stamping his feet. We can't spare another heal. The city lord must not fall, the other snapped. If we don't heal the flank, the breach will swallow us next. Those adventurers will chew us up piece by piece. But if we split our heals, the city lord's HP won't come back. Can we survive that monster alone? The argument rage bang. The priest tanking the homing arrows, moon elven arrows, and tower fire had his health wiped in an instant. His eyes rolled back as he fell. Fear contagion triggered. Upon the target's death, Nemesis hatred spreads to the 10 nearest enemies within 50 m and can chain indefinitely. 10 black sigils shot out like vengeful spirits, burrowing into the closest priests. Damage spiked again. Heals couldn't keep up. Priests on the perimeter watched their bars bottom out and collapsed one after another. Like a virus, Nemesis hatred jumped from one host to 10, then 100, sweeping through the garrison with terrifying speed. The outskirts crumbled, and the formation fell into chaos. Damn it! Pull the flank back up now. The commander roared, face pale. Squads 46 through 58 cast mass heal on the entire army immediately. As soon as the words left his lips, a blanket of healing circles crashed from the sky, barely saving the priests at the edge of the formation. Yet enmity of mortal foes had already spread, and stacks of calamity of the condemned were soaring. The defense still teetered on collapse. Just when annihilation seemed inevitable, the teleport array at Hirakawa City's center erupted in a pillar of blinding white light, and a crushing aura swept across the entire city. Regional announcement. Huaxiao players Yi, Beishuang, Fairy Changxi, and the creature Ingyu have invaded Hirakawa, a Tier 3 Daiwa capital. Furious, the Lord of Justice Sitya Tier 2 Daiwa capital has ordered Purgatory rank General Nai's, LV. 800, to lead 10,000 LV. 500 Grand Lord City Guards to aid Hirakawa and execute the intruders. The moment the notice sounded, the city guards roared like a tsunami, and tens of millions of Daiwa players outside the gate burst into elated shouts. Our reinforcements are finally here. Great. Take Yi down. Kill that filthy fish. Vengeance for Yinting Hachisha. Yi, your day has come. Die. The wall itself seemed ready to crack under the uproar. Meanwhile, the livestream run by Fatty and Little Boy was overrun with comments half-anxious Huaxia viewers, half gleeful jeers from players worldwide. Out at sea, the duel between Ingyu and Hirakawa Naichi quaked under the same surge of power. Blood mixed with spray, and metal clashing against scales sent shrill reverberations across the waves. Ingyu, you've lost after all. Hirakawa Naichi laughed skyward. Lost? Don't count on it. Ingyu whipped his tail, blasting the sea apart. He pressed the attack and shouted toward the Chaos Simplicity war chariot on shore. Kids, hurry up. Hurry? There's no way. Naichi never finished. The sky outside the city flared as bright as noon, blinding everyone for a heartbeat before swallowing the newly arrived guards. Tooth that Lord Yinting Hachisha? He's alive? The priest phalanx leader gasped. No, it's an enemy skill. Priest squads 59 through 70, mass heal the entire army now. Another commander shrieked. Then the heavens grew more violent. High overhead, countless arcs of light fused into a white-hot sphere 10 meters wide. Runes crawled over its surface as it cascaded downward like a furious tide, aimed straight at the guards. System message, Skill Hakisha's radiance. Illuminates a 1,000 meter square. Every 5 seconds, all enemies inside gain a Hachisha mark. Any hit detonates the mark, dealing 500 additional ranged light damage, purging all buffs, and inflicting 3 random debuffs. The instant the marks landed, multi-shot followed. Boom, boom, boom. 75,372,945. 65,341,934. Damage numbers erupted by the thousands. The guards' stacked defenses vanished in a blink. A second wave of multi-shot swept in like a raging storm. 329,561,253. 418,237,321. Reinforced by Calamity of the Condemned, the Hachisha marks detonated with deadly precision. Hundreds of thousands of guards were erased on the spot, turning to motes of light before they could even scream. Few cutting it close. Yi murmured. That strike was the result of Yi's meticulous planning. First, the target had to accumulate enough penalty stacks, a process that demanded patience. Second, he had to wait for 8 shaku to trigger and strip every buff from the enemy. When both conditions aligned, the damage exploded at once, vaporizing the entire city guard battalion before they could even struggle. Hirakawa Naichi stared in shock at the guard's sudden annihilation, rooted to the spot. Ingyu refused to let him daze out. Her dazzling tail flashed like a blade, scooping him into the air. 20,000 leagues under the sea materialized again, her fin turning into a whirlwind that lashed out in a ceaseless, rain-like barrage. Dead. They're dead? Just like that? Hirakawa Naichi hung in midair, his health plunging like a breached dam, yet his eyes stayed glued to the corpses outside the gate and the assault vehicle parked there. The hatch opened and the non-combat Chrono Money Run and company poured out, scooping up gear and gold with practice speed. Yi's gaze drifted past the mound of bodies to the tens of millions of Yamato players massed in the distance. He grinned and waved. Hey there. You're a monster. A devil. Shrine Toilet's voice trembled. Fall back. Get back to Hirakawa City. Okamon Henzo screamed. Run? You think you can run? Yi's smile vanished. He murmured, do it. Ben Gong Xiaoming raised her staff and began a solemn chant. Cerulean light erupted as the transcendent field barrier took shape, instantly quadrupling every mage's and priest's casting range inside. Before the barrier settled, Nanshan Yuming finished his incantation. A mirror-like surface rippled underfoot, capturing the reflections of all 4 teammates. Mirrorfold jump. The mirror flashed, relocating Yi's party 478 meters forward, landing them 500 meters from the gate, right in front of Shrine Toilet, Okamon Henzo, and the main force. The mist hadn't cleared when Ben Gong Xiaoming flicked her wrist, dropping a massive arcane device overhead. The fusion core slammed into place. 4-tier fusion, each blast strips 25% of max HP as true damage. Okamon Henzo whispered, face ashen. Yamato's top players clustered around him, but 4 consecutive bursts of true damage made every heal and speed buff meaningless. Priests tried to mass haste a retreat, warriors charged for the gate. Assassins slipped into stealth. Each was interrupted and erased in an instant. The nightmare wasn't over. Beishuang's chant peaked, silver particles streaming from him. Extreme focus amplified his next spell's range 1,000-fold. A ghostly mist spread with the particles, cloaking the battlefield in an eerie veil. The ground roared. A 10-meter tidal wave erupted from below, flinging everyone near the gate skyward before yanking them back, dragging countless Yamato players toward Yi's feet and imprisoning them inside a colossal water sphere. Whip. Yi drew his bow to a full moon. A volley of multi-shot arrows screamed out. Boom, boom, boom. Health bars for nearly 10 million players dropped to 0 in unison. Panther arrow. Corpses carpeted the gate front. Only a few thousand players survived, clinging desperately to their invulnerability skills. Gangmin Pienzo and Jingu Shentz, singled out by the 4 of them, never had a chance. The Dream Chaser effect detonated in full. The system instantly tallied the results. You have slain 12,532,564 Yamada Zone players and gained 12,532,564 personal honor points. A national war broadcast filled the chat. Huaxiao players Yi, Bei Shuang, Shiha Fairy have jointly eliminated 12,532,564 Yamada Zone players. Huaxiao receives 12,532,564 regional honor points. World announcement. One Huaxiao honor now stands at 12,572,447, maintaining first place on the regional leaderboard. 2 honor rewards updated. 1. 10 to all attributes. 2. 10 attack speed, movement speed, cast speed, and cooldown reduction. 3. 10 increased damage dealt and damage reduction. 4. 10 to all mastery stats. 5. 20 experience gain. 6. 0.1 primary attribute mastery. 7. Yi let out a soft sigh. Pity more than half of them still escaped back into the city. He glanced through the gate. At the far end of Pingchuan City's main street, 10,000 reinforcements were charging in, the clash of armor ringing clearly even through the walls. Let's move. The next city is waiting for us. Yi smiled, but he didn't waste a single heartbeat. Equipment and coins scattered around the players' corpses gleamed with tempting white light, yet no one dared to stop and loot. Yi winced inwardly and vowed to create an auto-loot device so plunder would never be wasted again. He raised a hand and whistled. All the runes on the Chaos simplified battle wagon flared to life, and the vehicle slid up like a bolt of lightning. Yi, Bei Shuang, Shiha Fairy, and Mei Qian Malyagun leapt into the combat pod. The engine roared. The polar collapse battle wagon reared up, then shot forward like a shell, covering a kilometer in a blink. Along the way they scooped Mei Qian's teammates onto the rear seats and barreled straight for the coastline. Waves crashed against the shore and sea wind swept over them. Yi dismissed the Chaos simplified battle wagon and looked out across the water. High overhead, Yingyu and Pingchuan Naichi were locked in a decisive duel, sword energy ripping the sea to shreds below. Into the water staying on shore is suicide. No sooner had he spoken than he dove in. The others followed, keeping a safe distance from the raging combat above while they waited for the outcome. Boss, the reinforcements are here. Mei Qian Malyagun jabbed a finger toward the 10,000 city guards pouring through the gate, words tumbling out in a rush. Yi frowned. If those guards arrived, they wouldn't just lose the chance to kill Pingchuan, nature jetting out alive would be dicey. He tilted his head back and shouted to Yingyu. My lord, fall back. Enemy reinforcements have arrived. Yingyu boomed in reply. The old codger's almost dead. Keep those pests off me. Yi's eye twitched. If I go up there, I'm just cannon fodder, how am I supposed to hold them off? Then get over here and help me finish him. Yingye's voice cracked like thunder. Yi rubbed his nose and gave a helpless grin. Pingchuan Naichi didn't even have one stack of Punish Sufferer on him, and the cooldown for Nanshan Yuming's Dream Realm was nowhere near ready. In this state, the Jade Fan Set's burst power would barely be half strength. Looks like he'll have to reforge my gear and gamble on a miracle. He opened the system interface, and several dazzling messages sprang to life. 1. Congratulations, your Forge Master rank has advanced to Expert. 2. Current forging odds. Inferior, fine, rare 0, excellent 20, perfect 70, epic 9, legendary 1. 3. Daily Divine Scroll forges increased to 14. Attempts remaining, 214. 4. Forge Master proficiency. Expert 1,215,323, 100 million. On the continent of Divine Grace, killing NPCs yields only a trickle of experience. The developers designed it that way to prevent large-scale civil wars and funnel everyone's fire toward the Abyssal Legion. That's why, even after mowing down waves of city guards, Yi's proficiency barely budged. National wars give honor, but real progress comes from grinding monsters. He dismissed the notices and swept his eyes over his gear, frowning. If only I had something that could explode with instant damage. He yanked the quiver off his back and chose Standard Reforge. Progress bar, 307-0100. Reforge successful. You have obtained Quiver of the Gale, Elves perfect. HM still just perfect. Yi sighed lightly and flicked open the item panel. Quiver of the Gale, Elves perfect. Base stats, 100 agility, 200 ranged attack, 20 movement speed, 30 movement speed divine scroll bonus. Additional effects. Gale arrow forms arrows instantly from ambient wind, no storage required. Each shot leaves a cutting wind trail. Enemies on the trail, 30 movement speed. Allies on the trail, 30 movement speed. Blessing of the Gale, Elves every Gale arrow fired grants 5 move speed and attack speed, stacking to 100. Wrath of the Gallifur 30 seconds. Gale arrows cannot miss and ignore block, dodge, and parry, cooldown, 20 minutes. Master of Rhythm. Force of the Tempest while moving, 50 range damage. Dexterous Mind, 20 attack speed, 15 movement speed, 5 cooldown reduction, 5 cast speed. Still not quite enough, Yi muttered. He had speed to spare, and Wrath of the Gale could drive any warrior crazy, but it still couldn't drop Pingchuan Naichi in a single burst. Shouldering the quiver again, he scanned his equipment slots, once more still no silver bullet solution. Boss, if you're stuck, why not try Random Forge? Cloud Leaf suggested through the headset. Random Forge, huh? Yi Yi's eyes lit up. Since leaving the novice village, gear had come at him from every direction, and Random Forge had fallen off his radar. Drawing a steady breath, he glanced toward the city gate. The 10th Sandstrong Relief Force was now less than a kilometer from the shoreline. Time was running out. Success or failure would have to rest in the hands of fate. Regular Forging Forge progress 204-0100. Forge complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the epic grade Divine Forging Hammer. Without warning, a frigid, gleaming warhammer materialized in Yi Yi's palm, its metallic veins reflecting a cold blue glow in the moonlight. A heartbeat later, the world channel thundered 3 times in a row. World announcement. Yi Yi Huaxia Zone LV.1 has obtained the epic item Divine Forging Hammer and now ranks 2nd on the global gear leaderboard. Yi Yi froze. What the hell? A random hammer outclassed Jade Fan, Sinner's Calamity, Homeward Arms, God of Thieves' Vengeance Medal, and Seeker's Medal? That's ridiculous. A hammer my ass. He snarled. It isn't even a combat weapon for a main class. It's a life skill tool for architects and smiths with virtually 0 battle stats. Seeing his baffled expression, Yun Yi lowered her head in shame and whispered, Boss, it's my fault. Your fault? Nah, I'm just cursed. Yi patted her shoulder, sounding reassuring while silently wanting to cry. The axis of divine crafting needs no materials or forge, so the hammer was supposed to be decorative. Still, despite his disappointment, he opened the item window for the Divine Forging Hammer. One glance. Holy crap, Yi shouted. Meanwhile, along the coast, several colossal restoration arrays each spanning thousands of miles rose from the ground, glowing runes swirling as the chant neared completion. In that split second, Yi burst from the Sea Moon Elf skill, Lunar Morph Shadow Flip. His body turned into a silver streak, sliced across the battlefield, and landed above the clash between Ing Yu and Pingchuan Naichi. Brat, are you looking to die? Pingchuan Naichi sneered. With a flick of his blade, a razor arc of sword key slashed toward the newcomer. His HP was under 10%, but with reinforcements on the way, he grinned with impunity. /6, 854. The sword key ripped the air, moonlight snapped off, and a white crit number floated above Yi Yi's head. System prompt. Moonlight Guardian triggered. Damage exceeding 30 of max HP is compressed to 30. Cannot prevent instant death. Thanks, Yi grinned, blinking 500 meters away. Evasive Baptism. When damaged, jump to any spot within range. Unaffected by crowd control. Cooldown, 2 seconds. He stepped right back to Pingchuan Naichi, tone relaxed. In return, they'll take your life. Are you insane? Run, we can't win. Ing Yu shouted, her tail whipping around Yi Yi's waist to drag him back. Enemy reinforcements were seconds away, and the healing from that array was monstrous. Even Ing Yu felt a chill. Her tail was about to coil around him. The healing array was descending on Pingchuan Naichi, and the battle was about to flip. In that knife-edge moment, the Horadric Cube fragment began to spin. The Crimson Blade King's Jade Fan snapped back into his backpack, while the Divine Forging Hammer locked perfectly into the fragment. A flood of prompts streamed past, but Yi ignored them, raising his hand to target Pingchuan Naichi. Divine Molding. The hammer screamed through the air, the wind keening like drums. The head swelled against the gale, split in two, upper half a hammer, lower half an ingothan slammed shut. In the next heartbeat, the divided halves erupted in a torrent of lightning, thunderous and overwhelming, crashing straight down toward Pingchuan Naichi's skull. Pingchuan Naichi was paralyzed with terror. He had never heard of lightning this savage, let alone faced it. The very sky seemed to collapse. There was nowhere to hide, nothing that could shield him. The air grew oppressively heavy. Breaths rumbled like muffled thunder, and sweat poured through his pores, drenching his robes. In the distance, Yun Yi kept the live stream of the fat man and the little boy running, and every viewer sensed the stakes. If this blow failed to finish Pingchuan Naichi, victory would fall to Yamato. The enemy had unleashed more than a dozen sword waves. The Moonlight Protector could block at most 3, and the rest would easily end ES life, and probably taking you down with him. Meanwhile, Yamato mages were chanting a spatial array that was slowly sealing a hundredly stretch of sea. If Pingchuan Naichi survived long enough to pinning you, ES raid on Yamato would collapse, and the whole party might die with her. Sword aura screamed through the air, yet Yi simply watched Naichi with a smile and whispered a countdown. 3, 2, 1, die. The split forge hammer snapped shut, swallowing the lightning in a single burst. 10 billion. Naichi's health bar vanished on the spot, and the sword aura dispersed. Ingyu flicked her tail around Yi to pull him clear, then froze as she spotted the giant hammer overhead. You actually killed him? Run, Lady Ingyu. Grab my teammates, we're heading for Sakura Wood City. Yi shouted. The forge hammer whistled back to him, bringing several drops of loot. Global announcements exploded across every screen. World announcement. Huaxiao players Yi, Beishuang, and Shihi Fairy have slain LV 500 Cataclysm class boss Pingchuan Naichi. Huaxiao Warzone Honor 1000. World announcement. Yamato's Zhongpingchuan City's Lord and Guardian Beast have fallen. Calamity descends on the city. All Pingchuan City players suffer 80 EXP and 40 damage for 7 days. World announcement. Congratulations to player Beishuang on reaching LV92, still leading the global level rankings. The world went wild. Pingchuan Naichi is dead? Did anyone understand what just happened? There's not even a corpse insane. Is he even human? Yamato players got wrecked 3 seconds of silence for Jingwu Tianxiu. That stream nearly gave me a heart attack. No idea what I saw, but Yi is a monster. Above them, the spatial array slowly folded shut. Yingyu shot to Beishuang and the rest, swept them up, and blasted away from Pingchuan City. A towering wave hurled them clear just before the cage sealed, and they streaked towards Sakura Wood City. Few were alive. That was way too close, Meiqian Maoliao Gun gasped. If a Tier 2 main city garrison is this scary, what about a Tier 1 or the imperial capital? Bengong Chaoming muttered, eyes wide. Power enough to shatter the heavens, Nanshan Yuming said grimly. Once their hearts stopped racing, every gaze landed on Yi, or rather, on the forge hammer embedded in the shard of the heraldic cube hovering above his head. Aside from Shi He and Chang Shi, who couldn't view Yi's stats, everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Pingchuan City. From the respawn point, the main roads radiated for kilometers, strewn with unconscious players sprawled in every direction. The walls still stood, but banners whipped violently in the wind. Residual magic and the coppery stench of blood clung to the air, making the newly revived players' hearts pound. They had no time to gather themselves before General Nai's, ablaze with rage, rammed open the city gates with the garrison, iron and rubble flying. Useless, every last one of you, he shouted, cracking his whip at the bodies on the ground. Then he stormed straight to the governor's mansion, carving runes in its courtyard and personally reinforcing the city shielding array. Nai's had raced all the way from Dei City to intercept Yingyu, yet the quarry slipped through. When he arrived in Pingchuan Naichi and a million defenders were already dealt a defeat that felt like a slap in the face. With me guarding Pingchuan, any Huaxiao adventurer who dares take one more step will lose his head. Nai smashed his palm through the desk, splinters spraying. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers off Yingmu City, waves heaved beneath the night sky. Yingyu burst from the water, and Yi's group leapt from his back, bobbing among the swells. Lord Yingyu, this is close enough, Yi said, clasping his fists respectfully. The road ahead is dangerous, please take care. Save the speeches, what could possibly happen? Yingyu flicked his tail, sending up a curtain of spray. On the way, Yi had laid out the plan. 1. His team would pilot the Chaos is Simplicity straight onto the shore and launch a frontal assault on Yingmu City. 2. Once battle began, Nai's would surely teleport in with the city guard. 3. Yingyu would raise a tsunami offshore, feinting toward Dairy City or Ixia City to keep Nai's running. 4. As long as Nai's aggro stayed fixed on them, Yingmu City might finally fall. What really worried Yi was that Yingyu might lose his temper and blunder into an ambush. Nai's is powerful, my lord, you must not act rashly, he warned, frowning. Relax, little one. I didn't come to Yamato to dance on a knife's edge just to die here. I plan to march home in triumph and evolve to my perfect form. Cold light flashed in Ying's eyes. Then I wish you boundless strength in battle. As the words left his mouth, Yingyu dove into the depths, his massive silhouette swallowed by the night-dark sea. Time to go ashore. Yi looked toward Yingmu City, eyes steady. This assault will be anything but easy. The moment they entered Yamato's waters, the 5-guild group chat exploded. Most messages were rumors or complaints, but a few key pieces of intel stood out. 1. Yingmu City was being defended by Holy Sakura Guild's leader, Ishikawa Yoshiko. 2. She had reportedly bought several rare, mythic-grade charge-up spell scrolls from Admiral Lanze. The damage on these scrolls is fixed, immune to buffs or debuffs, yet still terrifying, because a charged scroll crafted by Lanze is every player's dream weapon. In his previous life, Lanze had formed a permanent squad called the 12 Spindles. Every member possessed in strength talent and covered all support professions: priest, alchemist, brewer, tea master, and more. During scroll creation, the 12 stacked outrageous buffs on Lanze, so the finished scrolls were absurd in both power and area of effect. The chemistry between an SS rank charge spell and a master scrollmaker can easily decide the outcome of an entire nation war. With the war chariot on their side, Yi's dozen-strong squad could take on an entire city. General Lanze, armed with hundreds of charged spell scrolls, could erase one even more easily. Boss, are we looking at any problems? The player with the ID no_money_get_lost asked, words flying. Keep your eyes on Ishikawa Yoshiko, Yi replied, cutting to the real danger. The time bomb in her hand is a nightmare. We need to deal with it. Yeah, that's rough, Yi muttered, remembering the fight at Pingchuan City. The Saint Sakura group got burned once. They'll probably turtle on the walls. If they stay back there, we're stuck. Whether they leave the city isn't their call, Yi said calmly. The linchpin is still Ishikawa Yoshiko. Nanshan Yoming. You handle the timing on the group invincibility. Understood, Nanshan Yoming answered with a crisp nod. They slipped beneath the waves and swam toward the gray-blue shoreline outside Sakuraji City. Cold, briny swells slapped against the chariot's hull, drawing a faint metallic hum. During the brief lull, Yi opened his interface and focused on the Godforge hammer, a fragment of the heraldic cube glowing pale gold. Godforge hammer. Epic life profession equipment blacksmith only. 200 forging speed. 10 base attributes on crafted gear. 50 increased chance for crafted items to be epic. 1 glorious cast. Select 2 items, shatter 1 to extract a stat line, then replace a stat line on the second. Cooldown. 24 hours. Unaffected by cooldown reduction. Divine access bonus affixes. Sacred territory. While assisting in a kill, all drops auto-loot to your backpack can be toggled on-off. Forge Master. Executes enemies below 10 HP. Ineffective against invulnerable targets. On players, it randomly shatters 1 piece of their gear. On monsters, it forges their corpse into an item whose tier scales with the monster. Cooldown. 24 hours 1 HP for Inferno monsters, 0.1 for Demon Lord monsters. Rhythm Maestro. Heart of the Divine Artisan. Each craft grants 1 stack of Artisan's Insight. At 20 stacks, the next craft is guaranteed max tier. Dexterous Hands. None life gear cannot gain combat stats. Affix remains. Yi skimmed the stats and did the math. 1. The 200 forging speed was almost pointless. Divine Axis forging was already near instant. 2. A 10 stat boost was nice, but hardly game-changing. 3. The 50 bonus to epic chance sounded huge, yet with a base rate of 9, it only climbed to 13.5. On paper, the hammer looked mediocre. Throw in the Divine Axis affixes, though, and it became a monster. Sacred territory vacuum looted every drop. Had he owned it at Pingchuan, the million-plus items would have vanished into his bags in seconds, saving time and preventing theft. Forge Master was absurd. Instant gear breaking on players, corpse settle on monsters, all on a single daily cooldown. Heart of the Divine Artisan fit his crafting style perfectly, reached 20 stacks, and the next item was guaranteed top tier. Yi rubbed his chin, eyes lingering on 1 glorious cast. That effect was terrifying in its own right. By sacrificing 1 piece of gear, Yi could extract a single stat line and swap it onto another item, and the results were nothing short of stunning. Take the splendid bow of the Wind Dancer, for example. Its skybound surge granted true flight, and after he retired the bow, he never stopped missing that aerial agility. As he reforged more and more equipment, he would be able to siphon premium stats endlessly, packing every slot with top-tier affixes. As for Godsmith, the skill needed no further praise. It not only cut down enemies, but could also shatter player gear outright, and even forge monster corpses into brand new weapons. Hirakawa Naichi was the perfect example. Once a famed warrior, now the legendary longsword Naraku, resting quietly in Yi's inventory. Naichi had also dropped 3 items: the epic offhand shield Golden Radiance Aegis, and 2 rare mythic skills, Epiphany of Spirit Light and Heart like a Sword. While sorting the loot, Yi eyed the 3 treasures and muttered, I wonder when Compassionate at Heart will log in. I've pretty much gathered everything he can use. Sigh. Closing the bag interface, he and his team burst from the sea, skimming the shadowed reeds as they slipped towards Sakura City. A crimson flare erupted inside him, wrapping the party in scarlet light. Yi's brow knitted, his face turning grim. A moment later, a series of world announcements boomed overhead. World announcement. Indian region players have invaded Huaxia territory. India-Huaxia national war initiated. World announcement. Vietnamese region players have invaded Huaxia territory. Vietnam-Huaxia national war initiated. World announcement. During the national war, each kill of an Indian-Vietnamese Huaxia player grants 1 regional honor and 1 personal honor shared among the team. The globe erupted in chaos. Holy crap. Vietnam and India are that bold? They actually declared war on Huaxia. Are they out of their minds? Can't figure it out. Saroba and Queen Anam didn't even have 8,000 honor before. How did they field war chariots so fast? Disaster bosses have been spawning nonstop lately. Every region's been farming them. It makes sense. Think Yi will head back to Huaxia. Yi's squad looked anything but pleased. Boss, what now? Yin asked, frowning. Damn it, those mutts have perfect timing. No money roll cursed. Changshi Ferry stayed calm. Something's off. Vietnam and India shouldn't be able to redeem chariots this quickly. You mentioned the Lighthouse region is forming an alliance. They must have outside backing. Her words had barely settled when 2 more announcements triggered a fresh uproar. National War Report. Indian player Saroba led a team that killed 58,245 Huaxia players in Inu City. India gains 58,245 regional honor. National War Report. Vietnamese player Queen Anam led a team that killed 4,523 Huaxia players in Inu City. Vietnam gains 4,523 regional honor. General Blanz's charged spell scrolls. Yi drew a long breath, eyes darkening. Boss, let's go back and wipe them out. While we're at it, we can level every tier 3 capital in Vietnam and India. No money roll growled. Not yet. If we rush home now, would hand Yamato a gift. Yi sneered. Vietnam and India daring to hit the densely populated Ingyu City all, but confirmed Yamato was stoking the Flamisa textbook siege-wide rescue Zhao maneuver. He opened the No Money Roll Guild chat and typed rapidly. Tom Hunter, you there? Here. The reply was instant. Can you hold Ingyu City for me? What's in it for me? They'll sell you 10 war chariots. You can sell chariots? Dawei Tianlong chimed in. Sure. Each player can redeem up to 10. Brother Yi, that's not cool. Defending the city is every Huaxiao player's duty. You only asked Imperial capital and left us hanging? Taishan protested. Defending Huaxiao is our sacred duty. Screaming soul for you, declared righteously. Ahem. Count our guild too, Nanshan Wujin added. Yi grinned. Watch out for General Blanz's charged spell scrolls. I've got it, Time Hunter replied curtly, and Yi was fully reassured. With that man's talent, he could link every defender in Ingyu City. No number of charged scrolls could breach the walls. Thanks, everyone. He'll be back in Huaxia tomorrow. 10 chariots each for the 5 great guilds. Yi sent the message and left the chat. Lifting his gaze over the swaying reeds toward distant Sakura City, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Our turn to take the stage. With that, he summoned the Chaos Simplicity War Chariot. Everyone climbed aboard, and they streaked away toward Sakura City. On Ingmu City's main commercial avenue, a ghostly hand settled on Lian's shoulder. Whatever this apparition was, nothing that appeared so eerily could mean well. A heartbeat earlier, his expression had been frosty and distant. At that touch, his gaze softened with indulgent warmth. Miss, you're here? Sherchuan Jiazi drifted out from behind him, wrapping her arms around his broad back, her breath brushing his ear. Did you miss me? Of course. Lian clasped her pale, slender fingers and lowered his voice. But your father, if he insists on having his way, he'll leave the clan and wander the world with you. A playful smile curved her lips. Everyone says I'm a pretty boy, not worth your devotion. Lian's eyes trembled with a faint light. Anyone bold enough to say that is already dead. Her hand stroked his cheek, gentle yet glacial. Remember Carlos? He disappeared in the gay man in real life as well. Miss, am I really worth all this? For you, everything is worth it. A breeze lifted newly blossomed cherry petals, framing the couple like a flawless oil painting that drew both awe and envy. Players gathered along the street, yet none dared point or whisper. They all knew about Sherchuan Jiazi's forbidden romance with her male secretary. Though most looked down on Lian, no one showed it. President, the players outside the city have all been recalled. A Shungying guild member hurried over to report. Sherchuan Jiazi nodded. Shiluopo and the Anan Queen are already attacking Ingyu City. President, do we really need these tight defenses? No one can leave the city to level up, the player grumbled. We still need to be fully prepared. Sherchuan Jiazi swept her gaze around, voice calm. The humiliation at Pingchuan must never be repeated in Ingmu. Even as she spoke, the sky above the seaside gate darkened. A shrill buzz rose in the distance, and a storm of arrows screamed toward the walls. From cherry blossoms whirled into a vast petal shield that enveloped the entire city. Regional announcement: Ingmu City is under attack and has entered level 1 combat status. All Great Wa players, please support. Regional announcement: City Lord Li Yuanzhua LV.500 Cataclysm has activated the defensive array. Current durability, 100 billion, 100 billion. So they've come after all. Sherchuan Jiazi frowned toward the gate. Lian, have you spoken with the City Lord's mansion? I have. Unless Ingyu appears or the walls are breached, the garrison won't act and the guardian beast will remain dormant, Lian replied gravely. How inflexible. Sherchuan Jiazi's chest rose with suppressed fury. What about General Nai's from Dei City? Pingchuan's City Lord, garrison, and guardian beast were all slaughtered. Can't just look on, can he? Before Lian could answer, several more system notices thundered through the air. Regional announcement: Dari City is under attack and has entered level 1 combat status. All Great Wa players, please support. System announcement: City Lord Rixiang of Dari City, LV. 500 Cataclysm, has activated the city's defensive array. Current durability, 100 billion, 100 billion. System announcement: Dari City's guardian beast, Qi Huanyao, LV. 500 Cataclysm, hatchling stage, is about to awaken. System announcement: General Nai's of Dei City is furious and is marching on Dari City to destroy all invaders. All players, mobilize at once. You're really playing a feint on me. Ingmu City Lord Ishikawa Keiko caught on immediately. She opened the guild channel and ordered, no one leaves the city without my permission. With that, she darted toward the opposite gate like an arrow, disappearing into the shadows of the wall. 2 kilometers outside Yingmis East Gate, the Chaos Minimalist War Chariot sat idle, its black cannon pointed at the sky. Through the windshield, Arrows could be seen rocketing upward like a storm, curving back and slamming into the city's barrier, sending dark red ripples across the shield. Those sons of dogs are just going to hide. Mei Qianma Lu Gun spat, contempt dripping from his voice. Going out means instant death, staying in buys them time. They're not completely stupid, Yin Yi said with a light laugh. Boss, what if they never come out? Mei Qianma Lu Gun asked Yi. Yi threw back his head and laughed, the mirth vanishing as his gaze turned icy. Stay inside. No way. In a national war, desertion is punished worse than death. Before his words faded, the chariot's ballista roared again, unleashing another barrage of nearly 100 multi-shots. 382,906, 402,546, 632,353. System message. You are 1,920 meters from the target. Rogue God's Vengeance activated. Damage 3,940. System message. Arrow turrets currently deployed, 34. In the Battle of Pingchuan City, Yi cut down Yinting Hachi, 1,000,000 city guards, and Pingchuan Naichi, earning 30 million gold and transforming the stats of his Pioneer medal. Pioneer Epic Special Equipment. Reward for the first player to slay the Dark Corpse Nest boss. Base stats, 40 Vitality, 40 Strength, 40 Agility, 40 Intelligence. Light of the Vanguard. For every 100 enemies killed, gain 5 to all stats, cap 100. Current, 100 all stats. Journey of Inquiry. For every 100 points in a base stat, that stat increases by an extra 1. Current, 4 Vitality, 4 Strength, 4 Intelligence, 21 Agility. Money Hoarder. For every 100,000 gold accumulated, gain 1 to all stats. Current, 200 all stats epic cap 200. Wealth Accumulator. For every 1 million gold accumulated, gain 1 to all stats. Current, 20 all stats epic cap 20. King of Fortune. For every 10 million gold accumulated, damage 1. Current, 10 damage epic cap 20. Rhythm Master. Power through wealth. The more gold you hold, the higher your charisma, making NPCs easier to befriend. Yi now carried over 100 million gold. Out of combat, his agility sat at 2,513. Normally, he could deploy 25 arrow turrets, but under deck ensemble the cap had risen to 34. The moon sprite's duration had been stretched to 62.5 seconds, and with a base cooldown of 60 seconds plus 68% cooldown reduction, it could now remain on the field indefinitely. Nanshan Yuming's buff was still active, pushing Yi's attack speed to 17.2. Along the entire coastline, only he and Ingmu City's defensive array faced off like sworn rivals. No other monsters, no players in the way Punisher's calamity stack skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Arrow turrets, moon sprites, ballistas, homing arrows, missiles, every bit of firepower tore through the night like a meteor shower, crashing into that gorgeous cherry blossom shield. 3 minutes later, a cold system message popped up. You have struck Ingmu City's protective array. Punisher's calamity has reached 102,168 stacks. Immediately, huge damage numbers filled the air. 29,615,608. 24,210,942. Yi's total DPS now exceeded 500 million per second. Under the torrent of damage, the array's durability drained like sand through an hourglass, and the pace kept accelerating. Inside the city, players from the Holy Sakura Guild were stuck. Should we go out? We can't beat him, and the guild master says no. Stay inside. Boring. Alan tried to calm them. Don't panic. The guild master left through another gate. She'll wipe the invaders soon. Even Pingchuan City's guardian beast is dead. How's she supposed to handle Yi? Someone muttered. Exactly. I've never felt so useless in a game, can't even step outside my own gate. More voices chimed in, frustration spreading fast. Alan frowned. He didn't want to reveal Ishikawa Kazuko's trump card, but he had to keep morale up, and words failed him. Suddenly the sky over Ingmu City turned blood red, and shrill alarms echoed everywhere. 1. Tiny bits of damage hovered above every player's head, hammering at their nerves. Then the area broadcast rolled out. Warning. All Ingmu City players are neglecting the war. The city lord has issued a minor punishment. Leave the city immediately to defend Ingmu City. Warning. Ingmu City's protective array has lost 20% durability. Leave the city immediately to defend Ingmu City. The city erupted. What the hell? We can't even stay inside. I've got no HP. Step outside, and am dead. Trash city lord won't fight herself, but wants us to die? Curses flew in every direction. Alan clenched his brows, helpless, and whispered a private message to Ishikawa Kazuko. Miss, the broadcast says we must leave the city. Will the punishment get worse? We're already taking 1 damage per tick. She paused, then replied, not yet. Wait a little longer. He'll have good news soon. Understood. Stay safe, Mississippi. On the dark shoreline, a ghostly figure darted along the rocks toward the source of the arrows. In the moonlight, the Chaos Chariot loomed, its massive frame etched with eerie blue runes. Ishikawa Kazuko studied it. 2 million durability and 99% damage immunity. I need to deal 200 million damage to scrap Chaos Shijian. She thumbed through several scrolls, totaling her potential output. The scrolls are enough, I'll still have 3 left. But Nanshan Yuming's invincibility skill is tricky. Her slender fingers tightened as her gaze locked onto the healer, still pouring out cures in the distance. A chill traced her lips. Take out the priest first. Ishikawa Keiko twisted the epic ring on her index finger, and her outline grew hazy, as though she had slipped into another dimension. An instant later, 7 colossal magic circles, each hundreds of meters wide, floated above the primal simplicity war chariot. Complex runes flared to life and sealed off everything within several kilometers. Watch out! Fairy Shiha shouted from the cockpit, her voice booming across the deck to warn the others. At almost the same moment, Yi spotted the circle overhead, arched a brow, and barked, dismiss the chariot. Mass immunity. With a resonant hum, the war chariot turned into a beam of light and vanished. Yi and his 11 teammates landed on the rocky shoreline. Before the wave's vibration had faded, Nanshan Yuming closed his eyes and chanted, spinning a silver-horn staff in his palm as holy radiance cascaded from the tip. A jet-black shadow suddenly lunged from behind, its blade driving straight for Nanshan Yuming's throat, splitting the air with ripples. Yi jerked back, drew his longbow, and loosed 2 fan-shaped volleys of multi-shot arrows. The arrows tore through the air, but struck only emptiness. The shadow slipped into an unseen crevice, leaving no lock-on prompt for tracking arrows or missiles. Yi's heart tightened, and he muttered, absolute stealth? Out of combat, Yi's agility is 2,513. When combat begins, 7-colored star-layered glimmer grants all stats 98, and Celestial Court Music Box plus Horn Music Box add another 40. Potion boosts are minor and can be ignored, bringing final agility to 5,980. Ranged attack calculation. The current main stat multiplier is 2.1, with 0.1 from the Warzone honor board. Power of the Eagle adds 10, Gale Force adds 50, for a combined modifier of 1.6. Therefore, ranged attack, 5,982.1, 1.6, 20,092. Damage bonuses applied. Nemesis Hatred 50, Retribution 200, Vengeance 20, King of Wealth 10, Rogue God's Revenge at full stacks 1,940, and Punished One's Doom 10,216.8, plus Petrification Mark, Heroic Anthem, and others, totaling roughly a 134-fold increase. Critical damage bonuses, Base 200, Hachitsuka Mahara Bao 100, Moonlight Amulet 30, Pathfinder 30, Punished One's Doom 50, and Skyhawk Stalker at 30 stacks 90, for a total of 500. Skill coefficient, multi-shot full volley is 220. Final damage 20,092 134 5, 2.2, 29,615,608. Stack count on Punished One's Doom is the key variable, so real combat numbers will fluctuate. To convert the figure for an assassin, remove the distance decay from Rogue God's Revenge, add the extra damage from Armor Shred, then multiply by Backstab, Shadow Strike, and Throat Cut bonuses in order. All damage bonuses are added together first, whether 50 or 10, 526.4, before multiplying by the critical modifier. Nanshan Yuming's 3 mysterious dreams are skill modifiers, not damage bonuses, so calculate them separately and multiply the result. With all 3 dreams stacked, overall damage rises by roughly another 10-fold. Attack speed and DPS. At 17.2 attacks per second against a single target, Yi can trigger per second 1 multi-shot. For Moon Sprites, 34 arrow turrets inheriting 50 attack speed, effectively 17, for crossbows, 2 seeking arrows, and 5 missiles, for 33 hits total. Thus, 33 17.2 567.6 hits per second, allowing 102,168 stacks of Punished One's Doom in 3 minutes. When more enemies appear, Moon Sprites, arrow turrets, seeking arrows, and missiles still prioritize the nearest target. Although Entangling Shot can be triggered on other foes, the stacking rate of Punished One's Doom drops to roughly 1/30th. Yi, you certainly know more than I expected. Sherchuan Jiako's chilling voice drifted out of the void. Absolute Stealth, one of the assassin's ultimate abilities. Once activated, its concealment soars to an extreme level, making almost every anti-stealth skill useless. The user slips into perfect darkness like a ghost and ignores all projectile-type attacks. That is why homing arrows and missiles lose their target. In Yi's previous life, fewer than 5 assassins had ever mastered absolute stealth. Among them, Zella the Great was the most terrifying. His SS strength talent, Shadow Realm Walker, was an evolved form of absolute stealth that let him step into the Shadow Realm, evade every strike, and appear only for a lethal blow. Now, after her first strike missed, Sherchuan Jiako melted back into absolute stealth, gliding past the party and searching for an opening. Yi had retracted his Chaos Chariot ahead of time, disrupting her rhythm, but she stayed calm. Kill Nanshan Yumeng first, then pick off the rest one by one. This was an assassin's confidence. The battlefield was taut to the breaking point. 7 charged spell scrolls were humming, ready to unleash a magical torrent at any second, and Nanshan Yumeng's radiant horn array was almost fully chanted. At that critical instant, Shirchuan Jiako flashed in front of him. She gave up the backstab path he was guarding it too, well, so her dagger gleamed toward Nanshan Yumeng's throat instead. Watch out! Yin Yi screamed. Nanshan Yumeng suddenly opened his eyes. He met Shirchuan Jiako's materialized gaze with calm and even smiled. Welcome into the trap. A chill prickled Shirchuan Jiako's heart, yet her blade was already in motion. Schlick steel sliced flesh, and exhilaration surged through her. It worked. 1,829,253. A monstrous critical strike number burst above Nanshan Yumeng's head. Yet he still stood there, his health bar clinging to a single point instead of dropping to 0. How could that be? A burst of rainbow light erupted around him, and a koi leapt over his head. Divine koi shelter. The koi absorbs 1 fatal blow for you. Cooldown 300 seconds. Does not block instant death effects. The prompt had barely appeared when Shirchuan Jiako sensed danger. She raised her hand to strike again and finish the job. Too late, Yi sneered. An overwhelming aura rolled out from him. Intimidation stance. All hostile players within 10 times the caster's attack range are judged and stripped of their main and offhand weapons for 5 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. Both of Shirchuan Jiako's daggers vanished without a sound. Shocked, she tried to dive back into absolute stealth, but Yi's kingly presence locked onto her. Submission. Targets whose talent tier is lower than the caster's have their talent sealed for 3 minutes. Cooldown 6 hours. No. Shirchuan Jiako's face drained of color. Absolute stealth failed, and even her shrank talent. Invincible Hermit meant to enhance any invisibility was suppressed. The epic ring Nightstalker rested on her index finger. Its bonus skill, Dark Stealth, could achieve true invisibility only when stacked with the Invincible Hermit buff. Now, with her talent sealed, absolute stealth collapsed, reverting to ordinary Dark Stealth. She still enjoyed a 200 concealment bonus, yet the nearer she crept to an enemy, the weaker the effect became, and Ishikawa Keiko was practically shoulder to shoulder with Yi and Nanshan Yumeng. Half transparent as she was, she fooled no one. Still, she clung to a sliver of hope. If my charged scroll lands first, I can still win. Nanshan Yumeng's chant stopped short. A silver horn flashed, scattering dazzling white light that nearly seared Keiko's eyes. Then, boom, boom, boom. 7 magic circles unfurled across the sky. The earth heaved, gales shredded the brush, lightning split the air, molten fire gushed, and polar lights twisted together, slamming down like 7 colossal hammers. 0, 0. A torrent of gray no damage markers floated across the shield around Yi's team. Keiko's last chance evaporated. The koi god's blessing held as steadfast as bedrock. She shook her head with a rueful smile. Once again, she had fallen to faulty intel. The Horadric cube shard quivered. The jade fan of the Scarlet Blade King slipped free, traced a blood-red arc, and dropped into Yi's palm, replacing the 8-span cloud piercer bow. Yi vanished into shadow. A chill flash skimmed out of the darkness and slit Keiko's throat. Blood sprayed, painting the sea breeze crimson. Scarlet Gleam activate an unexpected precision strike that silences ranged attacks for 5 seconds and deals 400 melee physical damage. Guaranteed crit, dark strike, backstab, and throat slash effects. 20-second cooldown. 4,821,352. Kick while they're down triggered. For 48 hours after revival, the target's experience gain is reduced by 90. Reprisal triggered. 1 extra item dropped. Epic ring, Nightstalker. Keiko's soul was pulled into the soul receptacle. After respawning, she would sleep for 24 hours. Above them, the 7 charged scrolls kept pounding the ground for a full 30 seconds. Coastal vegetation vaporized. Bare earth blew open several meters deep. Stones whirled. Dust billowed, yet Yi's group stood unharmed amid the wreckage. Yi glanced at Keiko's corpse, drew chaos simplicity, and chuckled. Threat neutralized. Time to claim Sakuraji City. One by one, the team leaped into the war chariot. Yi slid the jade fan back into the Horadric cube shard, switched to the 8-span cloud piercer bow, and, while firing multi-shot at Sakuraji City's barrier, rummaged through the spoils in his pack. Nightstalker epic ring. 200 agility. 100 armor penetration. 50 critical damage. 50 backstab damage. 50 dark strike damage. 100 throat slash damage. Dark stealth. Sink into shadow, boosting concealment by 200 until you attack, take damage, or cancel the effect. Absolute top tier. Where did Ishikawa Keiko get a ring like this? Yi whistled. Every stat an assassin could dream of was etched into this tiny band. He slipped it on without hesitation. Cold metal fused with flesh, its stealthy aura merging with the jade fan's razor edge. An assassin rarely entered the fray, but each appearance changed the tide. With Nightstalker equipped, the jade fan's burst damage would climb to an entirely new tier. Moreover, even without the Jade Fan, the agility, penetration, and critical damage bonuses from Night Stalker were still extremely useful to Yi. Not bad at all. Yoshiko Ishikawa just handed over 2 rings at once. I'd love for this kind of windfall to happen a few more times. Yi twirled the rings between his fingers, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. Another minute passed, and the durability of Sakuraji City's defensive ward suddenly plunged to 50. Thunder roared out of nowhere. Bolts of lightning tore down from the clouds like silver serpents, striking every player inside the city. 1. Warning. All players in Sakuraji City have deserted the battlefield. The city lord is enraged and has branded every remaining player with the traitor's mark. Anyone still inside Sakuraji City after 10 minutes will have their HP reduced to 0. Upon revival, they will be thrown into the ocean maelstrom and barred from entering the Yamato region for 10 days. Warning. Sakuraji City's defensive ward has lost 50 of its durability. All players are ordered to leave the city at once and repel the invaders. Defend Sakuraji City. Back-to-back system alerts detonated across the interface, and the players who had been calm seconds earlier erupted in panic. Damn, if we stay we get executed? The server's only been up for less than 10 days. 10 days in the drink is practically a forced quit. Screw this, I'm logging out right here. I'm not putting up with this crap. Many hurried to log off, only to be greeted by another cold prompt. You are under treason review. Your character will remain on the spot for 30 minutes after logging off. With their last escape route blocked, fear spread like wildfire. What do we do now? What else? We go outside and fight. Worst case we die, sleep for a day, do a few hours in jail, and eat half XP for 2 days. That's still better than 10 days in the maelstrom. Tens of millions of Holy Sakura Guild members flocked toward the east gate, faces ashen, marching toward almost certain death. Swish, 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 arrows blotted out the sky. The moment they crossed the gate, icy shafts pierced them through. Anyone who tried to resist soon gave up. Being a minute sooner meant being freed a minute earlier. In less than 10 minutes, the entire 30 million strong Holy Sakura force lay dead. Corpses piled up outside the gate like hills. Blood ran in rivers, surged along the shoreline, and dyed a vast stretch of sea crimson. Dream Chaser effect triggered. You have slain 30,231,054 Yamato players, and gained an additional 30,231,054 personal honor points. National War Report. Huaxiao players Yi, Bei Shuang, Shiha Fairy have slain 30,231,054 Yamato players. Huaxiao gains 30,231,054 Warzone honor points. World announcement. Huaxia's honor total is now 42,763,618, firmly holding first place on the Stability Warzone leaderboard. Reward update. 1. 10 to all attributes. 6. 0.4 primary attribute mastery. Before the bodies inside the city had even cooled, the protective ward shrouding Sakuraji City shattered with a deafening crash. Rumble. As the shield broke, a giant cherry tree nearly 100 meters thick burst from the ground outside the east wall. Its canopy blotted out the heavens, throwing half of Sakuraji City into shadow. Petals drifted down in torrents, turning into razor-sharp blades that filled the air for over a kilometer beyond the gate. Regional announcement. Guardian Beast Sakura Torrent LV.500, Cataclysm class, Juvenile stage, has awakened. Regional Bulletin. Li Yuanzhua, Lord of Ingmu City, LV. 500 Cataclysm class has marched out with 1 million city guards to meet the enemy. Even 2 kilometers away, the earth still quakes beneath their synchronized footsteps, an iron tide grinding the ground to dust. This looks way too big. Do we really have the firepower for it? Mei Qianma Lu Gun muttered, nerves showing. Yun Yi pressed her lips together, silently agreeing. Without Long Ing, the Iron Wall domain can't envelop the whole city, and Ben Gong Kaming's mana pool is nowhere near enough to raise a citywide shield. Nanshan Yuming has only 2 group-wide invincibility casts left, while the other side fields 1 million guards plus a Cataclysm tier lord. Winning a straight fight in this window is next to impossible. I'm not giving up yet. Yunyi clenched her fists. Think we should pull back, boss? Mei Qianma Lu Gun asked. Retreat? I said Ingmu City is ours, Yi replied, a sure smile tugging at his lips. How? Under these odds? Everyone stared at him. Yi's eyes narrowed. We don't have to kill the guardian beast, the lord, or 1 million guards. Break the 4 gates, and the city falls. Each gate only carries 20 billion durability, totally chewable. He grinned. Breaching a tier 3 main city drops immortal grade gear. Immortal grade. Mei Qianma Lu Gun's eye sparkled. Plus a rare mythic skill, and 100 million gold, Yi added. Then we have to take Ingmu City. At the word gold, Ben Gong Xiaoming sprang upright. Catching the stares, she rushed to clarify. It's not about the money, it's the dream. Our stream is called Fat Man and Little Boy. If we don't vaporize at least 2 cities, what are we even doing? The party dissolved into laughter. Moments later, the million-strong guard force had encamped a kilometer outside the east gate. Priest halos spread overhead like a vast net. Mage spell circles unfolded high in the sky, and bowstrings thrummed in unison, loosing a storm of arrows. Yi studied the formation and spoke coolly. "Stay on my call." Everyone nodded. A thick vine burst from the ground beneath him, punched through a war wagon roof, and corkscrewed into the clouds. In a heartbeat, it had lifted Yi to nearly 20 kilometers. Standing on the tip, he surveyed Ingmu's city walls, formations, and defenses laid bare. Cloudreach Vine summons a vine that climbs up to 10-year range in meters. While standing on it, your attack range is fixed at 20-year normal range for 60 seconds. Current height, 19,400 meters. Attack range locked at 38,800 meters for 60 seconds. Standing atop the vine of Cloudreach, Yi looked down on Sakura with city spread out below. A colorless wind brushed past, lifting the ends of his cropped hair. Beneath the tousled strands, his refined yet steadfast features were etched sharply by the high sunlight, and a glacial gleam flashed in his dark eyes. Each wall of Sakura Wood City stretched 10 kilometers, impressive at first glance. Yet the entire fortress lay squarely within range of the H-chi, Cloudreach bow one pull of the string, and the whole city would be caught in a web of fire. Wish, wish, wish. Arrows tore through the air as volley after volley arced skyward, for perfect trajectories converging on the city's gates. At the same time, Yi brought up his combat interface, muting alerts from the garrison, Long Ying, and Li Yuanzhou, keeping only the gate data. Distance to the east gate, 22,582 meters. Thief God's Vengeance activated. Damage 45,164. Distance to the south gate, 26,832 meters. Thief God's Vengeance activated. Damage 53,664. Distance to the north gate, 26,432 meters. Thief God's Vengeance activated. Damage 52,864. Distance to the west gate, 34,542 meters. Thief God's Vengeance activated. Damage 69,084. The numbers scrolled past, and Yi instantly concluded that the east gate, though closest, carried the smallest vengeance bonus. Quadruple shot would trigger 4 ballistas, but the uneven multipliers made the overall output inefficient. A new plan formed, and he sent an order over the team channel. Deploy Holy Horn Radiance, Mystic Dreamscape, and the Critical Burst Barrier. Voice commands could not reach the top of the vine, so text was the only viable channel. He then dismissed the War Chariot, Chaos made simple, stowing it in his pack. The vine's range was fixed at the moment of casting, so putting the vehicle away would not lower his altitude. Besides, Li Yuanzhou was pressing forward with the city guard, and leaving the chariot exposed would see it destroyed in seconds by their 2 million durability. The instant Chaos made simple vanished. A massive golden horn appeared at the vine's base, shielding Bei Shuang and the others. System, you are under the effect of Celestial Court Holy Horn Radiance. For 40 seconds you are immune to all damage and your movement speed is increased by 10. Immediately afterward, 3 violet vortices rose, swallowing the surrounding space. Mystic Dreamscape, Celestial Court Mystic Dreamscape, Horn Mystic Vortex. Finally, a crimson screen spread across the ground. The Critical Burst Barrier locked onto the narrow area beneath the vine, counting Yi himself within its bounds. 3 purple sigils flared simultaneously at the center of his brow, while scarlet runes unfurled beneath his feet. System, you are under the effect of Critical Burst Barrier, critical damage 500. The combined modifiers from Punished One's Calamity and Thief God's Vengeance did little to shift an already colossal 60,000 base damage, but the extra 500 critical multiplier would still double his critical output outright. Now, Yi spread his arms, 10 fingers repeatedly sighting on the east gate. Push 24 arrow towers sprang into existence above the eastern gate, their ebony bolts screaming downward, each strike wiping out millions of durability while the damage kept snowballing. System prompt. You have summoned 24 arrow towers. Current available summons, 125. A heartbeat later, a surge of arcane power erupted from within. Decupal Concerto activated, making his next skill fire 10 times in a row. He lifted both arms again and locked onto the southern and northern gates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 black arrow towers appeared over each gate, their dense volleys scouring the walls. Because of Decupal Concerto, the towers were cast 10 consecutive times, and in a split second 34 arrow towers dotted the ramparts. 24 guarded the east gate, where Avenger of the Rogue God was weakest. 5 watched the south, 5 the north. The west gate had none, but Avenger was strongest there, so overall damage was not lacking. Above the city, 3 moon sprites split off, diving toward the south, west, and north gates, their moon-forged arrows lashing down like a storm, while the 4th sprite orbited Yi as his shield. As soon as the sprite over the south gate took position, a fragment of the Heraldric Cube spun to life, and the jade fan of the Crimson Blade King leapt into Yi's hand. Bathed in lunar shift's glow, He swapped places with the sprite in an instant. High above the southern gate, the Jade fan detonated. 30 stacks of crimson wool poured in, and a single smash sheared off nearly 100 million durability. While Lunar Shift's cooldown whirled, Yi summoned the cube fragment again, drew his longbow, and loosed a point-blank barrage at the south gate. The close-range damage couldn't match his dive-bombing shots from the Cloudrot Tan, but what mattered now was piling on Penitent's calamity. Cooldown complete, Lunar Shift flashed once more, and Yi blinked back to the Cloudrot Tan. Crimson will reset to 1 stack, meaning the next fan strike would hit 50% harder. 5 seconds into the fight, every gate's durability had already plunged below 300 million. The 2 billion mark for a full breach was still distant, yet Yi stayed calm. The 8-foot Cloudrot Tan bow curved like a full moon as wave after wave of multi-shot rained across the whole of Cherrywood City. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Outside the walls, Li Yuanzhua led a million city guards, sealing Bei Shuang and her companions in a ring of steel. Spells, arrows, sword chi, and blades hammered them, but only endless zeros floated up. Seeing this, his face twisted toward madness, and he screeched, "You're all dying here, die." Before the words even faded, he scrambled onto the Cloudrot Tan, determined to cut Yi down himself. Yet the vine soared 20,000 meters into the clouds, even charging at 300 meters per second, clawing upward with both hands and feet. He still couldn't reach its summit. Halfway through that futile climb, Li Yuanzhua grew ever more frantic, certain he was witnessing Cherrywood become the first city in the world to fall. "Where's General Nai's?" Li Yuanzhua was shaking from head to toe. He threw his head back and let out a furious howl. Was the heavens intent on wiping Yingmu City off the map? What looked like an impregnable fortress had turned into a race against the clock. Stones blasted from the ramparts, and the stench of scorched earth mixed with blood filled the air. Outside the walls, Yun Yao's vines, thick as water barrels, snaked down from the sky. Underneath, Mei Qian, Ma Lu, Gun and the others treated the vines like swing ropes, pummeling the dumbfounded garrison while laughing their heads off. At the end of the vine, Yi stood on a leafy platform suspended in midair, a crimson aura boiling behind him. The crimson wool stacks were ticking up 28, 29. He held a folded jade fan in one hand and a rifle in the other, spraying bullets in a wide arc toward the city's 4 gates, sparks and screams exploding everywhere. All the while, he casually opened the guild chat to check on the 5 alliances' latest status updates. Taishan, damn it, these bastards are slick. I teleported to Yingyu City, and they immediately doubled back to attack Shu Lake. Qingqing Mountain, we need help at Feiyu City. Queen Annan just showed up with her squad. Nanshan, no sword, this is miserable. Having siege tanks versus not having them is 2 totally different games. Dawei Tianlong, India and Vietnam are farming solo players in Yingyu City. They've already traded up a dozen tanks. The snowball's getting out of hand. Pull everyone from the 12 main cities back inside their walls. Stop feeding them honor. Nanshan, no sword, good call. Their rickety tanks aren't enough to break the warding arrays anyway. Post a few assassin teams on patrol. Avoid direct fights for now. General Lanes's charged scrolls are too nasty. Torn Heart for you agreed. Watch out for traps when you leave the city. Wailing Immortal, damn. These dogs have been cutting deals with half the other war zones. Taishan, how's Yi doing? Someone shout if you're watching the stream. I'm busy circling Vietnamese tanks. Shingongbao, oh, it's glorious. Yi popped some mysterious skill, vaulted 2,000 meters up, and now his range covers all of Yingmu City. The gates are about to fall. Taishan. Dawei Tianlong. Nanshan, no sword, ridiculous. Shingongbao, haha, just waiting Mu City's toast. So satisfying. Kunlun Mountain, what about Yingyu? Also hitting Yingmu. Shingongbao, even better. Yingyu's been running General Nai's in circles, classic guerrilla style. Deri is chasing, while Pingchuan and Isha keep switching sides. Pingchuan City has no warding array or guardian beast left. A tidal wave knocked out half its gate. Dawei Tianlong Dam. Sounds familiar, that's exactly what Shiluopo and Queen Annan pulled on us. Taishan crap. Crafty as ever. While everyone complained, Crimson will hit 30 stacks. Yi's lips curled. The jade fan snapped open, unleashing a blood-red crescent blade wrapped in a cyclone toward the north gate. A thunderous boom followed gate and guard tower disintegrated in a cloud of rubble. The next instant, molten gold letters scrolled across every screen. World announcement, congratulations to Huaxia player Yi and his squad for breaching all 4 gates of Yingmu City. Yingmu City has fallen. Rewards: random immortal grade equipment 1, random mythic skill 3, 100 million gold. Each member receives the special honor medal Siegebreaker. World announcement, City Lost Shame of Yamato. All Yamato players 3 levels. National War Honor 10,000. The chat erupted. Dawei Tianlong, that was epic. Nanshan, no sword, put Yi on a pedestal, deserves it. Taishan Huaxia just hit the jackpot. They all knew the real prize wasn't the loot. With this victory, many previously neutral war zones were now far more likely to side with Huaxia. Lighthouse and the other major theaters have already joined forces. If the remaining neutral zones keep wavering, they risk being wiped out. The merged alliance hangs over everyone like a blade poised to strike. Even more terrifying is the shock from the last battle. Under siege by a million city guards, a fortress was blasted apart in less than 60 seconds, and you never even showed up. The sight left the top players of the 5 Grand Guilds speechless. Since entering the gaming world, they had never imagined, let alone witnessed, such an overwhelming power. Luckily, that man is a Huasha native. On the far side, the final gate of Sakuraji City collapsed with a thunderous crash. Fewer than 5 seconds remained on cloudbound vines. Yi stood atop the rolling greenery, bow drawn to its fullest. His fingers flicked, and nearly 100 volleys of multi-shot arrows screamed into the city. Boom, boom, boom. Half the shops were leveled on impact. Branches snapped and leaves shredded. Pink-white petals mixed with rubble and buried the streets. Yi's gaze was ice-cold, devoid of mercy. Ishikawa Keiko, I promised you a snowfall of falling blossoms. Hey, race, my promise fulfilled. At his words, the vines recoiled and flung him downward. Within moments, the mist-like foliage scattered, and Yi touched down beside his teammates without a wobble. All done. He offered a relaxed smile. Boss, you're a monster. The others were so electrified they could barely speak. This battle was destined for the server's history books, and they had witnessed every second of it. Sweeping his eyes around, Yi took in the scene. City guards still hacked and fired arrows in fury. Their dense attacks slammed against the radiant horn phalanx, and a uniform line of 0 damage numbers floated above. Knowing their strikes were futile, they could only vent their anger in this fruitless assault. Li Yuanzuo's sword hand trembled, his eyes blazing. He forced out each word. All of you must die. Yi tilted his head and smiled lightly. What's this? The city lord wants to invite us to dinner? Die? Li Yuanzuo roared. His blade swept out, a sheet of sword energy shrieking forward. Blinding sparks exploded against the barrier, but the light shield held firm. Another spray of 0 hammered at his heart. Yi remained calm. We've overstayed our welcome. We'll be leaving now. Next time we drop by, I hope the cherry trees will be in bloom again. He exchanged a glance with Nanshan Yumeng. Nanshan Yumeng lifted her staff. A mirrored spell circle blossomed underfoot, its glow engulfing the squad. Mirrorfold jumped, flashed, bodies rippled, then vanished, leaving Li Yuanzuo frozen, face ashen. My lord, they've fled. A city guard officer shouted. After them. Go. Li Yuanzuo bellowed, sword flashing as he sprinted toward the coast. A kilometer away, a war wagon thundered down the shore. By the time he reached the beach, he could only watch the vehicle kicking up a plume of dust. The instant the wagon touched the water, it disappeared, followed by a succession of splashes. Chest heaving, Li Yuanzuo scanned the horizon. Yi and his companions were nowhere to be found. Before long, Yi and the others were skimming across the water 10 kilometers off the coast of Ingmu City. Their wakes sliced white lines through the deep blue sea, and the mood was buoyant after such a decisive win. That fight was incredible. Yi wiped the spray from his face, unable to hide his excitement. I never even dreamed we'd take a whole city, and we did it right under their noses. If Bachi Yunyao Bao hadn't dropped when we killed Yinting Bachi, this wouldn't have gone half so smoothly, Meiqian Maoyogan said, gripping the longbow with genuine awe. A 40-kilometer range, it's insane. Feng Guowuhan caught his breath, swam up beside Yi, and his eyes sparkled. Brother, what's next? First we divide the loot, Yi replied, calm and casual. Everyone laughed and turned to him with eager faces. Yi opened his pack, and a stream of data floated in front of them. We killed a little over 30 million players in Ingmu City. They dropped 17.54 million gold. Add the 100 million for capturing the city, and we've got 111.754 million. We split it evenly. Evenly. Changshi Xianzi froze. She and her sister had contributed almost nothing, and the thought of pocketing more than 20 million made her uneasy. That's too much. The honor points we earned were already a surprise. We really can't accept an equal share. Yi waved her off, his tone firm. Without your piloting skills, the assault on Yamato wouldn't have gone this smoothly. We're a team, and a team splits the reward. Changshi Xianzi was about to demur again when Ben Gong Chaoming laughed. Don't be shy, sis. To Yi, 100 million gold is nothing. If he felt like it, he could make that again in minutes. Exactly. Rain beats banana leaves nodded hard. If we're talking contributions, we're in no position to refuse either. Enough politeness. Yi sent out trade requests and dropped precisely 10.68 million gold into each person's window. The coins clinked home, their golden glow flashing across the waves. Next up, equipment. Yi continued his report. Zhu Shun Hammer picked up just over 40 million items, 36 million poor quality, for million fine, 150,000 rare, a little more than 2,000 excellent, 12 perfect, and 0 epic. Everyone had known the Hope Seeker medal's punishment would make each defeated player drop an extra piece of gear, but hearing over 40 million still drew a collective gasp. Yamato's server holds 140 million players, 20 million still in starter villages, 10 million in life professions. Of the remaining 110 million, Most only carry 6 or 7 pieces of equipment. After losing this haul, getting knocked back 3 levels, landing in jail, falling asleep, and taking the experience hit, Ingmu City's fighting strength just dropped by at least 30%. Elsewhere, the other regions had already kicked off their national wars, so Yamato would now be forced to fight last. That's the price of losing a national war. Unless a top-tier god-level player rises or another region steps in to help, turning the tide will be nearly impossible. Back in Huaxia, I'm going to run an auction and dump all this gear in one go. Yi continued. After taxes, we split the gold evenly. Fine, fine, whatever you say. Chao Ming's cute, arrogant little face turned bright red. A moment ago, she'd been drowning in debt. Now more than 10 million gold had landed on her head, and she'd become filthy rich in an instant. Of course she was riding high. Yi lifted a hand, and 3 ornate brocade boxes and 3 sealed skill scrolls appeared on the table. These are the last pieces, he said with a light laugh. Broke quick scuttled over, nose almost pressed to the first box. Boss, what's in these? Immortal grade gear, Yi answered. Holy crap, immortal grade. Broke quick's eyes bulged and he hopped in place. Open it, open it. I need to see what immortal gear looks like. So far the ranking board topped out at legendary, the 8 chi, cloud piercing, bow, everything else was epic. Immortal sat 2 tiers higher. The boxes were still sealed. Nobody knew what would pop out once they opened. Everyone held their breath. Yi stopped teasing, hooked a finger under the clasp, and with a crisp click the first lock sprang open. The system notification blasted in every year. You have obtained Catalyst Divine Stone Immortal. Catalyst Divine Stone Immortal Ring. All attributes 100. Critical damage 200. Catalysis. For every epic grade or higher item you equip, all skill damage increases by 200. Phase shift. When any control effect hits you, instantly slip into the void and become immune for 3 seconds. Cooldown 30s. Imbalance. Applies an imbalance check to all enemies within 10 attack range meters. If an enemy's 4 main stats are higher than yours, choose 1 vitality, agility, strength, intelligence, and gain 50 of the excess value highest single enemy only. If an enemy's stats are lower, reduce each of theirs by 30 of your corresponding stat, down to a minimum of 1 highest single enemy only. Cooldown 12h. Effectiveness versus Cataclysm grade monsters and above 1. Awesome. Bro quick stared at the item info in the party channel, then spun toward Yi. Boss, how many Epic Plus items are you wearing right now? 8. Yi replied calmly. Only one of God's Hammer or the Crimson Blade King's Jade Fan can go into the Heradric Cube Shard. So with the Catalyst Divine Stone, that's 9. Damn 80 times skill damage. Bro quick yelped. Yi swallowed, doing the math out loud. With Boss Axis of Divinity talent, a full epic set is inevitable. 2 weapons, 7 jewelry pieces, 8 armor slots, plus he counted on his fingers. Favino, we just got another 6 medals. That's, what, at least 46 times skill damage. And that's only from Catalysis, he added, gulping again. Imbalance is even nastier. Theoretically, boss stats can stack without limit. If a player eats 1 hit, all 4 stats drop to Onino mana. No health, no class can survive that. Man, I can already see the panic on their faces. Yi rubbed the bridge of his nose and gave a wry smile. With everyone being so accommodating, it'd be rude of me not to take this piece. It's yours for sure, Ben Gong Xiaoming replied without hesitation, flicking the hem of her skirt. My intelligence isn't even at 1,000 yet, and the ring hardly boosts mana. Pass. Burp. Nin Shan Yumeng uncorked his flask, took a swig, and let the alcohol scent drift through the air. Too ugly for my taste, he added, shaking his head. Bei Shuang simply gave a silent shake of her own, equally decisive. The sky was clear and the breeze gentle, yet their unanimous refusals made the moment feel lighthearted. Yi stopped fussing, slipped the shimmering Catalyst Godstone onto the ring finger of his left hand, and world announcement. Yi Huaxiao region LV.1 has obtained the immortal grade ring Catalyst Godstone, claiming the top spot on the world equipment leaderboard. Catalyst effect triggered. Current epic and above items own 9. Skill damage 1800. A pale gold pillar of light shot skyward, briefly illuminating the heavens. Team chat erupted, but Yi kept moving, popping open the ring's 3 random mythic skill slots. You have acquired Temporal Reflux, Elemental Hunger, and Weaver of Stars, Banishment. His eyes skimmed the skill panel. Without hesitation, he handed the Weaver of Stars, Banishment scroll to Bei Shuang, smiling faintly. Single target crowd control, and the banish effect is obscene. Suits you best. Bei Shuang touched the scroll, eyes glinting, then tore it open on the spot to learn it. Little sis, what's it do? Let your brother take a look. Meiqian Malyagun craned his neck, eyes sparkling like flint in the dark. You're a Trader runner, we so curious? Yi teased. Boss, you don't get it. Meiqian Malyagun said with mock solemnity. I may not own the goodies, but I've got to see them. Makes great conversation material when chatting up the ladies. Bei Shuang shot him a helpless glance, cheeks flushing. Still, she shared the skill details in team chat before pointedly turning her head mortified. Weaver of Stars, Banishment rare mythic. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 300s. Cast time, instant. Effect, banish any enemy within 500m, removing them from the battlefield and sealing them for 30s. Effectiveness against Cataclysm tier and above reduced by 90. This skill cannot miss, and the seal cannot be cleansed. 30 seconds of unavoidable, uncleansable control, plus a guaranteed hit. These traits catapulted Weaver of Stars. Banishment straight into mythic territory. Once banished, the target was as good as dead. Next, Yi tossed Temporal Reflux to Nanshan Yumeng. Temporal Reflux rare mythic. Mana cost, 200. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Cast time, instant. Effect, instantly resets the cooldown of any one skill currently on cooldown. Temporal Reflux does one thing only: force a cooldown refresh. Even a skill on a 24-hour timer snaps back to ready. 4 burst casters, it's potent enough, but Nanshan Yumeng's unique kit grants him 3 extra reset cooldown charges once he learns it, which is huge for the team. Use it on Mystic Dreamscape, and Nanshan Yumeng can cast the spell 6 times back-to-back, letting Yi unleash devastating burst damage. Pair it with Jade Fan, and the short window DPS skyrockets to terrifying levels. Drop it on Holy Horn Radiance Array, and the group's invincibility window stretches to 220 seconds. The most important point is that Time Reflux has a base cooldown of 20 minutes. If you can push cooldown reduction to roughly 90%, you can theoretically spam Radiant Horn Array without interruption. The trouble is, once a player breaks the 70% mark, the system applies a brutal diminishing returns curve. Any extra cooldown reduction past that point is slashed by 90%. In practice, raising cooldown reduction from 70 to 80% takes a whopping 170% on the character sheet, and jumping from 80 to 90% would demand an absurd 1170%. Right now Nanshan Yumeng sits at 71% cooldown reduction, still miles away from the magic 90. But even so, Time Reflux is already down to a manageable 348 seconds, giving the whole team a lot more room for error. As for Elemental Hunger, that rare mythic passive could not be a better fit for Yi, so he claimed it without a second thought. Elemental Hunger rare mythic passive. Each time you cast a skill, gain 1 stack of hunger. At 10 stacks, your next skill deals 500 increased damage. Thanks to the rapid-fire nature of multi-shot, the stacks build at a ridiculous pace. With an attack speed of 17.2, Yi can pop 1 or even 2 full hunger rotations every second. Layer that onto Jade Fan, Tenfold Ensemble, and Mystic Dream, and the damage goes through the roof. System message: you have learned the rare mythic skill, Elemental Hunger. After tearing up the scroll, Yi rubbed his hands together, thoroughly pleased. That was a solid haul. Solid? It's so good I'm starting to think this is a dream. Ben Gong Chaoming squealed, clutching the gold in her pack as pink bubbles all but floated around her. You're more obsessed with money than I am. Mei Qian Ma Lu Gun laughed. You have no idea what it's like to be a poor girl. Chaoming sighed theatrically. Well, poverty is probably the one experience money can't buy. Mei Qian nodded with mock seriousness. Shameless. She snapped, half amused, half annoyed. Jokes flew back and forth, and the mood stayed light. Yi used the moment to pull a new medal from his inventory. Siegebreaker Perfect. First time reward for conquering a capital. Damage to warding arrays and walls 100. Nothing spectacular, he muttered, but he didn't complain. A medal doesn't take an equipment slot, so the more the merrier. With that, he clipped it to his left shoulder. Boss, where to next? Mei Qian asked. Ingyu is still holed up in Dei City, so we're heading for Yixia, Yi replied with a grin. We're attacking Yixia? Yin Yes eyes lit up. Of course, but we'll wait until Cloud-Faring Vines is off cooldown, Yi said, checking his interface. It was 3 in the afternoon. Cloud-Faring Vines had a base cooldown of 6 hours, but with 68% cooldown reduction, it was down to a mere hour and 54 minutes. Once it's ready, and with the new Catalytic Divine Stone plus Elemental Hunger, taking Yixia should be a breeze. As for Pingchuan City, Ingyu had already flooded it worse than Sakura City, so Yi could safely ignore that front. Besides, Pingchuan still had General Nei's and 10,000 level 800 garrison troops. No matter how hard they played whack-a-mole, that army would hold at least one city. After pondering for a moment, Yi said, the guardian beast of Daylight City is a flying bird, which won't be easy to deal with. If we capture Yixia and Pingchuan, we'll finally gather 100 million souls. We've been away for a while, so the 5 great guilds must be missing us. Let's aim to reach Ingyu City by 7 tonight. Missing us? They're just thinking about the boss loot and that war chariot he promised them, Moneyless quipped with a grin. With that, the team swam off toward Yixia City. On the way, Yi refined his battle plan and opened his personal status panel. Name, Yi. Race, human. Level 1. Primary class, Archer Assassin. Secondary class, Blacksmith. Talent, Divine Scroll, SSS tier. Stamina, 805. Strength, 803. Agility, 5,264. Intelligence, 803. Ranged attack, 20,213. Attack range, 365. Melee attack, 12,633. Stealth, 52. Attack speed, 2.89. HP, 16,100. MP, 16,060. Exclusive attributes, killing intent, forbearance locked. Primary attribute mastery, 2.4. Skills, eagle power. Entangling shot rare, gold. Vengeance rare, diamond. Multi-shot rare, diamond. Arrow tower rare, diamond. Decacordo rare, mythic. Elemental hunger rare, mythic. Equipment. Main weapon Yachi, Yunyao Bao legendary. Offhand quiver of the gale, elves perfect. Necklace moonlight amulet perfect. Ring punished one's calamity epic. Shadow Slayer ring rare. Catalytic divine stone immortal. Night Stalker epic. Earrings none. Armor Sky Eagle Hunter leather chest excellent. Sky Eagle Hunter leather leggings perfect. Sky Eagle Hunter bracers excellent. Sky Eagle Hunter belt excellent. Twine leather boots rare. Medals, Pathfinder excellent. Pioneer perfect. Seeker of Hope epic. Return to the Fields epic. Thief God's Revenge epic. Conquest perfect. Special gear, Heradric Cube Fragment unranked. Scarlet Blade King's Jade Fan epic. Chaos Simplified War Chariot epic. God Forging Hammer epic. Wealth, 1,027,546,071 gold. Personal honor, 60,527,341. Party aura, Over the Horizon. Current quests, Soul Collector incomplete. War God's Last Wish Stage 2 incomplete. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.